Just before the end of the world, Feng watched helplessly as the last base city fell, and over 800,000 global survivors perished. In the 10th year of the Beast Age, the emergence of a 5th-tier Beast King triggered the 4th wave of apocalypse-level beast attacks. This time, the scale of the Beast Wave was unprecedented, and the remaining 40 or so base cities around the globe fell one after another. On December 26th, the 10th year of the Beast Age, Luodu Base City in Huaxia, humanity's last stronghold, ultimately could not escape its fate. Feng clutched the invitation card to the City of Trials in his hand, his heart aching. He couldn't help but think that if he had obtained this card earlier, perhaps humanity's fate could have been rewritten. If they had held out just a few more days until the 11th year of the Beast Age, maybe the last spark of Huaxia civilization could have been preserved. However, there's never so many ifs in life. The words of his comrades who fought alongside him still echoed in his ears. Feng, we've done our best. Live well for us. The civilization of Huaxia must not be extinguished. The spirit of Huaxia must not perish. Watching as his close comrades fell one by one, Feng was engulfed in confusion. Live on? But if he were the only one left in the world, what would be the point? To live in such a way was not what he wished for. Without a country, without a home, he'd rather face death. With this in mind, Feng's gaze grew resolute. Facing the oncoming endless beasts, he showed no fear, crushed the invitation card to the City of Trials, relinquishing his last chance of survival, drew his sword, and charged forward with a shout. Kill? At this critical moment, the scene suddenly shifted. September 16, 2023, in a new recruits company of an eastern military district, Feng jolted upright from his hospital bed, his right hand in a sword-wielding pose, shouting that earth-shattering kill. This sudden outburst startled Wang Hao, causing him to step back 2 paces and curse, "Damn it, Feng, you scared the hell out of me." Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face, Feng was puzzled. "Mouse? Weren't you dead?" As soon as he said this, Wang Hao was displeased, pretending to be heartbroken. "Damn you. I treated you so well, and you wish me dead?" Feng paused, shook his head forcefully, and carefully surveyed his surroundings. Everything felt so real. Could he have truly been reborn? To test this thought, he jumped off the bed, walked over to Wang Hao, and pinched his arm hard, twisting it for good measure. The pinch was no joke, causing Wang Hao to jump up with a scream like a pig being slaughtered. A young nurse came over at the sound, warning them not to disturb the other patients. Wang Hao was about to retort, but upon seeing her silhouette, he immediately fell silent. Confirming that he had indeed been reborn to 11 years ago, just when he joined the army, Feng secretly vowed, "Since heaven has given me a second chance, this time, I must change humanity's fate and preserve Huaxia civilization." At that moment, a figure appeared at the door of the ward. The originally concerned expression turned stern upon seeing the commotion, exuding an aura of authority. Feng immediately recognized the person as the old company commander, Feng Changqing. Seeing this, Wang Hao, like a mouse seeing a cat, hurriedly released Feng's collar and turned to salute. "Report, company commander. I've already checked, and Feng is fine to return to duty." Feng Changqing asked coldly, "Are you sure you were just checking Feng's health?" "Report, Captain. Wang Hao is indeed just helping me with a medical checkup," Feng hurriedly explained. Feng Changqing snorted, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Do you think I'm blind? Since you both have so much energy, go run 20 laps first." Wang Hao looked worried. "Captain, Feng just woke up. I'm afraid he can't handle it." "I can do it," Feng interrupted, taking the lead and starting to run. Having been reborn, he was unfamiliar with such weakness, but he had ways to cope. Feng Changqing frowned as he watched Feng's back, deep in thought. "Wait for me," Wang Hao shouted as he chased after him. 20 laps would have been an impossible task for the old Feng, but with a special breathing technique, he finished them with ease, though still exhausted. He thought to himself, "My physical condition needs improvement, and my skills must be restored quickly." Seeing Wang Hao struggling at lap 17, Feng called out, "Haozi, take it slow. I'll head back first." "You're a jerk." Wang Hao's curse floated over, but Feng pretended not to hear. On the way back, Feng's mind was racing. He needed to contact the chief minister as soon as possible to report the beast situation. Time was of the essence. He couldn't rely on his strength alone. It required the nation's full power to protect the essence of Chinese civilization. He vowed not to let the tragedy of his previous life repeat. Suddenly, Feng Changqing appeared before him like a ghost. "Running all those laps isn't bad. I'm impressed." "Captain," Feng stood at attention and saluted. "If you're fit enough, get back in line immediately," Feng Changqing ordered. Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Captain, I need your help with something." "What is it?" Feng Changqing was slightly surprised. "I need to meet with the colonel," Feng said directly. Feng Changqing frowned deeply. "Do you know the colonel?" "No, Su Feng shook his head, but it concerns the life and death of China's 1.4 billion people. Feng Changqing's face changed drastically, and he sharply rebuked, remember, you're a soldier. China is the country you defend with your life, and the 1.4 billion people are the family you protect with your life. You can't joke about this. Go run another 20 laps. Su Feng's gaze was firm. Captain, these are also my life's principles. But I must meet the colonel immediately. Please trust me this once. I'll take full responsibility afterward. Feng Changqing stared at Su Feng for a long time before finally relenting. If what you say is true, even the colonel might not be of high enough rank. Meeting the colonel is just the beginning, Su Feng explained. I want to connect with his father, the lieutenant general, and ultimately reach the highest level. You even know that? Feng Changqing was astonished. Su Feng nodded. If you want to know the details, Captain, I can tell you, and you can judge the severity. Feng Changqing was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No need. Although I'm skeptical, I am willing to trust you this time. If it truly concerns China's safety, that's a significant matter. My rank is too low for you to say another word to me. I'll trust you this once, but remember, the commander is known for his fiery temper. If you dare to mess with him, the consequences won't be something a rookie like you can handle. Don't say I didn't warn you. Feng Changqing warned sternly, a hint of concern in his eyes. Su Feng's lip twitched slightly as he thought to himself. Does the commander know you're speaking of him like this? Long Zhanshan's character is something no one understands better than I do. Outwardly cold, later generations called him the cold-faced war god. But he's actually meticulous and cares deeply for his subordinates, just stubborn and particular. I'm not foolish. I know what's important, Su Feng replied calmly. Feng Changqing nodded and led Su Feng to his office. He made a brief phone call to the commander, saying there was something important to report, then took Su Feng directly to the headquarters. Sir, Feng Changqing knocked on the door. Come in, Long Zhanshan's deep voice responded. The two entered the office, and Long Zhanshan looked up, asking, What's this important matter you mentioned over the phone? So secretive it can't be discussed over the line. What's going on? Feng Changqing stood straight and replied, Commander, it's not me who has something to report. It's a new recruit under me who claims to have something crucial to the survival of China to tell you. Long Zhanshan frowned, his expression darkening with displeasure. Are you out of your mind? Believing such nonsense? What's this recruit's background to make such grand claims? Feng Changqing swallowed hard, summoning the courage to say, Commander, I've brought him here. He's just outside. Would you like to hear him out, just in case? Long Zhanshan was silent for a moment, curiosity eventually getting the better of him. Let him in. I'm curious to hear what he has to say. Feng Changqing breathed a sigh of relief and turned to bring Su Feng in. Recruit Su Feng reporting. Su Feng stood at attention and saluted, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Long Zhanshan scrutinized Su Feng, noticing that this recruit carried himself more like a seasoned soldier. His tone softened slightly. What do you have to report? Speak. Feng Changqing quickly interjected. Commander, given the severity of what he claims, I'm not sure my rank allows me to hear this information. Wait outside, Long Zhanshan gestured. Feng Changqing complied and exited, closing the door behind him. Now it's just you and me. Go ahead. Commander, what I'm about to say might sound unbelievable, but I hope you'll hear me out. Su Feng prefaced his statement cautiously. Long Zhanshan nodded slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Su Feng took a deep breath and slowly revealed. I have traveled back from 11 years in the future. As soon as the words were out, Long Zhanshan stood up abruptly, glaring at him. Are you playing some kind of international joke on me? He turned to leave, clearly unwilling to waste any more time. Su Feng hastily continued. Your wife is currently 35 weeks and 3 days pregnant. This statement hit Long Zhanshan like a sledgehammer, striking deep into his core. His expression changed dramatically, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Are you threatening me? Remaining calm, Su Feng went on. This is your first child, and you haven't checked the gender. If it's a boy, you'll name him Long Weigua. If it's a girl, Long Ailing. Your wife's given name is Ling. As Su Feng spoke, Long Zhanshan's expression shifted from anger to astonishment, and then to disbelief. These were secrets that no one but he should know. Seeing this, Su Feng pressed on. You plan to tell your wife these names during your vacation at the end of the month. But 4 days from now, she will accidentally fall, leading to a premature birth. Long Zhanshan's face changed again, his voice trembling. What did you say? Xiao Ling will fall? Then, he grew wary. Is someone behind you trying to harm my family? Su Feng remained composed. There's no one behind me. You can investigate. Since I've told you, you can prevent the accident with foresight. He paused, then continued. In 2 days, there will be a 6.4 magnitude earthquake in Sichuan province. 3 days later, a typhoon will sweep across Fusang. You only need to wait a few days to verify. but I hope you'll trust me, as it could significantly reduce the disaster that will claim 389 lives. Long Zhanshan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Assuming what you say is true, what do you want from me? And what does Feng Changqing mean by something concerning the survival of the nation? Su Feng looked directly into Long Zhanshan's eyes. I'm reaching out to you because, in the future, we fight side by side. I trust your character and beliefs. I hope to connect with your general father through you, and then through him, reach the Prime Minister, because just over a year from now, more precisely at dawn on January 1st, 2025, the world will undergo a catastrophic event. The surface area of the planet will increase by nearly 1/3, causing global satellites to crash due to changes in the planet's size and gravity. Roads will be destroyed, transportation cut off, power lines severed. Nations will be blinded in an instant, forced to revert to primitive communication methods. Most factories without backup power will fall silent, and the vibrant city nightscapes will become a thing of the past. Countless beast nests will emerge from the rifts, continuously unleashing terrifying beasts that will lead to catastrophic disasters. Su Feng described this calamity, later known as the Calamity of the Beasts, with a heavy tone. His eyes gleamed with sorrow and determination, as if he had witnessed the disaster firsthand. In just 1 year, the global population was reduced by 2/3. 11 years later, a fifth-tier beast king was born. All base cities were destroyed, and human civilization came to an end. Long Zhanshan gasped, his brow furrowed. Earth-shattering events? Beast tides? Human extinction? It seemed like a fantasy. Yet, the words human extinction struck him like a hammer, repeatedly pounding at his consciousness. Seeing Long Zhanshan's doubt, Su Feng continued, due to special circumstances, I was classified as a top national secret, codenamed Huaxia Fire Seed. Before I died in battle, I witnessed on the planetary life detector that, except for me, there were no signs of human life. My death marked the official extinction of humanity. How did you manage to be reborn? Long Zhanshan pressed, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Su Feng shook his head, a note of helplessness in his voice. I don't know. Maybe fate didn't want to see Huaxia civilization end, or perhaps it's some kind of conspiracy. But regardless of the reason, since I've been reborn, I am determined to change everything. His gaze became resolute as he continued. The future may hold the calamity of the beasts, but it also offers the opportunity for human evolution. I've brought back some cultivation techniques and accompanying herbal formulas from the future. With these, we can begin cultivating early. I believe this time, we can change the future. Su Feng paused, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Later, I'll write down the Azura War God technique that you cultivated in the future for you. With your talent and the aid of medicinal baths, you should see noticeable results within a day. Cultivation technique? My technique? Long Zhanshan was slightly taken aback. Su Feng nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's also the exclusive technique used by the military in the future. This is something he bought from the city of Trialsa top-tier Earth-class cultivation technique. For the next 10 years, it should be more than sufficient, allowing one to cultivate to the 5th level of perfection, or the peak of the transcendent realm. Su Feng handed the technique to Long Zhanshan and briefly explained its origins and value. Long Zhanshan frowned slightly as he carefully flipped through the manual, occasionally glancing up to scrutinize Su Feng. Su Feng remained composed, meeting his gaze with steadfast eyes. You claim this technique can be cultivated to the peak of the transcendent realm within 10 years? Long Zhanshan asked skeptically. Why have I never heard of such a miraculous technique before? Su Feng took a deep breath and slowly explained, in my previous life, I only received the invitation to the City of Trials in the 9th year, which was when I truly began cultivating. Unfortunately, it was too late. The 4th wave of apocalypse-level beasts had already swept across the globe, leaving humanity no time to grow. A flicker of shock crossed Long Zhanshan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. After a moment's contemplation, he said, write down the technique first. This matter is too significant. I need to verify it personally. If it proves genuine, I can help you contact the Prime Minister. However, if there's any deceit, you'll be expelled from the military, and you'll bear the consequences. Without hesitation, Su Feng nodded. I'm willing to accept any consequences. Thus, Su Feng stayed in Long Zhanshan's office to transcribe the technique. He not only wrote down the body refinement stage of the Azura War God technique, but also included the formula for the 1st generation of Foundation Establishment Elixir. Meanwhile, Long Zhanshan arranged for a comprehensive physical examination of Su Feng to prepare for future comparisons. Once Su Feng finished and handed over the documents, Long Zhanshan quickly skimmed through them and asked, what is the body refinement stage? How exactly does one cultivate it? Su Feng patiently explained, the body refinement stage is the 1st major realm of cultivation, corresponding to the combat power of a 1st-tier beast. It is divided into 4 substages: skin refinement, flesh refinement, bone strengthening, and perfection. Each substage is further divided into 3 levels, totaling 10 levels. Through specific postures and breathing techniques, one can enhance various aspects of the body's capabilities. Long Zhanshan nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to purchase the necessary medicinal ingredients. In an open area, he began training under Su Feng's guidance. Su Feng marveled at Long Zhanshan's talent and also began practicing the dragon elephant heaven suppression technique. With his experience from his past life, Su Feng quickly entered a meditative state, adopting a dragon-like breathing pattern. His breathing rhythm gradually changed, becoming slower and deeper. After an indeterminate amount of time, as the sky grew darker, Long Zhanshan opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, slowly finishing his practice and standing upright. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of power within him and murmured softly, "It really feels like I've gotten stronger, and the sensation of training is incredible." His expression turned serious as he recalled his past experiences and found himself mostly convinced by Su Feng's words. However, to persuade the higher-ups, he needed concrete physical data. After all, words can deceive, but data does not lie. Casting a glance at Su Feng, who was still training nearby, Long Zhanshan instructed the soldier beside him, "Do not disturb him unless he wakes up on his own." He had personally experienced the preciousness of this state of cultivation and knew that a sudden interruption could have unpredictable consequences. "Understood, sir," the soldier replied, standing at attention. "Is the medicinal bath ready?" Long Zhanshan asked. "Yes, everything is prepared. Prepare a portion for him as well." "Yes, sir." Long Zhanshan stepped into the wooden tub filled with dark brown medicinal liquid and immediately felt a stinging sensation. Before long, his skin began to itch intensely. Remembering Su Feng's advice, he endured the discomfort, breathing in a specific rhythm while maintaining an upright posture. From itching to sharp pain, beads of sweat formed on Long Zhanshan's forehead, unsure whether it was due to the pain or the rising steam. After some time, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief, far surpassing the experience of a sauna. It was only when the medicinal liquid in the tub cleared and its effects dissipated that he opened his eyes. Ah, he exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "I'm stronger, and the hunger I felt after standing practice has lessened significantly." After rinsing off and leaving the bathroom, he casually asked the waiting soldier, "Is that kid still standing?" "Captain," the soldier exclaimed in astonishment, "who is that kid?" "He's been standing for nearly 6 hours." Long Zhanshan's expression turned stern. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." "Understood, sir." Returning to the experts, after undergoing the same tests, the experts displayed expressions of extreme astonishment. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible," one expert exclaimed in disbelief. "What happened?" Long Zhanshan asked, frowning. "Commander Long, what exactly have you been up to today?" the expert asked anxiously. Long Zhanshan paused for a moment, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Expert Wang, some things must remain confidential for now. Just tell me, how has my data changed compared to before?" Suppressing his curiosity, Expert Wang reported seriously, "Commander Long, your strength has increased by 46 kilograms, and other metrics have improved by 10 to 33. The overall enhancement index is 24.3. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Zhanshan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He said solemnly, "Thank you to all the experts. For confidentiality reasons, you must not contact the outside world temporarily. I hope you understand." Subsequently, Long Zhanshan swiftly arranged for security and met with the head of the Eastern Military District through an old leader. After hearing the report, the head looked serious and said, "Zhanshan, this is too incredible. Are you certain?" "I am willing to take full responsibility," Long Zhanshan replied with unwavering determination. The head pondered for a moment, picked up the internal phone to report to the higher-ups. After hanging up, he told Long Zhanshan, "First, dispatch a military aircraft to take you to the capital. Second, your unit is to be temporarily under lockdown. Third, confiscate communication devices and prohibit any external contact." Long Zhanshan nodded in agreement, but he couldn't help worrying about his wife's situation. The head noticed his concern and reassured him, "Rest assured, we will take good care of the military families." Meanwhile, Su Feng awoke after standing in meditation for 12 hours. He felt soreness all over his body and sighed at the lack of fitness of this physique. Just as he was about to find Long Zhanshan, a guard informed him to go to the bathhouse for a medicinal bath. Upon arriving at the bathhouse and seeing the prepared medicinal bath, Su Feng felt grateful for Long Zhanshan's thoughtfulness. He quickly undressed, got into the bath, and began to sit cross-legged, following a specific breathing technique. Breathing rapidly, his skin began to itch. Su Feng took a deep breath, feeling the waves of itching spread across his skin. To someone who had endured countless pains in his past life, this sensation was merely a minor discomfort. He resisted the urge to scratch and focused on his cultivation. As time passed, the itchiness gradually turned into intense pain, as if countless sharp knives were slicing through his flesh. Su Feng gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, the pain was intermittent and didn't last long. When the color of the medicinal liquid gradually cleared, Su Feng opened his eyes and asked apologetically, "Hey, brother outside, is there any more of this potion?" "Yeah, hold on," the soldier replied briefly, soon bringing him a second batch of the medicinal liquid. "Thanks." Su Feng expressed his gratitude before sitting cross-legged in the wooden tub once more, beginning a new round of cultivation. This time, though his body still experienced pain, the intensity was noticeably reduced. It wasn't until he finished the fourth batch of foundational spirit liquid that Su Feng felt he had reached his limit. Continuing would just be a waste. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and estimated internally, "My strength should be around 40 kilograms now, right?" Clenching his fist, Su Feng judged based on his past life's experience, believing the margin of error to be within 2 kilograms. Without a Trial City invitation card and trial wristband, Su Feng couldn't accurately measure his strength data and had to rely on experience and self-testing. He clearly remembered that before cultivating, his strength was effectively 0. In this world, the standard for assessing strength was completely different from that on Earth. Here, it was measured by one's ability to hold a weight with arms extended in a horse stance for 30 minutes. This standard tested not only strength but also endurance and stability. Su Feng calculated in his mind, without the second generation of foundational spirit liquid, who knows how long it will take to reach the first level of the body refining realm? The strength of 100 kilograms marks the threshold of the first level of the body tempering realm and the initial stage of the skin refinement phase. Su Feng stood on the training ground, arms extended, steadily holding a 100-pound weight. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his muscles were taut like steel, yet he maintained a 90-degree horse stance. This strength, though surpassing that of ordinary people, was merely the entry point in the world of cultivators. As Su Feng was about to reach the 30-minute mark, Long Zhanshan entered the room with a serious expression. "Su Feng, come with me immediately." A hint of anticipation flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he put down the weight and asked, "Captain, has there been a response from the capital?" Long Zhanshan nodded slightly. "We've been instructed to go to the capital. Whether they believe you or not, I don't know." "All right, I'll go with you," Su Feng replied without hesitation. Half a day later, on the evening of September 17th, in a heavily guarded conference room in the capital, the chief minister glanced around at the assembled leaders and said in a grave tone, "There is one more urgent matter we need to discuss." He gestured for a young man to step forward. "Su Feng's claims have been thoroughly verified. The techniques and prescriptions are indeed effective. The Ninth Bureau's analysis suggests he is very likely a reincarnator," the young man reported. The room erupted into murmurs. Some were skeptical, others pondered, while some were already weighing the pros and cons. "No matter his identity, these techniques and prescriptions are a significant achievement," one leader remarked, speaking in Su Feng's favor. "But changing national policy based on this could have unimaginable consequences," another cautioned. After listening to the discussions, the chief minister reflected for a moment before saying, "The earthquake in Wen County and the typhoon in Fusang in 2 days will be the key tests. Meanwhile, we must prepare in advance." "Yes, evacuating the residents of Wen County is a priority," someone suggested. "What if nothing happens?" another questioned. "Then we'll call it a drill," the chief minister decided firmly. "Regardless, we cannot stand by and do nothing." A prominent figure stated, "A few insults are nothing compared to the lives of the people. They're insignificant." The chief advisor decisively declared, his gaze unwavering, "Sound the alarm immediately, mobilize the Western Military District to assist in evacuating the citizens, and ensure the evacuation proceeds in an orderly manner." The other leaders nodded slightly, consenting to this decision. On the streets of Wen County, an urgent message quickly spread among the residents. "An earthquake will occur in 4 hours. Please evacuate to open areas in an orderly fashion." The residents were abuzz with conversation, some skeptical, others taking immediate action. "Let's go. Our lives are more important," a young man urged his hesitant companion. On the streets, soldiers had already begun to orderly guide the evacuation. The elderly, women, and children were prioritized and sent to safety, while the able-bodied adults evacuated along designated routes. 4 hours flew by. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and those standing in the open areas struggled to maintain their balance. "It's an earthquake." Amidst the cries of alarm, there was a sense of relief. The country has done an amazing job this time, predicting it 4 hours ahead. The news spread like wildfire across the nation, quickly topping the trending charts. International media also took notice, with reactions ranging from praise to skepticism. However, the people of China no longer paid heed to external opinions, instead taking pride in the nation's technological advancements. In a high-level meeting room, as the news of the earthquake arrived, everyone fell silent. especially the next day, when an equally precise natural disaster forecast came from Fusang, prompting them to re-evaluate Su Feng's words. Humanity was on the brink of an unprecedented disaster, and no one could remain calm. At a base on the outskirts of the capital, Director Gua Shintong of the Ninth Bureau approached Su Feng. "Ha, you seem quite at ease, not worried at all," Gua Shintong remarked with a smile. Su Feng shrugged. "Everything I said was true. I trust the authorities will make the right choice." Gua Shintong pondered for a moment. "Let me ask you a personal question, which you're free not to answer. I noticed that the stance you use when practicing doesn't match the Azura War God technique you provided." Su Feng simply smiled. "There's no harm in saying it. I practice a unique technique tailored to me, which others cannot cultivate." The higher-ups have made it clear that everything should be done with respect to Su Feng, and there should be no coercion involved. Su Feng nodded slightly, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He turned to Gua Shintong with a relaxed tone and asked, "By the way, how are Commander Long and his team progressing with their training?" Gua Shintong smiled and replied honestly, "The progress is good. Just as you predicted, Long Zhanshan's talent is indeed exceptional, and his cultivation speed is way ahead. His strength has already reached 55 kilograms. He paused before continuing, "Moreover, we've secretly invited the 20-plus highly talented individuals you mentioned to join the training." Su Feng nodded thoughtfully. These individuals were destined to be the top figures in the future of China's cultivation world. Training them early would undoubtedly provide an advantage in facing the impending disaster. 55 kilograms? That's impressive, better than me, Su Feng remarked, though a competitive glint appeared in his eyes. Gua Shintong chuckled and reassured him. "Well, you're already at 54 kilograms, just a small difference. Besides, from the information I have, there was a significant disparity in physical condition before training. Considering that, your cultivation speed surpasses his." Su Feng smiled slightly and chose not to say more. He understood that everyone starts from a different point. Comparisons are meaningless. What matters is how to face the upcoming disaster. Meanwhile, in a meeting room in the capital, a group of leaders fell into silence after hearing the report. The chief advisor surveyed the room before speaking slowly. "Ladies and gentlemen, 2 days have passed, and indeed, a 6.4 magnitude earthquake occurred in Wen County, precisely as predicted. Typhoon Namadal has also swept across Japan. Additionally, Su Feng's strength has increased by nearly 10 kilograms in these 2 days," he emphasized, according to his standard of measurement. The chief advisor continued, "The 20-plus individuals he mentioned are scattered across the country, with some even working on secret fronts. It's certain they had no prior contact." The leaders exchanged glances, showing mutual recognition. The chief advisor solemnly declared, "I want to state my position first. I believe what Su Feng said. I believe he truly is a reborn individual. Otherwise, none of this can be explained." "We believe as well," the leaders echoed in unison. The chief advisor nodded and went on. "Furthermore, we made some preparations for the One County earthquake. The results have been reported back, and although the economic loss is significant, there were no casualties. This earthquake in One County has helped us verify one thing. The future can be changed, as long as we strive for it." Upon hearing this, the leaders' tense nerves relaxed slightly. As long as history can be altered, it is worth all their efforts. The chief advisor surveyed the room and stated solemnly, "All right, since we all believe Su Feng is a reborn individual, it means we believe in the disaster that will occur in a little over a year. Therefore, we must find a way to respond. Now, let's invite Su Feng in to explain the details of the disaster to all of us." Su Feng pushed open the meeting room door, appearing calm. Although it wasn't his first time meeting the chief advisor, it was his first time facing so many high-ranking officials. Without a hint of nervousness, he greeted, "Greetings to the chief advisor and all the elders." The leaders nodded approvingly at Su Feng's composure, thinking this young man was quite impressive. The chief advisor spoke. "Su Feng, please share some of the information you know with everyone here." Su Feng nodded solemnly, agreeing. He knew that whether he could convince these leaders to follow his plan for the next year's development depended on this moment. He took a deep breath and began. "The great disaster will occur precisely at midnight on January 1st, 2025. Many people will still be asleep, only to feel the ground shaking violently. However, none of the buildings in the cities will be affected. The only impact will be massive cracks appearing between cities and countries. Only a very few individuals caught in these cracks might be harmed. But within the cities, no residents will suffer casualties due to this planetary upheaval." Su Feng's explanation left the leaders puzzled. In such a scenario, with no casualties, there must be some extraordinary force controlling everything. Although there were no large-scale casualties, countless fissures disrupted transportation and severed the power grid. The fractured planet affected all satellites, causing them to lower their orbits and eventually crash. It was during this brief period of lowered orbits that we learned about the global situation. The planet's surface area increased by nearly a third, fissures appeared everywhere, and all cities became isolated islands. Su Feng spoke calmly but with a determined gaze as he detailed the first year of the disaster to the Prime Minister and the elders. He described how, once the fissures stabilized, beast nests emerged worldwide, spawning varying numbers of beasts every hour that attacked major cities in swarms. The densely populated eastern regions suffered the most devastating blow. The Prime Minister nodded slightly, his brows furrowed. Su Feng, your understanding of this disaster is unparalleled. We owe our early awareness to your contributions. Su Feng humbly smiled. You flatter me, Prime Minister. Since you informed us in advance, I assume you have a plan? The Prime Minister's eyes were sharp as he focused on Su Feng. Su Feng nodded solemnly. Indeed, I have a proposal. He then outlined his 10-point plan. First, disperse the urban population to balance the distribution across the eastern, central, and western regions. Su Feng explained that if transportation were severed, major cities would face severe resource shortages, leading to mass starvation even without beast attacks. The elders, though frowning, had to agree with this perspective. While large cities have clear advantages in peaceful times, their disadvantages become apparent during disasters. It's an issue that requires serious attention. The Prime Minister concurred. Indeed, if transportation is completely cut off, major cities will become death traps. One elder added, our country has a well-developed transportation network. With early planning, we should be able to relocate the population before disaster strikes. Su Feng continued with his second point, the thousand-city plan. Since cities can remain intact internally, we only need to build walls around them to keep the beasts out, significantly reducing casualties. An elder questioned, that's quite an undertaking. Can walls truly stop powerful beasts? What if there are flying beasts? Su Feng confidently replied, I have brought back 3 things that can address these issues. He then introduced the formula for super cement, the formula for alloy number 3, and the technology for the first-generation nuclear-powered laser cannon. These advanced technologies would provide safety for humanity in the first 2 years. The group listened, their eyes gleaming with excitement. With these 3 incredible resources, there's no need to worry, they exclaimed excitedly, previously underestimating Su Feng's value. Yes, although the project is massive, it's worth the effort for the safety of the people. Everyone looked serious, and after a brief discussion, they quickly reached a consensus. Su Feng surveyed the room and said solemnly, we will build city walls. This decision signified a monumental task, but there was no other choice to face the impending disaster. An elder frowned and said, there are many cities in China, and constructing so many walls simultaneously requires unimaginable manpower and resources. Su Feng nodded and continued to elaborate on the plan. Besides the walls, we need to stockpile large amounts of food, energy, and weapons in each city. More importantly, we must change the way energy is transmitted. Each city should establish an independent energy center to ensure self-sufficiency. This statement caused a stir. An elder's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, Su Feng, does your ability to provide the first-generation nuclear laser cannon mean that nuclear reactors have been miniaturized or that nuclear fusion has been commercialized? Su Feng smiled slightly, a confident gleam in his eyes. That's right. By the 10th year, first-generation nuclear fusion technology had been commercialized. China has a substantial reserve of nuclear fusion technology, and I will address any shortcomings. I believe we can produce a finished product before the great disaster strikes. Seeing the delighted expressions around him, Su Feng added, if we were starting from scratch, I wouldn't be so sure. This is thanks to years of technological accumulation in China. An elder expressed concern, how can we ensure safety with nuclear reactors within the city, especially with the threat of beast invasions? Su Feng was full of confidence, rest assured. Our nuclear power plants are 6th generation, and the reactors are extremely safe. Even if damaged, they will not cause a nuclear leak. Their stability is absolutely guaranteed. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their agreement. The decentralized energy plan was quickly approved unanimously. Fourth, by 2025, our foreign exchange reserves and all overseas assets will become useless. We need to act quickly to sell them off and use the proceeds to purchase essential raw materials, food, and other strategic reserves, Su Feng continued. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, the meeting room erupted in murmurs. The elders exchanged worried glances and whispered among themselves. Su Feng looked around and went on to explain, the US dollar is still crucial for international trade, especially for buying oil and raw materials. However, if nations become isolated in the future, these overseas assets will indeed be worthless. One elder pondered aloud, converting them into strategic resources is indeed wise, but executing this plan might be challenging. Su Feng nodded. Yes, we must proceed cautiously and gradually. A sudden, large-scale sell-off could trigger global panic and even lead to capital flight from our country. What's the difficulty? Another elder said boldly. We should just freeze those assets and impose financial controls for more than a year to prevent capital outflow. Su Feng shook his head. That would ruin the economy. We need to provide various justifications and proceed slowly. Given the resilience of our economy, as long as no major issues arise, people will continue to have faith in our development prospects. The actual sell-off can be concentrated in the final months. By then, our internal transformation will be complete, minimizing any adverse impact on the economy and people's livelihoods. The elders nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the most prudent approach. After the elders concluded their discussion, Feng continued, fifth, and most importantly, while the beast calamity is indeed a disaster, it also presents an opportunity for human evolution and for our nation's rise. The beast's bodies are full of valuable resources, and after the calamity, spiritual energy will be revitalized, with spiritual herbs abundant. Therefore, we must mobilize our entire population and fully arm our people. What? Could something like this actually happen? The elders gasped, their expressions heavy with concern. An elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow and said gravely, "It seems this disaster is no coincidence. There must be an invisible hand pulling the strings. But what is their true purpose?" All eyes turned to Feng, hoping this young man from the future could provide answers. Feng took a deep breath and revealed the truth. This is a selection of civilizations. Not only are we on Blue Planet part of it, but countless other worlds are also being tested. It's survival of the fittest. A selection of civilizations? One elder exclaimed. Feng nodded. Yes, selecting the most outstanding civilizations. The first phase lasts 10 years. Only those who endure will gain preliminary recognition from the forces behind this, granting our civilization the basic right to survive. His expression turned somber. In his past life, they fell short by just a few days, failing to complete the 10-year mark. Although he didn't know what awaited after those 10 years, it offered at least a glimmer of hope. How do you know all this? Will they tell us? Another elder pressed. Feng smiled wryly. Indeed, it was revealed to us, but we learned it too late in the previous life. It wasn't until the 9th year that we received this information and finally acquired the true techniques, ending our phase of blind exploration. He looked around at the group with determination. This time, we have the core information in advance and have received the inheritance of these techniques. I am confident we can do better than in the previous life. My goal is to pass the 10-year test with the best results, securing greater benefits for our Huaxia civilization. Applause filled the meeting room. The elders were invigorated, hopeful for the future. Feng then outlined 5 key suggestions, giving everyone a clearer understanding of the path ahead, which would significantly aid them in formulating relevant policies. Chief advisor and esteemed elders, that's the situation in a nutshell. I hope my suggestions are helpful to you. Feng concluded, feeling relieved. He had done all he could. The rest was up to fate. Feng, could you step out for a moment? We need to discuss something, and we'll have an answer for you shortly, said the chief minister. Feng nodded in agreement and left the meeting room. As soon as the door closed, a heavy silence filled the room, quickly followed by an intense discussion. Nearly an hour later, the secretary came out to inform Feng to re-enter. Upon re-entering the meeting room, Feng immediately sensed a change in the atmosphere. The chief minister, with a serious expression, announced the decision. A new Special Affairs Bureau was to be established, with Guo as director and Feng as deputy director and chief advisor, holding the military rank of colonel. This surpassed Feng's expectations, leaving him deeply moved. The chief minister continued, Guo will be the public face, but you are the primary leader of the Special Affairs Bureau. He will support you in coordinating with various parties. You have full freedom to act, and we, the senior officials, will back you up. As long as it benefits Huaxia, there are no restrictions. Feng felt both the trust and protection from the elders, as well as the weight of responsibility. He solemnly promised, rest assured, chief minister and esteemed elders, I will not betray your trust. I will prepare everything necessary before any major disaster strikes to safeguard Huaxia civilization. The chief minister smiled and said, relax, we all have great confidence in you. At the Suntober-named Special Affairs Bureau headquarters, previously the National Security Bureau's secret base, Feng met with Guo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to business. Guo expressed his full support, and Feng, not standing on ceremony, began to outline his plans. He proposed the establishment of 11 departments: the Director's Office, Personnel Department, Public Relations Department, Intelligence Department, Military Engineering Department, Infrastructure Department, Transportation Department, Allocation Department, Research Department, Mobilization Department, and Finance Department. Each department had clearly defined roles, covering the core functions of the Special Affairs Bureau. After listening, Guo contemplated for a moment and suggested adding a security department. Feng readily accepted this suggestion. Do you have any candidates in mind for the heads of these 12 departments, or any specific requirements? Guo inquired. For the head of the security department, I want to choose Long Zhanshan. As for the members, I already have some candidates in mind. Those are the 20 or so exceptionally talented cultivation geniuses we selected earlier. Additionally, we should pick a few from the military who are highly talented, extremely loyal, and possess excellent military skills. If we can gather 200 or 300 people, it should be sufficient. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, Guoshintong raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly grasped Su Feng's intention. After a moment of contemplation, Guoshintong nodded slowly. It's not impossible. Concentrating our best resources to train them and develop a high-level combat force is indeed beneficial for the future. We've conducted a thorough investigation of Long Zhanshan. He's an excellent officer. I have no objections to him being appointed as the head of the security department. Guoshintong paused briefly, his gaze firmly fixed on Su Feng. Besides, I have a small personal request. Su Feng was slightly taken aback. What is it? Guoshintong replied in a serious tone. I would like to transfer the captain of my recruit company, Feng Chongqing, and my best friend Wang Hao into the security department. Upon hearing this, Su Feng showed a hint of awkwardness. That does seem a bit self-serving. Guoshintong was silent for a moment, a meaningful look crossing his eyes. Then, he chuckled. I thought it was something serious. You've had considerable interaction with these two. To prevent leaks or foreign agents from taking advantage, I believe including them in this plan is the most suitable approach. Su Feng silently admired Guoshintong's shrewdness. His words not only made Su Feng feel indebted, but also preempted any possible criticism. Su Feng sincerely replied, Thank you very much, Director Guo. A look of approval flashed in Guoshintong's eyes as he continued to ask, What about other departments? Do you have any recommendations? Without hesitation, Su Feng said, For the director of the office, I want to choose Luo Jutian. For the head of the publicity department, I choose Huaxia. For the head of the research department, I choose Qian Sanyi, also known as Mr. Qian. For the head of the finance department, I choose Ouyang Shui. As for the other departments, I'll need to trouble you, Director Guo, to make arrangements. Guoshintong nodded slightly. I'm familiar with Huaxia and Mr. Qian. This Ouyang Shui wouldn't happen to be the one who has gained significant fame in the past 6 months, would she? Su Feng confirmed, Yes, that's her. She's the financial prodigy who made her name in the foreign exchange market, turning 10 million into over 16 billion in just 6 months, a 1600-fold increase. Guoshintong frowned slightly. Can she handle it? We're dealing with tens of billions of dollars in foreign assets this time, which is a completely different scale. I suggest choosing someone more experienced and steady. Su Feng replied earnestly, Director Guo, I understand your concerns. But remember, we don't need a cautious trader right now. We need an aggressive one. There's no one more suitable than her. My only concern is her character and loyalty to the country, which is why I need you to investigate her. Guoshintong nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. I'll take your advice. As for investigations, that's something I'm good at. He then asked, By the way, who is this Luo Jiotian? Su Feng took a deep breath and said slowly, Director Guo, you might not believe it, but he's just a Douyin influencer. What? An influencer? Guoshintong was shocked. You're not joking with me, are you? Su Feng maintained a serious expression. Director Guo, I wouldn't joke about something like this. The director of the office is the most important among the 12 department heads, and I'm serious about this choice. Guoshintong stared into Su Feng's eyes for a few seconds, confirming he wasn't joking, before musing, then there must be something remarkable about this person in the future, right? Su Feng nodded affirmatively. Exactly. This person will shine brightly in the future, becoming someone who can influence half of China's landscape, possessing an extremely sharp strategic vision to see what others cannot. Unfortunately, he died during the third apocalyptic beast wave. Su Feng spoke with a hint of regret as he mentioned that he had crossed paths with Luo Jiotian a few times. In a tone tinged with regret, Su Feng introduced Luo Jiotian's talents to Guoshintong. He described Luo Juxian's incisive analysis of international affairs and his rapid rise on the Douyin platform, amassing 20 million followers in just 3 months. Su Feng suggested that Director Guo watch Luo Juxian's videos to assess his capabilities. Guoshintong nodded slightly, a look of approval in his eyes. He promised to thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of Ouyang Shui and Luo Jiotian, and if appropriate, invite them to join. Confidently, Guoshintong stated that he could find other suitable candidates within a day. Shifting the topic, Guoshintong astutely picked up on Su Feng's earlier mention of the apocalyptic level beast tide. Su Feng then elaborated on the 5 levels of beast tides: alert level, hazardous level, catastrophic level, destructive level, and apocalyptic level. His tone grew increasingly somber as he described them, especially when he mentioned the extinction of human civilization during the 4th apocalyptic level beast tide, a flicker of pain passing through his eyes. After a brief silence, Guoshintong quickly composed himself. He patted Su Feng on the shoulder and said firmly, This time, we will definitely achieve ultimate victory. Su Feng's eyes were resolute as he replied, Yes, we will. At a financial center in Shenzhen, Ouyang Shui had just finished attending a forum. Feeling a bit weary, she was about to head back to rest when the event organizer approached her. Miss Ouyang, your speech was absolutely brilliant, said Mr. Qin, the organizer, with a broad smile. Ouyang Shui nodded slightly and got straight to the point. Is there something you need, Mr. Qin? There's an important person who wishes to meet you, Mr. Qin replied in a hushed tone. Ouyang Shui raised an eyebrow. Can you tell me who it is? This person holds a high position of authority, Mr. Qin said mysteriously. Ouyang Shui was taken aback, realizing such a meeting required careful consideration. She took a deep breath. Lead the way. Inside a secret meeting room, a young man sat on a sofa, smiling. Ouyang Shui was surprised, wondering if he might be a well-connected elite. My name is Su Feng, advisor to the Special Affairs Bureau. Please, have a seat, the young man said, standing to greet her. The Special Affairs Bureau? Ouyang Shui asked, puzzled. A newly established department, Su Feng explained. We'd like to invite you to be the head of our finance division. Ouyang Shui politely declined. I appreciate the offer, but I have no plans to take on a new role at this time. Su Feng responded calmly. What if it involves managing China's overseas assets, worth trillions of dollars? Ouyang Shui was incredulous. Mr. Su, you must be joking. The appointment will be made by the Prime Minister himself tomorrow, and you can witness it firsthand, Su Feng said confidently. Ouyang Shui hesitated for a moment, feeling a surge of excitement. If it's true, I will accept the position. Su Feng smiled and extended his hand. Looking forward to working with you. Ouyang Shui did not shake his hand, simply saying, let's wait until tomorrow for that. Su Feng nodded and snapped his fingers. Several soldiers appeared, ready to escort Ouyang Shui to the Special Affairs Bureau's base. Feeling slightly resigned, Ouyang Shui followed the soldiers to the base, while Su Feng moved on to his next target. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone at the door brought Luo Jutian back to reality. He straightened his clothes and approached the door with a serious expression. With a click, he opened it. As the door swung open, a young, handsome face came into view. The visitor had a bright smile but an air of youthfulness that convinced Luo Jutian he had never met this person before. Who are you? Did you knock on the wrong door? Luo Jutian asked with a frown. Before any invitation was extended, the visitor spoke up. Luo Jutian, TikTok account Luo Jutian. Luo Jutian's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be because of those videos? Trying to remain calm, he replied, that's me. I'm Su Feng, an advisor from the National Special Affairs Bureau. The young man introduced himself. Special Affairs Bureau? Luo Jutian's mind raced. As an expert in political and military studies, he had never heard of such a department. Could this be a scam? He became cautious, planning to teach this visitor a lesson. Please, come in, Luo Jutian gestured, though he was already thinking about how to expose the visitor's ruse. Once they were seated, Luo Jutian got straight to the point. What brings you here, Advisor Su? Su Feng calmly began explaining the background of the Special Affairs Bureau, slipping in several insider details. Luo Jutian listened with skepticism and tested the waters. You wouldn't be trying to recruit me, would you? Exactly, Su Feng nodded. We'd like to invite you to be our office director, our chief strategist. Luo Jutian smirked. What makes me so special? Surely, you can find someone better. Su Feng remained unfazed. Every great figure starts small. We see potential in you. Luo Jutian asked playfully. So, does this mean I need to provide some funds first? Su Feng chuckled, realizing the misunderstanding. You thought I was a con artist. He placed a badge on the table. You should be able to verify its authenticity. Luo Jutian examined it closely and had to admit the badge was expertly crafted. However, he still had doubts. An 18-year-old colonel? That's the biggest flaw. Su Feng explained. The Special Affairs Bureau is all about handling special situations. If I were a scammer, would I leave such a glaring mistake? To alleviate his remaining doubts, they went downstairs to inspect further. Seeing armed soldiers, Luo Jutian was nearly convinced. What level is the office director? He inquired. We haven't finalized the ranking yet, but given the Special Affairs Bureau's exceptional status, your role as office director would be at least equivalent to a departmental level, Su Feng replied. Su Feng thought for a moment and said, such high compensation is indeed surprising. With a slight smile, he continued, let's go. Tomorrow, the chief minister will personally appoint you, and everything will become clear then. With that, he led Luo Jutian straight to the military district. The roar of the aircraft filled the air as they flew towards the capital. Luo Jutian felt anxious yet certain that a fraudster couldn't possibly mobilize military aircraft so easily. He pondered to himself, how could I, of all people, suddenly become a department-level official? What is this grand plan Su Feng mentioned? He felt more confused than ever. The next morning, the entrance of the Special Affairs Bureau base was bustling with activity. Guo Shintong and Su Feng, leading the newly appointed 12 section chiefs, awaited the chief minister's arrival with anticipation. Ouyang Shui immediately recognized the chief minister and felt a resolute determination to stay. Greetings, Chief Minister. Welcome to the Special Affairs Bureau, Guoshintong shouted loudly. The chief minister responded kindly, Xiaoguo, I've told you many times not to indulge in formalities. Your guidance is appreciated, Chief Minister. I'll be mindful in the future, Guoshintong quickly replied. Everyone, no need to stand outside, please come in. With the chief minister's personal endorsement, the subsequent proceedings went exceptionally smoothly. His unparalleled respect and authority among the public were evident. The agenda unfolded seamlessly, including formal appointments, briefing on future disasters, collective oath-taking, and signing confidentiality agreements. By then, the basic framework of the Special Affairs Bureau was established, ready to be fleshed out. Inside Conference Room 1 at the base. Today marks the first official meeting of our Special Affairs Bureau since its establishment. The agenda is straightforward. We must expedite the selection of talent to strengthen each department. Without people, nothing can be accomplished. Feng led the meeting with concise words. Soon, the national talent pool will be fully accessible to you, and some international talent pools will also be open. Prioritizing domestic talent, if there's a shortage, international experts can be recruited. Funds and policies will be heavily in your favor, and you can recruit the necessary talent with the ultimate goal of responding to the great catastrophe. Feng's voice resonated through the conference room, each word carrying undeniable authority. He continued, remember, international talent can only be involved in execution and must not have access to core secrets. Our primary goal is to get the Special Affairs Bureau operational. We can gradually build it up afterward. He scanned the room, his gaze piercing. You have 1 week to complete the task. Do you have confidence? Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. The power at hand was enough to stir anyone's ambition. Feng nodded in satisfaction. Good. Meeting adjourned. Get to work. With that, he strode out of the conference room. Moments later, Feng appeared in the deputy director's office. Shui Yong, head of the coordination department, respectfully asked, Director Su, you wanted to see me? Feng handed him a list. I have a temporary task for you. Besides recruiting talent, you need to procure this batch of medicinal herbs globally. Remember, keep it as discreet as possible, and if you can't, expedite the process. Shui Yong glanced over the list quickly. Although he wasn't familiar with traditional Chinese medicine, many names were recognizable. He nodded slightly. I'll arrange it immediately. Feng added. The herbs are divided into 2 categories. The first doesn't require them to be wild, and there's no strict age requirement. The second must be wild, with the age requirements I've noted must meet or exceed the specified years. He produced a longer list of herbs. Inform all major state-owned medicinal herb farms to start cultivating these immediately. This is in preparation for the aftermath of the beast calamity, when these will become spiritual medicines. Shui Yong frowned slightly. They might not agree to this easily. Feng replied sternly. This is a national task and not open to debate. You can apply for appropriate subsidies if needed. Seeing this, Shui Yong didn't argue further. He understood that the chief minister had granted Feng considerable authority, and his orders were to be executed unconditionally. After making arrangements, Feng headed to the security department. Long Zhanshan humbly asked, Director Su, what's the matter? Feng spoke earnestly, Commander, you'll always be my commander. There are 2 things. First, I will be training with you this coming week. Second, you need to develop a detailed training plan for the security department and the internal members of the Special Affairs Bureau. Long Zhanshan pondered for a moment. Director Su training with us is certainly welcome. But the Special Affairs Bureau will be very busy in the future. There might not be much time for training. Feng suggested, even if there's no time, make time. Training can improve physical fitness and energy levels, reducing the need for sleep. This will be highly beneficial for them. Long Zhanshan's eyes lit up. That could work. I can have a detailed plan ready within a week. However, I'm worried about the supply of the Foundation Establishment elixir. Feng smiled. No need to worry about that. I've already spoken with Shui Yong, and soon there won't be a shortage of medicinal herbs. Then there shouldn't be any problem, Long Zhanshan said with relief. The entire Special Affairs Bureau suddenly became extremely busy. Every day, and even every moment, numerous elite talents from across the nation and even globally gathered at the base. Recently, Feng has been enjoying a rare period of leisure with only one task at hand, training. With the ample supply of Foundation elixir at his disposal, Feng has been immersing himself in his training with great enthusiasm. In just a week, his strength skyrocketed to the 82-kilogram level, making him the strongest in the base. However, after surpassing the 70-kilogram mark, his training efficiency plummeted, and progress noticeably slowed. The first-generation Foundation elixir isn't quite potent enough, Feng mused to himself. I wonder how Shui Yong's work on gathering medicinal herbs is progressing. If we can obtain enough high-quality wild herbs, Perhaps I can attempt an upgraded version. He contemplated the development plan for the Foundation Elixir. Version 1.0 was designed for the general public before the catastrophe, being affordable and widely available. Version 1.3 required more financial backing, primarily for internal use by the Special Affairs Bureau and the military. Version 1.8 was a transitional product after the Beast Calamity, addressing the common people's lack of access to beast blood. After finishing his training, Feng headed to the formulation department. The place was bustling with people and activity. Director Su? Shueyong, who had sharp eyes, immediately approached him. Is he Deputy Director Feng? Those around turned to look, their expressions filled with astonishment. Feng had long been in seclusion for training, seldom seen by other departments besides the security division. This guy is even more elusive than the director, someone whispered. I've been here for 4 days and have seen Director Gua 3 times. But this is my first time seeing Director Su. I hope I'm not interrupting your work, Feng said apologetically. Feng pushed open the office door and saw Shueyong deeply engrossed in his work, which made him feel a bit guilty. Upon hearing Feng, Shueyong lifted his head, smiled, and got up to welcome him. Not at all, Director Su. Please come in. I just brewed some good tea, perfect for you to try. Feng waved his hand. No need, I just came by to check on the progress. Shueyong immediately turned serious. What would you like to know, Director Su? How's the progress on the batch of wild herbs I asked you to procure? Feng asked directly. Shueyong quickly brought up the list. The first batch is in storage, and the rest are being procured. He handed the printed list to Feng. Feng glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. Good, keep it up. There will be a pleasant surprise soon. Back at the security department, Feng went straight to Long Zhanshan. How's the processing of the herbs going? Long Zhanshan reported excitedly. We've extracted 2,316 portions of the foundation building elixir, according to the 1.3 version formula. Feng nodded with approval. Very good. Have you completed recruiting the security personnel? Long Zhanshan nodded. 301 people, fully staffed. Feng immediately instructed. Inform them that they can use the upgraded elixir once their strength reaches 70 kilograms. What about the Special Affairs Bureau's training plan? Feng inquired. Long Zhanshan provided a detailed report on the composition of the 5-level personnel and the training schedule of 6 hours daily for core members from levels 1 to 3. Feng thought for a moment and agreed with the plan but reminded, be flexible with the initial training schedule. Afterward, Feng went to the research department. Qian Sanyi approached him. Director Su, I was just about to contact you. The grouping of the 5 major projects and the technical organization have been completed, just waiting for your instructions. Feng smiled and took out a file folder. Perfect timing. Here are the key technologies for the 5 projects. Please have the experts review them. These are some key technologies for the 5 projects, which have been improved and upgraded based on existing technologies. Mr. Qian, you can invite the experts to take a look, Feng said. The complete technology is incredibly complex and varied, and he doesn't have the luxury of time to prepare extensively. Most of the technology already exists. He just needs to point out the direction, provide some key technical parameters, and offer inspiration and guidance. The rest is up to these scientists. Feng was pondering this as he glanced at the thick stack of documents in his hand. He knew his role was to guide these top scientists, saving them precious time. As he was lost in thought, a young research assistant passed by. Xiaoli, Qian Sanyi called out quickly, stopping the young man. Mr. Qian, the assistant paused and respectfully replied. Please gather the leaders of the 5 project teams, Qian Sanyi instructed, his tone carrying a sense of urgency. Sure, I'll get right on it. The young man nodded, casting a curious glance at Feng before leaving. Eagerly, Qian Sanyi picked up the file labeled 6th Generation Nuclear Power Plant Project and started flipping through it. His brow furrowed at first, then gradually relaxed and finally, his eyes lit up with excitement. So it can be done this way. How did I not think of this before? He murmured in awe. This design is truly a stroke of genius. The cold cycle can reach such a level impressive. Before long, the other project leaders arrived one by one. Upon entering, they saw Qian Sanyi deeply engrossed in the documents, oblivious to their presence. These national treasure-level scientists exchanged puzzled looks. Seeing this, Feng stepped forward to explain. I just brought over some crucial technical data from 5 projects. Mr. Qian is reviewing the 6th generation nuclear power plant technology. Hearing this, the others snapped out of their confusion and eagerly grabbed the document folders relevant to their fields, quickly diving into their content. The room soon filled with a chorus of exclamations. Wow, what a brilliant idea. It can be done this way, unbelievable. Ingenious creativity. Where did this formula come from? Is it really effective? I need to calculate and see. Academician Luli, the leader of the 7th generation communication base station project, looked up after reviewing for a while and couldn't help but ask, Hey, Director Su, was this data obtained directly? Mr. Liu, you're aware of the current situation and my identity. so you should know where these technologies originate. Su Feng explained seriously. These data have been meticulously calculated and deduced by future generations. They are extremely valuable and can save us a significant amount of time. Lu Li frowned slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Right, I almost forgot. But I always feel the urge to verify these calculations myself. Su Feng shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. Mr. Liu, you'll have plenty of time to study them in detail later. Right now, our primary task is to advance the project's progress, produce a prototype, and achieve mass production as soon as possible. Time and manpower are limited, so we can't afford the luxury of slow verification. Lu Li sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. I understand. Don't worry, I know what's important. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Liu, Su Feng said, then turned to the others, raising his voice. Everyone, most of these parameters are conclusions already reached in the future, with some key development directions and inspiration for technological breakthroughs. I've done all I can. Now it's up to you. Thank you for your hard work. Only 2 people responded to Su Feng, while the others were engrossed in the technical documents, seemingly oblivious to his words. Su Feng sighed inwardly. Technicians really are different. He turned to Lu Li. Mr. Liu, please brief everyone later. I'm off now, but if there are any questions, feel free to come to me. If it's within my knowledge, I'll provide answers immediately. Lu Li nodded. All right. With that, his attention returned to the technical documents in his hands. Su Feng shook his head with a hint of resignation and left the research department, heading towards the military engineering department. As he reached the entrance, the department head, Chinamo, came to greet him, his worried expression replaced by relief. Director Su, I've been eagerly waiting for you. If you hadn't come, I was about to go find you. Feigning ignorance, Su Feng asked, Director Qin. What's the urgent matter? Chinmo explained with a troubled look. Director Su, our military engineering department's framework is set up, but you haven't assigned us any tasks. Everyone is at a loss about what to do. We've never encountered such a situation before. We want to work hard, but we don't know where to start. Su Feng chuckled. Haha, so that's the issue. Well, here I am. He continued seriously, Director Qin. Your department has 3 important tasks to undertake now. Please go ahead, Director Su, Chinamo said, listening intently. Su Feng began detailing the tasks, from halting the production at national military factories to transitioning to light weapon production, and finally to mass-producing various types of weapons and ammunition. He emphasized the necessity of a militarized populace and the importance of stockpiling resources in advance. Chinamo couldn't help but gasp, Director Su, do we really need that much? We need as much as possible, not less, Su Feng replied firmly. If raw materials are insufficient, buy them. Don't worry about the money. That's the finance department's concern. Chinamo quickly took out a notebook to jot down Su Feng's requirements. Su Feng continued. The second task is this. He pulled out a stack of sketches from a folder, depicting various equipment designs. These are modified equipment, tested in future battles specifically against fierce beasts. I've only sketched the outlines and annotated key parameters. You can directly approach relevant military enterprises to modify production lines and start manufacturing. The principle remains. The more, the better. He handed the folder and sketches to Chinamo, detailing the features and uses of each piece of equipment. In conclusion, he said, with these blueprints, I believe there shouldn't be any major issues. Chinamo glanced at the blueprint. It was fairly neat and showed some skill. Su Feng surveyed the bustling scene in the military engineering department and said in a deep voice, Third, halt all production of naval equipment. If possible, recycle the materials. If not, see if any countries are willing to trade raw materials for them. I believe many countries will be interested, and we need more raw materials. Hearing this, Chinamo furrowed his brow with concern and said, Director Su, this might be a bit difficult. The Navy folks might go crazy over this. Su Feng waved his hand, his expression resolute. If they do go crazy, have Director Gua step in. The future oceans are no longer places humans can venture into. All naval equipment, even aircraft carriers, are no match for the giant sea creatures. It's a serious waste. Chinamo nodded thoughtfully. Director Su, you make a good point. I'll do my best to withstand the pressure. Su Feng patted Chinamo on the shoulder, his tone gentle. The military engineering department has a tough task. You're doing a great job. It's all for China. Chinamo responded solemnly. Leaving the military engineering department, Su Feng headed straight to the infrastructure department. He saw Shen Qie busily directing his team and called out, Chief Shan. Shen Qie looked up at the sound, a smooth smile on his face. Director Su, what brings you here in person? You could have just called for me, and I'd have come to you. Su Feng waved it off, speaking casually. No need for that. I have some free time anyway. Director Su personally came over. Is there any work that needs to be arranged? Shen Qie asked. Su Feng nodded slightly and led Shan Qie to the office. After closing the door, Su Feng spoke with a serious expression. I have two tasks for your infrastructure department. Xinxia sat upright and attentive. Please, go ahead. First, effective immediately, halt all national infrastructure projects, including railways, highways, and airport construction, Su Feng said, delivering a shocking directive. Xinxia's eyes widened in disbelief. What? These are the backbone of the national economy. Stopping them could cause a huge uproar and potentially collapse the economy. This isn't a hard landing. It's a free fall. He continued to analyze. There are tens of millions employed in the construction industry nationwide. Massive unemployment would have severe consequences. More importantly, we have no reason to do this. It could spark public outrage and lead to unrest. It's not the right time to announce any disaster. The public is unaware. Su Feng explained. I understand your concerns. But continuing construction would just waste resources. Future developments will require demolishing high-rise buildings, and the planet's expansion will destroy roads and railways. What use is the current infrastructure? He then outlined a solution. We need to consolidate all state-owned construction companies nationwide and absorb these workers for training. We will build city walls and fortresses, mobilizing active and retired military engineers as instructors. These laborers are for the Thousand Cities plan and won't be unemployed. Private enterprises can handle the construction of new city facilities to temporarily stabilize the situation. Xinxia suddenly understood. I see. Director Su, your foresight is remarkable. Su Feng continued. The second task is to demolish all buildings taller than 100 meters to recycle the materials. Xinxia expressed his concern. This could cause massive public discontent. Are these recycled materials truly useful? Su Feng explained. High-rise buildings pose significant future risks. They could collapse and cause casualties or become shelters for flying beasts. As for material utilization, I have a plan, and nothing will be wasted. Xinxia had a sudden idea. Director Su, don't we have laser weapons? Could we equip high-rises with laser weapons for a strategic advantage? Su Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. You make a good point. We can preserve historically significant landmark buildings and equip them with laser weapons. We'll discuss the handling of high-rise residential buildings later. Xinxia breathed a sigh of relief. Director Su, your thoughtful consideration is the best approach. Su Feng added. Also, we must protect cultural and historical sites. We can build cities around them to accommodate some of the relocated population. Xinxia nodded repeatedly. Director Su, your plan is comprehensive. I'll get right on it. After leaving the infrastructure department, Su Feng went to the finance department. Miss Ouyang, are you satisfied with everything here? Su Feng asked with a cheerful smile. Ouyang Shue's eyes lit up as she said, that's great. We didn't get a chance to say it last time, but here's to a successful partnership. She extended her hand with a sincere smile. Su Feng shook her hand, smiling in return, to a successful partnership. After the pleasantries, Su Feng's demeanor turned serious. The plan is in motion, and all departments are starting to gear up. We now need a substantial amount of funding and raw materials. It's time for the finance department to step up. Ouyang Shue nodded, a glint of determination in her eyes. I've already formulated a plan. Within a month and a half, we aim to secure 1.3 trillion globally. However, she added with a hint of concern, this might stir discontent among various countries and put diplomatic pressure on China. Su Feng scoffed. Discontent? It's not something we need to worry about. My only concern is whether the raw materials and funds can be secured on time. His words filled Ouyang Shue with excitement and boosted her confidence. Rest assured, everything will be in place on time, she assured with confidence. Leaving the finance department, Su Feng headed to the heart of the Special Affairs Bureau, the director's office. He greeted warmly, Director Luo, how are you adjusting to life here? Luo Zhoutian replied candidly, it was an adjustment at first, but now I get along well with my colleagues. The work keeps me so busy that I've grown accustomed to it. As the young chief strategist of the office, he initially faced considerable pressure. Yet, within a week, he had earned the respect and admiration of his highly intelligent team, even impressing Su Feng. Su Feng mused to himself that, if not for his status as a reborn individual, achieving Luo Zhoutian's level of excellence might have been difficult. All right, now that all departments have begun their preliminary operations, Su Feng gave Luo Zhoutian a brief overview of the operations within the Special Affairs Bureau's departments, emphasizing the crucial role of the central brain. He elaborated on the challenging tasks such as balancing various relationships, establishing comprehensive systems, ensuring task completion, and stabilizing people's livelihoods. After listening, Luo Zhoutian, despite feeling the immense pressure, resolutely assured, Director Su, rest assured, I will spare no effort in coordinating the work. Su Feng nodded and shifted the conversation. In addition, there's a critical mission, the Thousand Cities plan. Seeing that Luo Zhoutian had some understanding, he explained the plan's 4 key points in detail: decentralized city layout, self-sufficiency, cultural heritage protection, and nationwide field surveys. Su Feng explained each point clearly and methodically. Luo Jiutian listened intently, nodding occasionally. When Su Feng mentioned the urgent deadline of starting within a month, Luo Jiutian furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, perhaps we could plan in phases, constructing some cities first to gain experience. Su Feng readily accepted the suggestion. Finally, Su Feng remembered a crucial detail. In the planning process, the city population must not fall below 10,000. Luo Jiutian pondered this and solemnly agreed. Understood. I will reclassify based on population to ensure that even the smallest city has over 10,000 residents. Take care, Director Su. After leaving the director's office, Su Feng visited other departments one by one to assign tasks and also took the opportunity to assess their situations, ensuring he had a clear understanding of everything. Su Feng moved briskly between departments. His expression was serious, his eyes sharp as he carefully observed the operations of each department. He would occasionally pause to ask questions, nod in acknowledgement, or frown in thought. By the time he finished all his work and returned to the security department, the sky had already darkened. Wang Hao noticed Su Feng's tired expression and a hint of concern flashed in his eyes as he teased. Su Feng, you look like you had quite a day, huh? Su Feng rubbed his temples and exhaled deeply. Yeah, it's mentally exhausting. There's a lot to handle, but fortunately, everyone is really dedicated. He looked at Wang Hao with slight curiosity. Hey, what brings you here? Do you need something? Wang Hao smiled and explained. It's my turn to be on duty today. He picked up a package from the table and handed it to Su Feng. Here, this is from Chief Long. He asked me to keep it safe and give it to you when you returned. Su Feng took the package and examined it curiously. What's inside? Wang Hao explained in detail. It's a set of herbs for the upgraded version of the Foundation Establishment Elixir. They've been pre-mixed. Chief Long said you might need them. There are 10 portions here, and when you run out, they'll send more. Su Feng nodded and casually set the herbs aside. He looked at Wang Hao and asked in a casual tone, are you adjusting well here? A hint of pride flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Not too bad. It was a bit restrictive at first, but I've gotten used to it now. Plus, with my brother being the deputy director, everyone calls me Brother Hao. It's quite something. Su Feng frowned slightly, his tone becoming a bit more serious. It's good that you're adapting, but don't let it go to your head. Wang Hao quickly straightened up and said, don't worry, I know my limits. You know me, right? I know what I can and can't do. Su Feng's expression softened a bit, and he nodded slightly. I trust you, of course. Wang Hao suddenly looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but held back. By the way, Su Feng, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. But you've been so busy lately, there hasn't been a good time. Su Feng raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. What's the question? So, in my past life, or rather in the future, when did I die? How did it happen? Su Feng paused for a moment, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. You died 3 years after the calamity of the fierce beasts, sacrificing yourself on the battlefield in the northwest region. By then, you were already a battalion commander. Your entire battalion was known as the Hero Battalion, and all of you bravely perished in that brutal battle. Wang Hao, upon hearing the news of his own death, didn't show fear. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Ha! I became a battalion commander in just 3 years? Not bad at all. He turned to Su Feng and curiously asked, what about you? What rank were you at that time? Su Feng instinctively tilted his head, feigning profundity. I was a regiment commander, your direct superior. Wang Hao squinted his eyes, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Ha! You always tilt your head when you're lying. Were you still just a low-ranking soldier back then? Caught out, Su Feng felt a bit embarrassed and confessed honestly. Well, I wasn't exactly a low-ranking soldier, but I was just a platoon leader. There was quite a gap between us, he explained. I wasn't as physically fit, but I was lucky enough to survive battle after battle. In the 9th year, I unexpectedly received an invitation to the City of Trials, and that's how I rose quickly. Just as I thought. Wang Hao burst into laughter, his eyes shining with a sense of victory. Su Feng suddenly turned serious and asked, aren't you afraid of dying? Wang Hao's smile faded, and he replied calmly, afraid? Who isn't afraid of dying? But now that you've been reborn and brought me here, I believe my fate has changed. So, what's there to fear? Besides, if I can become a battalion commander and die heroically on the battlefield, it wouldn't have been a wasted life. Su Feng looked at Wang Hao's still optimistic attitude and felt a sense of admiration. You're still the same. With that, he picked up the Foundation Establishment Elixir and returned to his room without further words. Inside his room, Su Feng poured a portion of the Foundation Establishment Elixir into a wooden tub and began his focus stance training. He always maintained a serious and persistent attitude towards cultivation. In a military factory in central China, Lu Jie stood before Director Li, his expression serious as he said, Director Li, this is the directive from above. We will supply ample funds and materials. Your task is to transition production and run shifts 247 to produce as many as possible. Director Li's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Transition all production to these infantry weapons? Are you out of your mind? Lu Jie remained unmoved, calmly repeating, "This is the directive from above." Director Li stormed into his office to make a phone call. Moments later, he emerged, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Commissioner Lu, has something major happened? Why the sudden need to mass-produce these weapons? Surely we don't lack them in China?" Lu Jie shook his head. "Director Li, I am not privy to the details. My role is to convey the orders and oversee production progress." Director Li sighed in resignation. "Very well, please inform the higher-ups that our factory will ensure the task is completed on time." In a military factory in northeast China, Chief Engineer Shi scrutinized the blueprints, frowning. "Commissioner Wang, this fighter jet design is peculiar. The energy density of the laser weapon module falls short, allowing only 1 or 2 shots at most. And this close combat fighter jet doesn't align with modern aerial combat requirements at all." Wang Fei patiently explained. "Chief Engineer Shi, the higher-ups must have considered the bigger picture. We just need to follow the directives and focus on research and production." Chief Engineer Shi sighed, still worried. "Even if what you say makes sense, without addressing the energy density issue, overcoming this technical hurdle won't be possible in the short term. Take a look at the next page, Chief Engineer Shi," Wang Fei said, pointing to the design plans for a new laser weapon module. The battery module uses cutting-edge battery technology with extremely high energy density. According to the specifications, a full charge allows for around 600 attacks, fully meeting the needs for close combat. Chief Engineer Shi took the plans, his brows furrowed as he examined every detail meticulously. His fingers traced over the blueprint, his eyes reflecting a professional intensity. After a long pause, he looked up, surprise evident in his expression. This design is highly feasible. Where did you get it from?" Wang Fei smiled knowingly. "Chief Engineer Shi, you should be aware of the confidentiality protocols, right?" Realization dawned on Chief Engineer Shi, and he nodded lightly. "I understand." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "If the technology on these plans is accurate, and with the 500-plus engineers you've brought in, we should be able to overcome all technical challenges and achieve mass production within 2 months. Wang Fei's eyes lit up. "Then I'll leave everything in your capable hands, Chief Engineer Shi." Following this, special agents like Lu Jie and Wang Fei began dispatching to major military enterprises across the country. Armed with carefully crafted objectives, they guided factories to pivot towards producing the necessary weaponry and ammunition. From light and heavy arms to small combat aircraft, nuclear-powered laser cannons to personal mechs, and even intelligent drone swarms based on 7th-generation communication technology, nothing was left out. Despite the skepticism among the leaders of these military factories, the top authorities had reached a consensus. Any concerns raised were met with a consistent response: commit to the transformation. However, the changes in the military sector were just the beginning. The real shock came with the sudden halt of national infrastructure projects. This news was like a thunderclap, instantly going viral across the internet. Major media outlets rushed to cover the story, and social media influencers offered a flurry of opinions. This is undoubtedly the biggest black swan event of 2023 in our country. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened, and why there was a sudden order to stop all national infrastructure projects? What exactly happened overnight? Our foreman told us to rest in the dormitory. Could it be that the pandemic has worsened? The construction site was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to its usual hustle and bustle. Workers gathered in small groups at the dormitory entrance, speculating about the situation. Some guessed that the pandemic had intensified, but this was quickly dismissed. If it were the pandemic, it wouldn't just halt the construction industry. More people were worried about the possibility of war, which heightened the tension. At that moment, an older worker stepped forward, speaking calmly, "Everyone, don't panic. Such a complete work stoppage must have been a well-considered decision by the higher-ups. We need to trust in the country and patiently await further instructions." His words brought a semblance of calm to the crowd. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading like wildfire online. Suddenly, a piece of gossip about the Thousand Cities plan went viral nationwide, even topping the trending list. Allegedly, this was a national project with no investment cap, requiring the combined efforts of the entire country. The news sparked widespread discussion among netizens. Some were thrilled, believing it would significantly enhance urban infrastructure, while others questioned its authenticity, urging the authorities to clarify. However, the officials remained silent, which only fueled the belief in the rumor's truth. In the Special Affairs Bureau's director's office, Feng was in a meeting with department heads. "Sister Hua, the public opinion guidance is going well," Feng praised. "Next, we need to maintain stability and wait until the enterprises are integrated before announcing the next steps." He then turned to others. "Section Chief Shan, how is the enterprise integration progressing?" "Section Chief Su, How is the recruitment for the third leadership position going? Director Luo, is the plan ready? Each person reported their progress, with Su Feng nodding occasionally. The meeting was orderly, exuding an air of tension mixed with hope. Luo Jiutian nodded slightly, indicating satisfaction. Luo Jiutian handed the thick folder to Su Feng, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Taking a deep breath, he began to elaborate on the ambitious Thousand Cities plan. We will implement it in 4 phases. In the first phase, we'll construct 3,500 small to medium-sized new cities under the guise of cultural and tourism projects in the wilderness of the central and western regions and other areas, accommodating 380 million people. This is expected to be completed within 5 months. Luo Jiutian traced his finger across the map, highlighting each region. In the second phase, leveraging our accumulated experience and skilled workers, we'll transform 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier cities nationwide by building city walls. This will be completed in 4 months and can accommodate 1 billion people. Su Feng nodded slightly, signaling him to proceed. In the third phase, we will renovate the remaining 1st and 2nd-tier cities within 2.5 months, increasing the capacity by 130 million people. Finally, in the 4th phase, we will spend 2 months demolishing hazardous buildings and mobilizing the entire nation. After finishing, Luo Jiutian looked at Su Feng with a hint of anticipation. Su Feng pondered for a moment, quickly calculating the numbers. So, once the Thousand Cities plan is complete, the total capacity of all cities will be around 1.53 billion people? Su Feng asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Luo Jiutian immediately responded, yes, between 1.52 and 1.53 billion, and we can ensure they live very comfortably. Su Feng glanced around, making eye contact with everyone in the room. What do you all think? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. He understood that only by pooling their insights could they perfect a plan that would impact the lives of billions. Director Luo, have you calculated the budget required to build so many cities? Ouyang Shui asked bluntly, her brow slightly furrowed. Luo Jiutian paused for a moment before explaining slowly, due to time constraints, we've only made a preliminary budget. The specific figures will depend on the costs of super cement and alloy number 3. He paused and continued. The funding will primarily come from 2 sources, issuing special national bonds and moderate monetary expansion. Considering the potential collapse of the monetary system after 2025, the short-term impact is limited. Ouyang Shui was not entirely satisfied and pressed further. With only 1.4 billion people nationwide, why plan for 1.5 billion? In the face of disaster, living standards can be lowered, and city sizes should be reduced. Luo Jiutian explained. We plan to bring back overseas Chinese and attract foreign talent. The number of cities is crucial for territorial control and cannot be reduced, but their size can be adjusted. Ouyang Shui turned to Su Feng, seeking his opinion. Su Feng nodded and said, the number of cities indeed can't be reduced, but their scale can be minimized, which is beneficial for defense. Compared to our previous lives, a slight decrease in living standards is acceptable. He continued, as for the budget, the future monetary system is bound to collapse, allowing us to be more aggressive. Quantitative easing might inflate bubbles, but it can stimulate the economy. After 2025, the presence or absence of bubbles will lead to collapse anyway. Su Feng reminded. Also, some vested interests should contribute. Director Luo can find ways to involve them, provided it doesn't lead to chaos. Luo Jiutian expressed his concerns. These individuals hold immense wealth, and involving them could easily cause unrest. Su Feng replied coldly, in chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. We can appoint wealthy individuals from each province as external members of the Special Affairs Bureau. I'm confident they'll make the right choice. With them leading, others won't cause much trouble. However, this should be postponed, as we currently have sufficient funds. Luo Jiutian nodded thoughtfully. Su Feng added, in the future, 2 new currencies will emerge, blood crystal stones and beast orbs. Beast orbs can be used for cultivation and power generation, serving as early hard currency. Blood crystal stones, on the other hand, are nurtured underground in blessed lands, similar to spirit stones. Based on scientists' speculation, it is highly likely that this is a type of blood energy crystal formed from the blood of fierce beasts seeping underground, which then transformed over countless years under high pressure and other specific environmental conditions. Su Feng furrowed his brows slightly and slowly revealed a startling hypothesis. In fact, these so-called paradises might originate from different dimensions or worlds and have simply merged with Blue Star. The expansion of Blue Star is probably related to this as well. Those fierce beasts might be creatures from other worlds. He paused, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, even after being reborn, we still haven't found definitive answers. However, one thing is certain: the crystals can not only be used for cultivation but also provide energy through special devices, similar to the function of beast orbs. Consequently, they have become one of the 2 major hard currencies globally. Ouyang Shui nodded thoughtfully, a spark of brilliance in her eyes. In that case, we can indeed expand the scale of our plan. It seemed she had already sketched a new blueprint in her mind. Su Feng looked around at the group, encouragingly. Are there any questions about the Thousand Cities plan? It's best to raise them now to avoid unnecessary troubles during implementation. With his words, the meeting room immediately buzzed with activity. People voiced a series of questions. Is the number of workers involved in construction sufficient? How can we manage effectively? How should we handle unforeseen incidents? Are there enough excavators, trucks, and drivers? Can the production of super cement and alloy number 3 keep up? How do we mobilize civilian resources while maintaining confidentiality? How should the national transportation network coordinate? Luo Jiutian responded to some of the questions, but many required further information gathering. Su Feng made decisive decisions on a few key issues on the spot, and other attendees also offered their suggestions. After more than 4 hours of intense discussion, the group finally came up with a preliminary plan for the Thousand Cities project. Zhang Jiangguo, in his 50s, is a construction worker. Although the work is tough, the pay is decent. Moreover, in recent years, the government has placed significant emphasis on migrant workers, ensuring they no longer face the same wage issues as before, allowing him to support his family. However, life took an unexpected turn when a work stoppage notice left Zhang Jiangguo without a source of income. He struggled to make ends meet with odd jobs, always hoping for news of work resuming. One day, a call from his foreman, Lao Li, sparked hope. Zhang Jiangguo hurried to Shuachin restaurant to meet with his fellow workers. Lao Li mysteriously mentioned the Thousand Cities plan, piquing everyone's curiosity. I heard the internet is buzzing about it, Zhang Jiangguo said. Everyone's guessing what this plan is all about. Lao Li grinned and produced a document. We're going to be absorbed by a state-owned enterprise. We'll have salaries, insurance, and benefits. It's 10 times better than now. The group was incredulous, but slowly accepted the good news after reading the document carefully. Lao Li explained, the country plans to build 3,500 new cultural and tourism cities. That's the Thousand Cities plan. 3,500 cities? But aren't there more buildings than people already? Someone questioned. Lao Li waved it off. Don't worry about that. It's beneficial for us. Just think about how long it will take to build all this. We won't be out of work anytime soon, and our wages will go up. What about you, Lao Li? Zhang Jiangguo asked. I'm your team leader now. I heard there'll be military-style management to boost efficiency. Some were concerned about returning to the old communal work system, but Lao Li reassured them, don't overthink it. Just knowing we have work and money is enough. Come on, let's drink. The group raised their glasses in celebration of a promising future. Once the slightly revised Thousand Cities plan was announced to the public, it caused a sensation online, with discussions spreading across the country and even the world. It's not really their fault. Don't we all think the same way sometimes? Who could have predicted things would turn out like this? Building 3,500 new cities is sheer madness. Whose idea was this anyway? Don't they realize how much national resources will be squandered, turning vast wealth into cold steel and concrete? I frowned as I pondered. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to invest this money in military development, building aircraft carriers and fighter jets? While first and second-tier cities are overcrowded with skyrocketing housing prices, third and fourth-tier cities still have an oversupply of houses. Almost every family owns 1 or 2 properties, and the prices aren't too high. I can't help but wonder, who will live in these new cities once they are built? Are there really that many buyers ready to step in? Upon closer inspection of the notice, it turns out these are cultural and tourism cities. Maybe the plan is to boost tourism by creating small towns similar to ancient ones. But even so, 3,500 seems excessive. The country doesn't need that many. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could these so-called new cities be templates for rural revitalization? If they're transforming 3,500 rural areas, perhaps the expense isn't as outrageous. But even for rural redevelopment, does it really require all the construction workers in the country? The more I think about it, the more something seems off. The information made public is surely just the tip of the iceberg. While everyone is focused on these new cities, I noticed another detail. All national construction enterprises have suddenly undergone restructuring and are even reaching out to private construction companies. Could all of this be tied to the Thousand City plan? What's even more astonishing is that the restructured state-owned enterprises are recruiting construction workers nationwide, potentially millions of them. What could this possibly mean? I can't wrap my head around it. Just as I was deep in thought, my phone buzzed. I opened my stock app and was thrilled to see that the stock I was stuck with had skyrocketed. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, grateful that I hadn't sold at a loss. As long as I hold on long enough, even the market manipulators will be puzzled. They won't get my shares that easily. Brilliant. A popular online live stream invited Mr. Ju, a retired military strategist, and Mr. One, who has always shown a keen interest in agriculture. The event attracted a large audience. In the live stream room, The host glanced at the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen and smiled slightly, steering the conversation towards the hot topic of the moment. Mr. Ju, what are your thoughts on the much-discussed Thousand Cities plan? Do you have any insider information to share? Mr. Ju stroked his beard and responded with a hint of exasperation. I'm just a retired old man. What could I possibly know? He paused, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. However, if you ask for my opinion, I do have one. Everyone knows our country is currently promoting rural revitalization. Since this Thousand Cities plan involves cultural and tourism cities, and given our nation's 5,000 years of historical heritage, building these cities might be a way to revive our Huaxia culture. I don't see much wrong with that. The host nodded and turned to Mr. Wan. Mr. Wan, what about you? What's your take? Mr. Wan adjusted his glasses, pondered for a moment, and said, over the years, we've invested heavily in rural areas, to the tune of trillions. These are all sunk costs. It's time to reap the benefits. He glanced at Mr. Ju and continued, I tend to agree with Mr. Ju. The country seems to be executing a grand strategy. All we need to do is watch, follow instructions, and not cause trouble. Think about our development history. Many policies were initially criticized and doubted, but after a few years, as Mr. Wan and Mr. Ju exchanged remarks, it seemed as though they revealed a lot, yet nothing concrete. Viewers began to wonder if Mr. Ju was pulling their leg again. In the Special Affairs Bureau, Feng laughed heartily as he watched the live stream. When it comes to strategic deception, confusing foreign entities, and muddying the waters, Mr. Ju is the master. He turned to Huaxia and asked, by the way, Huaxia, have Mr. Ju and Mr. Wan been recruited into the propaganda department? They're both quite talented. Huaxia smiled gently. Yes, they've been brought in as peripheral core members. Their current task is to divert public attention and muddy the waters of public opinion, making it difficult for foreign entities to understand the situation, thus buying us more time. Feng gave a thumbs up. Excellent. In the White House in Sam's country, old Denton threw the intelligence report on the ground in anger, questioning furiously. Building 3,500 new cities? Do you believe this fake news? James, the director of the Shield Bureau, wore a serious expression as he analyzed. The entire Huaxia internet is buzzing with this topic, but their officials haven't released detailed information. There might be something hidden. In Huaxia's terms, this could be a case of building a road openly while sneaking through the passageway. Old Denton squinted his eyes. You seem to know a lot about Huaxia? James was startled and quickly bowed his head in explanation. It's all for the greatness of Sam's country. Old Denton waved his hand wearily. I don't care what methods you use, but you must find out what they're really planning. Summoning tens of millions of construction workers across the country is highly unusual. What kind of massive project would require so many people? As he spoke, old Denton unknowingly began to doze off. James watched this scene, shook his head helplessly, and quietly left the room. Meanwhile, in a cabinet in Japan, the Prime Minister was in a rage. Baka, were you all raised on stupidity? We've planted so many agents in Huaxia over the years, and now they're making such a big move, yet you can't get any useful intelligence? You're all as good as dead. A cautious intelligence officer ventured a guess. Prime Minister, it seems like Sam's country hasn't obtained any useful information either. Could it be we're overthinking this, and it's merely a rural revitalization plan? The Prime Minister laughed angrily. Rural revitalization? You believe that nonsense? Does rural revitalization require tens of millions of construction workers? Huaxia is currently the fastest-growing major economy in the world, soon to surpass Sam's country. If they abandon their ongoing infrastructure projects nationwide at this critical time, do you realize the massive economic losses they would incur? And they don't even bat an eye? Do you believe there's nothing fishy going on? The intelligence officer immediately realized the oversimplification of his thoughts and quickly bowed his head in apology. Yes, I understand my mistake. Investigate, at all costs, even if it means waking up those crucial players. We must find out what they're up to, or we won't be able to sleep peacefully, the Prime Minister demanded through gritted teeth, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He slammed the table and continued, don't be fooled by China's talk of neighborly relations. Do you think they have forgotten what we did back then? They haven't. If they get the chance, they'll surely drag us into an abyss. I will not allow that to happen. The Prime Minister's voice was filled with anxiety and unease. Despite his efforts to conceal it, the fear on his face was still evident. Clearly, China's rise posed a significant threat to him. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, the emperor was convening a meeting with top officials. He glanced around the room and asked in a deep voice, what does our friend in the East intend to do? With such a big commotion, what are your thoughts? One senior official analyzed, it's unclear, but given their usual approach, they always plan meticulously before taking action. They must have anticipated the global uproar this would cause, yet they went ahead. There must be a compelling reason. Another official interjected, Emperor, our focus should not be on this right now. The West is our current priority. Those Europeans are getting more audacious. and we must show them we mean business. The emperor pondered for a moment and said, very well. We still need our Eastern friends' support. Let's ask if they need any assistance. Perhaps we can glean some insights indirectly. The foreign minister immediately responded, understood. I'll handle it. Meanwhile, at number 10 in foggy London, the prime minister was holding an emergency meeting. He frowned and asked, you've all heard about the developments in China, haven't you? What do you think they're planning? What's the true intention behind the Thousand Cities plan? The intelligence officer cautiously analyzed. From the intelligence we've gathered so far, it seems to be about their rural revitalization and transformation. I believe they are capable of it. Remember, they've accomplished everything they've claimed they would. The prime minister was clearly dissatisfied with this explanation, exchanging skeptical glances with other ministers. He said gravely, is it really that simple? Investigate, find out their true intentions. Also, reach out to the US. Hopefully we can share intelligence. A minister promptly responded, understood. I'll get on it right away. Not just these four nations, but the entire world. Any country interested in international affairs and wanting to make a move on the global chessboard turned their eyes to the Eastern power, employing various means, including diplomatic efforts, all with a single purpose: to uncover the true intentions of the Eastern giant. The cafeteria at the Special Affairs Bureau. Guo Shintong carried his bowl over to Su Feng's table, speaking with a hint of significance. Those rats have started to make a move. Su Feng raised an eyebrow, responding with a cheerful grin, Director Guo, weren't you always quite adept at dealing with rats? Now that they've made the first move, why not catch them all in one go? Guo Shintong shook his head slightly, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Catching them all at once is impossible. But this time, we can clean the house a bit more thoroughly and keep them at bay for a while. When will you take action? Su Feng asked with curiosity. Guo Shintong put down his chopsticks and lowered his voice. Cats like to toy with mice before catching them. They've just started moving. Catching them now would only alert them. We should wait, let them search for answers. See the growing commotion in Huaxia with no progress. They'll eventually awaken the most deeply hidden rats. That's the best time to close the net. Su Feng's eyes lit up. Director Guo, you're playing a grand game of chess here. Let's say it's a game we're playing together. Guo Shintong smiled slightly. With the implementation of the Special Affairs Bureau's policies, will undoubtedly attract more external attention. The later stages will involve more confidential matters. If we can eliminate these rats early on, it will be highly beneficial for Huaxia. Su Feng nodded in agreement. I must say, wisdom comes with age. Looking forward to your brilliant performance, Director Guo. Don't forget to inform me once the operation is over. Rest assured, it won't take long, and it won't interfere with the National Cultivation Plan. Guo Shintong replied, then curiously asked, speaking of the National Cultivation Plan, do you have any detailed proposals? Su Feng stood up, picking up his tray. Come on, I've already called the others. Let's have a meeting about the National Cultivation Plan. The two headed to the conference room in the director's office of the Special Affairs Bureau. This was where secret plans were discussed, accessible only to department heads, with a high level of confidentiality. As they entered, everyone stood up. Director Guo, Director Su? Guo Shintong nodded slightly. Please, have a seat. Then he turned to Su Feng. You should lead this meeting. Su Feng cleared his throat and began outlining the plan. As you all know, the purpose of establishing the Special Affairs Bureau is to address the beast calamity of 2025 and safeguard Huaxia civilization. We've prepared many contingencies, but two are paramount. The Thousand Cities Plan, which is our foundation and is already in motion. Today, we're discussing the second plan, the National Mobilization Plan. This is offensive, taking initiative, accelerating Huaxia's evolution. He continued to explain the 5 key elements of the National Mobilization Plan: modern weaponry, robust physical health, discipline, military training, and combat experience. He then emphasized the 2-step strategy for robust physical health, national fitness, and national cultivation. The first step, which I call national fitness, involves introducing a set of exercises combining ancient martial arts, modern combat techniques, yoga, and breathing exercises. This routine will be promoted nationwide, from schools to broader society. Su Feng did not elaborate on the second step. The third point is to instill strict discipline, which can be achieved through nationwide military training. Su Feng surveyed the room with a determined expression and said, we will deploy soldiers to schools and major corporations to conduct military training 1 day a week. By the second half of next year, we might even implement full-time national military training. He paused and continued, fourth, we need to cultivate military skills. Besides combat techniques, we will train in shooting, grenade throwing, and even using mortars and RPGs. Driving off-road military vehicles is also in the plan. I intend to focus on these 6 months from now. Su Feng's eyes sharpened. Fifth, actual combat. This can only happen after the beast crisis. Initially, the beast will be relatively weak, and we can eliminate them with firearms. At that time, we will take turns sending people out of the city to fight, develop combat skills, and get them accustomed to the sight of blood. Real combat is more effective than any training. He looked around and concluded, this is my initial plan for a nation of soldiers. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to bring them up. Today's meeting is meant to identify gaps and finalize the plan. Long Zhanshan frowned and asked, Director Su, how effective is the set of broadcast exercises? Su Feng, sensing his concern, replied with a question. Are you worried that the results might be too impressive and cause public uproar? Long Zhanshan nodded in agreement. Exactly. If the effects are immediate, it might lead to suspicion and public pressure. Su Feng thought for a moment and responded, there are results, but they're not as profound as formal techniques. Those with exceptional talent might reach the first level of skin refinement within 6 months, gaining 100 kilograms of strength. It's strong but not extraordinary. Most people, even in an environment rich with spiritual energy, will need over a year. In 6 months, at most, they'll see some improvement in physical fitness. Long Zhanshan breathed a sigh of relief. If it takes 6 months, then it's manageable. Su Feng looked around and reiterated. Does anyone else have questions or concerns? Director Su, we really don't need to worry about causing social unrest. Instead of promoting it in schools, parks, and companies, which is costly, time-consuming, and cumbersome, why don't we directly release the cultivation methods to the public and teach everyone how to practice? I believe that once people understand, they will practice on their own without any prompting from us, Shin Chia suggested. Su Feng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, frowning slightly. He shook his head slowly, his tone tinged with resignation. I've thought about this approach too, but there are 3 reasons it won't work. Raising one finger, Su Feng continued. First, while social unrest is a concern, it's not the biggest obstacle. He raised a second finger. Second, cultivation is not something to be taken lightly. One wrong step can deplete one's energy and blood, jeopardizing health. It needs to be supplemented with herbal remedies, like our foundation establishment elixir, especially for beginners. Su Feng furrowed his brows. Currently, we're only able to procure the herbs secretly, and the supply is far from enough. If we release the formula publicly, there will be a global rush to buy the ingredients. We need 6 months to complete our acquisitions to meet the initial demand. He smiled slightly. In comparison, this set of exercises is much gentler. It only requires a bit more meat in the diet. It can help improve the public's physical condition, laying a foundation for future cultivation. Raising a third finger, Su Feng concluded. Finally, even if we gather enough herbs, it won't be enough to meet the demand of the entire nation. Herbs take time to grow, and we haven't been cultivating them in large quantities. Our priority must be supplying the military. His gaze swept across the room. My plan is to provide at least 10 doses of the foundation establishment elixir to each person who begins cultivation, ensuring they successfully complete their initial practice and the early stages of improvement. This is the goal for our 6-month acquisition period. Su Feng paused and asked, are there any other questions? Ouyang Shui pondered for a moment before speaking. Cooperation with schools is relatively easy, but companies might be challenging. There are still many small workshops and self-employed individuals across the country, and some people are even unemployed. People struggling to make ends meet have no time for exercises. This makes widespread promotion difficult. Su Feng nodded in agreement. This is indeed a real challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, since we can't involve everyone, we should start with a smaller group. Once people see the benefits, they will naturally join without our prompting. Students could be the key, someone proposed. We could promote it so that students encourage their parents to exercise. Su Feng nodded slightly. That could address a segment of the population. The room buzzed with discussions. Some proposed holding competitions and giving out prizes, others suggested using multi-level marketing tactics, and some even thought about including parents' participation in students' evaluations. After listening to various opinions, Su Feng summarized, everyone has valid points. We need to expand our reach as much as possible, but we also need to acknowledge a simple fact. Not everyone can join in the first phase. Let's do our best without forcing it. Over the next 4 hours, the group engaged in lively discussions and finally completed the draft of the plan to involve everyone. Su Feng announced the end of the meeting, and people began to leave. Guishenong approached Su Feng and asked, how do you feel? Su Feng replied sincerely, everyone was very enthusiastic and had great ideas. I learned a lot and realized some areas I hadn't fully considered before. Guishenong encouraged him. You're doing an excellent job and growing quickly. I have more confidence in the Special Affairs Bureau and in you. Su Feng replied earnestly. Thank you, Director Gua. In the meeting hall of a high school in a county-level city along the southeast coast, a teacher voiced their concerns. Principal, why are we abolishing the English curriculum? You should know that students have invested a lot of time and effort into this subject. English is incredibly useful for their future, especially when they go abroad. How can we just get rid of it without any preparation? The principal briefly reassured everyone, and once the head of the department had taken a seat, he continued, ladies and gentlemen, This is a decision from higher authorities, and it's non-negotiable. The principal's gaze swept across the room, his tone firm. With the abolition of the English subject, the nation will focus on developing physical education. These words made the head of the English department look up sharply, disbelief in his eyes. He had assumed that Chinese or mathematics might replace English, not physical education. Why physical education? He blurted out instinctively. Hearing this, the head of the physical education department brightened, sitting up straighter. Why not physical education? The principal explained. The physical fitness of our citizens is not keeping pace with economic development. The nation is advocating for everyone to be as strong as dragons, starting with students. This is the trend. He went on to detail the new course structure. All English class hours would be converted to physical education, and some time from other subjects would also be reallocated. While other department heads were displeased, their dissatisfaction remained manageable, without strong opposition. The English department head anxiously asked, "What will happen to us English teachers?" "You will all be integrated into the physical education department," the principal responded decisively. "There will be training, and once qualified, you will take on your new roles." Seeing the English head about to speak, the principal cut him off. "This is not open for discussion." He then turned to the physical education head. "The new curriculum will be issued soon. You will also undergo training, and those not qualified will not be allowed to teach." The physical education head quickly replied, "No problem, principal. We'll be ready." Such meetings were happening across the country, and within a week of these school meetings, significant changes were evident in campuses nationwide. During the first physical education class after the curriculum reform, the teacher introduced the new exercise routine with a serious demeanor and sincere tone. This exercise routine has been meticulously developed by the nation's top martial arts masters and sports science experts. It consists of 36 movements. It is said that once you master it, your physical fitness will greatly improve. In the future, physical education scores will account for a quarter of the college entrance examination scores. I hope you all take this seriously, especially those who aren't doing well in other subjects. This could be a crucial opportunity to change your fate. A student questioned, "Teacher, is this exercise some kind of ultimate martial art that can greatly enhance our physical fitness?" The teacher chuckled. "Well, you'll find out once you start practicing." In truth, he had only managed to learn the first 3 moves himself and wasn't entirely confident. Before long, this new exercise routine became a hot topic nationwide. "Which move have you reached? Darn it, I couldn't even get the first move right. Why is it so hard?" Back in our day, the exercise routines were much simpler. Someone boasted, "My son got to the second move on his first try and even got praised by the teacher." That's just showing off. My son can't even complete the first move. I've only been practicing for 2 days, and I already feel much more energetic. My insomnia has even improved. Our company is actually requiring all employees to learn this routine, saying there's a bonus for doing well. It's unbelievable. Did you see the news? They said it's to improve the nation's physical fitness. I guess the country is getting anxious. I have a feeling the country is up to something big, but I just can't figure out what. In a park, 2 elderly men were chatting. "Oldly, why aren't you practicing Tai Chi anymore? What kind of martial art is this?" "This is the new exercise routine my grandson is learning in his PE class. After a week, his appetite increased and he looks visibly stronger. I think it's more effective than Tai Chi, so I've started learning it too." "Oh, is this the exercise everyone is talking about? Teach me. I want to try it too and keep up with the trend." In the White House of Sam's country, President Biden slammed the table and exclaimed, "What is this nationwide fitness program China is doing? Why are they making so many moves lately? Is your intelligence agency just sitting around doing nothing? Don't we have any useful information?" James explained, "Mr. President, we believe this might be a fitness initiative they're promoting to counter the global pandemic. If their physical fitness improves, their resistance might strengthen, and they might fully reopen their borders." "Is that really the case?" Biden asked skeptically. James continued, "Think about it. With the pandemic these past few years, we've already opened up, but they must have spent so much extra money on it each year. Fitness is actually a long-term solution. They can't keep their borders closed forever. They won't be able to sustain it." Biden nodded. Makes sense. By the way, have you found any useful information on the Thousand Cities plan?" James hesitated. "Initially, we didn't find anything, but after deploying some secret assets, we almost got useful intel. However, China's Ninth Bureau is too formidable. Our operatives were captured, and the intel wasn't delivered." But just as James was about to make excuses and spin his analysis, he noticed the president had already fallen asleep, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. James quietly left the office. In the Special Affairs Bureau Director's office, Feng walked in and asked, "Director Gua, how's the operation against the infiltrators going?" Gua Shentong's smile said it all. "Rest assured, everything is under control. We've captured all those who surfaced and are currently screening and interrogating them." Feng gave a thumbs up. I believe this cleanup operation will have a deterrent effect. In the short term, they'll likely lay low and not dare to act. When it comes to catching infiltrators, Director Gua, you're the expert. Gua Shenhong asked directly. You didn't come just to praise me, did you? What's the matter? Speak up. Su Feng rolled his eyes. Can't I just come to learn from Director Gua? Aside from work, you're always training. You wouldn't come here without a reason. Spill it. All right, I do have something to trouble Director Gua with. Su Feng got straight to the point. Two things. First, we've acquired over 80 million units of the first-generation foundation building elixir ingredients. I plan to promote the Azura War God technique throughout the military. The earlier they start training, the more they can improve, and the better prepared we'll be for the beast calamity. Gua Shenhong immediately agreed. That's a good thing. I support it. I'll coordinate with the military. Thank you, Director Gua. Gua Shenhong expressed some concern. Su Feng, promoting it throughout the military is fine, but there are two issues that need solving. Su Feng was eager to listen. Please, Director Gua, tell me. First, regarding confidentiality, the Shura War God technique is not like a public exercise routine. With such a large army, we can't guarantee everyone's loyalty. Ensuring complete secrecy is quite challenging. Even though we've just conducted a sweep, there's always a chance someone might take a risk, Gua Shenhong said. Gua Shentong's brow was furrowed, his tone grave. Su Feng pondered for a moment, then slowly said, secrecy is indeed difficult, but we can implement a tiered confidentiality strategy. Core secrets should be known only to the top leadership, while regular soldiers should only have access to necessary information. Additionally, we can set up multiple verification mechanisms to increase the cost of leaking information. Gua Shenhong nodded in agreement and raised a second issue. With over 2 million active-duty personnel nationwide, spread across various locations, how many instructors do we need? And where will they come from? After a moment of thought, Su Feng proposed two solutions. First, we could use video training, which is fast but prone to leaks. Second, we can send elite security personnel to each military region to train instructors, who will then disseminate the training. Although slower, this method is safer. After weighing the options, Gua Shenhong decided, let's go with the second approach. I'll report to the higher-ups. Su Feng then suggested forming a War God Legion of 10,000 troops as a future elite force. Gua Shenhong immediately understood the intention and agreed to start arrangements. The scene shifts to the Eastern Military Region headquarters. Standing on the training field before hundreds of company commanders, Feng Chongqing exuded confidence. I was once your comrade. Now I am your chief instructor. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me, even in groups of 10. If you win, I'll recommend you directly to the central command. Wu Tong stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. Instructor Feng, you lost to me 2 years ago. Can you really beat me now? Feng Chongqing smiled confidently. I can beat you with one hand now. He then placed his left hand behind his back, demonstrating his absolute strength. Wu Tong attacked in anger, unleashing a series of fierce moves, but Feng Chongqing effortlessly neutralized them. Suddenly, Feng Chongqing grabbed Wu Tong's arm and effortlessly tossed him 5 meters away. Just as Wu Tong was about to fall, Feng Chongqing swiftly moved to his side and caught him steadily. Wu Tong was shocked by Feng Chongqing's power and speed and had no choice but to concede. The other company commanders exchanged glances, and one tentatively asked, Instructor Feng, can you really take on 10 at once? Li Haizi, don't embarrass yourself. Are you seriously considering 10 against 1? Even if you win, it wouldn't be honorable. Another company commander interjected to stop him. However, Li Haizi didn't mind at all. Looking into Feng Chongqing's eyes, he said, of course I know. I'm doing this to test one thing. How much stronger have they become after their training? One person won't be enough to find out, but maybe 10 people will. Right, Instructor Feng. Li Haizi's eyes gleamed with a challenging light. Feng Chongqing nodded slightly and then suggested, then let's have 10 people. You can keep adding more until you defeat us. It'll be a good way for us to see our limits too. Li Haizi readily agreed and turned to call on the other unit leaders. Wu Tong was the first to step forward, and soon they had gathered 10 people. Feng Chongqing turned to the young man beside him. Wang Wei, you're up. Instructor Feng, you're not going to join the fight? Li Haizi asked, frowning slightly. Wang Wei explained, there's no need for Captain Feng to step in. I'm enough. I'm the weakest among us, with a strength of 115 kilograms, at the early stage of body refinement realm level 1. Although Li Haizi and his men didn't quite understand these terms, they were eager to fight. Let's do this, they shouted, forming a circle around Wang Wei. On the sidelines, the military district commander and political commissar were watching. The political commissar commented, psychologically, I hope Li Haizi and his team win. But with Feng Chongqing's confidence, I suspect Wang Wei will come out on top. The battle was about to begin. The 10 men coordinated well, trying to trap Wang Wei. However, with his extraordinary speed and reflexes, Wang Wei easily maneuvered through them. He landed a punch on one unit leader, sending him flying. Wang Wei, go easy. Feng Changqing reminded him. This is a spar, not a life-and-death battle. With this in mind, Wang Wei held back a bit, but still managed to knock down all 10 men within 5 minutes. Do you want to add more people? Feng Changqing asked. Li Haizi shook his head. No need. We admit our defeat. In a life-and-death fight, we wouldn't last a minute. We'll come back for advice once we've improved our skills. Everyone agreed, eager to learn the training methods. Feng Changqing nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let's start teaching you how to train. Before we begin, let me introduce you to the technique you'll be learning, the Ashura War God technique. It's the most suitable for soldiers. The experience gained from battles will greatly enhance your training, and you'll understand why in the future. The first major realm of cultivation is called the body tempering realm, which is divided into 10 levels, 3 for skin refinement, 3 for flesh refinement, 3 for bone strengthening, and the final stage of perfection, collectively known as the 10 levels of body tempering. Feng Changqing, with a piercing gaze, surveyed the crowd and said, the body tempering realm consists of 50 sublevels, designed to let everyone clearly see their progress. He pointed at Wang Wei. Wang Wei has just entered the early stage of the first level, but you've already witnessed his strength. The rest of us are at the mid-stage of the first level, so the gap isn't large. Those with good aptitude can catch up quickly. His words caused a stir among the crowd. Someone exclaimed, Instructor Wang is only at the first sublevel? And this is just the first major realm? Does that mean one can become a mortal or a god later on? Someone else remarked in shock. The company commander, who had read online novels, muttered, sure, a war god technique? Could it really turn someone into a war god? This world is getting more fantastical. Many others were filled with excitement, eyes gleaming with hope. Wutong asked seriously, Instructor Feng, who is the strongest among the cultivators currently? How strong are they? Everyone turned their eyes to Feng Changqing, filled with anticipation. They were eager to know the heights they could reach. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Changqing slowly replied, you should know Long Zhanshan, the regiment commander. His talent is exceptional. In less than a month, he reached the early stage of the second level of body tempering, and he's likely to break through to the mid-stage in a few days. The crowd gasped, but Feng Changqing shifted gears. But he is not the strongest. Currently, the strongest has reached the late stage of the second level. Seeing their shocked expressions, Feng Changqing decided not to elaborate further and change the subject. All right, let's not dwell on that. Now, we will begin teaching you the standing stance. Outside the Deputy Director's office of the Special Affairs Bureau, Su Feng took a deep breath and concluded his practice. Su Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him. A guard respectfully said, Director Su, the Foundation Establishment Elixir Bath is ready. Su Feng nodded in gratitude, secretly pleased with the effects of the version 1.3 elixir. He carefully immersed himself in the wooden tub, and a wave of intense pain hit him. Su Feng immediately adjusted his breathing, focusing on his cultivation. As the medicinal liquid gradually cleared, a warm and comfortable sensation replaced the pain. Not bad, I've improved quite a bit. Su Feng smiled with satisfaction, then went into the courtyard for a test. Half an hour later, the guard excitedly said, Congratulations, Director Su. You've reached the peak of the second level of the body refinement realm. Su Feng nodded slightly. Yes, barely made it through. The weight just now was 260.5 kilograms. He calculated in his mind that the strength range for the second level of the body refinement realm is 200 to 300 kilograms, and he had just crossed the threshold. After tidying up, Su Feng headed straight to the main conference room. Guo Shintong was already seated at the head of the table and joked upon seeing Su Feng, I was just waiting for you to give me something to do. Su Feng responded politely and took his seat. Once all 12 department heads were present, Guo Shintong announced the start of the meeting and handed over the floor to Su Feng. Su Feng briefly explained the purpose of the meeting and then signaled Ouyang Shui from the finance department to begin her report. Ouyang Shui approached the display screen and solemnly began. This month, our finance department has accomplished 4 main tasks. First, we've completed talent recruitment. Second, we've compiled overseas assets. When she announced the total overseas assets amounted to 11.1 trillion, there was a wave of astonishment in the room. Su Feng couldn't help but be taken aback, marveling at China's rapid development in recent years. So much? Everyone turned to look at Ouyang Shui, surprised by a figure that far exceeded their expectations. Because there's still a portion of overseas assets hidden very well, we haven't discovered them yet, Ouyang Shui said seriously. Su Feng frowned slightly and asked, with so many assets, what are your plans? Ouyang Shui paused for a moment, lightly tapping the pie chart on the screen with her slender finger, and spoke steadily. Before discussing a solution, let me introduce the composition of the assets. They're divided into 3 parts: official, civilian legal, and illegal assets. Official ones are easy to handle. Civilian legal ones are widespread. So we'll delay processing them and issue guiding policies later. She paused again and continued. Illegal assets are the main focus. We've identified approximately $1.2 trillion, with evidence to recover about 500 billion, and we're currently seeking evidence for the remaining 700 billion. As for the hidden overseas assets, we're using various channels to gather information. We'll recover as much as we can. Su Feng nodded thoughtfully, clearly understanding the overall situation. Suddenly, Guo Shintong's eyes flashed with cold fury as he gritted his teeth. These parasites deserve to be eradicated. Everyone's gaze turned to him, and Guo Shintong waved his hand, signaling them to continue. Ouyang Shui took a deep breath and continued. Regarding direct investments, real estate will be cashed out at a suitable price. For companies, factories, and infrastructure, we'll consider negotiating with local businesses or authorities, exchanging equity for cheap raw materials. These are quality enterprises, and as long as the other party isn't foolish, they shouldn't refuse. She spoke with a hint of regret. In recent years, China has invested in many promising overseas enterprises. If it weren't for the impending disaster, we would be reluctant to sell these off. Ouyang Shui spoke calmly, exuding confidence. Su Feng nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He didn't ask further because Ouyang Shui had already outlined this plan to him before an expected profit of 1.3 trillion, potentially even more if they are willing to take bigger risks. Ouyang Shui continued, as for overseas deposits and loans, we will use them directly to buy essential raw materials, industrial equipment, food, and medicine. With China's credibility, we can secure substantial loans from major banks worldwide. These debts will eventually be worthless because the entire financial and monetary system will collapse and be rebuilt. Su Feng's lips curved slightly upwards, clearly satisfied with this bold plan. Shuiyong, the head of the coordination department, couldn't help but interject. Director Ouyang, I'm more concerned about how much foreign currency cash we can currently mobilize. We need to procure medicinal materials and various raw materials from overseas. Ouyang Shui smiled calmly and replied, this is the fourth task our finance department is handling. We currently have 1.8 trillion in cash flow available for use at any moment. I believe countries worldwide will welcome our spending, as it will aid their economic recovery. That's fantastic, exclaimed Huaxia, the head of the infrastructure department, slapping the table in excitement. With this money, our work becomes much easier. A look of relief spread across the faces of Su Feng and the others. Whether it was the Thousand Cities Plan, the Universal Conscription, or other initiatives, all required substantial financial backing. Ouyang Shui was their financial backbone and confidence. Su Feng pressed further. And for the future? Apart from that plan, what other strategies do you have? How much cash can we recover next month? Ouyang Shui, brimming with confidence, replied, without causing a significant devaluation of assets, we anticipate recovering 600 billion over the next month. A portion of this will come from reclaiming illegal assets. We have devised a comprehensive plan for this, with multiple departments collaborating with us. Hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Excellent. With such substantial funds, our confidence grows even stronger. The others echoed his sentiment, their applause resounding. Ouyang Shui, amidst the praise, allowed herself a rare moment of bashfulness. Following this, Su Feng proceeded to inquire about the progress and achievements from Huaxia of the Public Relations Department, Jian Sanyi of the Research Department, and Shun Xia of the Infrastructure Department. Each person reported on their respective fields, and the meeting unfolded in an organized manner, showcasing the team's efficiency and synergy. The room erupted in applause once again, making Ouyang Shui feel slightly embarrassed by the overwhelming support. In addition, there's a workforce of nearly 20 million construction workers who haven't completed their training yet. Once they do, they will be deployed to other locations to lay the groundwork and prepare for city-building projects. Xin Xia exuded confidence, his eyes shining with determination. Director Su, I can assure you that as long as the raw materials and funds are in place, we won't drop the ball on our end. Not only can we complete the tasks on time, but we might even finish well ahead of schedule. Su Feng nodded slightly, his tone firm. Rest assured, raw materials and funding will be prioritized for you. You won't be lacking anything. He felt a sense of relief, as the Thousand Cities Plan, being of utmost importance, was progressing smoothly, which gave him some comfort. Turning to Shui Yong from the allocation department, Su Feng inquired, Chief Shui, how are things on your side? Shui Yong promptly reported, our main task this month is to acquire the herbs needed for the Foundation elixir and other potential future requirements. He listed a series of ongoing tasks. Su Feng frowned slightly and pressed further. How much Foundation elixir have we currently stockpiled? What's the market reaction? Shui Yong responded clearly, Director Su, we have accumulated about 1.5 billion units of the 1.0 version of the Foundation elixir, with around 35 million units already consumed, primarily by the military. The 1.3 version has a stock of over 186,000 units, with around 8,000 units used, mainly by the security department. He added, our procurement operations are highly confidential, and due to the large supply of herbs and their dispersed procurement locations, The market prices have only shown slight fluctuations, with minimal impact. A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Have you estimated the global total reserves? Shui Yong confidently replied. We've conducted relevant research. By global standards, the 1.0 version of the Foundation elixir could potentially yield at least 200 billion units, if not more. Considering the new herb growth over the next year, it could reach over 230 billion units. If we start enhancing the cultivation of certain herbs now, achieving over 300 billion units is not out of the question, Shui Yong elaborated extensively. However, Su Feng was most concerned about the Foundation elixir, so he asked, how many units of the Foundation elixir have we stockpiled so far, and what's the market reaction? This is better than I expected. Let's set a target. By next month, we must acquire at least 10 billion units. We have quite a bit of foreign currency reserves, so we can slightly increase our purchasing efforts abroad, even if prices rise a little. Su Feng stated. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, the meeting room fell into silence. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and a hint of concern. Shui Yong furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. Noticing the reaction, Su Feng continued, 10 billion units represent 1/20th of the global market share. Achieving this in just a month will undoubtedly cause fluctuations in the market prices of these medicinal materials. But we are short on time and must move faster. He paused, looking around the room with determination in his eyes. Additionally, we need to start cultivating some of these medicinal materials, both domestically and internationally. Find every way possible to increase the quantity of the Foundation elixir. This is your critical task. Shui Yong, with a furrowed brow and a troubled expression, was immediately noticed by Su Feng, who asked, is there a problem? Taking a deep breath, Shui Yong replied honestly, there are challenges, undoubtedly. But rest assured, Director Su, we will overcome them and complete the task. Su Feng nodded, his tone a mix of encouragement and pressure. I appreciate your efforts. The more you stockpile, the stronger our foundation in China will be, allowing us to face disasters more confidently. The responsibility on your shoulders is significant. The room fell into a brief silence again. Su Feng glanced around, finally resting his gaze on Qin Amo. Director Qin, it's your turn from the Military Industry Department. How is the progress going? With a confident smile, Qin Amo replied, Director Su, everything is progressing smoothly on our end. All military enterprises nationwide have completed the transition, with unnecessary production tasks halted. We currently have two main tasks, mass production of light infantry weapons and ammunition, and overcoming the technical challenges of the equipment you provided. Once a challenge is overcome, we start mass production. He paused, with a hint of pride in his voice. Given the current production capacity of light infantry weapons, the initial target of 3 billion was conservative. We estimate we can produce over 10 billion. Su Feng, surprised, shook his head slightly. There's no need for that much. Since the capacity is so high, let's set the target at 5 billion, which will be more than enough. The remaining capacity can be used to produce ammunition, alloy cold weapons, and the equipment from the blueprints I gave you. Qin Amo immediately responded. I'll make the necessary adjustments as soon as I return. Following this, department heads from Human Resources, Mobilization, and Transportation reported their progress and future tasks. After listening, Su Feng turned his attention to Long Zhanshan. Director Long, has everyone in the base completed their initial training? Long Zhanshan nodded. Yes, everyone finished a week ago. We've adjusted based on work schedules to maximize training time, and the overall results are quite good. Qin Sanyi interjected. This training has been incredible. After training, our energy levels have increased, and research work has become more efficient. It's been well implemented. Everyone agreed, discussing the changes brought by the training. Su Feng nodded in satisfaction. As long as everyone feels it's beneficial, then he shifted focus. What about the army? Has the 10,000 strong War God Corps been selected? Long Zhanshan replied eagerly. Yes, the selection is complete. We found many promising candidates, some with even higher potential than some of our security department soldiers. Su Feng's eyes lit up. That's great news. Select the top 150 with the best potential to join the security department. It's time to expand our security forces a bit. Long Zhanshan promptly agreed. I'll select them as soon as I return. Su Feng asked, have the major military districts given you any trouble? Long Zhanshan explained. Our instructors are from the security department, and they didn't know we were selecting candidates at first. Those with potential were immediately noticeable, impossible to hide. Moreover, the War God Corps is akin to a special military academy, and they know that only here can they receive the best training conditions. Even if they're reluctant, there's no choice, as it's all for China. Su Feng solemnly reminded. Lead this team well and focus on their development. They will be central to the Millennium City plan in the future. Long Zhanshan nodded firmly. The last to speak was Luo Jiutian, the director of the bureau chief's office. His main role was to summarize the successes and shortcomings of the other 11 departments and to highlight some pressing issues everyone was facing. After more than 3 hours of discussion, it was concluded that most of the challenges could be addressed, while the remaining ones would require individual efforts to overcome. Luo Jiutian stood up, his expression serious as he surveyed the attendees. Using concise and powerful language, he summarized the achievements and shortcomings of the other 11 departments and pointed out several urgent issues that needed attention. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with everyone focused and attentive. Over the next 3 hours, the discussion was intense and in-depth. Su Feng occasionally furrowed his brow in thought or nodded in agreement. Eventually, a consensus was reached. Most challenges could be overcome through collective brainstorming, while the rest required individual effort. Meanwhile, across the ocean, some people were not as calm. In the yellow house of Sam's country, the atmosphere was tense. Old Biden sat behind a large desk, holding a stack of photos, his brow furrowed. Intelligence Director James stood nearby, reporting gravely, "Mr. President, these are photos we obtained at great cost." Alongside satellite images, they confirmed that China seems to have mobilized millions of construction workers, laying foundations on a large scale in the central and western regions, preparing to build new cities. Old Biden stared at the photos, his brows furrowing deeper. He murmured to himself, "It doesn't make sense. Why are they building so many new cities?" As he pondered, a wave of headache made him feel drowsy. The female vice president speculated beside him, "Maybe it's their so-called rural revitalization plan?" Old Biden shook his head, his tone firm, "Impossible. Even for rural revitalization, such a massive allocation of manpower and resources isn't needed. Moreover, they've halted ongoing infrastructure projects for this, which doesn't align with China's usual practices." He turned to James, asking, "Besides the photos, do we have any more accurate intelligence?" James shook his head helplessly, "Not at the moment. Our intelligence network in China has suffered a significant blow, and rebuilding it will take time." A glint of resolve flashed in old Biden's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Aren't the Chinese fond of making short videos? We can use this to our advantage. Secretly invite some influencers to film there, which will not only help us gather intelligence, but also guide public opinion." Forcing China's top leaders to provide an explanation, James's eyes lit up. "Brilliant, Mr. President. That's indeed an excellent strategy. Even the strongest fortress can be easily breached from within. I'll make arrangements right away." Just as James was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back, saying, "By the way, Mr. President, I have another piece of intelligence that I think I should report to you. Many military factories in Huaxia have abruptly halted their previous production tasks, such as their massive destroyers, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets. Instead, they have shifted to large-scale production of light infantry weapons, which is quite peculiar," James remarked. Upon hearing this, old Biden was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply. As a head of state, he was well aware that military maneuvers among major powers were never trivial matters. He pressed further, "Are you certain?" James nodded solemnly, "Yes, I have verified it through multiple sources. They have indeed stopped producing high-end weapons." Old Biden fell into deep thought. Modern warfare had long moved beyond mere numbers. The Huaxia leadership must understand this. Why this sudden change in strategy? There must be something hidden behind this. As old Biden racked his brain, fatigue crept over him, and he unknowingly dozed off in his chair. James, seeing this, shook his head helplessly. The female deputy leader whispered, "Let him rest. Come with me, let's figure out how to uncover Huaxia's true intentions." The scene shifts to the Prime Minister's residence in Fusang. The Prime Minister was furious, throwing the intelligence reports at the officer. "Baka, so much time, and this is all you have? Useless." The intelligence officer, trembling, said, "Prime Minister, we have received another piece of critical intelligence. Huaxia has established a new Special Affairs Bureau, headed by Guoshintong. These changes seem to be linked to this bureau." The Prime Minister's eyes lit up. "Guoshintong? The one from the Ninth Bureau? Interesting. Spare no expense. Find out what the Special Affairs Bureau is up to." In the Kremlin, the Emperor was inquiring about the situation in Huaxia. The Foreign Minister reported, "They are looking to import large quantities of various mineral raw materials." The Emperor mused, "Why do they suddenly need so many raw materials?" The Foreign Minister added, "We have also learned that Huaxia's changes are related to a new department called the Special Affairs Bureau." The Emperor nodded. "Proceed with caution. We cannot afford to lose Huaxia as an ally right now." At number 10 in the foggy city of London, the Prime Minister was reviewing Huaxia's movements in the international financial markets. The intelligence officer reported, "They are selling off assets globally in large quantities, only accepting raw materials in exchange, refusing cash." The Prime Minister frowned. "Why are they even selling off prime African enterprises? Find out the reason." The intelligence officer responded and left, though inwardly distressed. Intelligence agencies worldwide were baffled by Huaxia's unusual actions, yet found themselves at a loss. Meanwhile, Huaxia maintained a nonchalant attitude, offering no further explanations. Is Section Chief Ouyang here? Su Feng asked as he entered the finance department. As soon as Su Feng stepped into the finance department's office, he saw Ouyang Shui emerge like a refreshing summer breeze. Smiling, Director Su, what brings you here? Su Feng's expression was serious. I need to discuss something important. Can we speak privately? Ouyang Shui led him into her office and closed the door. What's happened? Su Feng lowered his voice. British agents have sent back intelligence. They've got their eyes on us. How is your plan progressing? Will it be effected? Ouyang Shui was confident. We anticipated this. The impact is minimal. Even if discovered, it's too late for them to act. They won't be prepared in time. Su Feng felt somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, global financial markets suddenly experienced turbulence. Countries like the United States, the UK, and Japan found their bonds being sold off on a large scale. Investigations pointed to China as the source. In the White House, President Biden slammed his desk. Have they lost their minds? What are they trying to do? A financial analyst reported, private institutions have taken on $120 billion in U.S. debt and are now hesitating. The situation is concerning. President Biden cursed, these profit-hungry wolves. Upon learning that other countries were facing similar impacts, President Biden's expression darkened. This is a long-planned conspiracy. Can we take on the bonds ourselves? The analyst replied, we can, but it would drain a lot of cash flow. Taking it all on could deplete our finances. President Biden was torn. Aren't they afraid of severe losses? Why are they acting so irrationally? The analyst explained, it might be an attempt to undermine the dollar's credibility. If we can't absorb the bonds, it could fracture the dollar's dominance. President Biden gritted his teeth. Get me the Chinese premier on the line immediately. Do they want a war? The British Prime Minister suddenly realized the Thousand Cities plan was a distraction. The real aim was this financial strike. He questioned his staff. Why didn't we see this coming? His staff admitted, we were too arrogant and underestimated China's financial capabilities. The Prime Minister demanded a solution, and his staff suggested, we could either ask China to stop selling or have the central bank intervene. But the latter would require printing more money, which could destabilize the economy. The Prime Minister's face was grim. I don't care what it takes, the economy must not collapse. The Japanese Prime Minister, looking grim, questioned the intelligence officer. What makes you think that? The intelligence officer was a bit puzzled at first, then said, this is the conclusion drawn by Sam's country and Britain. Plus, we really haven't noticed any anomalies in Huaxia because most of our attention has been diverted by their Thousand Cities plan, which is why we missed the changes in the financial markets. The intelligence officer analyzed with a frown, his tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. However, the Prime Minister shook his head, his eyes firmly refuting, no, it's definitely not a diversion. The Thousand Cities plan must have some ulterior motive, and we must continue to investigate it. His voice was low and resolute, especially at this time. Huaxia is more likely to let its guard down, and we must seize this opportunity to get to the bottom of it. The Prime Minister clenched his fists, his brows furrowed. Every time he thought of the Thousand Cities plan, a chill seemed to creep up from his feet, enveloping his whole body. His intuition told him there was a major conspiracy involved, one that could potentially affect Fusang. Oh, by the way, the Prime Minister suddenly remembered something and asked urgently, can we stabilize the national debt market? The intelligence officer looked troubled and sighed. It's a bit difficult. However, we've opted to purchase national debt in unlimited quantities to support it. So now we have no choice but to go all the way. The Prime Minister nodded gravely. That's all we can do. Fortunately, Huaxia's main focus is on Sam's country this time, or we'd be doomed. He stood up and paced to the window, looking into the distance thoughtfully. I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. Now that they've bared their fangs, the geopolitical situation in Northeast Asia is likely to change. We must further stabilize Sam's country and drive the wolf to swallow the tiger. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted to the Kremlin with the northern bear. The emperor's hearty laughter echoed through the palace. Ha ha ha. Our eastern friends did a marvelous job this time. Bring me my vodka. His eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly impressed by Huaxia's financial blitzkrieg. A general chimed in. Indeed. This financial blitz was excellently executed, a direct hit. Even if Sam's country and Europe can recover, it'll take them years to recuperate. They'll be too preoccupied to deal with us, which is precisely our opportunity. The emperor's eyes sharpened, and he decisively ordered, send the orders, gather the troops, find the right opportunity, and launch a full-scale attack. This time, I want to end the battle swiftly. We can't let it drag on indefinitely. With Huaxia's series of offensives in the financial markets, the global stock, bond, and currency markets took a major hit, leaving countries in agony. Countless investors were bewildered. never imagining a financial crisis would unfold so abruptly, catching them off guard. In the Special Affairs Bureau's financial department, Ouyang Shue's eyes were bloodshot with excitement as she continuously issued commands while watching the screen. Su Feng stood beside her, his fists clenched, his expression tense. "How's it going?" Su Feng couldn't help but ask. Ouyang Shue, full of confidence, replied, "Everything is proceeding as planned, even better than expected." They were too arrogant, never expecting us to launch a financial blitzkrieg, completely unprepared. Soon there will be a financial stampede, and that's when we'll reap the fruits of victory. Su Feng still had concerns. Won't they have any countermeasures? Like selling off our national debt? Ouyang Shue assured him, "Don't worry, we hold a significant amount of their national debt, while they only hold a little over $300 billion of ours. We've prepared for this, and even if they collectively sell, we can handle it." Could they withdraw their investments from Huaxia? Su Feng asked again. Ouyang Shue smirked. "I've prepared for that too. In the stock market, I've already suppressed the stocks with substantial foreign investments and the entire index. If they leave now, they'll have to take a loss. Capital votes with its feet, and they won't abandon the Huaxia market." She continued to explain. "In the real estate market, we've just introduced policies that temporarily lock their funds. Moreover, we're not fully financially open, and if necessary, we can directly impose financial controls. So, the initiative is in our hands, Director Su. You can rest assured." "You're impressive. I knew I found the right person." Su Feng was thoroughly convinced. In this area, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't match the other side, even if he had a rocket. No wonder people called her a financial genius. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ouyang Shue, your move is brilliant. But we're selling off national bonds that China has accumulated over the years. Can they really take it all?" Ouyang Shue's lips curled into a confident smile. "If they want to, they can. But if they do, their cash flow will dry up in the short term. Don't forget, we have plenty of cash on hand." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. "If they dare to take it, I'll aggressively short their stock market. Without funds to support it, the bubble they've built over the years will inevitably burst." Su Feng felt a chill down his spine and whispered, "Madwoman, if it weren't for the impending disaster, he would never dare to act like this. This was a strategy that would harm the enemy by 1,000 and oneself by 800. Although it seemed favorable now, the consequences were unpredictable. Fortunately, they only needed to hold out for a little over a year." "What did you say?" Ouyang Shue looked at Su Feng in confusion. Su Feng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Ouyang Shue had discussed this plan with him before, and he had agreed to execute it after weighing the pros and cons. Thinking about it, Su Feng smiled wryly. Wasn't he a madman too? He then said, "I just got a call from above. There's pressure from the outside world on us. They're willing to slowly take on the bonds we hold, asking us not to push them to the brink, saying it could increase the risk of war." Ouyang Shue's actions had clearly gone beyond the initial moderate economic policy that Su Feng and the elders had discussed, becoming far too aggressive. Ouyang Shue retorted, "And you? What do you think? We should just take limited profits for now. There will be other opportunities. It's not the time to go down with them yet. We can't push them to the edge. Most importantly, I'm worried they might just pull the plug," Su Feng said half-jokingly. But his eyes betrayed deep concern. Su Feng was well aware that their opponents had very low thresholds, having crossed them before when dealing with the polar bear. If they really decided to play dirty, recovering the money would be a long and grueling battle. Su Feng didn't have the time or patience for that. So this weapon was meant to intimidate, not to cut. Ouyang Shue sighed softly, unsure if she truly understood or was just being dismissive. "Ah, what a pity. I get it. Have you thought about the aftermath?" Su Feng asked, frowning slightly. A glint appeared in Ouyang Shue's eyes. "I have. After the financial crisis, opportunities are everywhere. We have a huge cash reserve. We're like gods. We can buy from countries that will desperately need our funds. It's a win-win." Su Feng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "A win-win indeed, with us winning big. You're both the devil and the angel." China's financial blitzkrieg hit like a sledgehammer, severely threatening global financial stability. Countries like the US, the EU, the UK, Japan, and Australia saw their stocks, bonds, and currencies crash, triggering a full-blown financial crisis. China was the mastermind behind this storm, leaving the world speculating about their true intentions. Western media fanned the flames, with related news dominating headlines and sparking global debate. Opinions clashed. What is China trying to achieve? How does this benefit them? The global economy was just recovering, and now this. Years of effort wasted. No, our profits over the past few years have probably ended up in China's pockets. They must have suffered huge losses too with such massive sell-offs. What's the point of this mutual destruction? Are they trying to drag us down to meet the devil? Could there be something we're missing? Let's calm down and not act impulsively. Have you been bribed by China? For a while, political correctness dominated in the West, silencing any voices speaking for China. Meanwhile, in China, the atmosphere was lively but entirely different. Netizens excitedly discussed, "Wow, what a move. When the nation acts, you know it's serious." Private capital was rubbish, easily defeated in international financial battles before. But this time, it's the real deal, truly impressive. I wonder which genius orchestrated this operation. It's so swift and decisive, a stark contrast to our usual style. Of course, many ordinary people were bewildered, unsure of what was happening. They only knew the news and short videos were all abuzz with this topic, but they had no idea about the specifics. Why is today's headline filled with news about a financial crisis? What happened? I don't know. It feels like the sky suddenly changed. It's indeed an unprecedented great change, happening so fast and so big. Our stock market actually managed to hold its ground while global markets are crashing. It's rare, very rare. I can't believe China was so bold this time, toppling major economies with one stroke. It's like drinking a case of cold beer in summer, thrilling from start to finish. Incredible. A user named Strategic Advisor offered a rational analysis. "Hey, I know everyone is excited, but I want to pour some cold water on the enthusiasm. Our financial blitzkrieg may have been a win, but we've directly offended the world's major economies. Future confrontations might be even fiercer. I think this was too aggressive, risking too much for too little gain. This is just a rational analysis, so please don't flame me. Personally, I'm thrilled by this victory, even more excited than if our national football team made it to the World Cup quarterfinals." His analysis sparked further discussion. The strategic advisor makes a valid point. While we celebrate, we should stay calm. The future might be tougher, and we should be mentally prepared. The most obvious impact will be on foreign trade, which might hit a freezing point. Amidst the global tension, an unexpected message arrived. In the White House, the president was incredulous. "What did you say? China's premier invited me for friendly talks?" "Yes, Mr. President." The president was furious. "Are they crazy? They just launched a financial war against us and now invite me over. Are they trying to humiliate me?" His aide explained. Their diplomatic note states that the meeting is for two main issues. First, the aftermath of the financial war. Second, to discuss a nuclear ban agreement. "What? A nuclear ban agreement?" The president's face lit up with excitement and disbelief, momentarily ignoring the pressing issue of the financial war. "Why now? I've invited them many times before, but they always refused. Why are they bringing it up now? Do you have any idea?" The aide replied, "Mr. President, we might only understand once we go there. I think you should go. This is important. Reaching any agreement could be one of the greatest political achievements of your term. You could become one of the greatest presidents in U.S. history." Hearing this, the president immediately decided, respond to them. "I'll be there on time." China not only extended the invitation to the U.S., but also to 3 other major powers, and even the remaining nuclear-armed countries. The world order was shifting towards an unknown direction, with China as the leading force driving this transformation. A week later at the Special Affairs Bureau's Finance Department. The Finance Department was bustling with activity as department heads gathered, their expressions tinged with a hint of tension. Feng broke the silence, asking, "How's the situation? Has it stabilized?" Shui replied calmly, "We've signed agreements with all the countries, and the attacks have stopped. Central banks worldwide have taken action, and the situation is gradually stabilizing. It should be fully stable in 2 or 3 working days, but the global economy will remain sluggish for a while." Her tone was steady, as if everything was under control. "Impressive." Luo Jiutian gave Shui a thumbs up. She smiled slightly, clearly pleased with the compliment. Chinamo, the head of the military industry department, asked curiously, "How much did we make this time?" All eyes turned to Shui. Shui sighed lightly, "Not bad. Current profits are at $2.2 trillion, and they're expected to reach $2.4 trillion. That's much more than planned, and that's with us pulling back in time. Otherwise, the profits could have doubled." Feng rolled his eyes. "That's already a lot. We've practically skinned them alive. If we doubled it, they'd definitely retaliate, and not even the nuclear ban agreement could stop them." He then asked with concern, "By the way, will we be able to get the money without any issues?" Shui's smile faded, her expression serious. "It's hard to say. In theory, we should be able to, as interfering would damage their national credibility. But if they decide to act shamelessly, it's uncertain." She turned to Guo Shintong. "Director Guo, we might need your help." Guo Shintong asked directly, "What should we do?" Feng suggested, "Negotiations. We can agree not to withdraw the money and instead spend it in their countries. They need this money to stimulate their economies right now. We're like a timely rain, and since their leaders just reached an agreement, they should be willing to accept it." Guo Shintong nodded. "No problem, but what should we buy?" Feng replied, "Anything useful to us. Convert the numbers into tangible goods and bring them back." focusing on the herbs needed for the foundation elixir, as well as other medicinal herbs. He added, we can allocate a separate fund for this. Those Western legislators would likely be eager to assist. For them, it's beneficial and boosts their popularity, a win-win. Su Feng's eyes gleamed. Even though this money was scraped from them, it now belongs to China. Given the nature of those legislators, they'll definitely be cooperative. Scene change, Yangshan Port in Shanghai. A staff member remarked with puzzlement, it's strange lately. There's been a surge in import ships, but exports have plummeted. Are our goods not selling well? A colleague explained, it's because of that financial strike earlier. Economies around the world are struggling, and everyone's tightening their belts. Plus, there's been an increase in export tariffs and a reduction in import tariffs. Our products aren't cheap abroad anymore, and with their resistance, international trade is tough. Scene change, Dashan International Trading Company. Chang Shan frowned as he listened to the financial report. Mr. Chang, the company's funds are running low. If there's no incoming revenue soon, we might not even be able to make payroll. Chang Shan sighed helplessly, having already made up his mind. If worst comes to worst, he'll sell the company. At least it still holds some value, and he could salvage a bit of money. If things continue like this, it will truly be a dead end. Just then, a middle-aged man burst into the office, excitedly shouting, Mr. Chang, great news, great news. Chang Shan, disregarding formalities, asked eagerly, what good news? A sudden notification arrived from the higher-ups, requesting our company to help procure an herb and 2 types of mineral raw materials from overseas, as much as possible, with half of the payment up front. The sales director was visibly excited. Chang Shan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He gently shook his head and said, are you sure it's from the higher-ups? I've never encountered such a situation before. The sales director nodded repeatedly, confirmed. Chang Shan pondered for a moment and then said slowly, but why? An herb and 2 minerals, they could probably procure them more easily themselves, and at a lower price. Are these 3 items restricted? If so, we can't get them either. The sales director quickly clarified, Mr. Chang, they're not restricted. Just ordinary astragalus, copper ore, and iron ore. It's a surefire deal. Chang Shan pressed further. Did they mention the reason? They said it's for nationwide fitness and the Thousand Cities project, but didn't disclose specifics. The sales director paused and added, the money has already been transferred. There's just one condition. Our procurement must be from Eastern Europe, and we can't cross the border. Chang Shan's eyes narrowed. Restricting the procurement area too? Most of our business is in Eastern Europe, and we do have some connections and channels there. It seems the higher-ups are being quite strategic. The sales director cautiously added, it's not just us. Other foreign trade companies have received similar orders. I guess it's to prevent us from competing in the same place and driving up purchase prices. Chang Shan squinted thoughtfully. It seems there's a bigger plan at play. Mr. Chang, let's go for it. The sales director urged. Isn't it enough that there's money to be made? Chang Shan suddenly brightened, slapping the table. You're right. Immediately use our channels to procure as much of these items from Eastern Europe as possible. The sales director, relieved, hurried off to make arrangements. As Chang Shan gazed out the window, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. For a company on the brink of bankruptcy, this order was nothing short of a saving grace. Before long, the news spread within the industry. Various foreign trade companies received similar orders, sparking widespread discussion. The internet buzzed with speculation. It wasn't until a strategist known as Shinji Junshi published a lengthy commentary, dissecting the deeper intentions behind this move. Using a financial blitz to earn foreign exchange and procure valuable resources, while simultaneously reviving struggling foreign trade companies and stabilizing employment. This analysis created a ripple effect, quickly topping trending lists. Despite this, some perceptive individuals felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. In the Special Affairs Bureau meeting room, Su Feng pointed at the detailed review on the screen and asked, Huaxia, is this your handiwork? It's quite influential. Huaxia smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, this mastermind is an external member we've just brought on board. Su Feng's eyes lit up, a real talent. With a large following, they're worth focusing on and perhaps elevating to a core external position. Huaxia understood. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'll make the arrangements when I get back. Kashan frowned and said, Director Su, I have some doubts. This was supposed to be a secret acquisition. Why the sudden fanfare? Su Feng chuckled. Plans can't keep up with changes. Ouyang's actions have drawn too much attention, and foreign agents are already watching us. Instead of hiding, we might as well muddy the waters. By creating confusion, we keep them guessing. Besides, it's a good opportunity for legitimate large-scale procurement in preparation for what's to come. Kashan suddenly realized, Director Su, that's brilliant. Su Feng added, that's our plan, but we need to see how the adversary reacts. We'll adjust our strategy accordingly. In the yellow house of Sam's country, the president pointed at the screen and asked, "What do you make of this?" The female vice president analyzed, "China has made a lot of money and is worried we won't acknowledge it. As long as they spend it domestically, it's not a big issue." James added, "They want to buy high-end products, but we won't sell. They'll have to settle for raw materials." However, they seem to have been prepared for this. The president pondered, could it really be that simple? Keep a close watch and report any anomalies immediately. He turned to the others, since they're looking to spend, we'll raise the prices. You know what to do. The female vice president understood. Got it. I'll reach out to our allies, especially those in resource-rich countries. In Fusang, Prime Minister Watanabe angrily threw his cup. A bunch of fools. China's character is to endure. They wouldn't suddenly change. There's a conspiracy here. He ordered the intelligence officer, activate all our agents. We must uncover China's true intentions. Although the intelligence officer felt the prime minister might be overreacting, he had no choice but to carry out the orders. In the blink of an eye, Feng has already been reborn for over 4 months, bringing us to February 10, 2024. Less than 10 months remain until the day of the great catastrophe. In the large conference room of the Special Affairs Bureau, 14 senior officials gathered together. As Director Gua and Director Su entered the room, everyone stood up to greet them. Director Gua nodded slightly, signaling everyone to be seated, and waited for the attendees to arrive before starting the meeting. Qian Lao was the first to speak, asking, "Director Gua, this isn't the monthly meeting, is it? Why have we all been called here?" "The research department is extremely busy right now." Gua Shintong smiled reassuringly. "Please be patient, Qian Lao. There is indeed an important matter to announce and discuss, and it won't take up too much of your time." His tone reflected the respect due to this esteemed scientist. Once everyone had arrived, Gua Shintong said, "As usual, Director Su will host the meeting." Feng, accustomed to such settings, smiled calmly and said, "Today, we have only one topic to discuss: funding. First, I want to understand the current financial situation of each department, how long your funds can last, and what the future shortfall might be." He looked around the room, finally resting his gaze on Huaxia. "Let's start with the infrastructure department, since you have the largest share." Huaxia responded with a cheerful smile. "Director Gua, Director Su, before we get into that, I have some good news to share." "Oh? What good news?" Gua Shintong and Feng were intrigued. Huaxia excitedly reported, "We've completed the first phase of our infrastructure tasks ahead of schedule. We've built 3,500 new cities, capable of supporting 380 million people in their daily lives and work." Feng was overjoyed. "This certainly calls for a celebration. Well done to the infrastructure department." Huaxia modestly credited the success to all involved. But Feng wasn't concerned with such details and focused on the next steps. "When does the second phase begin?" Huaxia provided a detailed overview of the preparations and personnel arrangements for the second phase, and Feng confirmed the progress of training and appointments with Su Jia from the Human Resources Department. Satisfied that everything was in order, Feng emphasized, "This cannot be delayed in the slightest. We must stay ahead and not fall behind." "Understood," Huaxia replied earnestly. Bringing the discussion back on track, Feng continued, "All right, back to the matter at hand: funding. Does the infrastructure department have enough funds? How much is the deficit?" "It's not enough. Not nearly enough," Huaxia replied with a grave expression. "Director Su, with the funds currently in our accounts, we can only sustain operations for another month at most without affecting the mission's progress. For the second phase, we have a shortfall of approximately 8.2 trillion. Feng furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping across the assembled group. Huaxia continued his report. "The budget for the third phase is 3.4 trillion, and for the fourth phase, about 300 billion. The pressure is mainly on the mobilization and transportation departments." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Feng asked solemnly, "So, you have a total shortfall of 11.9 trillion, is that correct?" Huaxia shook his head. "This only covers the construction costs for the city walls, granaries, armories, and energy centers. Additional expenses for weapons, communication bases, nuclear power plants, and equipping weapons for the 3,500 cities in the first phase have not been included." Feng turned to Qian Sanyi. "Mr. Qian, is the 6th-generation nuclear power plant ready for mass production?" A hint of joy flashed in Qian Sanyi's eyes. "Thanks to your assistance, the production line modifications are nearly complete. We should be able to start mass production in about 10 days." Feng nodded, not inquiring about the already mass-produced 7th-generation communication bases. He then asked, "What is the progress on the 1st-generation nuclear laser cannon research?" "We are currently at 89 completion," Qian Sanyi replied earnestly. "I have mobilized more resources to overcome the remaining challenges. We expect mass production by the end of next month." A hint of satisfaction appeared in Feng's eyes. "Please expedite the process, Mr. Qian. I will be visiting the research department to assist soon." Qian Sanyi responded with a serious expression. With your help, Director Su, we will give it our utmost effort. Finally, Su Feng turned his attention to Luo Jiutian. Director Luo, have you finalized the numbers, deployment, and budget for the communication bases, nuclear power plants, and nuclear cannons? In the future, we will have a total of 4,163 cities and 278 military fortresses guarding key locations or strategic points. Based on our calculations of the communication base stations coverage, we only need to build one in each city and fortress to achieve nationwide connectivity. This assumes that Blue Planet expands up to twice its current size. If it exceeds that, gaps will appear, and more base stations will be necessary to maintain complete connectivity, Luo Jiutian stated with confidence. Su Feng nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. He recalled previous discussions with Luo Jiutian and others about the predicted post-catastrophe expansion of Blue Planet. The first expansion was 1.3 times, the second 1.6 times, the third 1.9 times, and over 10 years, it expanded more than 20-fold. According to Luo Jiutian's plan, China's communication network would maintain nationwide coverage within the next 3 years, which was indeed commendable. We need at least 4,441 communication base stations, plus some production lines reserved for maintenance and replacement. If possible, it would be best to produce an additional 4,441 as backups, Luo Jiutian added cautiously. Su Feng pondered for a moment and asked, what is the budget for 4,441 base stations and essential components? 71 billion should suffice. We have already completed nearly one-third of the work, and at the current pace, we can finish all production by the end of August, Luo Jiutian quickly replied, with a touch of pride in his voice. Su Feng decisively said, I can allocate you an additional 20 billion. You can decide how to arrange it. Luo Jiutian's eyes lit up, and he gladly accepted. All right. What about the laser cannons? Su Feng inquired, his gaze intense. Luo Jiutian replied earnestly, my proposal is at least 4 cannons for small cities, 6 for medium cities, 12 for large cities, 24 for megacities, 64 for giant cities, and at least 200 for the capital. Each military fortress should have no fewer than 50 cannons. The total should not be less than 34,500 laser cannons. The others were taken aback, voicing their doubts. Ouyang Shui pointed out seriously that laser cannons are mainly used against airborne beasts and suggested reducing the number due to budget constraints. Luo Jiutian, undeterred, countered, public safety is paramount, and it's better to be prepared. Laser cannons are effective not only against flying beasts, but also against high-level land beasts and giant sea creatures along the coastline. The group engaged in a spirited debate, each holding firm to their views. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Su Feng, awaiting his decision. Mr. Qian, the laser cannons aren't in mass production yet. What do you estimate the production cost per cannon to be? Su Feng asked, his gaze sharp as he looked at Qian Sanyi. Qian Sanyi paused thoughtfully before replying cautiously, once in mass production, the average cost will be between 20 million and 21 million. The rising cost of materials could affect this, but other factors are manageable. Su Feng nodded slightly and turned to Luo Jiutian. I'll approve a budget of 750 billion for you. Build as many as you can, he added. Fortunately, with the support of nuclear power plants, we have ample energy and don't need physical ammunition, which keeps that cost low. Luo Jiutian's face lit up with delight. Thank you, Director Su. Su Feng continued. What's the budget for the nuclear power plants? Luo Jiutian provided a detailed report. We plan for 6 energy levels, with 4,441 small and large nuclear power plants, estimated to cost around 2.1 trillion. The cost of the 6th generation plants is significantly lower. Otherwise, even 10 trillion wouldn't be enough. Luo Jiutian rubbed his temples, looking troubled. With the communication base stations, laser cannons, and nuclear power plants, the total budget is 2.941 trillion. We've gathered 950 billion so far, leaving a shortfall of 2 trillion. Su Feng didn't comment on this but instead asked, Section Chief Shui, how is the acquisition of the Foundation elixir going? And what about the prices of medicinal herbs? Shui Yong reported enthusiastically, your strategy was brilliant, Director Su. By leveraging the foreign trade company, we've acquired 130 billion units of version 1.0 and 9.538 million units of version 1.3 of the Foundation elixir. Regarding Director Su's concern about the medicinal herb market prices, they've indeed skyrocketed. Currently, traditional Chinese medicine prices have increased by more than 50 from before. The herbs related to the Foundation elixir have doubled, with some even reaching nearly 9 times the original price. As Shui Yong spoke, he frowned slightly, clearly troubled by such a steep increase. Upon hearing this, Su Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He gently tapped the table, pondered for a moment, and then said, Section Chief Shui, don't worry about the prices for now. Go ahead and make large-scale purchases globally. Buy as much as you can. Hearing this, Shui Yong's spirits lifted, and he replied earnestly, As long as the funds are available, it's not a problem. Su Feng nodded slightly. I'll ensure that funds are prioritized for your needs. He then turned his attention to others, continuing to inquire about the status of various departments. After 2 hours of discussions, Su Feng gained a clear understanding of the current funding gap. He looked at Ouying Shui and joked, "Our goddess of wealth. The gap is even larger than we expected, at least 23 trillion. Can you cover it?" Ouying Shui shook her head with a wry smile. "We've already sold everything we could and recovered all the debts we could. Currently, we only have 400 billion in US Treasury bonds and 1.5 trillion in foreign currency cash, which still doesn't fill the gap." Su Feng frowned. "Is there really no other way?" Ouying Shui hesitated for a moment, a dangerous yet excited gleam flashing in her eyes. "If Director Su dares to authorize me, I can conjure up the money." Su Feng's interest was piqued. "Let's hear it." Despite knowing that the source of the money would likely be toxic and very risky, he couldn't resist the temptation. In Beijing, China, the highest academy of sciences suddenly held a global press conference, with the announcement made by none other than the world-renowned nuclear physicist, academician Qian Sanyi. Without some coincidences and the pivotal technological inspiration proposed by Xiao Su, it might have taken another decade, or even 50 years, for us to develop the sixth generation of nuclear power plants, the first generation of commercial fusion power stations. I can only say that this is the destiny of our nation, destined to initiate and lead the next technological revolution. As soon as Qian Lao finished speaking, the room erupted. The audience gasped in surprise, and the reporters eagerly raised their microphones, vying for a chance to ask questions. Qian Lao glanced around, a satisfied smile on his face. "Academician Qian, who is this Xiao Su you mentioned?" An observant reporter seized the opportunity to ask first. Qian Lao gently shook his head, offering a mysterious smile. "Oh, that's a secret." His words left the reporters intrigued, yet frustrated by the lack of further information. "All right, next question." Qian Lao's gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on a young reporter. "You there?" The reporter stood up and introduced himself. "Academician Qian, hello. I'm a reporter from the Yangtze Evening News. Since fusion technology has been commercialized, how soon can we expect to use such clean energy? How long do you think it will take for the entire country to transition to clean energy? And does this mean we can achieve carbon neutrality ahead of schedule?" Hearing this, Qian Lao's eyes showed a hint of approval. He paused for a moment, deliberately building anticipation before slowly replying, "Very soon, you will be able to use clean energy from this power station. It's hard to specify an exact time, but I can assure you it will be by 2025. "What?" The room was abuzz with astonishment. Everyone expected it to be soon, but they hadn't imagined it would be this soon, less than a year away. As soon as Qian Sanyi finished speaking, the international crude oil prices plummeted dramatically. Major media outlets rushed to report, "Huaxia's nuclear energy revolutionizes the world, ending the Middle Eastern tycoons' easy money era." The stock market experienced a massive upheaval. China's shares soared, while global markets plunged into a panic-driven decline. Reactions were mixed. Some celebrated, while others lamented. Investors who shorted oil futures were ecstatic, whereas foreign shareholders voiced their complaints. Some remarked, "Huaxia has once again triggered global financial turmoil. This time we're doomed." Meanwhile, others cheered for the resilience of the shares. In the yellow house of Sam's country, the president stared in disbelief at the report in his hands. With a trembling voice, he asked, "How could they have achieved nuclear fusion commercialization so quickly? This is the key to the next technological revolution." The other leaders present were equally stunned, unable to accept this astonishing reality. The event instantly captured global attention. "Mr. President," James reminded, "this man, Qian Sanyi, is the most authoritative expert in nuclear physics from China. His words carry significant credibility." The president frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. "High credibility doesn't mean absolute truth. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I don't believe their technology has surpassed ours by such a margin." A technical expert chimed in, "It's indeed hard to believe. While China has made progress in nuclear fusion, their superconducting tokamak device could only run for over 100 seconds a couple of years ago. The leap from experimentation to commercialization is too vast." A glimmer of hope appeared in the president's eyes. "Are you suggesting this could be a deliberate misinformation campaign by China?" He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, preferring it to be a ploy. A conspiracy, at least, has countermeasures, unlike an insurmountable technological breakthrough. Just then, James hurried in. "Mr. President, we've just received news that the Chinese accounts we're monitoring are showing unusual activity. They're shorting international crude oil futures." The president stood up abruptly, a confident smile spreading across his face. "Huh. It is indeed a conspiracy. They're even willing to sacrifice a scientist like Qian Sanyi to spread falsehoods." Greed flashed in his eyes. "Can we lure Qian Sanyi to our country?" James hesitated. "We can try. Not just try. We must." the president exclaimed, waving his arms with excitement. If we can get Qian Sanyi to publicly expose China's lies, they'll lose global trust and never recover. He paced for a moment, then suddenly stopped. Since we've seen through their intentions, we must counteract. They're shorting, so we'll go long. Once their plot is exposed, we'll make them cough up everything they've swallowed. James nodded in agreement. I'll get on it right away. The president watched James leave, a satisfied grin on his face. He felt more lucid than ever, as if he could already see the day China would fall. Since we've figured out their plan, we need to counteract, the president said excitedly, feeling surprisingly energized and wide awake. You are looking at this issue solely from an economic perspective, which is not entirely wrong, but we need to consider the bigger picture, the prime minister said proudly, a confident gleam in his eyes. He continued, look, I'm a better prime minister than the last two you had. So, forget about them and stop thinking about replacing me. Just as he finished speaking, the door burst open with a loud bang, startling the prime minister. Something terrible has happened, panted his assistant, Wilson, as he rushed in. The prime minister frowned and sternly warned Wilson, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation soon, you're fired. Prime Minister, please watch the live broadcast, Wilson quickly said, opening a tablet. At the same time, leaders around the world paused their activities, their attention drawn to a live broadcast from a laboratory in China. On screen, Qian Sanyi proudly introduced a small nuclear fusion reactor. Hello, everyone. I'm Qian Sanyi. This device occupies less than 50 square meters, yet it can generate over 1 billion times the positive energy yield. Its daily electricity output is enough to meet the needs of a city with a population of 5 million. Qian Sanyi continued, we are about to use it to power a city of over 3 million people. This city will become the world's first to use nuclear fusion clean energy for all its citizens. Its name is Luoan. As the countdown ended, Qian Sanyi pressed a button. Luoan City was briefly plunged into darkness before quickly lighting up again. Everyone, look, Luoan is lit up again on the map, Qian Sanyi said excitedly. Now, to answer the question everyone is most concerned about, the cost of electricity. It will be only 3 cents per kilowatt-hour, with stable supply throughout the day, regardless of peak times. The news sparked widespread discussion online. Some were ecstatic, while others questioned the safety. But many more were envious of Luoan. Meanwhile, other national leaders tuned into the broadcast. In the White House of the United States, the president asked incredulously, have they really succeeded with their nuclear fusion power technology? A technical expert reluctantly replied, as much as I hate to admit it, from a technical standpoint, they have indeed succeeded. That reactor is rapidly generating positive energy. The president remained skeptical. No way, it can't be true. This must be a pre-recorded video by China to deceive the world. The president's top priority is to mitigate the losses. Our previous judgment and analysis were flawed. We've been going long on international crude oil, and now things are looking grim. The economic expert gravely reminded him. The president furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers restlessly on the table. Although nuclear fusion has been successful, widespread implementation will take time. Whether Huaxia is willing to share the technology remains uncertain. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, we still need to use oil where necessary. By further reducing our oil extraction, we can weather this crisis. Mr. President, I'm afraid the Middle East might not be willing to synchronize with us, someone interjected worriedly. The president narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning firm. They have no choice. I'll deploy the aircraft carrier fleet there and see who dares to oppose. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside. An aide rushed into the office in a panic. Mr. President, bad news. In Britain, they've noticed something amiss and swiftly shorted the market. Europe is following suit. What? Those traitors, this is outrageous. The president stood up abruptly, his face livid. He knew the tide had turned and could only follow suit by shorting. Unfortunately, it was too late. The market's long positions were collapsing, and they could only recover a small fraction of their losses. With clenched fists and gritted teeth, the president growled, damn those Huaxia people. This is the second time. Are they crazy? They're harvesting the whole world, declaring war on everyone. He seemed to forget that Sam's country had been reaping the world for decades, and this was only Huaxia's second instance, yet they found it intolerable. Feng pondered for a moment before saying, actually, I never intended to weaken the power of other nations. His gaze was deep as he slowly revealed his strategic considerations. On the contrary, as long as it doesn't affect us, I hope they can become stronger too. The original plan was to announce it 3 or 4 months before the beast catastrophe, giving them some time to prepare. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brows and asked, why is that? Feng explained seriously, the beast catastrophe is a disaster that the whole world faces together. If other countries are unable to contain the beasts in their regions, the massive beast waves would bring unimaginable pressure on China. Luo Jiutian nodded in agreement. Chief Su is right. Strengthening their capabilities also helps alleviate our burden. Guoshintong mused. The Prime Minister also had this in mind, which coincides with Chief Su's thoughts. A gleam flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he nodded slightly. Ouyang Shui's eyes lit up with excitement. Then can I seize this opportunity to reap some benefits from them? The shadow of war from China would surely impact their economy, making it a prime financial battleground. Su Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Once or twice is fine, but not thrice. Don't push people too far, or triggering a third world war prematurely would be counterproductive. Besides, the profits this time are enough to cover the funding shortfall. Anything more is just a numbers game. Ouyang Shui appeared slightly disappointed, but quickly regained her composure. Guoshinong asked, Chief Su, is there anything else? No. Su Feng shook his head. Then everyone can disperse for now. Su Feng, come with me, Guoshintong said, turning to leave. In the director's office, Su Feng got straight to the point. Director Guo, what's the matter? Guoshintong was straightforward. The Prime Minister approached me with a matter. While China can withstand the beasts alone, it's best to find allies in various regions to help them become regional leaders after the catastrophe. This not only shares our future global burden, but also aids in consolidating global power post-catastrophe. Su Feng's eyes brightened. The Prime Minister truly thinks ahead, considering the situation 10 years down the line. Guoshintong asked, what are your thoughts? After careful consideration, Su Feng replied, I have no objections. This plan is more comprehensive than mine. However, I hope the assistance is limited, so we don't repeat the tale of the farmer and the snake. Guoshintong nodded slightly, naturally. In a village in Chengguan Township, Beiyu Province. Uncle Wang, I've come to see you. A middle-aged man in military uniform entered the farmyard with gifts, smiling warmly. Uncle Wang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Bonyan, what brings you here on a non-festival day? Is the Armed Forces Department so free now? Zhang Banian shook his head with a wry smile. Uncle Wang, you've got it wrong. The Armed Forces Department is busier than ever. Wang Xian put away his joking demeanor, looking serious. Then you must have something important to discuss. Zhang Banian stood up and asked solemnly, Uncle, can you still handle a gun? Wang Xian was momentarily stunned, then suddenly stood up straight, giving a standard military salute, always ready. Zhang Banian sincerely admired, Uncle, you still have that heroic spirit from the days on the southern Vietnam battlefield. You're as robust as ever. Wang Xian's gaze was sharp. Tell me, what's happened? If the country needs me, this old body can still be of use. Zhang Banian took a deep breath and said seriously, all right, I'll be direct. A red-letter directive has just been issued from above, calling for all retired soldiers under 70 and in good health to re-enlist. Wang Xian paused, furrowing his brows. I'm not afraid of battle. If I can serve my country with this old body, it would be an honorable death. But can you tell me why? Zhang Banian let out a heavy sigh, his expression serious. The specifics are classified from above. They only instructed us to mobilize everyone back to the unit. Perhaps once the mobilization is complete, more information will be available. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Xian's eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. I understand. I won't ask more. I exercise daily and am as fit as any young person. Sign me up. I'm willing to re-enlist. Don't you need to discuss this with your family? Zhang Banian asked with concern. No need to discuss. It's settled. Wang Xian replied firmly. All right, then please sign this document. Report to the county military office in 3 days, and we'll head to the military district together. I'll sign. Wang Xian unhesitatingly put his name on the document. The news quickly spread among the veterans. Many excitedly reached out to their old comrades, while the younger ones planned celebrations. However, some, due to health issues, could only regretfully step aside. As the draft orders were issued, military vehicles began gathering at the military district from various places. The news couldn't be contained any longer and was soon exposed. Online discussions erupted. My 67-year-old grandfather is re-enlisting? No amount of persuasion worked. If we hadn't verified that the person was truly from the military office, I would have thought it was a scam. What's going on? Can anyone explain? I have the same question. It's so strange. Even if they're drafting veterans, why are they calling up the elderly? It doesn't make sense. The recent actions have really left people baffled. Our country has always respected the elderly and cared for the young. Even in times of war, it's unthinkable to have the older generation pick up arms again while the young are still standing. It's sheer madness. The internet is abuzz with opinions. Some criticize it as mistreatment of veterans, while others lament being rejected from military service due to poor eyesight. Most people, however, are left speculating about the true purpose behind such a large-scale recall of retired soldiers. Speculations are rampant. Some believe it is to prepare for potential conflict, while others think it's a show of national strength. Regardless, the news has sent shockwaves both domestically and internationally. In the Prime Minister's office of Fusang, Watanabe paced anxiously. In a fit of frustration, he swept the documents off his desk, leaning heavily on it, breathing heavily, eyes filled with fear and a hint of madness. What are they planning? Do they intend to wage war against us? Before his subordinates could respond, Watanabe cut them off harshly. Get out. All of you. Get out. Remember, our nation of Fusang has nothing to do with them, and don't come back. Watanabe sank heavily into his chair, feeling utterly drained. He knew this move was anything but simple. First, there was the crippling of Western economies, and now such a massive troop recall, clearly signaling a confrontation with the world. Should Fusang become the target, the consequences would be unthinkable. Meanwhile, in the Yellow House of Sam, the atmosphere was tense. The president, with a stern face, asked, "What are your thoughts?" The Treasury Secretary cautiously suggested it might just be a threat, but the president clearly disagreed. He turned to the head of intelligence, James. "Tell them, how many people are they planning to recruit?" James replied gravely, "According to our investigation, if successful, they could enlist at least 20 million people." This number caused everyone present to gasp in shock. The president gestured for James to continue his briefing. James detailed their intelligence findings: the establishment of the Special Affairs Bureau, the reality of the Thousand Cities Plan, the extensive stockpiling of food and resources. Each point left the high-ranking officials deeply unsettled. It's unimaginable what our country might be preparing for with such a vast army. Their oil reserves have increased to cover 203 days. If they ban domestic gasoline vehicles, this period might extend even further, enough to sustain a prolonged war. As James finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions grave. He continued, "Recently, China has been stockpiling strategic resources, aggressively sourcing from across the globe. For some materials, they're not even negotiating prices, just demanding quantities, which clearly goes beyond commercial interests." A high-ranking official couldn't help but interject, "Are they preparing for a major disaster or war?" James nodded and continued his briefing. "The intelligence we obtained at great cost, including the loss of several agents, shows that China's military factories are mass-producing light weapons at an astonishing rate. Even more concerning, they are starting to build ancient-style city walls around existing cities. Are they planning to revert to the Bronze Age?" Someone muttered, swallowing hard, their voice trembling. "From a comprehensive analysis, China is preparing for an unprecedented large-scale war," James stated solemnly, "and there's only one adversary that would prompt such a full-scale effort." Before he could finish, the tension in the room spiked. Someone could no longer remain seated. "We never said we wanted mutual destruction. Can't we just pay them off?" "It seems they've made up their minds, determined to take Taiwan at any cost." James continued his analysis. "If we intervene, the situation could spiral out of control. Moreover, Russia is also showing signs of restlessness." The president surveyed the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, how do you suggest we respond?" "First, gather our allies for a meeting," someone proposed. "In crucial moments, we need to rally them, even if we need to use them as a front. We absolutely cannot take the lead ourselves." "Agreed." Another person chimed in. "Recently, our allies have been somewhat distrustful of us, so this is a perfect opportunity to rebuild those ties." Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, "Our friends in the East are quite decisive," the president sighed. "We were too optimistic initially, which led to the current situation. If we had shown such determination earlier, things might have been different. Indeed, we thought we were going to accept a surrender, but the resistance was fierce," a general agreed. "Now that our friends in the East are about to act, what should we do?" "Wait," the president contemplated. "Once they make their move, our pressure will lessen significantly. At that point, we might even teach a lesson to a few who are being overly bold." "That makes sense, let's proceed with that plan." Everyone concurred. In the Special Affairs Bureau, Ouyang Shui curiously asked Su Feng, "Why are we even calling up veterans in their 60s and 70s? Su Feng smiled. "As I've mentioned before, the future will see everyone as soldiers, including the elderly, children, and women. The elderly will form senior militia units, children will join the youth vanguard, and women can hold up half the sky. But with our preparations, shouldn't we be able to handle the initial beast calamity?" Ouyang Shui questioned. "We don't need the elderly and children on the battlefield. It's our responsibility as young people to protect them." Su Feng explained seriously, "You're right, but you've overlooked one aspect. The future is also an era of universal evolution. These veterans, who are still in decent shape, can train first. Not only can they enhance their physical condition, but their extensive combat experience is also an invaluable asset." Ouyang Shui suddenly understood, then considered another issue. "What about those who are in poor health or even older? Are we going to abandon them?" Su Feng gave a slight smile. Su Feng chuckled and shook his head as he looked at Ouyang Shui, saying, "Who said I was going to give up on them? I, Su Feng, would never abandon any of my fellow countrymen. It's just that right now, their physical condition is too poor to undertake cultivation. When the calamity of the fierce beasts arrives, the world will change, and spiritual energy will be restored. That will be the perfect time. The spiritual energy will improve everyone's physique, and with the nourishment of spiritual herbs and beast meat, it will cleanse ailments and rejuvenate the body. That will be the true golden age for cultivation. Ouyang Shui was taken aback and asked, "So you've been planning this all along?" Su Feng smiled smugly, "Otherwise, why would I be your deputy director?" With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Ouyang Shui rolling her eyes at his retreating figure. Leaving the finance department, Su Feng headed straight for the mobilization department. "Director Su, what brings you here?" Chief Kushan of the mobilization department quickly approached to greet him. Su Feng got straight to the point. "I'm here to check on the recruitment of retired soldiers. Is everything going smoothly?" Kushan reported, "Better than expected. The first batch of 5 million has already begun training in the 5 major military districts. The second batch of 10 million will be enlisted within 10 days, and the third batch of 15 million will be in place within a month." Su Feng nodded. "Very good. By the way, quite a few veterans have joined this time, all of them national heroes. We should allocate more resources to them." Kushan replied helplessly, "Director Su, we considered that, but those veterans refused any special treatment and insisted on being treated equally." Su Feng was silent for a moment before saying meaningfully, "They are all heroes, and we should respect their choices." Just as he returned to his office, someone came looking for him. "The acquisition of Foundation Elixir has hit a bottleneck, and there are others following our lead in purchasing it," Shuiyong reported. Su Feng frowned and asked, "Who? Have we found out?" Shuiyong shook his head. "There are Western forces and some domestic capital involved. They are buying a wider variety of herbs than we are, but they likely don't know the exact formula." Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "That's not a problem then. Our large-scale operation naturally attracts attention. How much have we acquired so far?" 1,520 billion units of version 1.0 and 14.652 million units of version 1.3, Shuiyong replied. Su Feng nodded and asked, "How is Mr. Qian's cold extraction technology coming along? Can it preserve all the effects?" Shuiyong's eyes lit up. "It's a success. Not only does it fully retain the medicinal power, but it also increases absorption efficiency by nearly 3 times. That's great news." Su Feng exclaimed excitedly, "Organize mass production immediately. We don't have much time." "Understood." Shuiyong agreed and then asked, "What should we do about the domestic capital buying up herbs?" Su Feng pondered for a moment. "Our reserves are sufficient, so we don't need to worry about them. Notify me once everything is successfully extracted. That's when everyone can start cultivating." The scene shifts to a military training ground in the eastern region. "Oldly, I never thought I'd return to the army in my lifetime," an old soldier said enthusiastically, patting his uniform. "Indeed, being able to serve the country again is worth it, even if it costs my life." Another veteran agreed. "Why talk about life and death? This callback might be for something good," a middle-aged captain said as he walked over. "What good news?" the veterans asked, curious. The captain smiled mysteriously. "Line up. I have something important to announce." The group quickly formed a line. The captain stood at the front and raised his voice. "I know you're all curious about the reason for this gathering. But let me tell you, whatever you're thinking, you're wrong." "What?" "All wrong." The group looked at each other in surprise. "Quiet," the captain commanded sternly. "You're all veterans. Where's your discipline?" The scene fell silent. The captain continued, "I don't know all the details, but I can tell you one thing: the nation is looking out for you. We've discovered a special cultivation method that can enhance physical fitness, clear ailments, restore vitality, and might even reverse aging." The announcement caused a stir among the group. One old soldier stepped forward and said righteously, "Captain, I'm decades older than you and outrank you. Spreading superstitions is a crime, you know? Has the army really come to this?" "Elder Zhang, I am aware of your achievements, and I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm also aware of everyone's doubts, but that's all right. I will prove everything with facts." As soon as the captain finished speaking, all eyes were on him. He pulled out a steel pipe from behind him and held it high above his head, asking loudly, "Can anyone break this steel pipe with their bare hands?" Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, and someone muttered quietly, "How is that possible? Unless it's a special prop." The captain smiled slightly and turned to Elder Zhang. "Would you mind coming up to inspect it?" Elder Zhang snorted and strode forward. After a careful examination, he nodded to the crowd. "It's indeed a real steel pipe." The pipe was passed around, with each person attempting to break it, but none succeeded. Eventually, the steel pipe was returned to the captain. "No issues, right?" The captain surveyed the room. Everyone replied in unison, "No issues." The captain took a deep breath and grasped both ends of the pipe. With a loud shout of "Ha!" and a sharp crack, the pipe snapped in two. The room erupted in astonishment. Gasps and exclamations of disbelief filled the air. The captain, unfazed, explained with a smile, This is beyond ordinary human capability, but a practitioner can achieve it. I'm an early-stage cultivator of the third tier of body refinement. To further prove his point, the captain leapt effortlessly over a 3-meter-high barrier. The crowd was left in awe, as if the laws of gravity on Earth had been defied. An excited veteran asked, "Captain, when you mentioned teaching us cultivation, is this what you meant?" The captain nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. The nation plans for everyone to cultivate. I was taught by someone, and now it's my turn to teach you. In the future, you will become teachers yourselves, spreading the flame of cultivation across the nation. All right, everyone, listen up. Space yourselves 5 meters apart and follow me in standing posture practice. Pay attention during your first cultivation session." Outside the Deputy Director's office of the Special Affairs Bureau, thud. A heavy object hit the ground heavily, creating a shallow pit in the dirt. Exhaling deeply, Su Feng slowly completed his exercise, sweat trickling down his determined face. A soldier quickly approached and respectfully handed him a towel. "Congratulations, Director Su, 881 kilograms. You've successfully reached the late stage of the 6th level of the body refinement realm. You are now the first human to achieve this milestone." Su Feng took the towel, wiped his sweat, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. "Have the training data from all the units been compiled?" "They're already on your desk," the soldier replied, standing at attention. "Good, thank you." Su Feng nodded slightly, turned, and walked into his office. He picked up the report on the desk and reviewed it carefully, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. The report showed that there are now tens of millions of practitioners, mainly distributed among the Security Division, Special Affairs Bureau, War God Legion, active military forces, and newly recruited militia. The Security Division, with 451 members, was the strongest, most reaching the 5th level of the body refinement realm, with a few even breaking through to the 6th. Although other members of the Special Affairs Bureau were busy, they benefited from high-quality resources, generally reaching above the 2nd level. The War God Legion's 10,000 members were mainly between the peak of the 3rd level and the mid-4th level. The 2 million active military personnel mostly ranged from the complete 2nd level to the mid-3rd level. The newly recruited 30 million militia were just starting, with most yet to break through the 1st level. Su Feng put down the report and instructed, "Call Section Chief Long over." Moments later, Long Zhanshan walked briskly into the office. "Director Su, you wanted to see me?" "Yes, I have a task for you." Su Feng got straight to the point. "Since we previously selected 10,000 for the War God Legion from 2 million troops, and now we have an additional 30 million, there's no reason we can't select more talents. I want you to expand the War God Legion to 100,000, selecting an additional 90,000 to join." Long Zhanshan looked slightly worried. "Director, I'm concerned that the newcomer's skills might not match those already in the Legion." Su Feng, understanding his concern, explained, "You're worried about the disparity in strength within the War God Legion and potential criticism? Don't worry, the progress of a genius is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The first 9 levels of the body refinement realm are mainly about resources, and you can already see the gap widening. By the time we reach the 2nd major realm, the difference will be even more pronounced. In cultivation, talent is more important than hard work. We need to focus on the long term and concentrate quality resources on nurturing talent. Time will prove the value of the War God Legion." Long Zhanshan suddenly understood. "I see. I'll get on it right away." "Thank you." Su Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in the intelligence department of the Sam Nation, "Sir, there's important intelligence." An intelligence officer rushed into the office. James looked up and asked, "From where?" "From China." James immediately became serious. "What intelligence?" "Speak quickly." The intelligence officer reported. "We've received a message from a secret agent suggesting that the Chinese military has mastered some kind of Eastern sorcery that can turn soldiers into superhumans." "What?" James was furious. "Do you think I have time for this? How could you report such obvious fake intelligence without verification? Didn't we already dismiss this once before? If it happens again, you're out." The intelligence officer quickly explained, "Sir, we've verified it repeatedly and even obtained photo and video evidence. This might be real." James scrutinized the officer with sharp eyes, seeing his determined expression, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Show me the video." After the video played, James was silent for a long time. Finally, he asked, "Was the video authenticated?" "Of course, we wouldn't make such a basic mistake," the intelligence officer affirmed. James continued his questioning. "Is this a small-scale event or widespread?" "Based on our investigation, it seems the entire Chinese military has undergone modification. What's more alarming is that the newly recruited 30 million soldiers are also beginning the transformation. Once completed, the consequences will be unimaginable." James's face changed drastically. "Deploy all satellite resources immediately to monitor their modification process. I want first-hand information." Soon, clear satellite images appeared before James. He was shocked, nearly stumbling. This is going to be big, James muttered to himself, then quickly gathered all the intelligence materials and hurried to the Yellow Palace. The Prime Minister's office in Fusang. Prime Minister Watanabe was busy with his duties in his office when his secretary suddenly informed him, "Prime Minister, there's important news from Samukoku." Watanabe set down the documents in his hand and looked at the screen in front of him, where images and video clips flashed. After quickly reviewing them, he frowned deeply. Just then, the secretary entered again with another message. "The president of Samukoku is on the line." Watanabe answered the call, and the president got straight to the point. "Watanabe-san, have you seen the materials?" "I have," Watanabe replied gravely. "Are these real?" "It's hard to believe. The Huaxia region has already started superhuman transformation for millions. With your intelligence capabilities, you should be able to verify it quickly," the president pointed out. Watanabe exclaimed, "By Amaterasu, how have they achieved this?" "Perhaps only God knows," the president hinted. "The issue is, we can't let Huaxia enjoy this alone." Watanabe immediately expressed his stance. "Fusang is willing to follow your lead. We trust that you will guide us in obtaining this remarkable advancement." The implication was clear. They would follow but not take the lead. The news swept across the globe like a storm. Within a day or two, world leaders were informed. Allies sought confirmation from Huaxia, even visiting in hopes of learning the superhuman transformation method. Meanwhile, adversaries fanned the flames, hoping to benefit from the chaos. In Huaxia, public opinion was in an uproar. The internet was rife with rumors. "I heard the military is training to fly and teleport. My neighbor's uncle rejuvenated and looks like he's in his 40s now. Why is the training only for soldiers? Aren't we Huaxia citizens too? No way. We need to protest." Conspiracy theories abounded, and the online atmosphere was chaotic. In the office of the Special Affairs Bureau Director, Guo Shenong put down the phone. "Su Feng, the chief advisor, called. They're under a lot of pressure and want your opinion." Su Feng was confident. "Everything is going according to plan. When we decided on large-scale training, we anticipated this day. We're prepared, and soon we'll initiate nationwide training. With them helping to stir interest, why not take advantage?" "Are you planning to start nationwide training early?" Guo Shentong inquired. "Just over a month ahead of schedule. We've gathered far more resources than expected, so half a month won't be an issue." Su Feng nodded. "Should I inform the chief advisor?" "Hold on." Su Feng smiled slyly. "Since those countries are eager, let's wait a couple more days to negotiate better terms. We shouldn't waste such a golden opportunity." "Are you planning to extort them?" Guo Shentong chuckled. "How can a cultured person speak of extortion? It's mutual benefit, a win-win." Su Feng laughed. 10 days later, after negotiations with various countries, the grand gifts were shipped back home. "How did it go?" Su Feng asked. Guo Shentong reported excitedly. "Even better than expected. We have nearly 200 million portions of materials for the 1.0 version of the Foundation Establishment Elixir, over 500,000 portions for the 1.3 version, and countless other resources, totaling over $400 billion in value." "An unexpected windfall," Su Feng marveled. "I wonder how they'll react to our next move?" "They'll surely be furious," Guo Shentong laughed. "By the way, when do you plan to start the nationwide training?" "The public sentiment is becoming hard to contain." Su Feng pondered for a moment. "It's about time." In a typical household on the southeast coast. "Mom, do I look sick to you?" the young man asked, flexing his bicep. His mother hesitated. Her son did seem quite healthy. After a moment, she said, "You've been eating a lot more and getting stronger. Are you sure that's okay?" "Mom, don't worry," the young man replied confidently. "A lot of my classmates are the same. Our gym teacher says it's because of the new era fitness routine we're practicing. It was developed by top national experts." He paused, then added excitedly, "I heard the military is practicing it too. I suspect this routine might actually be a legendary cultivation technique." His mother chuckled and shook her head. "Cultivation? You need to stop reading so many novels. There's no such thing." "Oh." The young man raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you go to the temple to pray before my exams? You believe in Buddha but not in cultivation?" Just as his mother was about to scold him, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. "Who's there?" "Take it easy." The young man hurried to open the door, relieved to have escaped a lecture. As soon as the door opened, another young man burst in. "Hua, turn on channel 1, quick." "What's going on, Biao?" Hua asked, puzzled. "Don't ask, just do it." The three of them stared at the screen. A young man in a military uniform was making an announcement. "I'm Su Feng, Deputy Director of the Special Affairs Bureau. Today, I have a major announcement for the nation. Cultivation is real." Hua clenched his fist in excitement. "I knew it. That exercise routine is definitely a cultivation technique." Biao said enviously, "You've already finished all 36 moves, right?" "I'm only on the 8th. Su Feng continued. "Starting tomorrow at 8 a.m., we will enter an era of nationwide cultivation. Please stay tuned to this channel, where we will teach more advanced techniques and knowledge every day. As the press conference ended, the internet exploded with reactions. The government has confirmed it. Who dares to doubt now? I can't wait to start cultivating tomorrow. I'm already camped in front of the TV, afraid to miss anything. Wait a minute, Su Feng looks really young. How is he in charge? What exactly is the Special Affairs Bureau? Have there been cultivators all along? It's mind-boggling. It seems that the cultivation techniques were contributed by this young man, or perhaps by the cultivation force behind him, with him merely being the figurehead. Now, there aren't many places left in the country to hide, so these hidden sects are starting to emerge and collaborate with the government. As soon as the words left Shunji's mouth, the forum erupted. Some questioned why the collaboration didn't happen sooner, while others speculated that the revival of spiritual energy was imminent. Various theories emerged, and some even complained that China was late to start cultivating compared to other countries. Shinji frowned slightly and continued his analysis. Everyone, calm down. So what if other countries are cultivating? I doubt they can truly grasp the essence. Our techniques are in Chinese and require Mr. Su Feng's explanation. If simply obtaining the techniques were enough, why would we need this channel? As soon as he finished, the forum cheered. Shunji is here. Some excitedly declared their desire to absorb immortal energy. Meanwhile, in the White House of the Sam Nation, the atmosphere was tense. The leader anxiously inquired about the progress of cultivation. James reported, out of 100 people, 57 experienced a decline in vitality, and only a few who took Korean ginseng showed improvement among the remaining 43. The leader's face darkened upon hearing this. How is China managing large-scale cultivation? They've stockpiled ginseng from around the globe, James replied helplessly. The leader gritted his teeth. Contact the southern nation immediately. I want all their ginseng. At the same time, in the Prime Minister's residence in Fusang Nation, Watanabe was inquiring about the country's cultivation progress. Ono reported, we have an advantage in herbal resources, but it will take at least another month to reach the first level. In the green terrace of the southern nation, the president was furious. Damn it, the Sam Nation is pushing us too far. The strategic analyst advised, we have two options. Either refuse and risk everything or agree to be constrained. The president, agitated, waved his hand. Giving them everything is out of the question. I will negotiate, at most offer half, even if it means mutual destruction. Special Affairs Bureau. Su Feng had just returned to the bureau and was eager to inquire about the progress of the national talent selection from Sujia. Sujia earnestly reported, we have completed it ahead of schedule and are providing long-distance protection for the selected talents. Su Feng pressed for more details, to which Sujia elaborated. Between 360 million to 400 million people regularly practice the morning exercise routine, and among them, over 3,700 have reached the initial stage of the first level of body refinement. Su Feng was delighted. That's quite a number. Sujia added, these are true geniuses, with talents surpassing most members of the War God Corps and the Defense Department. Su Feng then inquired about the preparations for the War God Academy. Sujia explained that the academy was ready, capable of accommodating 5,000 students for both study and living, with a strong faculty in place. Su Feng immediately ordered the issuance of admission notices and instructed that the families of the students be brought to the capital as well. Following this, Shui Yong from the supply department reported that 5 billion portions of the foundational spirit liquid potion were prepared and would be escorted by the army and militia to various parts of the country. Su Feng sternly warned that no one was allowed to tamper with the potion. The next day at 8 a.m., Su Feng appeared on a live broadcast on CCTV, interacting with the national audience about cultivation knowledge. He emphasized that the purpose of cultivation is protection and promised that reaching advanced levels of cultivation could lead to immortality. His words left audiences both domestically and internationally in awe. Su Feng continued, having explained what cultivation is, let me now talk about the stages of cultivation. As I'm sure many of you are keen to know about this, didn't I already say? If you can achieve immortality, does it really matter if you become a celestial being? Su Feng glanced at the barrage of comments speculating about various cultivation realms, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew these web novel enthusiasts were still viewing cultivation levels through the lens of fiction. Shaking his head gently, he said, cultivation is divided into 7 major realms: body tempering, vital energy, cleansing marrow, shedding mortality, transcending mortality, entering sainthood, and celestial being. As for the higher realm of immortals, that's something beyond our reach. Su Feng didn't rush to explain further and began with the basics of the body tempering realm. He detailed the 10 sublevels within this realm and the strength standards corresponding to each level. When he mentioned that ordinary people generally have a strength level of 0, the comment section exploded. Holy crap, that's tough. Even Tyson might not meet the entry requirements. This is insane. Just being able to hold a horse stance for half an hour is impressive. Ignoring these exclamations, Su Feng continued to introduce the three sublevels of the vital energy realm. When he spoke about how vital energy could form a barrier that even bullets couldn't penetrate, the audience was once again thrilled. This is definitely a fantasy world. Reaching the peak of the vital energy realm in a few years? That's incredibly fast. Su Feng timely pointed out, achieving the peak of the vital energy realm within a few years is already quite an accomplishment. He didn't elaborate further, but the mention of lifespan extension sparked another wave of imagination. Finally, Su Feng adopted a serious tone. Now let's talk about the precautions in cultivation. The path of cultivation is not always smooth. You might encounter various problems, and we must be prepared to prevent them. As for the third major realm, the cleansing marrow realm, I won't discuss it today. Achieving the peak of the vital energy realm within a few years is already remarkable. Don't bite off more than you can chew, but I can tell you one thing. Once you reach the third major realm, your lifespan will increase. In the practice of cultivation, there are four essential elements: wealth, companions, method, and environment, with wealth being the foremost. Here, wealth doesn't just refer to money. It encompasses all kinds of resources necessary for cultivation. Without these resources, reaching a profound level of mastery is quite unlikely. Su Feng stood before the live stream camera, his gaze sharp and intense. He slowly articulated the four key elements of cultivation, each word carefully chosen. When he mentioned the current absence of spiritual energy in the world, a meaningful glint appeared in his eyes, as if hinting at something deeper. Su Feng then stressed the significance and precautions of the initial cultivation practice. He announced that 30 million troops had been dispatched nationwide, carrying precious resources for medicinal baths. With a firm tone, Su Feng urged everyone to stay informed about local developments and patiently await offline cultivation arrangements. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream erupted with chatter. Some viewers were confused, while others were anxious. A quick-thinking netizen promptly summarized Su Feng's key points, calming some of the skepticism. At that moment, someone excitedly reported that local arrangements for cultivation had already begun. The news sparked a wave of envy and jealousy among the viewers. The scene shifted to a village on the eastern coast. Retired veteran Zhang Guodong was briefing the village chief on the cultivation arrangements. Upon hearing about the precious medicinal baths, a glint of greed flashed in the chief's eyes. Zhang Guodong immediately issued a stern warning about the severe consequences of embezzling the resources. The chief's expression changed drastically, and he quickly promised strict compliance. Soon, the first group of 60 villagers was assembled. The militia brought by Zhang Guodong swiftly secured the area, preventing onlookers from gathering. In response to skepticism and dissatisfaction, Zhang Guodong calmly explained, demonstrating the powerful aura he had gained from cultivation, which effectively intimidated the troublemakers. Inside the village committee office, Zhang Guodong solemnly read out the rules. He specifically emphasized that disrupting others' cultivation would have serious consequences. The hint of threat in his words sent a shiver down the spines of the villagers present. The first session of entering a meditative state for cultivation isn't easily disturbed. It's not as simple as a few words or minor commotions affecting someone. Such disturbances would render cultivation impossible. Only a forceful push, knocking someone over, or directly attacking them would cause a real impact. As long as practitioners maintain a certain distance from each other, with Zhang Guodong and his team's level of cultivation, they can effectively prevent such malicious behavior through strict monitoring. Zhang Guodong nodded in agreement, saying, "That's true. Although it's difficult to achieve complete prevention nationwide, this is currently the best solution." He glanced around at the others, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Since everyone is eager, let's begin." Rising slowly with a solemn expression, Zhang Guodong announced, "The technique you are about to practice is called Nine Heavens Primordial Art. It is incredibly powerful. I hope you all dedicate yourselves to learning it." With that, he began to explain the introductory essentials in detail. While Zhang Guodong and his team practiced the Azura War God technique, their experience in cultivation made them more than capable of guiding beginners. As for more advanced levels, there were television programs available to teach the public. This scene was not unique, but was happening all over the country. 30 million militia members were divided into 1.5 million groups, each instructing 60 people. In theory, the first cultivation session for 90 million people could be completed in a single day. Of course, reality often falls short of expectations. Most people struggle to achieve a meditative state on their first attempt and require multiple tries. Fortunately, Su Feng provided a method to accelerate this process, ensuring that even those with average aptitude could get started within 5 attempts. Meanwhile, in the Yellow House of Sam Country, the president was discussing strategies with his advisor, James. South Country refuses to hand over all the ginseng, offering only half at most, James reported reluctantly. The president snorted, suppressing his anger, and asked, "What's your take on this?" James pondered for a moment. "Half is better than nothing. Let's secure what we can without pushing too hard." Ginseng is harvested annually. and as long as we control South Country, we'll have a steady supply. The president nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Have you managed to acquire the herbal bath concoction from Huaxia? We've obtained a dozen samples. The effects are excellent, dozens of times more potent than ginseng, James replied, clenching his fist with excitement in his eyes. Can we reverse engineer the components and synthesize them artificially? The president inquired further. James shook his head. We've identified the components, but when synthesized directly, the effect is zero. Experts speculate there's a unique energy, perhaps a natural force from the proper combination of herbs. The president fell into deep thought, then a flash of insight crossed his eyes. Huaxia didn't just start acquiring herbs recently, did they? Investigate what herbs they purchased when they first established the Special Affairs Bureau. Those early acquisitions are likely closest to the correct formula. James's eyes lit up. Brilliant, Mr. President. However, even if we find the formula, the current herbal resources are quite limited. The president sneered. So what? Herbs grow every year. Once we have the types and recipes, we can control global herbal bases and restrict Huaxia's procurement. They may lead for now, but in a few years, we'll catch up and surpass them. James immediately set out to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, many countries began to ban the export of herbs, treating them as strategic resources. However, they were unaware that a real crisis was looming. In the Prime Minister's residence in Fusang, Watanabe was inquiring about the progress of the Chizai project investigation. Huaxia continues to build the wall, but beyond that, there's no other activity, Ono reported helplessly. Watanabe frowned deeply. This doesn't add up. Focus your investigation on the Special Affairs Bureau, and spare no effort in uncovering the truth. Yes. Ono saluted and departed to execute the orders. At this very moment, a travel vlogger named Wang O was live streaming from a small county in the west with a population of less than 300,000. Her goal was to explore the beautiful landscapes of her homeland and share her journey and experiences with her followers. She funded this dream through her earnings from the live streams. Friends, let's find a hotel in the county to rest for the night. Tomorrow, we'll continue our journey into the grasslands to experience their vastness. Wang O smoothly parked the car just outside the county and pointed at the imposing city walls not far away, asking, "Look at that. What do you think it is?" "Wow, that's really high," someone exclaimed. "It's taller than the city walls in our county." "Your county has city walls too?" "Ours is building some as well, 30 meters high, like something from ancient times," another person chimed in. Wang O frowned and said, "It's strange. They used to tear down walls for development, and now they're building them again. Are they worried about foreign invasions?" "Exactly," someone complained. "These walls cause traffic jams and slow down logistics. It's a total infrastructure blunder." Seeing the discussion getting more heated, Wang O quickly intervened. "We might not understand the reasons, but I'm sure there's a deeper purpose behind the state's decisions. Our knowledge is limited, so let's leave it to time." She knew that if the conversation continued, it might affect the live stream. As a savvy streamer, changing the topic at the right moment is a necessary skill. Xiao was right, someone agreed. There are think tanks up there with a broad vision. It's like cultivation. Without the state's foundational resources, how could we have started? The funds raised through 2 financial wars and the global procurement of materials seemed puzzling then, but now they appear wise. That makes sense. Let's wait and see. Others nodded in agreement. Time flies, and before anyone knew it, it was July 2024. With less than 6 months until the day of the great catastrophe, the urgency at the Special Affairs Bureau was only increasing. Given that children under the age of 10 are not suitable for training due to their undeveloped bones, and that progress is extremely slow for those over 80, only a select few can participate in training. The majority will have to wait until the resurgence of spiritual energy to consider it. Su Jie spoke these words with a serious expression. Su Feng nodded slightly, though his brow furrowed a bit. After pondering for a moment, he added, "Actually, not all children under 10 are unable to train. Some mature early and can start as young as 6, while late bloomers might need to wait until 9 or even 10. It's hard to set a precise boundary." A glint of insight flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he continued. "To protect the youth's bodies, we've decided to implement a blanket policy, setting the training age at 10. After all, children under 10 don't need to be on the battlefield yet, so waiting is fine." He paused and added, "Although they can't officially train, the new era strengthening exercises are an excellent foundational practice for them, promoting health with almost no side effects." Switching gears, Su Feng asked, "How many people have reached the pinnacle of the first stage of body refinement?" His eyes shone with anticipation, priding himself on his ability to spot talent. Su Jie immediately responded, with a hint of pride in her voice, "Excluding military personnel, since the start of universal training, approximately 8 million people have reached the peak of the first stage of body refinement, and 1.5 million have achieved perfection in that stage. There are 160,000 who have broken through to the early second stage, nearly 5,000 in the mid-second stage, over 200 in the late second stage, and 7 have reached the pinnacle of the second stage. Hearing this, Su Feng's eyes lit up with excitement, his delight evident. Good, very good. It seems we have quite a few undiscovered talents to uncover. This is the perfect opportunity to recruit these prodigies into our ranks and focus our resources on nurturing them. Su Feng expressed his joy, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, as if envisioning a powerful team of cultivators rising under his leadership. Our security division and the War God Legion need to expand. We have over 200 individuals who have reached the late stage of the body refining realm, second layer. Evaluate them, and if they pass, recruit them into the security division. Additionally, select some of the top talents from our 30 million militia, as the security division still lacks sufficient personnel. We need to expand to 800 members, Su Feng instructed Long Zhanshan. Su Feng's voice was steady and powerful, his eyes gleaming with determination. Long Zhanshan straightened up immediately, nodding solemnly. Understood. I will personally oversee the selection process to ensure efficiency and swift integration into the security division. Satisfied, Su Feng nodded and continued. The War God Legion also needs to expand. 10,000 is not enough. Conduct a thorough assessment of those who have reached the early stage of the body refining realm, second layer, and recruit another 10,000. Our goal is to expand the War God Legion to 200,000 before the impending catastrophe. A spark of excitement flashed in Long Zhanshan's eyes, aware of the significance of a 200,000-strong elite force. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished, he declared resolutely. Turning to the head of the mobilization department, Ku Shan, Su Feng added, also, recruit all 800,000 who have reached the peak of the body refining realm, first layer, into the army. This will give us a total force of 40 million. Kushan responded immediately, understood. I will coordinate with major military regions and armed forces departments to ensure swift implementation. Su Feng surveyed the room, his tone shifting. Besides these matters, there are 2 more important tasks today. He paused before continuing. First, the concept of everyone is a soldier must be actualized. Use the 30 million militia as a backbone to organize nationwide military training. Everyone must dedicate 3 hours daily to discipline and advanced weaponry training. I've approved the mobilization department's previous plan, so proceed with that. Ku Shan nodded seriously. Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away. Second, Su Feng's tone grew grave. We need to bring our people back home and start a large-scale recruitment of talents. With no budget restrictions, Luo Jiutian was taken aback. Director Su, are we moving to this stage so soon? Su Feng's expression was solemn. We need to be proactive to prevent any unforeseen events. Half a year is enough time. Or rather, we actually don't have 6 months. Reluctantly, Luo Jiutian agreed. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Su Feng then instructed the head of the transport department, Tu Gang. For this mission to bring our people home, we need nationwide transport support. It's going to be a tough task. Tu Gang, brimming with confidence, replied, it's not tough. We're already prepared. After the meeting, Ouyang Shui stayed behind and quietly asked Su Feng if he wanted to give it a go. Su Feng rolled his eyes and sternly declined. Guoshintong commented meaningfully that it was fortunate Ouyang was on their side. Otherwise, she'd be quite troublesome. Guoshintong also reminded Su Feng to stay safe, but Su Feng just smiled, saying it was the ones targeting him who should be cautious. They exchanged a knowing smile, both eager for the upcoming operations. The next day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs publicly addressed Chinese communities worldwide. Overseas compatriots and fellow countrymen who are concerned about the homeland, come back. The motherland needs you. All those who wish or are willing to return just need to contact the embassy in their respective countries, and arrangements will be made for your return. We will dispatch planes and ships to bring you home. This announcement hit like a bombshell, causing a massive stir among Chinese communities worldwide. Media outlets in various countries speculated about the intentions behind China's move. Some exclaimed that it was an unprecedented global evacuation, while others questioned its rationale. When the news reached Silicon Valley in the United States, Li Hao, busy in his lab, paused his work and stared gravely at his phone screen. He was just over 30, at the peak of his career. Li, what are you planning to do? Are you going back to China? His colleague Jason noticed his unusual demeanor and asked curiously. Li Hao looked up, his eyes resolute. Yes, the motherland is calling. It's time for me to go back. Oh my gosh. Jason was alarmed. Our research is just making progress, and investors have just poured in a significant amount. The lab environment is about to improve. We're on the verge of breakthroughs that could astonish the world. Are you really going to give all that up? Li Hao put down his equipment and spoke earnestly. Jason, listen to me. You might not understand, but China has a special allure for us. Whenever she calls, countless people like me will not hesitate to return to her embrace. It's a feeling you might find hard to grasp, but please respect my decision. Oh, I can't quite understand, but I know that science knows no borders. You can leave later, right? We really can't do without you here. You know what I mean. Jason continued to persuade. Li Hao took a deep breath, his eyes determined. I'm sorry, but I must return. We'll meet again if the opportunity arises. He had made up his mind. At that moment, countless Chinese scholars worldwide were packing their bags and, with the assistance of their embassies, heading home, becoming the first wave of talent returning to the country. Have you seen the news? Professor Shang Daoming turned down an invitation from the United States and decided to return home. He's a semiconductor expert, and his return will certainly boost our domestic industry. That's not all. Many academic heavyweights are coming back. This call to action has been highly effective. With these talents joining us, the country's development prospects are looking better. I'm more worried about the military training. 3 hours a day is torture. Is your company having military training too? Yes, it's seriously affecting operations. I heard many foreign companies are planning to withdraw their investments, sensing instability. Don't even mention those folks. Even ordinary people like me feel something big is about to happen. Everything seems abnormal, like the calm before a storm. I wonder if my intuition is right. In the Prime Minister's office in Japan, Watanabe asked, how many have left? Ono replied, about 400,000, less than half of the permanent residents. Including those without proper registration, there are still 600,000 remaining in the country. What do you think of China's recent actions? Ono felt uneasy. It could be the eve of a major conflict. They're not only evacuating globally, but also conducting nationwide military training. Coupled with the previous nationwide cultivation, these are quality recruits. Simple training could turn them into excellent soldiers. Fear flickered in Watanabe's eyes. Indeed, they never fight unprepared. Such large-scale actions, even at the expense of economic growth, are concerning. With China's vast population, if fully armed, the entire world would be intimidated. Ono cautioned, Prime Minister, if it were just about that issue, this level of preparation wouldn't be necessary. Their goals might be much larger. We must prepare ourselves to avoid being caught off guard. Watanabe looked up. Contact the President of the United States. We must quickly become a normal country and expand our military to handle the pressure. At this time, the US will surely agree, and perhaps this is our opportunity. Wise decision, Prime Minister. In the White House, the Secretary reported, Mr. President, the Japanese Prime Minister wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. The President scoffed. I know what he wants. Turning to James, he asked, what do you think of these actions by the Eastern power? James responded, previously, I would have thought it was for that particular issue. But now, I'm not so sure. Oh, why do you say that? If it were just for that issue, their existing military strength would have sufficed. Mobilizing 30 million retired soldiers to become super warriors is already a formidable deterrent. At that point, we wouldn't have intervened. So why the nationwide military training now? The President questioned. Yes, why indeed? James's expression turned serious. Nationwide cultivation, a militarized populace, the earlier Thousand City Plan, and now global repatriation. All signs suggest China is preparing for a major plan or a significant crisis. We don't know exactly what, but it's certainly not directed at us. The President clenched his fist, feeling a surge of vitality within. Could it be related to cultivation? This belongs to the realm of the divine, once only legend, now a reality we can't ignore. James replied, it's unclear. It all stems from the Special Affairs Bureau, or rather, that young man named Feng. He surely holds the answers we seek. The President's face turned intense. Spare no expense, bring him here. Understood. A plot against Feng was quietly unfolding without his knowledge. At 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister spoke. The Eastern power has been quite active recently. Should we take action? An advisor reminded, Prime Minister, our economy is already in a poor state. It would be wise to focus on domestic issues. There are plenty of people eager to see you step down. The Prime Minister's gaze was dangerous. I'm aware, but it's not as if the economy can improve just by wishing it so. We need to divert public attention, and nothing suits better than the China threat, don't you think? It might be a good approach. What do you have in mind, Prime Minister? Let's have the media emphasize that the Eastern power is adopting militarism, aiming to arm its entire population against the world. We should set aside economic concerns and focus on military development to counter the threat. What do you think? The advisor nodded. That could work. At the Arctic Bear Palace, the Emperor furrowed his brow, eyes glinting with concern. He asked gravely, China truly lives up to its name. Their population is vast, and with their cultivation, the quality of their troops is exceptionally high. Why do you think they've suddenly started arming the entire populace? The diplomat shook his head helplessly. We haven't been able to gather any concrete information yet. The Emperor tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze sharpening. Do you think they might have intentions against us? After all, many territories in the East were once theirs. The diplomat was taken aback, but then shook his head. I don't think so. We've already established borders, and these are recognized by international law. There's nothing to overturn. The emperor let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery in his eyes. That's only when power is balanced. Once one side overwhelmingly surpasses the other, international law becomes nothing more than a scrap of paper. What do you mean, Your Majesty? The diplomat asked cautiously. The emperor stood and walked to the window, looking into the distance. Issue a level 1 war mobilization order. Regardless of China's intentions, whether they're targeting us or not, we must respond in kind to avoid being caught off guard. Besides, this will also put more pressure on those European gentlemen. We need to extract ourselves from this quagmire quickly to handle more complex international situations. The diplomat suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Old Silver Mountain, Sam Country, a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was trying to persuade Johansson. Our offer is the best. Not only is the salary 3 times higher than your current one, but we also promise you a better research environment. Additionally, if you wish, we can arrange for you to acquire Chinese citizenship. Johansson hesitated for a moment before asking, your offer is indeed tempting. I can agree to go to China with you. But what about my family? The middle-aged man responded immediately. As long as you're willing, they can certainly come along, but we need to act quickly. Johansson nodded. All right, give me a week. The middle-aged man shook Johansson's hand excitedly. No problem. Meanwhile, at the Special Affairs Bureau, Wang Hao, looking troubled, approached Su Feng. Su Feng, I'd like to request some leave. Su Feng sensed something was wrong and pressed for more information. What's going on? Wang Hao hesitated before finally revealing the truth. I just received a commie parents have been kidnapped. Su Feng stood up abruptly, a flash of coldness in his eyes. What? Such a big issue. And you plan to keep it from me? Wang Hao explained. You're too busy, and your position is too important. If I told you, I feared you'd take risks, which is absolutely unacceptable. Su Feng analyzed calmly. Humph, you're part of the security division, and your parents have a certain level of protection. Ordinary kidnappers couldn't possibly take them. This group must be foreign operatives. Wang Hao suddenly realized. You mean, the kidnapper's real target is you? Su Feng nodded, a hint of self-reproach in his eyes. The security level around my parents is the highest. They couldn't have succeeded. They're smart. They must have found out about my connection with you and targeted your parents instead. In a way, it's my fault for involving them. Wang Hao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Damn those low-life rats. I'm going to take them down right now. Su Feng quickly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Taking them down is easy, but the key is ensuring your parents' safety. Follow me. The two went to Guoshintong's office. Guoshintong greeted them as they entered. You're here. I was just about to look for you. Su Feng asked. Director Guo, have you received the news? Guoshintong nodded, exuding a murderous aura. Yes, these people are audacious, daring to kidnap our people openly in China. They're courting death. Su Feng inquired further. Director Guo, what's the current situation? Guoshintong briefly explained. They're primarily people from Sam Country, with agents from England and Japan involved. Over 50 individuals in total, deeply embedded operatives. They've gone all out this time, convinced that you will show up. Su Feng decided. I'll go with you. Guoshintong expressed concern. You shouldn't go. It's dangerous. Their target is you. Su Feng replied confidently. Director Guo, if anyone understands my abilities, it's you. They can't harm me, and they won't kill me. Their goal is to take me away, isn't it? Guoshintong paused before agreeing. All right, but don't be reckless. Follow orders. Su Feng nodded. Understood. The three quickly headed to Donghai County in Jiangsu Province. Outside an old factory, Guoshintong inquired about the situation from the local security team leader. After the briefing, Guoshintong turned to Su Feng and Wang Hao. As suspected, their target is you. Wang Hao said seriously. Su Feng, you can't go. You represent China's future and must not take risks. I'll rescue my parents myself. I've known uncle and auntie since I was a child, and I've had countless meals made by auntie over the years. They're like godparents to me. Do you really think I'm the kind of person who fears death? Su Feng said with a serious expression. Wang Hao frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, this isn't about fearing death. It's about the fact that a precious child should not take unnecessary risks. Your safety is too important. Su Feng patted Wang Hao's shoulder firmly. Unfortunately, they're after me. If you go, it won't make a difference. He turned to Guoshintong and asked, Director Guo, how are the preparations? Are you confident? Guoshintong's face was solemn. I know I can't dissuade you. Rest assured, I've prepared thoroughly. My only concern is that if they can't take you, they might resort to desperate measures. Su Feng chuckled lightly to ease the tension. Desperate measures? They have no idea about the power of a cultivator. They may want to go down with me, but I have no such desire. Seeing that persuasion was futile, everyone could only remind him, be careful. Su Feng walked alone to the outside of the old factory and shouted loudly, I am Su Feng, you know me. Release the people inside, and I'll go with you. Otherwise, it's all or nothing. Inside the factory, the agents from 3 different countries exchanged puzzled looks. The agent from Fusang asked, Jack, what do you think? Jack replied decisively, we are on Chinese soil. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it gets. We must act quickly. Taking Su Feng is our primary goal. The British agent expressed concern. This Su Feng is too mysterious. Who knows how strong he is? We might not be able to subdue him. Jack snorted, coward. If you're afraid to catch the prey that's right in front of us, why are we here? To die. The leader from Fusang agreed. Exactly. Since the operation has started, we can't stop halfway. Let's just hope his strength is within our control. If not, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Jack nodded. Right, if we can't take him, we'll kill him. The British agent reluctantly agreed. All right, I have no objections. During the hostage exchange, Su Feng apologized to Wang Hao's parents, uncle, auntie. I'm sorry for getting you involved. Wang's mother cried, Xiao Feng, you shouldn't have come. You're still so young. Su Feng reassured her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The opposing side shouted harshly, stop talking. Get over here, or I'll shoot them. Su Feng glanced at them coldly. I'm coming, why rush? If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. As Wang Hao's parents were rescued, Su Feng was captured. Jack shouted, we've got him, retreat. Su Feng sneered. Retreat? Where to? You're all going to die. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight. Jack was shocked. Not good, kill him. One of the agents suddenly clutched his neck, fell to his knees, and died. Su Feng's voice echoed in the air. 1, 2. With each count, another agent fell. Gunfire erupted, but no one could pinpoint Su Feng's location. His speed was beyond the limits of human perception. Jack shouted in terror, he's too strong, run. Su Feng laughed coldly. Now you want to run? Too late. With a swift motion, 7 more agents fell. In despair, Jack yelled, damn it. If that's how it is, we'll all die together. Su Feng quickly darted out of the old factory. Want to go down together? Ha, I won't oblige. He left the danger zone with superhuman speed. A thunderous explosion followed, destroying the entire old factory. Clearly, the opposition had prepared explosives, but detonating them required time. For ordinary people, it wasn't enough, but for Su Feng, who had advanced to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, it was more than sufficient. Wang Hao anxiously asked, Su Feng, are you all right? Su Feng pointed to the burning old factory and said casually, do I look like I'm in trouble? They're the ones in trouble. Director Gua, you handle the aftermath. Gua Shintong nodded. Leave it to me. You all go back. Su Feng said, let's go. After this incident, Su Feng gathered everyone for a meeting, and then relocated all direct family members of the Special Affairs Bureau's core members of Level 3 and above to Beijing, settling them next to the War God Legion's base. With 20,000 war gods protecting them, no one in the world could harm them. Yes, why are they so obsessed? The president of Germany excitedly declared, ha ha ha, finally, the day has come. Our great Germany will be great again. His eyes gleamed with fervor. The easing of restrictions by Sam's country gives us hope. Meanwhile, Watanabe, the Prime Minister of Japan, could hardly contain his excitement. This is fantastic. We can finally become a normal nation. He slapped the table and stood up. Let's convert several quasi-aircraft carriers into real ones. The glory of our great empire will shine once more under my leadership. Suddenly, the world was engulfed in a frenzied arms race. Countless people sensed the looming danger and began stockpiling supplies. Many public figures also spoke out, urging nations to remain calm and exercise restraint. Damn, it's so dangerous out there now. It feels like a major war could break out at any moment, a young man said worriedly. What's there to worry about? His friend replied dismissively. Even if a war breaks out, we have no fear. Our country, Huaxia, is now a nation of soldiers. Plus, we're all practitioners, and during military training, we've handled guns. Our stability and accuracy are far superior to ordinary people. To be blunt, everyone in Huaxia is now a king of soldiers. Speaking of guns, it was amazing. Another person chimed in excitedly. It's the first time I've ever held a gun. When I was in college, we never got to touch guns during military training. It was my biggest regret. I never thought I'd fulfill that dream after starting work. So, what do you think is the purpose of our country's actions this time? Someone asked in confusion. I'm puzzled too. A young man with glasses frowned. There's cultivation, nationwide military training, and so many city walls being built. Have you noticed? Heavy weapons have already started being deployed on the walls. Is this really a cultural tourism city? It's clearly preparation for war. But why? Someone else asked, confused. In this situation, we only need to retaliate if the enemy invades. But the war hasn't started yet, so why waste enormous financial resources on this? Wouldn't it be better to invest in aircraft and missiles? How do you know the top brass hasn't stockpiled aircraft and missiles on a large scale? Maybe they have. A calm voice interjected. It seems like the whole world has entered a bizarre arms race. People are afraid to travel. In Western countries, there's even widespread looting. It's crazy. Special Affairs Bureau. Director Su, over 60 of countries worldwide are now strengthening their military forces, Luo Jutian reported, with a hint of gravity in his tone. Su Feng nodded slightly. Our goal has been achieved. I hope they understand our intentions. When the great disaster begins, they'll understand, Luo Jutian said meaningfully. How's the recruitment of foreign scientists and various talents going? Su Feng inquired with concern. Luo Jutian replied, of the 730,000 targets, we've successfully recruited over 510,000. Some are unwilling to come to Huaxia no matter what, and there's nothing we can do. Su Feng pondered for a moment. Try to persuade them again, giving it a month. Recruit as many as possible, and for those who are truly unwilling, let it be. We won't force anyone. Understood, Luo Jutian responded. By the way, have all personnel abroad returned? Su Feng asked. Luo Jutian reported. A batch has already returned. With the global arms race, some are concerned about being targeted as Chinese and have come back. However, many still remain overseas. How many people are still abroad? Su Feng pressed. Luo Jutian elaborated. There are about 11 million of our citizens living and working abroad. Most have returned. Less than 1 million remain overseas for various reasons. Additionally, there are about 60 million overseas Chinese. Among them, fewer than 20 million have returned. Most have established families and careers abroad, making it difficult to leave. Su Feng nodded. We must make every effort to persuade the millions still abroad. If they refuse, there's nothing more we can do. As for the overseas Chinese, the same principle applies. If their hearts no longer belong to the motherland and they don't wish to return, we won't force them, but ensure that those who want to come back can do so. I'll contact Sister Hua later to have her issue another statement. This is all we can do. Su Feng sighed helplessly. You're right, Director Su, Luo Jutian agreed. The third phase of the infrastructure project should be completed in a week or two, and then we'll commence the mass migration. It's a massive undertaking. How is the preparation going? Su Feng asked with concern. Luo Jutian solemnly replied. The mobilization and transportation departments have made comprehensive preparations and contingency plans. I'll also coordinate support from all sides to ensure the migration is completed on schedule. Su Feng reminded. Make sure to have a plan in place for settling people after the migration to avoid chaos. Yes, Luo Jutian affirmed. The next day, the Special Affairs Bureau's Public Relations Department issued a statement to the world for the first time. The global risk of war is rapidly increasing. As we reside in foreign lands, we endure various forms of discrimination, pressure, and uncertainties. The motherland now opens its arms to you. For those who wish to return home, we will do everything possible to assist you. The motherland is prosperous and strong, and coming back to build your homeland might be a great choice that won't disappoint you. This statement immediately caused a stir among the global Chinese community. This statement has an unusual tone, someone keenly observed. What does it mean to close the national gates? Are they preparing to isolate the country again? Why? Many others were puzzled and confused. Wow, the pressure is really on for those living abroad now. Should they come back? All the excuses have been blocked, and if they don't return by the deadline, they won't be considered Chinese anymore. The Chinese government's announcement hit like a bombshell, causing a massive stir among Chinese communities worldwide. Countless overseas Chinese are caught in a dilemma. Should they return to their homeland or continue striving in foreign lands? Back home, public opinion is in an uproar. Some people are cheering, saying, finally, a final ultimatum for those who are two-faced. Others are worried, asking, will so many people suddenly returning cause social instability? Many are speculating. Why choose December 1st, 2024, a seemingly ordinary date? Does it signal some major upcoming event? Meanwhile, Chinese communities around the world are in turmoil. In the Rocky Mountain Chinese community, a young man hurriedly approached his respected elder uncle, handing him a phone. Uncle, have you seen this announcement? The elder took the phone, read it carefully, and said solemnly, pack your things and go home. The young man frowned. But we've lived here for a century. Are we just supposed to give up? His uncle's eyes were sharp. A leaf returns to its roots. That's where our home is. The country has summoned us twice, which suggests something significant might happen. If we stay here, life will become even harder. Whether for personal reasons or the greater good, we must return. The young man reluctantly nodded. All right, I'll go inform everyone. At the same time, in the White House, the president was analyzing the announcement with James. What do you see? The president asked. James replied, something significant might happen in China around December 1st, 2024. The president shook his head. No, I suspect it's something that will affect the entire world. Otherwise, they wouldn't conduct such a large-scale evacuation. Should we stop them? James inquired. The president's eyes gleamed. Why stop them? Those Chinese hold a lot of wealth. If they're so eager to return home, they can't just leave without leaving something behind. It won't be that easy. James nodded in understanding. Got it. They can't take what belongs to us. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's residence in Japan, Watanabe was discussing strategies with his advisor, Ono. Ono suggested, should we keep these Chinese as hostages? With tens of thousands of people, China might be hesitant to act. Watanabe shook his head. Didn't you see the announcement? Those who don't return won't be considered Chinese. If we interfere, it might spark a conflict prematurely. It's not the right time yet. Let them go. Then he shifted the topic. By the way, how's the investigation on the Sinja plan going? Ono responded, recently, we've noticed that China has started placing heavy weapons on those city walls, seemingly for defense purposes. Watanabe furrowed his brows, deep in thought. It seems that the global situation is quietly undergoing a remarkable transformation. Humph, as if everyone coming back is truly a person. There's bound to be some spies among them, infiltrating us, defending the city? Watanabe was bewildered at first, then furiously exclaimed, do you believe that nonsense? In this day and age, building city walls for defense is outdated. It must be a ruse. Keep investigating, you useless fool. The intelligence officer nodded and quickly left the room, while Watanabe furrowed his brows, deep in thought. In the Kremlin, the emperor's gaze was intense as he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed? Despite the current situation, China is investing heavily in building massive city walls. Thousands of cities have been constructed in a year, and high walls now surround all urban areas. What could be hidden behind this? A diplomat cautiously replied, Your Majesty, I've acquired some information through special channels. It seems they are preparing for some kind of great catastrophe. A great catastrophe? What is that? The emperor inquired further. I'm not sure of the specifics, only that the term has been mentioned. The diplomat shook his head. The emperor pondered for a moment before making a shocking suggestion. Should we also follow China's example and start building walls around our cities? What? The finance minister immediately objected. Your Majesty, that's not feasible. Building cities is incredibly costly, and our finances are already strained. The emperor waved his hand. We don't need to build on a grand scale, just within our means. At the very least, we should construct walls around Moscow. Whether it's a disaster or a conspiracy, we must be prepared, right? Ultimately, the decision was made to build walls around 5 major cities in Russia. In the suburbs of Shanghai, inside a modest house. Uncle Li, I've come to see you again, the young man said with a cheerful smile. Uncle Li shook his head and sighed. Young Yang, don't bother. I can't go with you to the northwest. This is my home. Your aunt and I worked our whole lives to buy this house. Do you really think I can just give it up? In Shanghai, even a house in the suburbs is incredibly valuable, so it's understandable that he wouldn't want to leave it behind. Uncle Li, of course I know, but the government isn't taking your house away. Like I told you, the house here is still yours, and after 2025, you can come back whenever you want. Plus, you'll be eligible for a free house in the northwest. Where else could you find such a great deal? Xiao Yang continued to persuade him. Xiao Yang spoke earnestly, looking at Uncle Li with sincere eyes. Uncle Li, however, scoffed, looking skeptical. You said it yourself, where can you find such a good deal? I just can't believe it. He crossed his arms, looking stubborn. Seeing this, Xiao Yang frowned slightly, then broke into a mysterious smile. Uncle Li, think it over. You know the houses in the West are limited. If you miss this chance, you might not get another one. He spoke slowly, trying to entice him. Uncle Li's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yang, just tell your Uncle Li what's really going on. Why is everyone being moved to the northwest? This wasn't the first time he asked, nor was he the first to ask. Xiao Yang shrugged helplessly. Uncle Li, I've told you several times. I don't know why either. I'm just a small official at the community office. We do what we're told. Important secrets like these aren't shared with us. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes, indicating he was also puzzled. Hearing this, Uncle Li's expression grew even more resolute. Then I'm not going, not even if it kills me, he declared decisively. Xiao Yang, seeing Uncle Li's firm stance, could only sigh in resignation and prepared to leave. He knew he had many more families to persuade. Meanwhile, those who eagerly embraced the call had already begun taking action. They boarded high-speed trains or planes with excited expressions, embarking on the journey to their new homes. In a newly constructed town in the west, there was a flurry of activity. The city, planned from scratch, had a quaint, ancient charm yet exuded modernity. At the city gate, a bus pulled up, and dozens of people with luggage stepped off. They looked like tourists, but were actually about to become the town's new residents. A staff member approached to guide them, speaking warmly yet firmly. Please line up and register with the clerk here to receive your third-generation Smart ID card. This is crucial for your future life, so be attentive. The crowd began whispering, with someone worriedly asking, "What? We need a new ID card? What's going on? I'm a bit scared." A bold, middle-aged man stepped up, his voice loud and clear. "What's there to be scared of? We're on Chinese territory, all of us are Chinese. What's there to worry about? I'll go first." He marched confidently to the registration desk. The clerk, a pretty young woman, put the crowd at ease with her smile. "Hello, please show your old ID card." The middle-aged man handed over his ID, which the clerk placed on a device, quickly inputting his information. She then asked, "What is your current cultivation level? Please answer honestly, as it affects your future benefits." "First level of body refining, complete," he replied truthfully. After recording it, the clerk smiled warmly. "Congratulations on becoming the first resident of Northwest City number 13. How many family members are moving with you?" "Just the 5 of us." "All right, we'll now randomly assign you a 5-person family residence." With that, a number appeared and was recorded on his ID card. "You're the head of the household, and this house is yours. You can move in with your family shortly." As the first batch of residents settled into the new city, the internet buzzed with activity. Various posts emerged. "Check out my new home. It even has a courtyard. It's still fresh to me, and it's quite comfortable without the urban noise. It's much more peaceful. I moved here too, but there are so few people. Shopping is a hassle. There's no supermarket, and there's no delivery point for online shopping. I'm frustrated and want to go back. It's easy to come here, but not easy to leave. I've heard that each city is now under military control. While our freedom of speech isn't restricted, we're subjected to full-day military training, at least 10 hours a day. It's exhausting. Ha ha ha, I don't mind the fatigue. I'm thrilled because I finally have a gun." "You heard right, the government gave us guns. Everyone over 16 gets a long gun and a short gun." "Wow, that's intense. Isn't it like being in the army?" "In the army, you can't just take a gun whenever you want. You need to be on a mission or training." "Isn't it dangerous for everyone to have guns?" "Don't worry. Though we have guns, we aren't given bullets. Bullets are only issued during training, and each gun is engraved with the owner's name, so it's easy to track if lost. Everyone is armed and trained, so no one fears anyone else. I have a feeling the government is planning something big. With all this military training and arming us, moving us to the desolate Northwest, it seems like preparation for war." "I get it. Our population is too concentrated on the eastern coast. If a national war breaks out and the enemy launches missiles, it'll cause massive casualties. By dispersing the population, it's much safer." "Wow, when you put it that way, places with large populations aren't safe at all." In the Special Affairs Bureau, Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. This public opinion guidance is very effective. It can speed up our relocation efforts." Someone suggested, "Director Su, can't we announce the impending disaster to the public? If we did, I'm sure everyone would cooperate." Feng questioned, "Would they really cooperate if we announced it? I doubt it. It could trigger widespread panic. I don't mind informing everyone, but we need to wait a bit longer. Let's relocate as many people as possible first. After all, we have limited transport capacity. We can't move everyone at once. We'll disclose it when we have more capacity." Everyone reluctantly agreed. "All right, let's wait a bit longer." Meanwhile, in the White House of Sam's country, the president was discussing China's recent actions with James. "Have you noticed China's recent moves?" the president asked. James replied seriously, "Yes, I did. At first, I didn't understand why they launched the Thousand Cities plan, but now I have a rough idea. It's to disperse the population, prevent mass casualties, and prepare for a real war." The president pondered. Indeed, with their frequent actions, they might soon take further steps. "I've heard that the Northern Bear is now also building cities like China. Is that true?" James confirmed, "Yes, but not on the same scale as China. They are only constructing around their 5 largest cities." "Do you think that Emperor got some intel from China?" "It's possible, but I think it's more likely that the Emperor was preparing for future contingencies by copying China. Otherwise, he would have built more cities, just like China." James spoke slowly, his brow furrowed, clearly contemplating deeper possibilities. The leader listened, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. After a moment of reflection, he asked, "Do you think we should also build some cities?" No sooner had he spoken than he shook his head, a touch of confusion in his voice. "I don't know why, but I feel there's a major issue here. It shouldn't just be about dispersing the population, because that doesn't necessarily require walls, does it?" Hearing this, James looked troubled and slowly outlined the difficulties involved. This would require a massive amount of manpower, resources, and finances. "The key issue is that we lack compelling evidence to convince Congress, let alone explain it to the public." The leader sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. "Yes, We have so many constraints. In this regard, I do envy the Chinese Prime Minister a bit. The scene shifts to the Prime Minister's residence in Fusang. Watanabe suddenly stood up excitedly, his eyes shining. I see. I see. I finally understand. Ono looked puzzled and quickly asked, Prime Minister, what is it that you understand? Watanabe explained enthusiastically. Have you noticed China's recent actions? A mass migration. They're moving the population from densely populated eastern areas to the central and western regions. They're dispersing the population. Back then, how did they thwart our greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere? Wasn't it because of their vast lands, trading space for time, and wearing us down? Now, they're doing the same thing. Ono pondered this and tentatively asked, so, Prime Minister, do you mean that China is preparing to stand against the whole world, even ready for a scorched earth strategy? Exactly. Watanabe nodded affirmatively. Yet, Ono still had questions, but, Prime Minister, I have one question. Why are they building walls? This question plunged Watanabe into thought. Why build walls? Yes, why? He muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, Watanabe erupted in anger, shouting at Ono, why? You're asking me why? What's the use of you then? Hurry up and investigate. Startled by this sudden outburst, Ono quickly retreated, silently regretting his hasty words. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials around the world closely monitored China's actions. Each country had its theories about China's mass militarization and migration, but the issue of the walls left everyone puzzled. After all, in modern warfare, the significance of walls is almost negligible. Yet, constructing them requires immense manpower, resources, and money, making it seem highly impractical. With such an investment, wouldn't building bunkers or other military defenses be more sensible? Time passed, indifferent to human concerns, and before anyone knew it, it was November 20th. With just over a month left until the great catastrophe, it was truly the final stretch. The first 3 levels of the body refining stage, known as the 3 layers of skin refining, are foundational and progress quickly, especially with an ample supply of foundation elixir. Long Zhanshan nodded slightly, a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes. He slowly explained the pattern of cultivation. The first 3 levels of the body refining stage involve skin refining, and with the aid of foundation elixir, progress is rapid. Levels 4 to 6 involve muscle refining, where difficulty increases and talent differences begin to emerge. Levels 7 to 9 involve bone strengthening, where cultivation becomes increasingly challenging, allowing those with greater talent to stand out. He paused, then continued, however, talent's impact is not yet prominent in the body refining stage. The true turning point lies in the blood and chi stage. At the 10th level of the body refining stage, those with high talent may achieve perfection swiftly, while those with lesser talent may require 2 or 3 times as long. Breaking through to the blood and chi stage is a world of difference. Ordinary people need opportunities and trials, while geniuses can transcend in a moment. Hearing this, Su Feng's eyes sharpened, and he said solemnly, I will contact all major military districts about this matter. I believe they will gladly accept this group of talents. He then turned to Qin, saying, Chief Qin, please continue your report. Qin nodded confidently and began, firstly, all types of weapons and equipment have been delivered to each city and installed, with final adjustments underway. Completion is expected by December 5th. Secondly, the stockpile of rifles and handguns has reached 4.5 billion, and production has been paused. Citizens aged 16 to 80 have each received a rifle and handgun, with ammunition stored in the armory as a precaution. Su Feng initially wanted to distribute the ammunition as well, but was advised against it by Guoshentong. Guoshentong explained, in a large society, not everyone can be trusted to act benevolently. If a shooting incident were to occur before the great upheaval, it could jeopardize the entire plan. Su Feng agreed and readily accepted this suggestion. Su Feng found the reasoning sound and readily adopted the approach. Thirdly, the armament factories in all cities have been fully installed and tested. The workers have been dispatched to their respective cities and are currently acclimating to the new facilities. We anticipate that weapon production in each city will resume by December 10th. Qin reported the progress of the preparations with excitement. His voice was filled with pride, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The military fortresses along the border and coastal regions are well stocked. Ammunition, medical supplies, and food are all in abundance. Even if cut off from reinforcements, we can hold out for a year, Qin declared, clenching his fist. We are ready to face the impending catastrophe, just waiting for the battle. Su Feng nodded in satisfaction, a trace of relief in his eyes. In this lifetime, their preparations were so thorough that if they still couldn't withstand the challenges of the next decade, he couldn't imagine how they could alter their fate. Mr. Qian, how are things on your end? Su Feng turned to Qian Sanyi. Qian Sanyi calmly replied, all previously set research tasks have been completed. We are currently validating data to lay the groundwork for more in-depth research. Su Feng pondered. He knew well that he wasn't omniscient, and his memories from before his rebirth were limited. He couldn't create something from nothing in fields he hadn't encountered. Only when he received another invitation card to the trial city could the research department become busy again. Besides validating data, Mr. Qin, you can encourage everyone to brainstorm new topics based on future situations. Anything beneficial to Huaxia should be considered, Su Feng suggested. Qin Sanyi nodded solemnly. No problem there. Su Feng then turned to Ouyang Shui. Chief Ouyang, how is the finance department doing? Ouyang Shui promptly reported, following Director Su's previous instructions, we have developed a brand new monetary system. By 2025, everyone's assets will be reset. The new currency system is directly linked to cultivation resources like beast pearls, blood crystals, and spiritual medicine. She elaborated on how the new currency operates, including the establishment of bank-like branches and the exchange mechanisms. This system meets the needs for cultivation while also adapting to everyday life, achieving a dual purpose. Su Feng nodded in approval. He understood that as long as there was a two-way exchange, this currency system could function smoothly. More importantly, he needed these beast pearls and blood crystals to purchase resources and technology from the trial city. Well done, Su Feng added. Also, we need to pay salaries to those working for the country. This requires a whole new job classification system. Director Gua, please coordinate with the chief aide. We will support the reform. Guo responded with a smile. No problem. The higher-ups have already been planning this, so you're on the same page. Su Feng then turned to Shui Yong from the allocation department. Chief Shui, how are things on your side? Shui Yong immediately reported. The foundational spiritual liquid has been fully cold extracted and stored according to the population scale of each city. We have over 62 billion units of the 1.0 version in stock, enough until 2025. However, there are only over 800,000 units of the 1.3 version left, which will be prioritized for the Special Affairs Bureau. He went on to describe the nationwide establishment of herb cultivation bases. Although the planting time has been short, they are preparing for the future resurgence of spiritual energy and the production of more advanced foundational spiritual liquids and elixirs. We are ready to face the impending catastrophe, just waiting for the battle. Thirdly, regarding food, under balanced nutritional conditions, the current national grain reserves are estimated to last the population for about 8 months. Fourthly, the reserves of raw materials are expected to sustain high-intensity combat for approximately 7 months. Shui Yong concisely reported, his gaze carrying a hint of gravity. Su Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking. Suspend the supply of version 1.3 of the Foundation elixir to the War God Legion. They will temporarily use version 1.0. Prioritize version 1.3 for the Special Affairs Bureau members. Switching topics, Su Feng's frown deepened. Why are the grain reserves so tight? Ideally, a 5-year reserve should be more than sufficient. Shui Yong seemed prepared and explained without hesitation. There are mainly 2 reasons. The first is wastage. Under current circumstances, about 35% of the grain is wasted. The second, and most crucial, is that after nationwide cultivation, the food consumption has increased significantly, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Su Feng suddenly realized, self-mockingly saying, I actually overlooked the second point. It's like missing what's right under my nose. After a brief contemplation, a glint of insight appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, after the great catastrophe, there are plenty of fierce beasts in the wild. Their meat is not only delicious and filling, but also enhances cultivation. We can also plant spiritual seeds in blessed lands. As for the wastage issue, I propose implementing a communal dining system to strictly monitor and eliminate waste. What do you all think? Hearing this, Guo smiled and reminded, Director Su, a communal dining system is fine, but it should only apply to lunch. We should still preserve the tradition of family meals in the morning and evening, as we can't deprive our people of this right. Su Feng immediately realized his oversight and sincerely asked, I neglected that. Director Gua, what are your thoughts? What do you all think about using food coupons? Guo suggested. We could distribute them according to cultivation levels, which would not only encourage everyone to improve their skills, but also help us allocate food resources more efficiently. Su Feng paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. It's a good idea for the initial phase. However, in the long run, once people adjust to the new environment and have accumulated some assets, we could consider opening supply and marketing cooperatives to further incentivize cultivation. After a lively discussion, the group decided to implement a canteen plus food coupons plus supply and marketing coup system. This approach would gradually transition until food and other production resources were sufficient to restore a market economy. Su Feng looked around the room, his tone serious. Time is of the essence, with millions waiting to be relocated. Huaxia, we need to intensify our publicity efforts. Section Chief 2, mobilize the transportation division. Section Chief Ku, your team needs to get moving as well. We're almost there. Director Su, with the impending catastrophe, Should we consider releasing some information to the public? Huaxia cautiously inquired. Su Feng pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. We'll need to coordinate with the chief advisor on that. Gua, please handle the liaison. It's almost time, but we can only release partial information. Understood. I'll discuss it with the chief advisor right away, Gua Shenhong replied earnestly. After the meeting, Su Feng asked Long Zhanshan to stay behind. He inquired about the War God Legion and learned that the elite warriors had reached the 8th level of body refinement, with Long Zhanshan himself at the late 8th level. Satisfied, Su Feng assigned a special task to form a temporary special operations team to prepare for post-catastrophe actions. As they were talking, the meeting room door suddenly opened. A staff member rushed in, reporting urgently, Director Su, 2 aircraft carriers from Sam's country have entered our territorial waters. Su Feng's brow furrowed, and he responded gravely, understood. Long Zhanshan cautioned, Director Su, as much as I'd like to teach them a lesson, we can't afford to disrupt our plans at this critical moment. Su Feng smiled knowingly. We don't need to worry about that. The chief advisor will handle it. Let's just watch and see what happens. Less than an hour later, Su Feng was summoned to the central command. As he left, a mysterious smile played on his lips. Meanwhile, on the South Sea front, a warning broadcast echoed across the waters. You have entered our territorial waters uninvited. Please leave immediately, or we will take countermeasures. The broadcast repeated 3 times, but there was no response. In Sam's country's Yellow Palace, the atmosphere was tense. Mr. President, should we withdraw? The Navy commander asked anxiously. The president clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. I need to know what China's secret activities are. Hold off a little longer and keep the pressure on. However, their stubbornness was swiftly answered. Countless rockets rained down from the sky, instantly disabling the radar systems of Sam's country's aircraft carriers. Oh no, they've attacked us. I can't believe they actually dared to launch an assault against us. In the aircraft carrier's command room, the commander, with a grim expression, shouted, Intercept quickly, counterattack. However, the radar screen was filled with a swarm of red dots, overwhelming the defense system's capacity. There are too many rockets. We can't intercept them all, the operator reported in panic. What? Retreat quickly. The commander had just given the order when a massive explosion rocked the entire bridge. Boom. Countless rockets and missiles rained down like a torrent, devastating the twin aircraft carriers. This level of saturation firepower was unstoppable. With a limited arsenal and underestimating the enemy, their fate was sealed. After the explosions subsided, the carriers still floated defiantly on the sea, but the deck was in shambles, with heavy casualties among the crew. Meanwhile, hundreds of Huaxia fighter jets roared in, launching a relentless assault on the surviving enemy aircraft. Despite suffering losses, Huaxia's numerical superiority ultimately led to the complete annihilation of Sam's carrier-based aircraft. This sudden naval and aerial battle sent shockwaves across the globe. No nation anticipated such decisive action from Huaxia, and even the president of Sam had held onto a false sense of security. In the Yellow Palace of Sam, the president, eyes blazing with anger, roared, Damn it! They're declaring war on us. We must retaliate. The Navy chief silently cursed the president's foolishness but diplomatically suggested, retaliation is necessary, but we're too far away. Perhaps we should have Fusang take action, with our support. As they argued, someone burst in with urgent news. Mr. President, it's bad. Huaxia's troops have landed in Ezhou. They're beginning a unification operation. While Sam convened allies to discuss their response, Huaxia issued a global statement. On December 1st, we will announce a message concerning the life and death of all nations and their people. Stay tuned. Special Affairs Bureau. Director Su, most of those who were supposed to return have done so, but those who need to leave haven't been sent off yet. When should we arrange their departure? Luo Jiutian came to inquire. Let Huaxia handle it, and make sure they're all out by December 1st. Su Feng casually remarked, not seeming to give the matter much weight. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Su Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Those who are meant to leave will leave. The foreigners lingering in China are of no use. With the borders about to close, why bother with unnecessary actions? He paused and added, Of course, the scientists we've painstakingly recruited are an exception. They are the precious embodiment of human wisdom, living repositories of knowledge. Luo Jiutian nodded in agreement, saying, Understood. I'll go talk to Sister Hua right away. With that, he turned and left, his steps firm and swift. Su Feng nodded slightly, his gaze profound, as if he had foreseen the future. The scene shifts to number 10 in the foggy city of London. Inside the Prime Minister's office, the atmosphere is tense. Prime Minister, China has expelled our ambassador, a trusted aide reported, his voice tinged with unease. Bang! The Prime Minister slammed the table, demanding angrily, What exactly are they trying to do? The aide took a deep breath and calmly analyzed. It's likely related to the announcement they made for December 1st. They previously declared that they would close their borders on that day, which might also be a precursor to war. The Prime Minister frowned and asked, "And what about our ambassador over there?" "They've already taken the last group willing to return home. They flew out today," the aide replied, his tone filled with resignation. The Prime Minister slumped back into his chair, muttering to himself, "What has happened to this world? In just a year, everything has changed so drastically, I hardly recognize it anymore. Damn it." Chinese ambassadors around the world were being recalled, even from nations friendly with China. This move left countries around the globe puzzled. Many couldn't help but wonder, leaving Western countries aside, why even withdraw from staunch allies? Could China truly be planning to shut itself off from the world entirely? This news hit like a bombshell, instantly shaking global financial markets. Countless stocks plummeted, and the market was in turmoil. After all, China boasts the largest market, the most comprehensive industrial sectors, and the most complete supply chain system in the world. A world without China would certainly be incomplete. Soon enough, December 1st arrived, a day that the entire world had its eyes on. The press conference room was filled with journalists from various countries. "Hello again, everyone," Feng said, opening the session with a smile. "Unfortunately, this might be the last time we meet." The moment Feng finished speaking, a murmur spread through the crowd. Reporters whispered to each other, a mix of anger and helplessness in their eyes. They had already been informed that this was the final press conference before they would be expelled. With a slight smile, Feng continued, "I know you've all been waiting for today's big reveal. Don't worry, I'll go through everything." He glanced around the room and joked, "Seeing our recent activities, did you think we were preparing for war? Isn't that the case?" A reporter in the front row asked. Feng replied mysteriously, "You could say yes, but also no." After a pause, he added, "We are indeed preparing for a battle, but it's not quite what you might expect." "What makes it different?" someone pressed. Feng explained slowly, "This battle doesn't involve any nation. Our enemy is an interdimensional invader." The room erupted in disbelief. Some were shocked, others skeptical. Unfazed, Feng continued, "The specific date is January 1st, 2025, at midnight. With less than a month to go, I hope you all prepare accordingly." He turned to leave but paused. "If you're unsure how to respond, you might want to consider our approach." With that, Feng exited without looking back, leaving behind a buzz of conversation. Meanwhile, in the Yellow House of the United States, the president stood up in shock. "What? Interdimensional invasion? What on earth is that?" James explained. "It's a sci-fi concept referring to an invasion from another dimension." The president was furious. "Ridiculous. We lost 2 aircraft carriers for this nonsense?" James replied seriously, "It might be true. Consider the superpowers we've recently acquired and China's series of actions. If it's real, everything makes sense." The president calmed down, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. "If it is true, what should we do?" "We should also build walls to protect key facilities and personnel," James suggested. The president made a quick decision. "Head to Congress immediately and initiate wartime mobilization." The Prime Minister's office of Fusang. An invasion from another dimension? It sounds utterly unbelievable. Watanabe's face was filled with disbelief as he spoke. Prime Minister Watanabe, with furrowed brows and hands pressed firmly on his desk, looked puzzled. He took a deep breath and turned to his trusted aide, Ono. "Do you believe what Feng said?" Ono pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "Prime Minister, though it seems incredible, China's recent actions have indeed been strange. If it truly is an invasion from another dimension, everything would make sense." He began to analyze point by point. China's sudden financial attacks, the construction of new cities with walls, the militarization of the populace, the sudden emergence of cultivation practices, and the recall of overseas personnel. Each action was atypical, but under the hypothesis of an interdimensional invasion, they became logical. After hearing this, Watanabe's expression turned grave. So, Feng's words might actually be true. They wouldn't dare deceive the entire world, Ono stated confidently. They must have obtained some critical information. Watanabe abruptly stood up and commanded, "Mobilize all resources immediately to uncover the source of China's information and evidence, especially detailed information about the other dimension." Ono reluctantly reminded him, "I'm afraid that's not possible. China has already announced the closure of its borders and the expulsion of all foreign journalists." "Damn it." Watanabe gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. "We can't just sit and wait. Build a city. We need to build a city too." "It might be too late for a nationwide effort," Ono said with difficulty. "Just around Tokyo, we can reduce the scope," Watanabe said, narrowing his eyes with a cold tone. "Some sacrifices are acceptable." Ono understood and nodded in agreement. Watanabe continued to issue orders. "We must also initiate a war mobilization, with the entire population ready to fight." He decided to mimic China's strategy, but how much they could achieve in a month remained uncertain. The crucial issue is that Fusang is an island nation, which means they would face the most formidable sea beasts. In the previous era, Fusang was destroyed in the second year of the Beast Era. Even with some preparation this time, their lack of strategic depth raises the question of how many more years they can hold out. Emperor, haven't we already begun constructing the city walls? The general stepped forward with a concerned expression and said, Your Majesty, I have a better idea. Building walls around 5 cities should suffice. Our territory is vast, and it would be more strategic to construct bastions across the land and strengthen our military defenses. The emperor's eyes lit up as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. You make a good point. We don't need to completely imitate Huaxia. The military fortresses, strongholds, and underground facilities left by our ancestors can be utilized. Relocating the populace into them ensures safety and conserves resources. Another general chimed in. Your Majesty is wise. The Far East is too expansive for comprehensive defense. We should concentrate our forces on key locations. As for the barren areas, we can set them aside for now and reclaim them when we are ready to counterattack. The emperor nodded in agreement. Let's proceed with this plan. Our vast land and sparse population make it challenging to maintain full control. Concentrating our troops to hold strategic points is indeed the best approach. Thousands of miles away, in the office of the President of Bosnia and Herzegovina. What? The President suddenly stood up, eyes wide with surprise. An aide whispered, Mr. President, the United States has completely withdrawn its troops from our country. The President asked anxiously, How could this happen? Didn't we pay them? If Russia attacks, how will we defend ourselves? Immediately contact the United States. I need to speak with the President. The President ordered sternly. The aide replied hesitantly, Sir, they are firm in their decision. It's not just our country. They've withdrawn globally. The President frowned. Why? Does the President truly believe that absurd story from China about an extra-dimensional invasion? It's preposterous. The aide cautiously suggested. Not only the United States, but Russia has also pulled back their troops. We might not need to worry about an invasion for now. Perhaps we should wait and see, and plan for 2025. The President scoffed. So you suggest we just sit and do nothing? The aide tentatively offered, if possible, we could make some preparations, just in case. I can't waste the taxpayers' money on this. It must be a conspiracy, the President insisted, leaving the aide with no options. In a short span of time, over a third of the countries globally began to take action. Meanwhile, the remaining nations either lacked the capability to respond and simply gave up, or they didn't believe in the situation, treating it as a joke and planning to mock Huaxia by 2025. Reactions varied across countries, plunging the world into chaos. In a Southeast Asian country, within the Chinese community, a young man exclaimed, An invasion from another dimension? Huaxia has become the safest place. An older man nearby scoffed, Nonsense. The young man insisted. Feng spoke officially and they have closed their borders. By 2025, it will be proven. They can't deceive the entire world. The old man frowned, still stubbornly holding his view. In Chinatown of Sam's country, a group of people was urgently discussing. Outside, there are $0 purchases everywhere. They say Huaxia knew about the impending doom long ago, a young man said worriedly. A middle-aged man decisively replied, Ignore them. Buy more weapons and food, and unite with fellow Chinese to secure the neighborhood. The young man hesitated. What if it's true? I regret not returning home. The middle-aged man sneered. Do you think this is a movie? We've worked hard here for years. Are we supposed to abandon most of our wealth? Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the streets of Old Silver Mountain. Rioters shouted slogans and went on a rampage of looting and arson. Inside the Special Affairs Bureau, Feng was inquiring about the situation. Luo Jiutian reported, the Arctic Bear, Sam's country, and others have initiated war mobilizations, while some countries remain on the fence. We have prioritized support for friendly nations like Iron Brother. Feng nodded. Small countries are hard to protect. We must focus on safeguarding Huaxia first. How are things domestically? Luo Jiutian smiled. Thanks to Sister Hua guiding public opinion, the cooperation from the citizens is high. We expect to complete the migration by the 20th. Feng was pleased. Then let's finalize the last plan after the complete migration. Have you been watching TikTok lately? Things are really chaotic abroad, but there are beautiful scenes everywhere. Here in Huaxia, the Great Migration is proceeding in an orderly manner. People have moved on from their initial shock and now feel more at ease. They're using online channels to gather information about domestic and international events, wanting to understand the changes in the world. Huaxia people have always been concerned with global affairs, from the top leadership to the ordinary citizens. Recently, TikTok has been flooded with videos about $0 shopping, highlighting the turmoil abroad. A foreign friend of mine reached out, expressing envy over my being in the stable environment of Huaxia. Indeed, from all indications, it seems our leadership had prior knowledge of the interdimensional invasion, perhaps even the exact timing, allowing them to prepare so thoroughly in advance. In contrast, some malicious organizations abroad are spreading doomsday rhetoric, preying on the public's fragile nerves. Their leaders are focused only on creating a Noah's Ark to save themselves and the elite. But in Huaxia, when faced with natural disasters or human crises, we unite as a nation to overcome challenges together. Now, facing this interdimensional invasion, we're building thousands of cities and mobilizing everyone to fight against the odds. In the Special Affairs Bureau office, Feng pointed at the lively comments on the screen and asked Guo Shintong with a smile, "Director Guo, have you seen what the netizens are saying?" Guo Shintong nodded with a smile. Huaxia people may have their own agendas in peaceful times, but they never hesitate when it comes to major issues. Now, I'm even more confident about overcoming the beast calamity. Feng agreed. With unity, anything is possible. Compared to the previous life's 10-year struggle, this time overcoming the disaster should be manageable. The only concern is the cost we will pay. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng suddenly entered a peculiar state. Seeing this, Guo Shintong quietly left the office, gently closing the door behind him. "Director Guo, what's happening?" a soldier on duty whispered. Guo Shintong gestured for silence. Director Su might have entered a state of enlightenment. Make sure no one disturbs him. Also, prepare the foundation building elixir. He may need it when he awakens. Understood. I'll arrange it right away, the soldier responded excitedly. Since the beginning of nationwide cultivation, enlightenment has only occurred over 4,000 times, each leading to significant progress in cultivation. Send in 2 more squads for security. I'll stay to protect Director Su as well, Guo Shintong further instructed. Time passed by slowly, and everyone outside was on edge. Feng was too important to risk any harm. "How long has it been?" Guo Shintong asked. "Director Guo, it's been 4 hours." The on-duty soldier responded. Hearing this, Guo Shintong's eyes lit up with excitement as he inquired further. "Among those recorded, what is the longest duration of enlightenment?" The soldier replied with a hint of enthusiasm. "I just checked the records. The longest was over 5 hours. That person suddenly gained enlightenment and advanced 2 levels in cultivation." 2 levels? Guo Shintong's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed "good" 3 times, unable to hide his joy. He calculated in his mind. Feng's strength data this morning was 3,202 kilograms, having just entered the mid-stage of the 9th level of the body refinement realm. If this enlightenment allows him to break through 2 levels, or even higher, wouldn't that mean directly entering the Qi and Blood realm? That would make him the world's only Qi and Blood realm expert, born before the Great Catastrophe, surely boosting morale significantly. As Guo Shintong pondered, the soldier softly reported, "Director Guo, several department heads seem to have heard the news and are on their way." Guo Shintong decisively ordered, "Tell them to go back. I am enough here. Inform them to come over once Director Su wakes up." The soldier left to carry out the order. After another hour, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. Feng's body gradually thinned, yet his breathing deepened, and the flow of blood within him roared like thunder, causing his clothes to flutter without wind. Suddenly, Feng's eyes snapped open, flashing with golden light. He took a deep breath, and a breath sword shot from his mouth, piercing through a book on the shelf and leaving a faint mark on the wall. Feng sighed inwardly. What a pity. If I had gained enlightenment after the resurgence of spiritual energy, I could have improved even more. Breaking through to the Qi and Blood realm would have been no problem. It's such a pity. Outside the door, Guo Shintong heard the commotion and cautiously entered. Seeing Feng awake, he first breathed a sigh of relief but was immediately stunned into silence by the changes in Feng. What is this?" After a moment of sudden insight, I realized a breakthrough. Unfortunately, my physical body lacked sufficient spiritual energy to nourish it, resulting in some deficiency in vitality and blood. I decided not to discuss it further with Director Guo for now, as I needed to undergo a medicinal bath to recover. After Feng briefly explained the situation, Guo Shintong promptly arranged for him to enter a prepared bath. Feng sat cross-legged in a wooden tub filled with foundation-building spiritual liquid, practicing a specific breathing technique to absorb the medicinal power. His body visibly swelled and recovered, and his vitality gradually replenished. After several rounds of adding spiritual liquid, Feng opened his eyes, clenched his fist and smiled, achieving the 10th level of body refinement with great perfection. Not bad. Exiting the bathroom, Guo Shintong and others inquired with concern. Feng reassured them, stating that he had recovered and become stronger. Guo Shintong eagerly asked if he had broken through to the blood energy realm, but Feng regretfully shook his head, explaining that his blood energy reserves were insufficient and he would have to wait for spiritual energy to revive for another attempt. Guo Shintong then inquired about his specific cultivation level. Feng explained that he had reached the limit of the body refinement realm with a strength of 5,000 kilograms. Guo Shintong joyfully praised him, noting that such strength was invincible in the early stages of the cataclysm. However, Su Feng's thoughts turned to even stronger beast kings and the possibility of surpassing limits. Everyone congratulated him. Su Feng thanked them and expressed his need to sit quietly and reflect, then politely saw his guests out. The instructor remarked, "I understand you might be puzzled, but this cultural class might not be what you expect. We won't be teaching subjects like math, science, or languages. Instead, we'll focus on post-cataclysm knowledge. The leadership's intention is clear. They want you to have a clearer understanding of the future so you won't be afraid when the time comes. Know yourself and your enemy," the instructor stated. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, a flash of surprise crossed everyone's faces. Su Feng, feeling a stir in his heart, blurted out, "The unknown is what truly scares people." The instructor nodded approvingly and continued, "Exactly. Once you understand it, the fear diminishes. For instance, today we will unveil the mystery of interdimensional invasions." At this, the crowd became excited, whispers spreading rapidly. The instructor cleared his throat and commanded, "Quiet." Instantly, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on him. First, interdimensional invasions are not alien invasions but rather a catastrophe of fierce beasts, the instructor said gravely. These beasts are enormous, powerful, and extremely ferocious. Before he could finish, someone interrupted. "Are they like the monsters in Ultraman?" Another chimed in. "Or the giant creatures from Pacific Rim?" The instructor frowned, ready to reprimand, but noticed the worry on their faces. He took a deep breath and patiently explained, "The beasts are indeed formidable, but they are not invincible. They have different levels, and you can handle the weaker ones even now." Seeing the crowd relax a bit, the instructor continued, "The beasts are categorized into various levels. A first-level beast is divided into 10 stars, corresponding to our 10 stages of body refinement. Although these beasts are large and fearless, they lack human intelligence. With diligent training and understanding of their weaknesses, we can challenge them beyond our level." The instructor's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope, but soon someone asked, "What about our city walls and weapons? Are they still useful?" "They're quite useful initially," the instructor replied. "Low-level beasts are still wary of thermal weapons. However, as time goes on, more powerful beasts will emerge, ones that even nuclear weapons cannot harm. Thus, enhancing personal cultivation is essential." When the crowd heard that even nuclear weapons couldn't harm the beasts, many displayed shocked expressions. After all, those who grew up under the red flag know that nuclear weapons are humanity's ultimate destructive force. If even these can't harm the ferocious beasts, can we really stand a chance? The instructor, unaware of the group's doubts, continued his explanation. "In addition to modern weaponry, we'll be incorporating practical lessons on traditional weapons. Every day, you'll learn techniques for various melee weapons, helping you find the one that suits you best and refine your skills." As soon as he finished, a soldier raised his hand and asked, "Instructor, if there are beasts that even nuclear weapons can't kill, do humans still have hope? Is our resistance meaningful?" His voice was filled with deep concern. The instructor smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Have you forgotten the realms of cultivation? At advanced levels, one can ascend to become an immortal. Would an immortal fear nuclear weapons or beasts?" The questioning soldier suddenly realized. "Right, an immortal would fear nothing." The instructor nodded and continued, "Exactly. While we can't achieve that overnight, the initial beasts aren't that powerful. According to reliable intelligence, the first year will only see first-tier beasts, with the strongest being equivalent to the 10th level of body refinement. Plus, our technology can take them down, except for the Beast King." He looked around at everyone, his tone steady and powerful. "Although the invading beasts will grow stronger over time, our cultivation will also keep advancing. As long as we progress faster than the beasts, victory will ultimately be ours. After all, we are the people of China, who firmly believe that humans can conquer nature." The instructor's confidence spread like a warm current, igniting the fighting spirit in everyone. Someone was the first to shout, "Humans can conquer nature." The other soldiers quickly joined in, echoing the chant. This rallying cry dispelled their fears, making them more confident and composed. Once the group settled down, the instructor resumed his lesson. "The calamity brought by fierce beasts, while posing a significant threat, also offers us many benefits." The instructor's eyes sparkled with excitement as his voice unconsciously rose. "The resurgence of spiritual energy will dramatically enhance cultivation efficiency, increasing it by at least 5-fold. Every part of a fierce beast is a treasure. The meat can be consumed to boost vitality. The beast's brain contains pearls for cultivation. Its blood can be refined into high-grade foundation-building elixirs. Bones can be forged into powerful weapons, and even the organs have their unique uses." His words were like a bombshell, igniting excitement in everyone's hearts. The previously tense atmosphere was instantly replaced by exhilaration. with some even beginning to imagine the taste of grilled beast meat. Seeing this, the instructor cleared his throat twice and solemnly reminded them, while beasts are treasures, they are also extremely dangerous. You must not be careless. I will now explain in detail the various types of beasts, their characteristics, and the techniques for defeating them. There will also be specialized courses on identifying spiritual herbs and minerals to prepare you for future explorations. Hearing this, a thirst for knowledge ignited in everyone's eyes. This information was crucial for survival, and no one dared to be negligent. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz with activity. People who had just undergone a massive relocation were sharing their new lives online, with beast culture classes becoming a hot topic. Some boasted about being able to take on 10 beasts at once, only to be met with ridicule. Others questioned the authenticity of official reports, speculating about the possible emergence of void rifts. Feng observed these discussions, shaking his head with a wry smile. He knew the truth was far more complex than these speculations. In the White House of Sam's country, the atmosphere was tense. The leader urgently inquired, "Have we been able to access China's network yet?" James shook his head helplessly, still no progress. Their network rules and underlying logic seem to have completely changed, and we can't crack it. The leader was taken aback. How is that possible? How did they manage it? James explained, experts suspect it might be a new type of communication base station with the capability to block external information. We know nothing about it and can't break through. The leader frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, "Do we still have people in China?" James's expression turned grave. "There is one last group, deeply hidden. But after several major purges, our operatives are now very few." What time is it now? If an interdimensional invasion really occurs, the future is the least of our worries. Deploy those operatives immediately. I need to know what's been happening in China recently, the chief commander demanded, his voice tinged with anxiety as he slammed the table. Director James looked troubled. Ever since China closed its borders, our agents have vanished without a trace. None have returned. Satellite monitoring shows only routine military drills within their cities, with no signs of anything unusual. The chief commander cursed under his breath, ready to lash out, when someone burst through the door. "Director, Chief Commander, Agent Zero has sent back critical intelligence from China." The newcomer handed over a USB drive. "Play it immediately," the chief commander ordered, his voice filled with urgency. After watching the 3 videos, which depicted cultural lessons in a small coastal town in China, the chief commander gasped. China is indeed remarkable. They can predict the interdimensional invasion in such detail. James analyzed, based on the video information, this invasion isn't invincible. Moreover, the beasts are valuable resources, which might be an opportunity for us. A glint of greed appeared in the chief commander's eyes. Keep a close watch on any updates from Agent Zero. As for Britain and Japan, don't inform them of the beast's value just yet. We can profit from this. Meanwhile, at the Special Affairs Bureau in China, Director Su, "It's my fault," Luo Jiutian admitted, lowering his head in guilt. "Someone threw a bottle with a USB drive into the river, and it drifted into the sea. We couldn't stop it in time." Feng seemed unfazed. This was anticipated. What was leaked was just superficial. It doesn't matter. China's greatest asset is the year-long preparation and the technology and formulas I brought back. As long as those remain secure, nothing else is significant. Luo Jiutian sighed in relief, and Feng continued, "All right, get back to work. The final monthly meeting is approaching, and there's still much to do." In the Oval Office of the White House, the atmosphere was tense. James reported, "Agent Zero might have been compromised. We haven't received any new intelligence for days." The president's expression darkened, and he slammed the desk in anger. "Those damn Chinese." James remained composed and continued, "However, our intelligence personnel in Japan have obtained important information. It seems someone fled from China back to Japan, bringing back a lot of useful intelligence." A glint of greed flashed in the president's eyes. "What's the specific content?" "Unclear. The Japanese are keeping tight-lipped." James shook his head. The president snorted coldly. "Ungrateful wolves. Contact Watanabe immediately." At the Japanese Prime Minister's residence, Watanabe was all smiles as he saw Mitsui off. "You've done a great service for the Empire. We won't forget it." After Mitsui left, Ono exclaimed excitedly, "Prime Minister, this intelligence is invaluable. Especially that bestiary, it's a huge help to us." A sharp light flickered in Watanabe's eyes. "Indeed, we are the second country after China to understand the dimensional invasions. This is a huge advantage, and we must keep it strictly confidential." Just then, the secretary entered to report, "The President of the United States is on the line." Watanabe's face darkened. After finishing the call, he was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "Mitsui can't be allowed to stay. They want him? Give them a corpse." Ono expressed concern, "But the U.S. military aid hasn't fully arrived yet." Watanabe was full of confidence. We can do without it. Our technical reserves are sufficient. We won't need them anymore. At the Special Affairs Bureau, Luo Jutian reported, Director Su, Mitsui has been released. Su Feng nodded and, seeing Luo Jutian's hesitation, smiled. Are you wondering why I let him go? Luo Jutian candidly replied, yes. He knows a lot, and took the valuable bestiary with him. Was it fake? Su Feng countered, don't you know if it's real or not? It's real. Luo Jutian was surprised. Su Feng explained, it is real. However, it won't be of much use to Japan. They are surrounded by the sea, and their main threat is sea beasts. This bestiary focuses on land creatures, which is of limited help to them, but it can thoroughly drive a wedge between Japan and the United States. He continued, the bestiary is divided into sky, land, sea, and river categories. Mitsui only got the first level land section. The US has been supplying weapons to Japan for obvious reasons. With this incident, they might start to resent each other. Su Feng revealed a mischievous smile, clearly enjoying the prospect of conflict between the two countries. Time flew by, and there were only 3 days left until January 1, 2025. The world was on edge, and the Special Affairs Bureau's final monthly meeting had been postponed until today. Guoshintong opened the meeting. Everyone has worked hard. We have made full preparations for the impending beast disaster, and now we leave the rest to fate. Today is our last monthly meeting, and as usual, Director Su will preside. Su Feng nodded. Let's not waste time. We'll begin. Today's agenda will be brief, starting with the Transportation Department. Tu Gang, Sujia, Shinchia, and others reported on the progress of population relocation, ID updates, and city construction. Qian Sanyi confidently introduced the Satellite Improvement Plan, while Huaxia reported on the results of public sentiment guidance and cultural courses. Supply Division. The 1.3 version of the Foundation Elixir is nearly exhausted, and the stock of the 1.0 version is below 5 billion units, which is expected to last for about a day. All types of food have been transported to the granaries of major cities. Materials, strategic reserves, and medical supplies have also been fully delivered to these cities. In the event of isolation, each city can sustain itself for at least 6 months without issue. Shui Yong reported. Standing straight and with unwavering eyes, Shui Yong reported to Su Feng. His tone carried a hint of fatigue, but was overshadowed by the pride of mission accomplishment. Su Feng nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. This 6-month period assumes no additional revenue, Shui Yong added. In reality, after the beast calamity, people will venture out of the city to hunt the beasts and gather spiritual herbs and minerals. These gains should suffice to meet the needs of each city. Qin Amo stepped forward and took over the report. Military Equipment Division. Everyone aged 16 to 80 has been fully equipped. Each city has a main armory and several sub-armories to ensure that warriors can collect ammunition within 5 minutes for high-intensity combat. The city wall defense equipment has also been fully tested and is ready for battle. Ouyang Shui followed up. Finance Division. The new currency system has been seamlessly integrated with the 7th-generation communication base stations. The 3rd-generation ID card also serves as a bank card. Each city has at least one modern bank that can recycle beast pearls and blood crystals, issuing new currency in return. Each bank has an underground reserve vault guarded by soldiers, ensuring security. Long Zhanshan stood tall, his voice resonant. Security Division. All 800 warriors have reached the 7th level of the body refinement stage, with 123 reaching the 8th level. The 250,000 strong War God Legion has all reached the 6th level, with 1,455 at the 7th level. All personnel are on board and ready to move to the designated locations. Luo Jiutian summarized. Director Luo, the tasks set by the Special Affairs Bureau and all preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Su Feng listened quietly to the reports, falling into a brief silence. The group exchanged puzzled glances, except for Director Guoshintong, who seemed to understand. Su Feng adjusted his emotions, looking around at everyone. The purpose of the Special Affairs Bureau is to confront the beast calamity. A heavy feeling settled in the room as Su Feng continued with difficulty. You are all heroes of the Huaxia civilization, and future generations will remember our efforts today. However, our mission is complete. The Special Affairs Bureau will be officially disbanded tomorrow. In the silence that followed, Guoshintong broke the tension with a smile. Don't be disheartened. Although the Special Affairs Bureau is disbanded, we will still work together in the future. Su Feng nodded in agreement, signaling Guoshintong to proceed. Guoshintong cleared his throat. To adapt to the new situation, the leadership has decided on a comprehensive reform. The highest power center will now be called the Cabinet, with 1 chief minister, 2 deputy ministers, and 18 assistant ministers. Director Su and I have been appointed as assistant ministers. I will establish a new intelligence bureau, while Director Su will be responsible for forming the National Hunting Guild and serve as its first president. Curious, Ouyang Shui asked, what kind of department is the National Hunting Guild? Su Feng explained. National military governance is only a temporary measure. Once people adapt to the new lifestyle, the state will lift military control. In the future, hunting beasts and exploring outside the cities will become routine, and a new commercial order will emerge. The National Hunting Guild is an initiative I proposed to the chief minister. Within each city, numerous small business groups will gradually form. Cities will operate independently until humanity gains a decisive advantage in the fight against the beasts, at which point nationwide trade and transportation will be restored. We will establish branches of the Hunting Guild in major cities across the country, with the headquarters located in the capital. Once the military control is lifted, citizens will be able to register as hunters with the guild, embracing this new profession. They can post, accept, and complete tasks through the guild, earning points to advance their hunter level. Su Feng spoke with a steady tone and a determined gaze as he introduced the initial plans for the hunting guild. He elaborated on the mechanisms for task posting, acceptance, and completion, as well as the relationship between points and level advancement. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiutian's eyes lit up, and he interjected. This sounds a lot like a mercenary guild from a novel, doesn't it? Su Feng smiled slightly and candidly admitted, it's not just similar. It's exactly like that. I drew inspiration from it, but I've tailored it to better fit our circumstances. He continued to explain that the guild would also provide supplies, recycle cultivation resources, and particularly offer firearms and ammunition. Once military control is lifted, these supplies will no longer be distributed for free and will be available for purchase with the new currency at the guild, Su Feng explained, a shrewd glint in his eyes. We will also train alchemists and craftsmen, and in the future, their products will be available for exchange and purchase here. Su Feng then introduced the concept of the hunting corps, which raised concerns among the high-ranking officials present. Long Zhanshan frowned and asked, Director Su, could there be potential risks with this hunting corps? Su Feng confidently replied, rest assured, we are the rulemakers and can adjust according to the actual situation at any time. His words conveyed a sense of confidence, backed by the support of the chief advisor. Following this, Su Feng began assigning positions within the guild's various departments. With each department introduced, he carefully observed the reactions of everyone present to make the most suitable appointments. Luo Jiutian, Su Jia, Huaxia, Shenqiya, and Shuiyong were entrusted with significant responsibilities, each accepting eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Su Feng then turned his attention to Tu Gang. I am not afraid of danger. It is my honor to continue working with Director Su. Tu Gang nodded in agreement without hesitation. With this, everyone Su Feng had invited gladly accepted. This not only proved Su Feng's charismatic personality but also showed that over the past year, he had earned the respect of his colleagues. A sense of accomplishment welled up in Su Feng's heart, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. With several appointments finalized, only 3 departments remained. The expressions of the remaining 4 people varied, but Qian Sanyi appeared relaxed. He knew he would soon return to the Academy of Sciences to continue his research and had no expectations for a union position. The exchange department, Su Feng's gaze swept across the group and finally landed on Qin Mo. This position requires managing a large number of alchemists and craftsmen, and I think. Before he could finish, Ouyang Shui suddenly stood up, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I am willing to take this position. Could Director Su consider me? Su Feng was slightly taken aback, then responded warmly. The person I have in mind for this position is Section Chief Qin. Ouyang Shui's smile froze instantly, and she sat back down, a glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Su Feng continued, however, the candidate for the operations department is Section Chief Ouyang. Would you be interested? Ouyang Shui's head shot up, her face lighting up with joy. I would. Thank you for your trust, Director Su. Su Feng nodded with a smile and turned to Qin Mo. Section Chief Qin, what do you think? I am, of course, willing to continue following Director Su. Qin Mo replied with relief, secretly grateful that Su Feng was not swayed by appearances. The only position left was for the security department. Kushan felt downhearted, thinking that this position would not be his. The security department is responsible for safeguarding the Union. Section Chief Ku, are you interested? Su Feng's words filled Kushan with unexpected delight. I am willing. Thank you for your trust, Director Su. Kushan agreed without hesitation. Su Feng noticed the confusion among the group. He exchanged a knowing smile with Guo Shintong and turned to Long Zhanshan. Section Chief Long, the Prime Minister has personally named you to be the commander of the War God Legion. I can't keep you here. Long Zhanshan was stunned. The Prime Minister named me? Indeed, Guo Shintong replied with a smile. Not only that, you are also on the list of the 18 assistant ministers, on par with Su Feng and me. Long Zhanshan was once again taken aback. The 18 assistant ministers, me? Yes, Chief Long. There's no need for doubt. Your abilities are well recognized, and the importance of the War God Legion doesn't need to be explained. Becoming a minister of the cabinet is quite reasonable for the official head of the War God Legion, Su Feng said. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, Everyone turned admiring eyes towards Long Zhanshan. Guo was the first to offer congratulations. Congratulations on your promotion, Chief Long. Others quickly echoed his sentiment, their faces showing envy but no jealousy. After all, Long Zhanshan's capabilities were evident to all. His cultivation talent was second only to Su Feng, and his loyalty to the nation was unquestionable, earning him the high regard of the leadership. Long Zhanshan, with a humble expression, bowed slightly and said, I owe this opportunity to Director Guo and Director Su's support. I won't say much, but if there's anything I can do to help, as long as it doesn't endanger national security, I'll do it without hesitation. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall that without Su Feng's support, he might still be an ordinary legion leader. Even becoming a war god in the future would have been a distant goal. Hearing this, Guo couldn't help but smile. Chief Long, do you think we would endanger the nation? His words carried a hint of teasing. Long Zhanshan was momentarily speechless, scratching his nose awkwardly. I misspoke. If there had been wine, he would have surely punished himself with a drink. Seeing this, Su Feng clapped his hands lightly and smiled. All right, although the disbandment of the Special Affairs Bureau isn't a happy event, the formation of the Hunting Guild is something to celebrate. We'll all still be working together. So let's stay cheerful. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, Director Su, when will the guild start forming? Su Feng pondered for a moment before answering, there's no rush. We can take our time preparing. It will be open to the public in 3 to 6 months. We have time. He explained that the Hunting Guild would open to the public after the military control ended, and the duration of military control depended on how well people adapted to the environment and the threat level of the beasts, which was still uncertain. All right, this concludes our last monthly meeting. Meeting adjourned, Su Feng announced, preparing to leave. At that moment, Shen Xie suddenly suggested, Director Su, since the Special Affairs Bureau is about to disband and we don't have much to do right now, how about we have a group meal? Once the beast crisis hits, we'll all be busy again, and it might be hard to get everyone together. Su Feng considered this for a moment. Seeing the anticipation on everyone's faces, he smiled slightly and nodded. Sure, let's have a meal together. On December 31st, 2024, at exactly 9 a.m., the Prime Minister, accompanied by 2 Deputy Prime Ministers and 18 Cabinet Ministers, held a global live broadcast in the conference hall. Yes, a global broadcast. It was transmitted via satellite, capturing the world's attention. Everyone was eager to know what China planned to say or do on this final day. Hello, everyone across the nation. I'm Su Feng. Su Feng faced the camera with a calm demeanor. This was his third time broadcasting to the world, and he was well accustomed to the scale of such events. He got straight to the point. Today marks the last day of the era of peace. At midnight, we will usher in a new era with new challenges. But as the descendants of Huaxia, we fear nothing. We will forge ahead with courage and determination. Su Feng's words were powerful and stirring, igniting a sense of passion among the audience. Some wondered if this was a pre-war mobilization, but Su Feng shook his head in denial. We are fully prepared. Today, our main goal is to introduce the new Huaxia to everyone. He began to outline the major transformations. Firstly, the highest power structure is now an executive cabinet consisting of a chief minister, 2 deputy ministers, and 18 cabinet ministers. Secondly, the nation has been redivided into 9 regions, plus the capital city. Su Feng explained, the 9 regions are Northeast, North, Northwest, West, Southwest, South, Southeast, East, and Central. This division is straightforward and easy to understand. Indeed, the internet quickly buzzed with skepticism. Isn't this too hasty? I could do this too. Yet, some felt it was actually quite clear and easy to grasp. Undeterred, Su Feng continued his presentation. Thirdly, cities have been reclassified, ranging from villages to towns, counties, districts, provincial cities, and the capital. The 9 major provincial cities are Shangjing, Chang'an, Wuqing, Lesa, Shucheng, Kuansheng, Shenzhen, Modu, and Luoyang. Fourthly, the military is divided into central and local forces. The central forces include 4 major corps, the Huaxia Imperial Guard with 700 soldiers protecting the capital, and the Huaxia War God Corps with 250,000 soldiers stationed along the borders, specifically to combat formidable beasts. As Su Feng concluded, viewers across the nation began to settle into their new regional identities, especially those living in the provincial cities who felt a significant sense of pride. The Huaxia Field Army's 30th Army consists of 3 million main force troops. Among them, 600,000 are stationed in the capital, 400,000 guard the provincial cities of the 9 provinces, 500,000 are deployed at inland border fortresses, and 1.5 million are positioned at coastal military fortresses. Su Feng stood before the massive electronic map in the command center, his eyes scanning intently over the deployment of each military stronghold. With a light tap on the screen, he brought up the data for the Huaxia Garrison Corps, 40 group armies, totaling 40 million personnel. Of these, 1.5 million elite troops are stationed in the capital, while the remaining 38.5 million form an impenetrable defense along the coastal and border fortresses. To adapt to the new environment of large-scale army operations, we've implemented an entirely new decimal-based organizational structure, Feng explained to the generals beside him. From group armies down to squads, the structure is hierarchical, flexible, and efficient. He then displayed the data for local forces, explaining, the local forces are divided into three parts: the Assault Corps, the Defense Corps, and the Police Bureau. The Assault Corps, consisting of 2 million troops, is the most elite force of each city, responsible for operations outside the city and resource exploration. The Defense Corps, with 60 million troops, is dedicated to city defense. The Police Bureau maintains law and order and participates in city defense when necessary. A young staff officer couldn't help but ask, Marshal Su, how many troops are in these corps specifically? Feng smiled slightly. That's a military secret and cannot be disclosed. Just like how in the past, everyone knew about the 5 major military regions, but the specific numbers and equipment were classified. We only need to know that these corps are here to protect us. Turning to face everyone, his tone was resolute. Besides, we have the militia. Every adult between the ages of 16 and 80 capable of carrying a gun is a militiaman. The phrase, the whole nation is an army, is not just empty words. With 1.5 billion people, there are 1.5 billion soldiers. Every person has the duty to defend our country. Feng's words resonated with authority. Well said. I can hardly wait any longer. Let midnight come quickly. I'm eager to fight. Feng looked at the eager warrior in front of him, smiled slightly, and patted his shoulder. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight. Cherish these last moments of peace. They may not come again. Turning to face the crowd, Feng spoke earnestly, ladies and gentlemen, we have stocked enough food and ammunition in all major cities, and we have sufficient energy supplies to ensure the safety and well-being of the people. Rest assured. His words undoubtedly provided reassurance to the entire nation. Feng glanced around, his tone more relaxed. There's no need for further military training today. You can take some time to rest and unwind. Remember, balance is key. He paused for a moment before adding, at 11 p.m., alarms will sound in every city to gather everyone. Just don't sleep through it. This little joke eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Now, let's hear from the chief advisor, Feng said, respectfully handing over the floor. Meanwhile, inside the Yellow Palace of Sam's country, the leader turned to James, frowning slightly. What do you think of China's live broadcast? James replied succinctly, they seem well prepared and very confident. And what else? The leader pressed. James analyzed, China's military strength is still quite different from ours. Although they've made extensive preparations, their overall military capability doesn't match ours. If they're so confident, we should be even more so. This otherworldly invasion might not be as threatening as it seems. It could even be an opportunity for us to advance further. How so? The leader asked, intrigued. A glint of ambition appeared in James's eyes. We've focused on technological development and are already leaders on the planet. But we're lacking in the field of genetic research. Now, from China, we've learned how to unlock the God domain and discovered that beasts can be used to enhance our abilities. We could potentially breed these beasts, providing an endless supply of resources, thus advancing both technology and cultivation. The leader fell into deep thought before responding. Aren't you being overly optimistic? Before China closed its borders, we knew that their entire population was cultivating, becoming superhumans. We're far behind in this area. They've also mentioned that in later stages, conventional weapons, even nuclear ones, would be ineffective against the beasts. At that point, personal strength would be crucial. The Chinese have a much higher average cultivation level and a larger population. How can we compete with that? James, full of confidence, replied, Leader, we have the entire Western Alliance and Asian allies. Our combined population is no less than China's. As for cultivation, we're only a few months behind. With more resources, we'll catch up quickly. Let's hope so. The leader sighed, suddenly remembering something. By the way, I need to know the number and strength of China's major military units. Can you manage that? James pondered for a moment. Not right now, but after the otherworldly invasion, China's defenses might not be as tight. We can then send skilled agents to gather intelligence. It shouldn't be too difficult. Good, this needs to be done quickly. Not knowing their military strength and deployment makes me uneasy. Understood. As the two discussed, someone burst in. Looking panicked, Leader, there's trouble. What happened? The leader asked, frowning. After watching China's broadcast, people nationwide are protesting in the streets. They're demanding to know why we haven't given them a clear response and questioning whether we'll even inform them if a disaster occurs. They're also asking what preparations we've made in comparison to China's. The leader felt a headache coming on. He had been worried about public unrest, which is why he had ordered the media to suppress coverage, hoping to calm things down. With 2025 approaching, he had overlooked this issue, and China's broadcast had blown the lid off. This is quite troublesome. The leader was about to say something when a gunshot suddenly rang out, causing him to duck reflexively. What happened? Leader. Someone tried to force their way into the Yellow Palace with a gun. Damn it. Get rid of them all, the leader said angrily. Won't that escalate the situation? A subordinate asked, concerned. What are you afraid of? Everything will be quiet by tomorrow, the leader shouted. How many troops are stationed to defend the Yellow Palace? Currently, 600,000 are in position, and by 2025, there will be 700,000, enough to ensure the safety of Washington. In the Prime Minister's office of Fusang, it's already counting down. It seems China is well prepared and has the upper hand. How are we doing? Watanabe asked. The entire nation has been mobilized, and all the veterans have been called back. Every weapon in stock has been brought out, but the sheer number of people was unexpected. We didn't anticipate this situation, and there's a severe shortage of light weapons, so we can't arm everyone, Huaxia said helplessly, realizing they received the news too late and had no time to prepare. With furrowed brows, Huaxia reported to Watanabe, we've mobilized to the fullest, but we're critically short on light weapons. Upon hearing this, Watanabe's eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth, saying, those treacherous plans of Huaxia. Huaxia sighed and continued, the inner city walls around Tokyo have been completed, standing 20 meters tall. The second outer layer is halfway done, and construction can continue even during battle. Watanabe nodded and turned his attention to the situation with the polar bear. Inside the Kremlin, the emperor inquired about the progress of the fortifications. The Minister of Defense responded, the walls of 5 cities have been built, but they're only about 10 meters high. The emperor pondered for a moment and said, if the interdimensional creatures are massive, this height should be sufficient. The emperor then inquired about troop strength. The Minister of Defense reported, we've gathered 8 million soldiers. Although the weapons are outdated, at least everyone has a gun. The emperor frowned and asked, what about Europe? The Minister of Defense shook his head. Only half the countries are actively preparing. The others are responding coldly. The emperor sighed. Let's hope Huaxia is bluffing. No one wants to face an unknown enemy. The Minister of Defense remarked thoughtfully, perhaps this is our opportunity. The emperor nodded, deep in thought. Meanwhile, countries around the world were anxiously making their final preparations, with little time remaining. In Taishan City, a county-level city at the foot of Mount Tai, with just over an hour left before the impending beast catastrophe, Feng suddenly arrived with a hastily assembled special operations team. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Outside the city, darkness enveloped the landscape, while inside, the city was brightly illuminated, creating a stark contrast. On the city wall, Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze piercing the distant dark hills. Beside him stood Wang Hao, clutching a gleaming alloy tang sword tightly in his arms. The two stood like statues against the wind, while the soldiers around them kept their distance, wary of approaching. Feng, why are you here in this county town instead of staying in the capital? Wang Hao asked, unable to contain his curiosity. As Feng's close friend, he had, by chance, become the leader of this temporary special operations team. Throughout their rigorous training, they only knew it was in preparation for some special mission. Feng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed toward the darkness, his eyes glowing with an unusual light. The purpose of this trip is that, he said. Mount Tai? Wang Hao followed his finger, frowning slightly. The summit of Mount Tai, Feng emphasized, a hint of undisguised excitement in his voice. What are we going there for? To find the best place for us to cultivate, Feng said with deep meaning. Wang Hao was still puzzled but refrained from asking further. Instead, he inquired, when do we move out? After the planetary upheaval ends, Feng replied succinctly. He explained that the wilderness was extremely dangerous during the upheaval, and even with his advanced cultivation level, a single misstep could be fatal. Only after the upheaval settled, and the planet stabilized could they leave the city. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. I'll go and make sure everyone is prepared. There's not much time left. With that, he turned and left briskly. By 11 o'clock, alarms blared throughout Mount Tai City. Hundreds of thousands of people followed the established plan, armed themselves, and orderly made their way to designated assembly areas. The instructors, now company commanders, loudly coordinated the distribution of ammunition. Here are the bullets. Each person gets 6 boxes, line up in order. The company commander's voice echoed through the night. For convenience, the bullets for rifles and pistols were interchangeable, with each box containing 50 rounds, totaling 300 rounds, clearly intended for high-intensity combat. After distributing the ammunition, the company commander continued. The initial beasts are generally low-level, giving you a chance to build courage. You are now part of the reserves, so head to the base of the city wall and stand by. If the pressure on the defense eases, you'll have the opportunity to rotate onto the wall for training. However, if the pressure increases and casualties are severe, You must be ready to reinforce the defensive troops on the wall. I hope for the former. Move out. With that, the company commander personally led the team to the base of the city wall. Mount Tai City, a county-level city, had a population of 460,000, with a standing assault corps of 600, a defense corps of 15,000, 350 police officers, and approximately 345,000 adult militia members. On the city wall, Su Feng watched the soldiers filling the wall and the quickly assembling troops below. His resolve only grew stronger. He silently vowed, "This time, none of you will die." In the previous life, due to that thing on Mount Tai, the entire Dongshan province suffered a devastating blow, with the population reduced to less than 1% in 3 months, becoming one of the most painful memories in China's history. Su Feng, everything's ready. We're prepared to fight outside the city at any moment, Wang Hao reported after completing the preparations. Good. Su Feng nodded slightly, pulling his thoughts back and once again fixing his gaze on the dark hills outside the city. Time waits for no one, and January 1st, 2025, arrived as scheduled. When the city's New Year bells rang, Blue Star seemed to awaken like a giant beast, beginning to roll violently. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, with rare purple lightning spread across the globe. By the light of the lightning, people could see countless black cracks appearing in the sky, as if the entire world was being torn apart. This apocalyptic scene terrified countless people worldwide, and even the prepared Chinese couldn't help but feel their hearts race. The ground shook violently, causing only mild tremors within the city, but outside was a different story. The earth split, and mountains fractured, creating a landscape crisscrossed with chasms. Countless structures collapsed in this cataclysm. Simultaneously, countless green droplets fell from the sky's cracks. Su Feng knew these green droplets were actually celestial nectar. The trees that didn't fall into the chasms absorbed the nectar and began to grow wildly. Herbs in the wild underwent rapid growth, some even emitting a faint glow. Beasts that absorbed the nectar either exploded or grew terrifyingly larger, with some even showing signs of intelligence in their eyes. Meanwhile, lotus-like platforms emerged from the cracks, floating between the chasms, with wide routes connecting the lands on either side, resembling bridges. However, crossing these bridges was not easy. Red lights flickered on the platforms, revealing enormous, fearsome beasts that guarded the lotus platforms. Is this the beast Calamity? Soldiers on the city wall, illuminated by the lightning, gasped at the changes outside the city. Only the heavens could do something like this, right? Otherwise, why is it that only outside the city is in chaos, while inside remains unchanged? A soldier remarked, noting the difference between the city and the outside. No wonder the nation has been building fortresses. Besides defense, they have this effect, truly foresight. Does this mean countries without fortresses will be in great danger? Let's focus on ourselves first. Those dormant beasts below the wall aren't just for show. You're right. We must be ready to fight at any moment. As time passed, the lightning in the sky gradually faded. The cracks began to close, the celestial nectar stopped falling, and the ground's tremors subsided. The spiritual energy concentration on Blue Star rapidly increased, signaling that the planet had undergone a massive transformation in a short period, entering a new era. In the capital, within a large conference room, the country's leaders gathered, watching the changes displayed on the screens from the outside world, as well as the satellite footage showing the transformation. As Su Feng predicted, the surface area of Blue Star has expanded by approximately 30. Of course, this 30 increase accounts for the total area of the fissures, which we are currently unable to utilize. The voice of the auxiliary minister echoed through the conference hall, and everyone wore a solemn expression. The chief minister nodded slightly, a glint of determination in his eyes. Only by destroying the beast nests and filling the fissure spaces can we truly expand our territory. Furthermore, these new lands will become spiritually rich sanctuaries. Long Zhanshan stood up, his tone cautious. Minister Su suggests that initially, we should only destroy the nests that are highly rated, pose significant threats, and hold great value. The remaining ones can be used as sources of sustenance and training grounds. He glanced around at the attendees, wary that someone might impulsively want to eliminate all the nests. The deputy minister smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we are not that short-sighted. The chief minister waved his hand to adjourn the meeting. As everyone filed out, he let out a sigh of relief. If nothing changed by 2025, the leadership would struggle to provide answers to the public. The scene shifts to the walls of Taishan City. Su Feng turned to the young man next to him, who was adjusting equipment. Zheng Kai, are the drones ready? President, they are ready for takeoff at any time. Zheng Kai replied confidently. As a member of the special task force introduced by Long Zhanshan, he was not only adept at drone operation but also part of Su Feng's hunting guild. Su Feng nodded. Launch immediately. Target the summit of Taishan. I need to know the situation there and find the safest and shortest path. After the planetary shift, the terrain had drastically changed, making old routes unusable. Zhang Kai began the operation as instructed, while Su Feng waited for the results. Just then, Wang Hao's voice cut through. Su Feng, look over there. Following his direction, Su Feng saw 8 beast nests suspended over the fissure. The nearest one was about 1.1 kilometers away, with the other 7 further out at around 2 kilometers. Despite it being early morning, for crystal lamps illuminated the nest brightly. A black lotus platform, seamless lotus leaves, for crystal lamps, a single realistic statue, and the birth of 40 beasts at a time. This is a rare first-tier, black iron 4-star beast nest, Wang Hao analyzed. Su Feng joked. Looks like you've been paying attention in class. That's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Wang Hao replied with a smile. Su Feng's eyes twinkled with a hint of testing. Then tell me, how many levels of beast nests are there? How are they distinguished? What are the beasts born from this nest called? Wang Hao spoke eloquently, detailing the nest ranks, colors, star ratings, and the number and quality of beasts they generate. His explanation was both professional and comprehensive, clearly showing that he had absorbed Su Feng's teachings thoroughly. The names of these fierce beasts depend on the statues on the lotus platform. Each beast's lair can only produce one type of fierce beast, and the real statue serves as the model for the beast. Wang Hao pointed to a statue not far away, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Look at that, it resembles a wild boar, but its tusks are blood red, and it has 3 eyes. This should be the blood Feng beast, commonly known as the blood Feng pig. It's non-toxic and edible, with a delicious taste, especially the blood Feng loin, which is best when deep fried. As he spoke, he unconsciously licked his lips. Su Feng shook his head helplessly. You're such a foodie. Didn't you teach me that? Wang Hao retorted with a smile. We've never tasted it, but you said it's good, so it must be good. Just as they were bantering, the city defense general of Taishan City approached with a serious expression. Advisor Su, should we take the initiative to attack? Su Feng frowned slightly, casting his gaze over the situation outside the city. He didn't want to overstep his bounds, as he wouldn't be stationed there long term. So he asked, what do you think? The city defense general promptly reported, currently, the nearest beast lair has only produced 40 first-tier, 3-star or lower beasts, with 20 still on the other side of the rift. We have a significant advantage. Observations via drone show 8 lairs within a 9-kilometer radius, with only 1 being bronze star level, while the rest are iron level. Given our city's current strength, there should be no danger. Su Feng pondered for a moment before saying, you can go out for training, but be mindful of the time and surroundings. If you encounter a large gathering of beasts, retreat immediately to avoid unnecessary casualties. I'm only here temporarily, so act according to your judgment. The city defense general nodded solemnly. Understood. Though he had come to consult out of respect, having received approval, he knew exactly how to proceed. With a resounding clang, the city gates forged from alloy steel swung open, and the 600-strong assault legion poured out in an orderly fashion. They advanced in a strategic formation until they halted about 300 meters from the Bloodfang beasts. On the command of the legion's commander, the 2nd to 6th squads quickly spread out, holding their guns at the ready. Meanwhile, the 20 elite soldiers of the 1st squad laid down their rifles and drew their standard-issue alloy tang swords, charging directly at the Bloodfang beasts with precision. The remaining soldiers aimed their guns at the ferocious beasts, prepared to provide support at any moment. Sensing the threat, the Bloodfang beasts let out a thunderous roar. 20 beasts launched a fierce charge at the soldiers, while more Bloodfang beasts surged across the bridge from the other side of the chasm, drawn by the sound. Seeing this, the commander decisively ordered the 3rd and 4th squads to join the melee combat. From the city walls, Wang Hao disdainfully remarked, this commander is too cautious, deploying the entire force against mere first-tier, 3-star beasts. Hearing this, Su Feng furrowed his brow and turned to sternly admonish, Huaxia, underestimating your enemy can lead to disaster. They've never truly battled these beasts before, so their approach is justified. Never let pride cloud your judgment. Caution is key, and life is precious. Chastened, Wang Hao bowed his head in acknowledgement, while Su Feng smiled slightly and declared, the battle has begun. The Bloodfang beasts were massive, nearly 4 meters long, standing almost 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and weighing nearly a ton. Their bodies were covered in hair as tough as steel spikes, and their charging force was formidable. On the battlefield, one soldier deftly sidestepped a charging Bloodfang beast and swung his sword at its body. The clash of metal and the shower of sparks followed, but the attack failed to penetrate. Another soldier, timing his strike as a beast leaped past, slashed from chest to tail, disemboweling it. The severely wounded beast slid several meters before collapsing, and the soldier swiftly delivered a coup de grace, severing its carotid artery. Another soldier attempted a midair strike, but was intercepted by a Bloodfang beast. The two collided in midair, escalating the battle to a fever pitch. Boom! The impact was truly heavy. The warrior was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing down. His Tang sword slipped from his grasp, skidding a few meters on the ground. Just as he tried to get up, he coughed up blood violently, barely able to support himself with his arms. It was clear he was seriously injured. At this critical moment, a burst of rapid gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets rained down, and the blood-fong beast, poised to attack the injured warrior, thrashed for a few seconds in the bullet storm before collapsing with a thud. The commander of the assault corps furrowed his brow and ordered in a deep voice, "Get him out of there." The entire battle was over in a flash. From the initial contact to the end, it lasted barely 2 minutes. Su Feng turned to Wang Hao and asked, "Mouse, what do you think?" Wang Hao analyzed seriously. The blood-fong beast's weak points are its abdomen, eyes, nose, and the back of its neck. Its strength lies in its charge. Facing a charging first-tier, 3-star blood-fong beast, even a 6th-level body refinement practitioner would struggle to withstand it. The warriors remembered what was taught in class. No one tried to face it head-on, except for the one who overestimated his jumping ability. If it weren't for the charging blood-fong beast, his approach might have worked. Wang Hao continued, "Additionally, we lack practical experience with ferocious beasts. Most people performed at an average level, not reaching the expected combat ability of the 4th level of body refinement. Only a few stood out." Su Feng nodded in agreement. "Your analysis is spot on. The warriors need more real combat experience to enhance their actual fighting skills. This beast nest is perfect for training." Wang Hao observed the situation below. "It seems that Commander shares your view. They're not rushing to destroy the nest, but have instead dispatched 4 squads for the next round. After all, a black iron-level nest spawns a batch of beasts every hour, and it's fast." Su Feng concluded. In the first battle, Taishan City had 1 seriously injured and 1 lightly injured. With 40 blood-fong beast carcasses collected, Wang Hao eyed the beasts being transported back to the city with envy. "Su Feng, should we try to get some blood-fong tenderloin?" Su Feng looked meaningfully at the dark mountain. "That's nothing. We have a mission tonight. I'll take you to eat the best." At that moment, Zhang Kai approached, handing Su Feng the control panel, his expression tinged with confusion. "President, the drone has reached the summit of Mount Tai. However, there's something odd here. There's a fierce beast's lair, but for some reason, its lotus platform is purple." Su Feng felt his heart race, but he maintained a calm demeanor as he took the control panel seriously. In the crevice at the peak of Mount Tai, indeed, there was only one fierce beast's lair, and the lotus platform was an unusual purple color, not matching any of the 4 known levels. "Finally found you," Su Feng thought with a sigh of relief. Wang Hao asked curiously, "Su Feng, is this purple lotus platform our target?" "Confidential," Su Feng replied briefly, then turned and asked, "Zhang Kai, have you charted the path?" Zhang Kai swiftly operated the interface, and a route map appeared. Su Feng gave the order to move out, and Wang Hao wisely refrained from asking further questions. As they descended from the city wall, the city defense general warmly saw them off. Su Feng said with a meaningful tone, "We'll be needing your help more often in the future." The general agreed readily. The group set foot on the bridge formed by the roots and stems of the beast's lair. Wang Hao asked cautiously, "Su Feng, are we sure this is safe?" Su Feng explained, "Don't worry. Right now the beast's lair has no defensive capabilities. We have 17 minutes before the next batch of beasts is born, and even ordinary people could destroy it." He added, "But long-range attacks are ineffective. That's a hard-learned lesson. You must physically reach the lotus platform and violently destroy the real statue to transform it into a blessed land." The team soon arrived at the lotus platform. Wang Hao was amazed by its size, with a diameter of about 40 meters. He curiously examined the patterns on the crystal lamp and asked Su Feng if these needed to be kept secret. Su Feng smiled and explained, "Before the beast calamity, it needed to be secret, but not anymore." He elaborated on the 4 specialties: blood tooth rice, black iron ore, clover, and blood vermilion fruit, each with its unique benefits. Wang Hao was captivated, especially by the blood vermilion fruit, exclaiming, "This is amazing. Just one can help an ordinary person begin their cultivation journey." Su Feng asked thoughtfully, "Back then, could you have obtained such a thing?" "I am currently at the 7th level of the body tempering stage, just 11 kilograms away from breaking through. Can I still use it?" Wang Hao asked seriously. Su Feng shook his head firmly, "No. It's only suitable for practitioners below the 4th level of the body tempering stage. Your current level is too high. Consuming it would have almost no effect." He patted Wang Hao's shoulder, softening his tone. "Just focus on your training." Wang Hao was about to say something when Su Feng changed the subject. "In 4 minutes, a new beast will emerge from this lair. So we need to move quickly." With that, he strode towards the other side of the crevice. The group swiftly crossed the bridge and followed the drone-guided route to a damaged road. Zhang Kai pointed out, "President, if we follow this road for about 7 kilometers, we'll reach the base of Mount Tai." There's no crevice along this path. Su Feng ordered. Let's march quickly while the number of beasts is still low. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the foot of Mount Tai. Pointing at the beast lair ahead, Zhang Kai said, President, the area around Mount Tai is divided by crevices. We can't bypass this lair. Although other areas are of lower levels, the difference isn't significant for us. Su Feng nodded in agreement. You're right. This is a Tier 1 Copper 2-star lair, with 16 beasts guarding each side. Wang Hao immediately analyzed. Those are Xuanfeng beasts, with greenish-blue fur and 3 tails. Their strengths are agility and cunning, with poisonous teeth and claws. Their weaknesses are the abdomen, eyes, nose, and... He suddenly stopped. Su Feng quickly added, I didn't teach you that last weakness. Wang Hao replied earnestly, I think most beasts have that weakness. Su Feng gave him a meaningful look and then turned to a young man carrying a giant metal box. Feng Jiang, take 4 people and swiftly deal with them. After being called, Feng Jiang and his team of 5 set down the metal box and pressed a button. The mechanical armor automatically equipped itself onto them in less than 10 seconds. Wang Hao questioned, these Xuanfeng beasts are at most Tier 1 6-star. I can handle them too. Su Feng explained, Xuanfeng beasts are highly poisonous. You lack experience and could easily fall victim. The Qi Tian warriors have the protection of their armor, giving them an advantage. Wang Hao nodded and remained silent. At Feng Jiang's command, the 5 Qi Tian warriors dashed towards the Xuanfeng beasts like lightning. Sensing the threat, the Xuanfeng beasts immediately summoned their kind from the other side of the bridge. They didn't flee because guarding the lair is an instinct ingrained in their genes. That's why, initially, these beasts stayed close to the lair instead of attacking elsewhere. They were waiting for sufficient defensive forces around the lair before launching an offensive. This was merely the calm before the storm. It was one of Su Feng's 4 reasons for choosing this timing to come to Mount Tai. The first reason was as mentioned. The second was that the item at the summit of Mount Tai was too important to risk any mishap. The sooner they obtained it, the sooner they could have peace of mind. Thirdly, if the thing atop Mount Tai is not cleared soon, the Dongshan province will face immense pressure. Su Feng furrowed his brows and said gravely, even with all our preparations, I'm afraid Dongshan province will still struggle to withstand that force. If we don't address it promptly, it will lead to massive casualties and possibly the fall of the city. He clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eye. I cannot sit idly by. More importantly, I need the power from the peak of Mount Tai to break through my limits. As soon as he finished speaking, the battlefield shifted dramatically. Feng Jiang and his group of 5 appeared like phantoms, their broad swords gleaming coldly. In an instant, the heads of 5 Xuanfeng beasts fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. The 16 Xuanfeng beasts on this side were instantly defeated, and the 16 rushing to support them met the same fate, all falling within moments. President, the battle is over. What should we do with these bodies? Feng Jiang approached Su Feng, speaking with respect. Su Feng waved his hand dismissively. Just leave them here for now, and let's keep moving forward. His gaze was sharp, focused on the distance. The thing atop the mountain is the real key. Wang Hao, though silent, frequently looked back, his eyes filled with regret. The army pressed on and soon reached the lotus platform. Su Feng habitually surveyed the crystal lamp, then suddenly halted. He fixed his gaze on the peach emblem, a look of delight crossing his face. Before anyone could react, he struck the real statue with his fist. With a rumble, the statue collapsed, and the lotus platform was enveloped in a pale green light. Wang Hao asked in confusion, Su Feng, what are you doing? Su Feng's eyes burned with passion as he explained. The Xuanfeng beasts are highly toxic, posing too great a risk if left unchecked. It's better to transform this place into a sanctuary. Most importantly, there is an extremely rare and special resource here. What specialty? Wang Hao was utterly confused. He hadn't even noticed the pattern on the crystal chandelier before the beast's nest began to transform. Su Feng offered no explanation, simply waiting patiently for the transformation to complete. Seeing this, Wang Hao stopped asking questions and instead focused on observing the changes around them. 3 minutes flew by, and the lotus platform beneath their feet vanished, replaced by an irregular stretch of land spanning about 40,000 square meters, bridging the gap of the fissure. Wang Hao and the others took a deep breath, instantly feeling refreshed and invigorated. Su Feng, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly. Training here will definitely speed up our progress. Su Feng nodded in agreement, but his gaze was already fixed on the distant peach grove. He quickly walked to the edge of the grove, gently stroking a ripe peach, his eyes shining with excitement. Little Pan Tao, Su Feng murmured, as if he had found a lost treasure. Su Feng, is there something special about these peaches? Wang Hao asked curiously. Su Feng composed himself and issued a command with a serious tone. Assign 30 warriors to guard the peach grove. We can't let any other beasts destroy it. These are little pantao, Su Feng explained. They can't be used for cultivation or healing, but each one can extend a person's life by 3 years, and they can be used without limit. At these words, everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with eager desire. Wang Hao was particularly excited, counting the number of peaches. What are you doing? Su Feng asked. Count how many peach trees and peaches are here. They're treasures. We're going to be rich. Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Su Feng chuckled and shook his head. Money grubber? Wang Hao didn't mind and replied, I don't care, I am a money grubber. His gaze greedily swept over the orchard full of peach trees, as if he could already see endless wealth. Zhang Kai remained rational and frowned, asking, President, you just said one peach can extend a mortal's life by 3 years. What does that mean? You're not talking about ordinary non-cultivators, are you? At these words, Wang Hao's smile froze on his face. He turned sharply to look at Su Feng, his eyes full of hope that it wasn't what he thought. Su Feng smiled slightly and explained, Of course not. If it only worked on non-cultivators, I wouldn't value it so much. He posed a question. Tell me, what is the fourth realm of cultivation called? Zhang Kai answered without hesitation, transcending mortality. Su Feng nodded in affirmation and continued. The transcending mortality realm is a state of being half human, half supernatural. The small peaches are useless to them. But before reaching the transcending mortality realm, everyone is still considered mortal, even at the pinnacle of the bone-cleansing realm. These small peaches are beneficial to you all, whether you're in the first stage of body refining or at the 9th stage of bone cleansing. One peach can extend your life by 3 years. He paused and added, Don't be misled by how quickly everyone seems to progress through the body refining stage nationwide. The differences in talent aren't obvious there. But starting from the vital energy stage, the talent gap widens. Especially in the bone cleansing stage, without special opportunities, out of nearly 1.5 billion people, less than 1 in 1,000 will break through to the transcending mortality realm. Both Zhang Kai and Wang Hao looked shocked. Zhang Kai couldn't help but ask, That few? Su Feng shook his head slightly. It's already quite a lot. You don't know how strong a cultivator in the transcending mortality realm is. You'll find out in the future. Not to mention their strength, just their lifespan at its peak. One can live up to 800 years, like Peng Zhu, and in ancient times, they could witness the rise and fall of several dynasties. Imagine if we had enough small peaches. Wouldn't that give everyone more time to cultivate and eventually break through to the transcendental realm? Su Feng proposed this optimistic scenario with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. He continued, Given enough time and the right external conditions like the revival of spiritual energy, even a pig could slowly cultivate to the transcendental realm. Zhang Kai was taken aback, frowning slightly. Is that really possible? Clearly, this idea stretched beyond his imagination. Su Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. He then said seriously, Contact the capital now and report this to the cabinet. Have them send plant experts to study these peach trees. If we can graft them and expand the cultivation, it could become a trump card for China. No sooner had he finished speaking than Feng Jiang suggested, President, should we transplant the peach grove to within Taishan City? This place might not be secure enough. Su Feng immediately shook his head in denial. Absolutely not. Transplanting them to a higher-level blessed land might work, but the spiritual energy concentration in the city is far less than here. The peach trees would surely die. He paused, a gleam flashing in his eyes. But you did remind me of something. Zhang Kai, also contact Taishan City and have them send troops to protect this area. Meanwhile, have workers build walls on both sides of the blessed land. Additionally, let the capital send guards to station here. Zhang Kai complied and began making contacts right away. Meanwhile, Taishan City and the capital swiftly moved into action. The city defense general received the order and, though puzzled by its purpose, executed the command without hesitation. He instructed Xiao Hong, Deploy 200 assault troops and 2,000 garrison soldiers. Bring sufficient ammunition and 3 days' worth of rations, and head to the base of Mount Tai for a guard mission immediately. Xiao Hong hesitated slightly. General, is 3 days' worth of rations enough? Live off the land, the city defense general replied, leaving only those 4 words. At the same time, the cabinet in the capital also received the news. The chief advisor couldn't hide his excitement upon hearing it, his hands trembling slightly. He immediately ordered, proceed as Su Feng instructed. Also, convene a meeting with all deputy advisors in the capital. Back at Mount Tai, Su Feng left 30 Chi-Tian warriors to help guard the blessed land, while he led the others further up the mountain. Keep moving forward. Everyone will be rewarded with a small peach upon return. Su Feng's promise invigorated the group. Along the way, mutated beasts retreated at the sight of them. Until they were a quarter of the way from the summit, a crevice blocked their path. Zhang Kai stepped forward to remind, President, this is the last crevice. Cross it, and we'll reach the peak. Su Feng instructed. Use drones to scout and locate the beast nests. Zhang Kai looked troubled. President, we've already scouted. This irregular circular crevice has 4 beast nests, located at the north, south, east, and west. It's just that. Just what? Why did you stop? Su Feng asked, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The chairman listened as Zhang Kai, with a tone full of regret, reported, it's my fault. When I was in Taishan City, I was so captivated by the purple lotus platform on the mountain peak that I failed to conduct a thorough investigation of this rift. The recent findings show that all 4 beast layers are of the gold 2-star level. Wang Hao was taken aback, his brow furrowed. What? 4 gold 2-star beast layers? He recalled Su Feng's lectures on the rarity of gold-level beast layers, let alone 2-star ones. The fact that 4 of them appeared in one rift in Taishan was beyond his comprehension. Su Feng also appeared shocked. As someone who had been reborn, he didn't have complete knowledge of the situation. In his past life, he had only heard that the entity first appeared at the peak of Taishan, with little other useful information. Wang Hao urgently advised, Su Feng, we can't proceed any further. It's too dangerous. According to what you said, each layer should spawn 8 fierce beasts, making it 32 1-star 10-level beasts among the 4 layers, and there might even be a beast king. We should wait until we're stronger. Su Feng paused, then shook his head resolutely. We must move forward and quickly. He briefly explained the urgency, stressing that if they didn't resolve the situation within 5 hours, things would become even more difficult. No wonder the Eastern Mountain Province nearly fell within 3 months in the previous life, Su Feng murmured with a hint of fear in his eyes. It wasn't just that entity on the peak. These 4 gold 2-star beast layers played a significant role too. As the others were about to protest, Su Feng raised his hand to stop them. There's no but. If we don't take action, do you think they won't come down? It will only be harder to deal with later. His tone was firm and decisive. Moreover, we should be grateful that we arrived in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have much chance of success. As it stands, we still have the upper hand. Su Feng's confidence inspired the group, though it left them puzzled as well. Zhang Kai, show me the images of the 4 vicious beast nests. Su Feng, with a piercing gaze, carefully examined the images of the 4 nests. In the eastern nest, a creature with a serpent's body, 2 horns, red eyes, and wings caught his attention. A flying dragon beast? Su Feng gasped, it's clearly a serpent. So why is it called a flying dragon beast? Zhang Kai explained, these beasts continuously evolve. They start at stage 1, 10 stars, and within a few months, they might advance to stage 2. The flying dragon beast will first transform into a jiao, then into a dragon, eventually becoming a stage 4 vicious beast, posing a major threat to future Huaxia. Su Feng nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the other nest images. In the south was the fiery red phoenix beast, in the west the dazzling golden tiger beast, and in the north, the Xian turtle beast, carrying a landscape map on its back. As the legends say, the 4 great beasts originate from the same place. Su Feng frowned. I didn't expect them all to be in Mount Tai. This is going to be troublesome. He quickly analyzed the situation. Even though I'm at the peak of the 10th level body refinement, these are top-tier beasts. I might manage to hold off one nest, but what about the other 3? Turning, Su Feng called out, Zhang Fekui, here. Are the 30 close combat fighter jets ready? They're stationed in Mount Tai City and can reach the battlefield in 3 minutes. Su Feng then inquired about the status of Zhang Kai's drone swarm, learning they could be in position within 5 minutes. He swiftly issued a series of commands and, taking out his coiling dragon spear, stealthily approached the flying dragon beast nest. Hiding behind a boulder 400 meters from the nest, Su Feng used his radio to direct, Zhang Kai, deploy the drones to bomb the flying dragon beast in 2 waves. Zhang Fenghui, have the fighter jets launch indiscriminate attacks amidst the smoke. Su Feng readied his spear for battle, as the buzzing of drones filled the air. The flying dragon beast, sensing the disturbance in the sky, looked up warily. Buzzing grew louder as dozens of drones carrying mini-missiles approached. The flying dragon beast, ever vigilant, immediately noticed the commotion above. The 8-headed flying dragon beasts took off instantly, ready to eliminate the tiny challenger. However, as soon as they heard the sound, the missiles were already launched. With a thunderous roar, the beast's lair was engulfed in flames. 7 of the dragons took to the sky, their bodies scorched but not fatally. 1 remained grounded, likely severely injured or dead. Several whizzing sounds followed as drones exploded into fireworks in the sky, clearly hit by the dragon's venomous spikes. Another round of rumbling ensued as dozens of streaks, like a meteor shower, rained down on the dragons, causing a bloody spectacle. Then came 7 more piercing sounds. 3 fighter jets wobbled, evidently struck. Tail damaged, requesting to return, came the urgent call over the comms. Zhang Kuifeng's face was grim. With at least 2 planes lost in a single attack, the situation was dire. However, the flying dragons weren't faring well either. All 7 had landed, clearly heavily wounded. Other fighter jets quickly distanced themselves, preparing for a second assault. Su Feng made a quick decision. Conserve energy, fighter jets ascend and temporarily withdraw for surveillance. Fangjiang, let's go. With that, Su Feng leaped forward, covering a distance of 400 meters in an instant. Through the smoke, a grim scene unfolded. One dragon lay in 3 pieces, its head still twitching slightly. Another's head had been blown apart. The remaining 2 were barely alive. Let me send you off, Su Feng said as he charged forward with his weapon. One of the dying dragons made a last-ditch retaliatory strike, spitting venomous spikes. Su Feng swiftly blocked with his gun, advancing quickly to pierce the dragon's head. A subtle tremor in his arm delivered a hidden force, causing the dragon's head to explode instantly. Su Feng pressed on, finishing off another severely wounded dragon and smashing its snake head to ensure it was dead. President Fang Jiang arrived, and Su Feng instructed, guard this area to prevent other beasts from coming to aid. Su Feng swiftly crossed the bridge, arriving at the lotus platform. An injured flying dragon lay before a statue, evidently trying to protect the nest. You can't protect it, die, Su Feng declared, his gun striking like a dragon. The flying dragon spat venomous spikes and lunged with its wings. Su Feng blocked them with his weapon, then ducked and thrust forward. The dragon swung its tail in the air, clashing with his spear, sending sparks flying. Su Feng adjusted the angle of the spearhead, slicing off the dragon's tail instantly. The dragon flapped its wings furiously, soaring behind Su Feng, but he executed a swift back thrust, the spearhead piercing right into the dragon's open maw. It was clear the creature intended to strike Su Feng from behind with its venomous stinger. Unfortunately for it, before the stinger could be unleashed, Su Feng swiftly pierced it with his spear, causing the stinger to lodge in the creature's throat. With sharp reflexes, Su Feng sent a surge of energy through his spear, shattering the serpentine head of the flying dragon beast into 5 pieces. Wasting no time, he turned and destroyed the real statue with a single strike. As the statue crumbled, the first-tier golden 2-star beast's lair began rapidly transforming into a blessed land. Seizing the moment of transformation, Su Feng quickly crossed the bridge to the other side. There, 3 dead flying dragon beasts lay on the ground, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a rushed voice came through his radio. President, 4 red phoenix beasts are approaching from the south for support, and 4 black tortoise beasts are closing in from the north. The west side is quiet for now. Su Feng made a quick decision. Zhang Kai, deploy the drone swarm to bombard the black tortoise beasts and slow them down. He knew well that the black tortoise beasts had formidable defenses, and the drone's missiles wouldn't be powerful enough to kill them, but they could certainly delay them. Fang Jiang, hold the blessed land and prevent the black tortoise beasts from causing any damage here. Understood, Fang Jiang responded concisely. Zhang Fengkue, immediately engage the incoming red phoenix beasts, then go support Fang Jiang and attack the black tortoise beasts. Copy that, Zhang Fengkue replied and sprang into action. In an instant, 27 close combat laser fighters swooped down from the sky, with 27 piercing lasers precisely targeting the incoming red phoenix beasts. The laser strikes were swift and fierce, hitting their vital points before they could react. The pilots, having learned from past encounters, quickly accelerated and ascended after the strike, allowing no chance for counterattack. In a matter of moments, 4 red phoenix beasts were shot down. Su Feng arrived at the scene to find one already dead, 2 severely injured on the ground with destroyed wings, unable to take flight. The 4th, less injured, immediately launched an attack upon seeing Su Feng approach. Chirp chirp. A sharp sound pierced the air as Su Feng's panlong spear shot forward, directly targeting the body of the red phoenix beast. With a powerful push off the ground, Su Feng moved like a wild horse, reaching the creature in just a few strides. Su Feng's movements were swift and seamless. He quickly withdrew the spear embedded in the red phoenix beast, causing blood to gush out. Before the beast could react, Su Feng had already darted to another, critically injured red phoenix beast nearby. The panlong spear gleamed coldly as it pierced the beast's vital point with precision. The red phoenix beast let out a heart-wrenching wail before collapsing to the ground. His eyes sharp and focused, Su Feng scanned the battlefield. The remaining 2 red phoenix beasts attempted to flee, but his lightning-fast figure blocked their escape. The panlong spear traced 2 graceful arcs in the air, and with a dull thud, both beasts fell lifelessly to the ground. The battle ended swiftly and decisively. Su Feng stood amidst the 4 fallen red phoenix beasts, breathing slightly heavily. After ensuring the threat was neutralized, he retracted his spear and turned toward his next target. On the walls of Taishan City, the city defense general and the garrison general were tensely observing the distant battle. The sight of laser fighters returning with black smoke trailing behind them heightened their anxiety. Do you think Su Fugue and his team will be all right? The garrison general asked. his voice tinged with worry. The city defense general furrowed his brows for a moment before responding gravely. Su Fugue is a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the body-tempering realm, and he has the Imperial Guards and Chi Tian Corps with him. Typically, the Beast Calamity has just started and shouldn't pose a threat to them. But the fact that they've resorted to using advanced weaponry and even laser fighters suggests they've encountered a formidable enemy. The only thing that could make Su Fugue treat the situation as such a grave threat would be a golden-level beast nest, the garrison general remarked, his expression serious. The presence of such a terrifying entity on Mount Tai could become a lethal threat to Taishan City if given time to grow. The city defense general pondered aloud. Perhaps Su Fugue and his team's mission is to eliminate this beast nest for us. Just then, a sharp-eyed soldier shouted, "General, a laser fighter is returning. Its tail is smoking, possibly damaged. Could it be a flying beast that managed to hit a high-altitude fighter?" an aide exclaimed, his voice filled with unease. At that moment, the county chief hurried to the wall, looking grave. "Deploy drones immediately. I need to know the exact situation over at Mount Tai," the city defense general promptly ordered. "Deploy the drones." "County chief, what brings you here?" the city defense general asked, surprised. The county chief explained briefly, "We've just received a call from the capital. They've dispatched elite forces to escort a plant expert here. They stressed the importance of protecting that special zone and ensuring Su Fugue and his team's safety." The atmosphere on the wall grew even more tense. In front of the Red Phoenix beast nest, Su Feng stood with his spear, facing off against 4 Red Phoenix beasts. He raised his spear provocatively, ready for battle. With a sharp cry, a majestic Fenghuang beast flapped its wings, sending a dozen gleaming feathers slicing through the air like daggers towards Su Feng. Su Feng's eyes sharpened as he spun his panlong spear like a fiery whirlwind, deftly deflecting each attack with a series of metallic clangs. With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself towards the Fenghuang beast like an arrow. Fortunately, the beast's feather attack had limited range. Otherwise, it would have been a real problem. Seeing its attack fail, the Fenghuang beast transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. In a thunderous clash, man and beast exchanged blows in a rapid series of encounters. Su Feng stood unmoved, unscathed, while the Fenghuang beast bore several bloody gashes. With a piercing screech, 3 more Fenghuang beasts joined the fray. Su Feng allowed himself a slight smile. This was just what he wanted. He grew serious, focusing intently on the wounded beast. As the fierce battle raged on, Su Feng kept his sights on the injured Fenghuang beast. After dozens of exchanges, his chance finally came. "Break the army," Su Feng murmured, as the spear tip shattered the sound barrier, aiming straight for the Fenghuang beast's throat. With a resounding crash, a massive hole burst open in its neck, leaving it connected by only a thin layer of skin. It let out one final, mournful cry before closing its eyes in resignation. The remaining 3 Fenghuang beasts, filled with rage and sorrow, launched a frenzied assault on Su Feng. Taken by surprise, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. After over 100 moves, he finally regained his footing and switched to the offensive. "Watch my back thrust," Su Feng shouted, driving his spear into the eye socket of one Fenghuang beast, causing blood to spurt out. "Sweep across the battlefield," he yelled, pushing back the other 2 and seizing the moment to strike again, shattering the internal organs of the injured beast. Just as Su Feng prepared to finish off the remaining 2, the ground began to tremble. He looked up, his expression changing abruptly. "Damn it!" Su Feng cursed and took off running. The 2 Fenghuang beasts took the opportunity to soar into the sky, their feathers raining down like arrows. Su Feng had to stop and fend off the barrage with his spear, but the delay allowed 6 golden tiger beasts to catch up and surround him. He frowned, reaching into his pocket to call for backup with his radio, only to find it had been smashed to pieces during the fierce battle. "Humph. 8 first-tier 10-star beasts. You really think highly of me," Su Feng sneered, gripping his spear and standing firm against the horde. Meanwhile, Feng Jiang and his team were anxiously waiting. "Still no contact with the leader?" someone asked. "The radio's not responding." "I've sent a drone to search," Zhang Kai said helplessly. "Don't worry, with the leader's strength." "Worry my ass." Zhang Fengkue snapped angrily. "Get on developing more advanced communication gear." Zhang Kai was about to argue when he suddenly stiffened. "Found him. The leader's surrounded by 8 beasts." "I knew it," Zhang Fengkue immediately ordered. "Coordinates XX, the leader is trapped, move to assist immediately." On the battlefield, though Su Feng had the protection of the dragon elephant heaven suppressing skill, he struggled against the 8 beasts' onslaught. A moment's lapse saw him being knocked aside by a golden tiger beast. The Fenghuang beasts seized the chance to launch their featherblade attack. Su Feng managed to block most, but one feather pierced his left shoulder. Good thing the Fenghuang beast's feathers aren't poisoned, Su Feng thought with relief, realizing he had been a bit reckless to come alone. "Still, you think you can kill me?" You're not enough. Su Feng's eyes flashed with determination as he took advantage of the momentum to leap. At that moment, the golden tiger beast that had knocked him flew beneath him. Gripping his spear with both hands, Su Feng descended like a meteor. Die! He shouted fiercely, driving the Panlong spear into the golden tiger beast's neck. He twisted the spear, crushing its brain. As the feather blades approached again, he ducked behind the golden tiger beast's body, causing all the feathers to embed into it. The golden tiger beast let out one final, agonized roar before collapsing to the ground with a thud, dead. Su Feng's fighting spirit was ignited, with a fiery determination in his eyes. He had planned to break through at the mountain's peak, but now seemed like the perfect opportunity. Just as he was about to attack with full force, 27 laser beams sliced through the sky, followed by the roar of fighter jets. 2 piercing screams echoed as the Phoenix beast was targeted and plummeted lifelessly from the sky. The 5 golden tiger beasts weren't spared either. 2 were lightly wounded, 2 severely injured, and 1 was killed instantly. Su Feng felt a mix of emotions, relief at the timely support and a tinge of regret as his fighting momentum was interrupted. He signaled the fighter jets to withdraw and then charged into the midst of the golden tiger beasts. He swiftly finished off the 2 severely injured ones and took over 20 moves to dispatch the remaining lightly injured beasts. He didn't forget to deliver the final blow to the 2 barely alive Phoenix beasts, ensuring all the fierce creatures were dead. Taking a moment to breathe, Su Feng ignored the pain in his shoulder and headed to the Phoenix beast's nest. He crossed the bridge, climbed the lotus platform, and destroyed the true statue without hesitation. Instantly, a green light enveloped the entire nest, beginning a transformation. Su Feng sat cross-legged, placing his long spear before him, and regulated his breathing to recover his strength. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Kai and others arrived, concerned about his injuries. Su Feng feigned nonchalance, though he knew that if the feather had pierced a centimeter differently, hitting the bone would have been troublesome. Under the care of the military medic, Su Feng stoically endured the pain of having the feather removed, earning the admiration of his peers. He then laid out the next steps, deploying laser fighter jets to eliminate the remaining beasts and sending teams to clear the battlefield and confirm the kills. Finally, Su Feng advised, "Don't destroy these 2 nests just yet. The meat of first-tier 10-star beasts is a top-grade resource. It's time to check out the Phoenix beast's nest." "Ah, haven't we already destroyed 2 of them? Isn't that a big loss?" Zhang Kai asked, puzzled. Su Feng shook his head and explained, "It's different. Those 2 were flying beasts, which are quite tricky. Keeping 4 would mean they could support each other, putting too much pressure on us. The remaining 2 are land beasts, and with laser fighter jets, they're sitting ducks. No need to worry." Everyone suddenly understood, and many couldn't help but swallow at the thought of the meat from a first-tier 10-star beast. "Su Feng, how about I stew a red phoenix beast for you to boost your energy?" Wang Hao's voice called out from a distance, with a hint of teasing. Su Feng rolled his eyes. "I think it's you who's craving it," he said, unable to stop himself from recalling the delicious taste of red phoenix beast stew, which made his mouth water a bit more. He looked around, contemplated for a moment, and then said, "We've just been through a big battle, so it's not wise to climb the mountain immediately. Go and gather the beast corpses, and place them in the Sunto-be-transformed blessed land. Also, have a meal to replenish your strength. We have important tasks ahead." This decision was unanimously agreed upon. Everyone chimed in, "Wise decision, President," and then laughed as they went about their tasks. Wang Hao approached Su Feng and asked with concern, "Are you really okay?" Su Feng moved his shoulders and replied, "Do I look like I'm not okay? That's good. You really are resilient," Wang Hao joked. "Tell me about your experience. This was your first encounter with the beasts, right? No unexpected issues?" Su Feng asked with concern. Fortunately, there were no serious accidents, but 7 people did sustain minor injuries. "You can't really blame them." Wang Hao reported the battle situation to Su Feng with a solemn expression. Although the team was part of the elite Huaxia guards and had great potential, some of the warriors were just ordinary people before facing fierce beasts suddenly. It was understandable that they felt a bit uneasy. Wang Hao himself was no exception. During the fight, his hands trembled slightly and his heart raced, but he managed to steady himself quickly. Su Feng nodded in understanding, not surprised by this. He had anticipated such an occurrence, which is why he had Wang Hao lead the team against beasts no stronger than level 1, 6 stars, allowing the warriors to gain experience in a relatively safe environment. "You've worked hard," Su Feng said, patting Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Later, distribute some meat to the warriors and encourage them to overcome their psychological barriers as soon as possible." Wang Hao nodded in agreement and turned to leave. In the peach orchard, Zhang Lei was coordinating with the Taishan City Assault Corps. After confirming their identities, he handed over the beast carcasses from the cave to Xiao Hong and his team as a reward. Xiao Hong was immensely grateful, especially upon seeing the 4 level 1, 10-star beast carcasses, which made him swallow hard in excitement. In Taishan City, the city defense general was shocked when he heard the news. He realized that there was more than one gold-level beast nest in the mountains, potentially marking an opportunity for Taishan City's rise. The dragon beast nest had been transformed into a blessed land covering 640,000 square meters, with a spiritual energy concentration 16 times that of the outside world. Su Feng speculated that the 4 beast nests might be combined into a massive circular blessed land. Su Feng, what are the specialties of this blessed land? Wang Hao asked curiously. Su Feng didn't hold back. Golden thread snake fruit and dragon subduing wood both are excellent. Wang Hao was not disappointed in the least. The dragonwood forest covers an extensive area, estimated to be nearly 100 acres. Su Feng surveyed the surroundings, his eyes filled with towering dragonwood trees. He gently touched the rough bark, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. These are real treasures, he remarked. Turning to Wang Hao and the others, he explained, the heartwood of the dragonwood can be used in medicine and is a key ingredient in crafting the Dragon Tiger elixir. This elixir can increase the breakthrough success rate by 50% for practitioners at the pinnacle of the body refining stage. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. President, isn't the other main ingredient for the Dragon Tiger elixir the heart's blood of a first-tier 10-star tiger-type fierce beast? The golden tiger beast we just hunted fits the bill perfectly. Su Feng nodded slightly. That's correct. The remaining supplementary ingredients aren't hard to find. He paused and added, dragonwood can also be made into incense, which calms the mind and aids rest, increasing the breakthrough success rate by 30% for body refining practitioners, and it's beneficial for those at the blood energy stage as well. Excited, Wang Hao rubbed his hands together. President, should we cut one down now? Su Feng smiled, holding back the eager Wang Hao. No rush, let's wait until we complete the mission. Just then, Feng Zhang approached and reported, President, the battlefield has been cleared. The beast corpses have been given to the garrison, and the beast beads are all here, he said, handing over a bulging bag. Su Feng took the bag and instructed Wang Hao, keep it with you for now. Once we return to the capital, we'll convert it to cash and distribute it among the brothers. Curious, Wang Hao opened the bag and pulled out a handful of variously sized red beads. So these are beast beads, just like the legends say, with blood-like energy flowing inside. Su Feng nodded. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violets, even colors corresponding to tiers 1 through 7. Feng Zhang reported again. The carcasses of the 4 major beasts have also been taken care of and moved to the Blessed Land. The beast beads are too large to extract for now, so we might need to leave someone to guard them. Su Feng pondered for a moment. I was planning to leave you here anyway. The value of the Blessed Land far exceeds those carcasses and must not be compromised. Wang Hao was startled. Su Feng, you don't intend to take us up there with you? Su Feng shook his head. It's too dangerous there. Your lives would be at risk if you went. It's better if I go alone. Wang Hao protested, no way. We formed the special task force to support you. How can we let you take the risk alone? We're prepared to make sacrifices. Moved by his loyalty, Su Feng still insisted. There's no need to talk about life or death. These 4 golden tier beast layers were beyond my expectations. Seeing the confusion among the group, Su Feng decided to share more information. Bring Zhang Fengkue and Zhang Kai here. I'll tell you the real purpose of this mission. Once everyone was gathered, Su Feng spoke seriously. Our ultimate goal for this mission is a purple crystal tier beast lair. Purple crystal tier? Feng Zhang exclaimed. Isn't that higher than gold tier? Su Feng nodded. Yes. There are only 2 purple crystal tier beast lairs in the world, one on Mount Tai in China, and one above the Ganges in India. Zhang Kai pondered. Why do only we in India have them? Is it because of the population? Su Feng smiled slightly, acknowledging Zhang Kai's insight. Indeed, it's related to population. In countries with a population of less than 10 million, only black iron-level beast nests appear. For those with populations between 10 million and 50 million, the highest level is the bronze-level beast nest. Countries with populations ranging from 50 million to 200 million see up to silver-level beast nests, while those with populations between 200 million and 1 billion experience up to gold-level beast nests. Su Feng paused for a moment, surveying the solemn faces around him, and continued, it's only in countries with populations exceeding 1 billion that the highest-level amethyst beast nests emerge, and there are only 2 of these globally. A first-tier amethyst beast nest spawns a tier 1 beast king every 3 days. Wang Hao couldn't help but complain. Aren't we just unlucky? No wonder we couldn't hold on for 10 years in the past. Su Feng shook his head, his expression serious. That's not the right way to look at it. The higher the level of the beast nest, the greater the danger and opportunity. Without high-level nests early on, it's tough for any nation to advance. Later, when beasts know no borders and waves of them sweep across the globe, we'll all have to face high-level beasts. Wang Hao suddenly understood and quickly admitted his short-sightedness. I see now. My perspective was too narrow. Zhang Kai pondered for a moment and asked, is the president planning to transform this amethyst-level beast nest into a blessed land? Su Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. No, that's just a side benefit. My target is that Tier 1 Beast King. Seeing the confusion among the group, Su Feng explained, beyond the 10th level of the body refining stage, there's a limit break state, which lies between the peak of the body refining stage and the blood chi stage. This is also why Beast Kings are so powerful. Achieving limit break can lay an unparalleled foundation, but it's rare one in a million. With my past life experiences, ordinary beasts can no longer give me a life or death battle. Only the one atop the mountain is worth it. Su Feng warned sternly, you all have exceptional talent and might have a chance to achieve limit break. But don't share this with others, as it could hinder the nation's overall training progress. I'll personally inform the Huaxia guards when I return. The group suddenly realized the importance and promised to keep it a secret. Su Feng finally answered Wang Hao's earlier question. I formed the Special Operations team because the Beast King is quite intelligent and can command surrounding beasts. When I engage in a life-or-death battle with it, it will surely summon beasts from within 100 miles. That's when I'll need you to hold off those beasts for me. Wang Hao declared boldly, Su Feng, focus on breaking the limit. Leave the beasts below to us. Su Feng jokingly rebuked, don't jinx it. If I can't break the limit by the end of today, we might as well pack up and leave. I can't take on 2 Beast Kings. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. From here on, it's up to you guys. I should go meet the one atop the mountain. Su Feng spoke as he picked up his coiling dragon spear and walked towards the mountain peak without looking back. The mountain wind howled, making Su Feng's silhouette appear especially tall and resolute in the moonlight. Wang Hao opened his mouth to speak, but was stopped by 3 warning glances. He sighed inwardly, thinking, the president truly is a hero. As he watched Su Feng disappear into the distance, Wang Hao felt both happy for him and full of admiration. The mountain path was treacherous, but for a practitioner like Su Feng, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. With a few leaps, he arrived at the summit of Mount Tai. Moonlight bathed the purple lotus platform, and the crystal lamps glowed brilliantly. For stems anchored the enormous lotus platform in the center of a rift in the void, and a statue of a purple true dragon stood tall in the middle. At the edge of the rift, a 10-meter-long purple divine dragon hovered in midair. Zijing Dragon King, it is indeed you, Su Feng said, slightly excited. In his previous life, it was this very Dragon King who led an army of fierce beasts to sweep through the Dongshan province. Sensing Su Feng's presence, the Zijing Dragon King slowly opened its eyes, radiating an overwhelming dragon aura. However, Su Feng, who had mastered the dragon elephant heaven-suppressing technique, remained unmoved. Human, you should not have come alone, the Dragon King said. Su Feng smiled calmly, king to king, general to general. I challenge you alone as a mark of utmost respect. The Dragon King was silent for a moment before speaking again. You are quite interesting. Your Huaxia civilization is very unique. The selection for civilization has just begun, yet you seem well prepared. It seems you have a wise mentor guiding you. Su Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed. You don't need to try and get information out of me, Su Feng said calmly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I won't say anything. Even if I did, there's nothing you could do about it, right? The Amethyst Dragon King pondered for a moment, a sharp light in its eyes. You're right. Even if I knew, there's nothing I could do. We're all just pawns. Pawns? Perhaps, Su Feng chuckled softly, but his eyes showed determination. If I can change the fate of Huaxia in the past life, being a pawn is worth it. Besides, the future is full of unknowns and uncertainties. Who can really say what lies ahead? Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly echoed, resonating for miles. Countless beasts guarding their lairs became restless. Only a few remained on duty, while the rest surged wildly towards the peak of Mount Tai. Outside Tai City, the townsfolk were abuzz. Hey, why are all the beasts heading up the mountain? Did you hear that strange sound? It sounded like a dragon's roar. How could there be a dragon? The internet exploded with discussion. I heard there was a dragon roar near Mount Tai. Could the legendary dragon of Huaxia have appeared? That's impossible. Maybe it's an illusion? One person might imagine it, but could so many people all be imagining the same thing? In a conference room in the capital, the leaders were in an urgent meeting. We received an emergency message from Mount Tai. What do you all think? It must be Su Feng's doing. If he's there, we shouldn't worry. We all know the significance of dragons in Huaxia. We can't completely ignore this. The secretary reported. Advisor Su went to the mountain peak alone, claiming he intends to challenge the Beast King. The room buzzed with conversation, and someone remarked meaningfully, it seems Advisor Su has many things he hasn't shared with us. An esteemed elder spoke gravely. Everyone has secrets. But let's not forget, without Su Feng, what would Huaxia be today? He is a hero of our time, and that cannot be undermined. The group moved on to discuss the peach orchard, and a potential storm was thus averted. At the summit of Mount Tai, Su Feng stood proudly, his gaze like a torch locked onto the amethyst Dragon King. You've summoned your forces too. Let them face off against each other. With that, he raised his spear, his fighting spirit soaring, and shouted, "Battle!" The amethyst Dragon King, sensing immense pressure from Su Feng, dared not underestimate him. In an instant, Su Feng pushed off the ground with force, turning the stones beneath his feet into powder. With each step he took, the ground seemed to explode like a small bomb had gone off, leaving noticeable craters and sending dust flying into the air. Su Feng shot forward like an arrow, arriving in front of the amethyst Dragon King in the blink of an eye. His spear aimed directly at the dragon's eye, prompting the Dragon King to quickly tilt its head aside. With a twist of his wrist, Su Feng redirected the spear towards the dragon's vulnerable reverse scale. Sensing the threat, the Dragon King shifted its position midair, its sharp claws swiping towards Su Feng's face. Su Feng narrowly avoided the attack by twisting his waist, using the spear shaft to block the claws. The dragon's claws caught hold of the spear, resulting in a brief stalemate. Before Su Feng could reclaim his weapon, the dragon's tail whipped towards him like a bolt of lightning. Su Feng quickly released his grip, grabbing the lower end of the spear to propel himself upwards. His feet met the dragon's tail, absorbing the force and using the momentum to pull the spear free. Sparks flew as the spear's shaft scraped against the dragon's claws. Using the momentum, Su Feng launched himself into the air, delivering a punch to the Dragon King's jaw. The dragon recoiled in pain, lifting its head and stepping back. Su Feng landed and slid a few meters before regaining his balance. In the first round, the Amethyst Dragon King had suffered a minor setback. So fast. In the instant Su Feng steadied himself, the Amethyst Dragon King's attack arrived. Su Feng kicked the spearhead with his right foot and exerted force with his right hand. The coiling dragon spear traced a perfect arc in the air, spinning like a windmill to block all of the Dragon King's attacks. The collision of the dragon's claws with the spear produced a sharp metallic screech. Again. Su Feng muttered, eyes sharp as a hawk's. The moonlight, like water, bathed the peak of Mount Tai. The silhouettes of a man and a dragon intertwined in the moonlit night, moving so swiftly that they became a blur. The sound of clashing metal and roaring echoed through the mountains, shaking the forest. This was not just a battle of strength, but also a test of will and fighting spirit. As a beast king at the limit-breaking level, its power was unfathomable. Yet, Su Feng, at just the 10th level of the body-refining stage, was able to hold his own, which was a rare feat. Boom. After an unknown length of time, a loud crash suddenly erupted. The Amethyst Dragon King slammed heavily into the cliff, sending rocks flying. Su Feng wasn't unscathed either, embedded in the mountain wall like a human sculpture. Ugh, Su Feng slid down from the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, oddly feeling relieved. The Amethyst Dragon King, unable to continue flying, landed heavily, panting hard. Both were covered in wounds. Su Feng's clothes were in tatters, with blood seeping from numerous cuts. He stood with his coiling dragon spear planted firmly in the ground. The Amethyst Dragon King had lost scales, its whiskers were broken, and blood streamed from its right eye. Human, you are strong, the Amethyst Dragon King spoke. But you cannot kill me. You should just leave. Su Feng gritted his teeth, advancing step by step towards the Dragon King. If I don't defeat you today, who knows how long until the next chance. I'm not a patient man. His tone suddenly intensified. So, you'll have to die. As his words fell, Su Feng seemed to unlock a powerful potential within himself. He leaped forward like an arrow released from a bow, both hands gripping his spear, its tip aimed directly at the dragon's head. As the distance closed, Su Feng saw a flash of fear in the Dragon King's eyes, a fear of death. No, the Amethyst Dragon King attempted to dodge but was locked in place by an invisible force. Su Feng landed on the dragon's back, thrusting his spear into its head with a twist. With a sickening squelch, the Dragon King's brain turned to mush. A mournful dragon's roar echoed through the forest, starkly different from its previous proud cries. Anyone who heard it could feel the sorrow within. On the mountainside, Wang Hao and others looked confused towards the peak. The surrounding beasts halted their attacks upon hearing the dragon's lament, joining in a chorus of mournful cries as if in farewell. Then, all the beasts turned and retreated, no longer charging toward the summit. Why are they all retreating? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. Maybe it's because of that sound, Feng Jiang speculated. The president's side should have resolved it, Zhang Kai analyzed. Judging by the sound, it's likely he won. On the walls of Tai Mountain City, the city defense general murmured while gazing towards the mountain. It seems Su Fugu has finished there. I just wonder if he succeeded. He promptly inquired about the casualties and ordered proper arrangements for the fallen soldiers and treatment for the wounded. I hope these new recruits will grow from this life-and-death battle, the general sighed. He knew that more challenges awaited, and only by becoming stronger could they reduce losses. With a sigh of relief, Su Feng confirmed the Amethyst Dragon King was dead and sat atop its massive body. After regaining some strength, a slight smile appeared on Su Feng's face. He silently marveled at the truth in the words of the god of war. Breaking through limits indeed requires a life-and-death battle, infinitely heightening one's fighting spirit to fully unleash the potential within. This invaluable knowledge was imparted by the cold-faced war god Long Zhanshan in his previous life, and now it was validated through his own experience. Su Feng closed his eyes and felt the surging power within, quietly assessing. The limit break realm is far more powerful than the 10th stage of body refinement. If I encounter the Amethyst Dragon King again, I could defeat him within 30 moves. Recalling the previous grueling battle with the Dragon King that lasted nearly 5 hours, from dusk till dawn, with several close calls, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. Suddenly, Su Feng was jolted back to reality, his true purpose for this journey. Amidst his excitement, he quickly calmed down. The battle with the Amethyst Dragon King and breaking through limits on Mount Tai was merely a side quest. His primary goal was something else. Leaping down from the Dragon King's corpse, Su Feng gripped his coiling dragon spear and made his way along the stem bridge to the center of the lotus platform. Without hesitation, he smashed his spear into the lifelike statue. Boom! The statue crumbled instantly, and the only amethyst-level blessed land in Huaxia began to transform. Su Feng estimated that this process would take an entire day. However, his target was not this place. Suddenly, a purple card descended from the sky, and Su Feng caught it swiftly. Upon closer inspection, it bore the words, Trial City Invitation Card in bold characters. Su Feng's heart surged with excitement. In his previous life, it took him until the 9th year to obtain the invitation card, but this time he got it on the first day. He was convinced that the future of Huaxia would be boundless. After calming himself, Su Feng, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, dabbed the blood from the corner of his mouth onto the card. Instantly, the purple card emitted a brilliant glow and embedded itself into his brow. The information stream that followed was the same as in his previous life, primarily containing 4 points: the uniqueness of the invitation card, the method of obtaining it, the transformation rules, and the mystery of the trial city. Su Feng felt a sense of relief, having secured the card ahead of time this life, thus avoiding potential mishaps. He understood well that the existence of the beast nest was only temporary. If not destroyed within 6 months, it would transform into a super-tier boss, with strength comparable to a second-tier 1-star beast. In his previous life, by the 9th year, this boss had reached 3-tier 9-star. If not for its mutually destructive battle with the Demon King, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the invitation card. The Trial City Invitation Card, as the name suggests, is a pass that allows Su Feng to travel to that mysterious place at any time. There, countless cardholders from various civilizations gather to exchange ideas, trade, live, and train. In his past life, before the destruction of the Huaxia civilization, they had hoped he would go to the City of Trials to train and continue the legacy of Huaxia, treating him as the last spark of their civilization. Su Feng stood at the entrance of the City of Trials, reflecting on the events of his past life. He had chosen not to survive by hiding, but to fight bravely alongside his compatriots, meeting his end with courage. Now reborn, he felt both anticipation and apprehension. What Su Feng looked forward to the most was the unlimited lottery draw. In his previous life, he had drawn the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven technique. Although he didn't know its exact level, its power was undoubtedly formidable. He wondered if this time would be different. As Su Feng's thoughts swirled, a mysterious and ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, fortunate trial participant of the Blue Star Civilization. As a cardholder's welcome benefit, you have been granted 1 chance at an unlimited lottery draw. Cherish it, as it may completely change your fate. Su Feng's heart raced, and he held his breath. As the countdown ended, a giant lotus-shaped lottery wheel appeared before him out of thin air. You have 10 seconds to complete the draw, or it will be considered forfeited. With no time to examine the prizes on the wheel, Su Feng immediately shouted, "Draw." The pointer spun wildly, passing over a dazzling array of prizes. Su Feng's eyes followed it closely, his heart pounding like thunder. Immortal-grade battle pet, Shantian Divine Spear, each tempting prize flashed by, leaving Su Feng both eager and tense. Finally, the pointer slowly came to a stop, landing on a jade slip. Su Feng focused on it, and the jade slip unmistakably bore the word inheritance. Congratulations, Blue Star cardholder. You have obtained a legacy jade slip with random content. As the voice faded, an unremarkable jade slip fell into Su Feng's hand. Su Feng's face darkened as he sighed inwardly. Random again? He had just gone through the anxiety of a lottery draw, and now he had to face the uncertainty once more. Taking a deep breath, he consoled himself, in this life, anything I gain is a blessing. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Su Feng placed the jade slip against his forehead. Information flowed from the slip. The Star River Spear technique, consisting of 10 strikes mighty force, deceptive change, rare vision, counterflow, city annihilation, river severance, mountain opening, sea boiling, star shatter, and heaven breaker. The level is unknown. This technique was created by a powerful figure named Xinghe. The jade slip not only contained cultivation insights, but also the creation process and speculations on the next strike. Su Feng was overjoyed. What a coincidence. I'm skilled with a spear. This must be destiny. As he delved deeper, Su Feng was utterly shocked. This spear technique was extraordinarily powerful, unlike anything he had ever heard of. The first 2 strikes laid the foundation, the third led to enlightenment, and the remaining 7 reached the realms of supernatural powers, domains, and laws. The last 2 strikes could even destroy star systems. Su Feng was thrilled. This divine combat technique was now his. With the dragon elephant suppressing heaven technique internally and the Star River Spear technique externally, his future was limitless. Putting away the jade slip, Su Feng chose not to head directly to the trial city but returned to the mountainside. Wang Hao and the others, anxiously waiting, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return safely. After some simple bandaging, the 5 of them began discussing their next plan. Su Feng instructed Feng to lead a team to handle the Beast King's corpse and assign guards to protect the Sunto-transformed Blessed Land. He decided not to return to the capital yet, and would wait until he broke through to the Qi and Blood realm. Later, Su Feng inquired about other matters. Zhang Kai reported, the Scarlet Phoenix Beast's nest has successfully transformed, and we've discovered a special product. He handed over a control screen. Su Feng immediately recognized it. These are ice fire fruits, also known as body tempering fruits, the main ingredient for refining body tempering pills. He detailed the fruit's effects, leaving everyone in awe. What a treasure! We're going to be rich, Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly. Su Feng smiled. Indeed, it's a valuable resource. With this ice fire fruit orchard, once your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the body tempering realm, you can apply to receive ice fire fruits to help you break through quickly. In the future, we can certainly refine body tempering pills, but currently, only one person knows how to make them, and he's not fully skilled yet. This will require time and gradual training. Upon hearing this, everyone looked delighted. Su Feng observed their excitement and contemplated silently. Among the cultivators nationwide, he was the only one who, by a stroke of luck, had reached the limit-breaking stage, while others hadn't even reached the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Even Long Zhantian, who ranked 2nd, was only at the peak of the 8th level. This orchard could potentially save China's most talented individuals at least 2 months of cultivation time, if not more. As for the second specialty, Su Feng teased a bit. You guessed it right, it's indeed a mineral. And it's a mineral that shouldn't be found in a first-tier nest. Everyone was immediately intrigued and began to ask questions. Su Feng smiled slightly and explained, it's a blood crystal mine. You should be familiar with blood crystals. A blood crystal mine is where these stones originate. Typically, only nests of tier 2 or higher can produce them. It's surprising that the red phoenix beast's nest is this valuable. Wang Hao's eyes widened upon hearing this. Blood crystals? That's money. This time you're absolutely right. Su Feng's lips curled up slightly. It is indeed money. He secretly added in his heart that in the trial city, it's also a hard currency. Su Feng then inquired about other matters. Zhang Kai reported that last night, nearly 6,000 fierce beasts attacked the area, and with the assistance of the Taishan City garrison, they successfully killed over 2,600 of them, although Taishan City lost 2 soldiers. Zhang Kai took the initiative to give all the beast corpses to Taishan City, keeping only the beast pearls. Su Feng nodded in approval and instructed that 100 kilograms of golden tiger beast meat be sent to the families of the fallen soldiers as compensation. Although the others had concerns, seeing the fierce determination in Su Feng's eyes, they dared not object. After the meeting, Feng Jiang reported that the Beast King's body had been transported down the mountain. To everyone's surprise, it was a purple crystal dragon king. Su Feng explained that although it was uncertain if this was a true dragon, it undoubtedly had true dragon blood, and it was the only one of its kind. Su Feng then instructed Feng Jiang to prepare the dragon meat, intending for the entire Special Forces team to have a taste. Wang Hao eagerly ran to help, and the Special Forces members showcased their skills, each demonstrating their culinary talents. Before long, Wang Hao brought 4 dishes to Su Feng, wanting to test his tasting skills. Su Feng immediately recognized Wang Hao's sashimi due to his poor knife skills. Although Wang Hao was somewhat dissatisfied, he couldn't argue with the critique. Su Feng tasted the dragon meat and immediately felt a surge of warmth rise from his stomach, quickly spreading throughout his body. He promptly sat cross-legged to meditate, taking quite some time to absorb most of the energy and vitality the dragon meat provided. It's a pity that I've reached my current limit and can't progress further for now, but at least I've regained the stamina I had previously exhausted. Su Feng stood up, assessing his physical condition. Except for a few external wounds that were nearly healed, he was back in peak form. His gaze swept over the temporary Camp Phalone cave, which had been transformed from a flying dragon beast's lair into the Special Forces' temporary base. Inside the camp, soldiers were diligently practicing martial arts, trying to quickly absorb the massive blood energy gained from consuming dragon meat. Feng also still had some undigested blood energy within him, and he decided to take this opportunity to practice the Star River Spear technique. 10,000 pounds, Style 81. Feng silently recited the essentials of the spear technique in his mind. He clearly remembered that the mastery of martial skills ranged from beginner, to small success, to proficient, to great success, and finally to perfection. The first two stages were relatively easy, but reaching proficient was a significant hurdle, with less than half achieving it. Great success was even more challenging, requiring extraordinary talent, and perfection was only attainable by prodigies. In his previous life, Feng had practiced a basic spear technique that, despite its name, was actually a lower heavenly grade martial skill. He had reached the great success level on the first layer and small success on the second. Now, Reborn, these experiences would undoubtedly aid him in mastering the 10,000 pounds technique. Finding an open space, Feng began to wield his panlong spear. Thrusts, stabs, and sweeps flowed seamlessly. As time passed, the spear in his hands turned into countless shadows, moving faster and faster, with his movements becoming increasingly proficient. The watching soldiers gasped in amazement. The president's spear skills are incredible. One person worriedly asked, would watching like this be considered stealing his techniques? Wang Hao came over to reassure them, don't worry. If the president didn't want you to learn, he wouldn't practice here. How much you can learn depends on your own abilities. With that, Wang Hao focused intently on Feng's spear techniques. As Feng's close friend, he understood that in spear mastery, the moves themselves are static, but the understanding is dynamic. Everyone starts with rigid techniques, but the ultimate achievement depends on personal insight. So strong. Wang Hao resolved to himself, I need to work hard too. I can't fall too far behind you. As more onlookers gathered, some exceptionally talented individuals began to glean insights from Feng's spear techniques. However, most could only watch in awe, especially as Feng's spear speed increased to a point where they could no longer keep up. As Feng delved deeper into the art of spear techniques, reaching the stages of initiation and proficiency seemed almost trivial to him. In fact, after achieving proficiency, he encountered little resistance and swiftly advanced to mastery. Immersed in his understanding of spear techniques, Feng felt as if he had entered another realm. His movements became increasingly fluid, and the transitions between maneuvers were seamless. Those around him watched in awe, gradually gathering closer without realizing it. Noticing the change in his surroundings, Feng slowly opened his eyes. With a calm smile, he said, that's enough for now. Everyone, please disperse. Watching any longer might be detrimental, possibly discouraging your own path. The crowd snapped out of their trance, shook their heads, and slowly dispersed. Yet, Feng remained engrossed in his practice, his movements becoming more refined and his techniques increasingly simplified. The original 81 forms quickly reduced to 72, then further to 63. After an indeterminate amount of time, Feng finally stopped. With a firm grip, he thrust the spear into the ground and murmured, although I haven't reached perfection, this is better than expected. My understanding of spear techniques in this life seems stronger, perhaps due to the foundation from my past life. However, to advance further, I need more real combat experience. Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that on Blue Star, there might not be many opponents who could challenge him to his fullest. Through continuous refinement, the 81 forms eventually condensed to just 27. Just then, Wang Hao approached, offering Feng a clean towel. With a serious expression, he said, Feng, I want to learn the spear. Accepting the towel, Feng wiped his face and, seeing the determination in Wang Hao's eyes, pondered for a moment before replying, if you're truly willing to learn, I'll teach you. Thank you, Wang Hao said gratefully. Between us, there's no need for those words. Feng waved off the thanks, reflecting that Wang Hao's talent with the blade was mediocre at best. Perhaps the way of the spear was a better fit. Wang Hao gently reminded him, while you were practicing, I noticed a few team members seem to have gained some insight and might have potential in spear techniques. Feng chuckled. Learning it yourself isn't enough? Now you want to bring others along too? All right then. Whether it's 1 sheep or 10, it's just as well. Bring them along. Feng prepared to teach them the basic spear techniques. Considered a high-level skill, once they mastered it, they could pass it on to others, creating a legacy. As for the Star River spear technique, like the dragon elephant suppressing heaven art, he wasn't planning to teach it to others just yet. After all, everyone harbors a bit of personal ambition. Even he couldn't claim to be entirely selfless. Inside the Red Phoenix Cave, with a command from Feng, the Chi Tian mecha warriors transformed into excavators, using their massive swords to cut through the solid rock. Feng Jiang hesitated for a moment before asking, President, isn't it a bit of an overkill to use warriors for mining? Wouldn't it be better to bring in excavators from Taishan City? Su Feng chuckled. I noticed you were hesitant to speak up. I thought you might hold back your question, he explained. The roads are blocked, and transportation would take too long. Besides, this is just a first-level beast's nest with limited blood crystal deposits. The warriors will be done in no time. Feng Jiang understood and, relieved, joined the excavation team. Su Feng then called over Zhang Kai, instructing him to request 100 small flat peaches. He also sent Wang Hao to Filong Cave to gather 100 golden thread snake fruits, while Zhang Fengkue was tasked with retrieving beast pearls. By 5 p.m., everyone returned with various treasures. Su Feng ordered everyone to withdraw, staying behind in the cave alone. He took out a purple card, waved it gently, and all the treasures vanished instantly. In the next moment, Su Feng's figure flickered, and he appeared in a massive city. Meanwhile, anxiety was palpable in the capital. Ouyang Shui and others inquired about Su Feng's condition, to which Guisheng reassured them, Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. He's as lively as ever. After they left, Guisheng shook his head helplessly. Su Feng, with your departure, your legend will live on in the capital. At the War God Legion's base, Long Zhanshan scrutinized satellite images. He said gravely, the ocean beneath is turbulent. Danger is imminent. He then ordered a search for the locations of all national gold-level nests, preparing for action. General, are we moving out? His subordinate asked excitedly. Long Zhanshan nodded. The best steel must be used wisely, and we are the finest steel of China. Go quickly. In the Yellow Palace of the Sam Nation, the president demanded loudly, What's the situation outside? When can we restore communication and energy? The president paced back and forth in the conference room, his face dark with worry. Chief of Staff James, looking grave, slowly spoke. According to the images sent back by the satellite before it crashed, there are massive fissures worldwide, destroying most of the transportation and cables. Restoring communication and energy in the short term is nearly impossible. The president slammed the table in anger, cursing, Damn Huaxia. They warned about an interdimensional invasion, but didn't mention that Blue Star would expand. At least they're in the same boat as us. James cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying, Mr. President, I'm afraid the situation is different from what we imagined. Analysis suggests that there might be an invisible hand orchestrating this invasion. The president's eyes widened. What? This kind of thing can be controlled? What kind of power is this? Even God wouldn't do such a thing. James explained, populated areas are unaffected, with most fissures occurring outside the cities. Huaxia's 1,000-city plan might have been a strategy to deal with the planet's expansion, which is why they're less affected. The president realized, since it's only outside the cities, our citizens shouldn't have suffered much, right? Currently, casualties are indeed low. James nodded, but added, however, this is only temporary. What do you mean? The president frowned, displeased. James analyzed further. Interdimensional portals resembling lotus platforms have appeared over the fissures outside the cities. Interdimensional creatures are being transported through them at intervals. Although they haven't attacked humans yet, their numbers are increasing, and danger is inevitable. The president roared, Destroy those damned portals with Patriot missiles and HIMARS rockets. James shook his head. We've tried that, even using nuclear weapons, but it's ineffective. However, we discovered that humans can step onto the portals and destroy the statues on them to stop the creatures from being transported. Destroyed portals turn into land and grow miraculous fruits. The president's eyes lit up. Land transformation? And miraculous fruits? Could this be Eden? Scientists are researching the fruit's uses, but it will take time, James replied. The president urged, accelerate the research. It's crucial. Since destroying the portals has so many benefits, what are we waiting for? Mobilize all warriors to destroy them all. James hesitated. I'm afraid that's not possible. The portals and interdimensional creatures are too numerous, and we have too few warriors. Ordinary soldiers are no match. Even if we focus on Huazhou, we're severely understaffed. The president realized with frustration. No wonder Huaxia adopted a strategy of universal military training and shifted from high-end weapons to producing light infantry equipment. We couldn't understand it before, but now it's clear. He gritted his teeth and commanded, then start by clearing Huazhou, gradually reclaim the entire territory, and eliminate all interdimensional creatures. James stood at attention and replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's residence in Fusang, Prime Minister Watanabe anxiously asked Ono, Is the content in the Beast Atlas useful? Ono replied, We've verified several beasts. Their weaknesses and functions are accurate. Watanabe exclaimed excitedly, Excellent. With Blue Star's transformation and Sam Nation isolated, it's our chance for Fusang to rise. Ono reminded, Prime Minister, There are still their soldiers in the base, Watanabe said with malice. I don't want them to see the light of day tomorrow. Without the control of the Sam Nation, the giant beast, he no longer had to hold back. Ono hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. Prime Minister, there's one more thing to report. What is it? The ocean. Watanabe's face changed dramatically. Are you saying there will be countless fissures and beasts in the sea as well? Ono nodded. Before the satellite fell, we discovered giant beasts emerging from the sea, attacking coastal cities. Though their numbers are small, it's a bad omen. Watanabe took a sharp breath. Fusang, surrounded by the sea, realized that with the ocean covering 70% of the globe, if the beasts were randomly distributed, they finally understood the critical point. The ocean was the most dangerous place. We have no choice but to immediately pull back our defenses and relocate as many civilians as possible inland. We must build walls along the coast to fend off these fierce beasts, or we're in grave danger, Watanabe exclaimed in terror. Despite the panic in Watanabe's voice, Ono remained calm and analyzed the situation. Prime Minister, energy, communication, and transportation have all collapsed. We cannot mobilize national forces. Worse yet, without energy, our machines are nothing but scrap metal. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth and growled. Damn it! A looming catastrophe was descending upon the entire nation of Fusang. Meanwhile, inside the Kremlin in Russia. What's the situation? The Emperor asked, his brow furrowed. All communications are down, and satellites have crashed. We've completely lost contact with the Far East. The reporter paused before continuing. Even worse, data from the satellites before they went down shows cracks and interdimensional portals all over the Far East. Although our population there is small, as these interdimensional creatures increase, it will be hard to survive. The most terrifying thought is, if the Far East falls, where will they head next? If they go south, that's China. But if they move west, can we hold back an endless wave of interdimensional creatures? A fierce glint appeared in the Emperor's eyes. No, we can't let them move west. We'll have to apologize to our Eastern friends later. They should be well prepared to handle it. He decisively ordered, keep the nuclear weapons ready. If necessary, use them to drive these creatures away. Understood. Indeed, between nations, there are only eternal interests, not eternal friends. In London, 10 Downing Street. Damn it, how did it come to this? The Prime Minister said, bewildered. The British Isles, once protected by the Channel during wartime, now faced a fatal vulnerability. No, we must move to the European mainland as quickly as possible, the Prime Minister urged. His advisor calmly analyzed, Prime Minister, that might be very difficult to achieve. Perhaps we should discuss more practical solutions, like fortifying defenses. The world was in turmoil, never to return to its former state. Meanwhile, Su Feng stood in the familiar City of Trials. City of Trials, I'm back, Su Feng murmured, glancing around with a slight smile. This was the Trial Square, the gateway for cardholders from various civilizations entering the City of Trials. As Su Feng indulged in his memories, a chubby man with squinty eyes approached him. Hey there, friend. New here? Need a guide? For just 100 black iron coins, I can introduce you to the basics of the City of Trials, helping you avoid detours. Feigning the demeanor of a newcomer, Su Feng haggled. 100 is too much. How about 50? After some bargaining, they settled on 50 black iron coins. The chubby man led Su Feng through the crowd to an ethereal pavilion. See that? The Trial Hall. It's the official establishment of the City of Trials. He thoroughly explained the three-tier structure and functions of the hall. After listening, Su Feng feigned curiosity and asked, so, do the Trial Mall and Auction House buy our treasures? The chubby man paused, scrutinized Su Feng, and said with a meaningful look, didn't realize, brother, you're a hidden tycoon, huh? Su Feng chuckled and replied, just asking. What I consider valuable might be seen as trash here. A hint of cunning flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he casually explained. He was well aware of the rules in the City of Trials, where violence was strictly prohibited and violators faced severe punishment. He recalled a scene from his past life where two arrogant individuals were struck down on the spot, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The chubby man put away his smile and nodded slightly. You're right. I've made similar mistakes myself, but after a few lessons I learned. He lowered his voice and continued. This place does buy treasures, but only premium ones. For ordinary items, you can head to Trial Street in the First District. Their purchase prices are fair. It's also a good place to buy things with decent value for money. He paused and added, the Ninth District has the largest flea market in the city, where you can rent a stall to sell your items. You might also find bargains there, but it depends on your eye for value. With luck, you might hit the jackpot, but you could also get ripped off. Su Feng nodded to himself, appreciating that the chubby man wasn't misleading him. Let's go to the exchange hall first. The chubby man led the way, and they arrived at a vast hall that seemed to belong to another dimension, far larger than it appeared from the outside. See those crystal pillars? The chubby man explained. pointing to the numerous standing crystals. Just place your hand on one to exchange the beast beads and blood crystal stones from your invitation card. Su Feng feigned realization and placed his hand on a crystal pillar. Instantly, a screen visible only to him appeared, displaying 3 categories. The first was 64 first-tier 10-star beast beads, of excellent quality, exchanged for 46,080 black iron coins. The second was 800 taels of first-tier beast king beads, highly valued due to their true dragon bloodline, exchanged for 48,000 black iron coins. The third was 925.4 taels of low-grade blood crystal stones, exchanged for 925,400 black iron coins. Su Feng was secretly delighted, now considering himself a millionaire. He turned to the chubby man and said, "Take out your card. I'll transfer the money to you." The chubby man was surprised. "Don't you want me to show you around some more?" Su Feng explained that he had some matters to attend to back in civilization, and the chubby man readily agreed. After they completed the transfer by tapping their cards together, the chubby man smiled and said, "Before you go, I'll give you 3 important tips for free." "All right, let's head in. We'll start at the exchange hall." With that, the chubby man led Su Feng into the exchange hall. "First, make sure to leave some money in your account before you return. The first entry is free, but after that, each time you want to enter, you'll need to pay 10 black iron coins." The chubby boy spoke urgently, his eyes filled with concern. Su Feng nodded, taking note and calculating silently. The boy continued, "Second, if you have enough money, you can buy a trial wristband from the trial mall on the 2nd floor. It's quite useful." As he spoke of the third point, the chubby boy choked up, his eyes reddening. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Work hard on your cultivation. You must lead your civilization to break through, otherwise—" He didn't finish his sentence, abruptly turning away with a final comment. "I hope your civilization can advance," before hurriedly leaving. Su Feng keenly noticed the tear glistening in the corner of the boy's eye as he turned away, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He completely understood the boy's feelings had he not chosen to face death. Perhaps he would also be struggling here just like the boy in his previous life. After all, money is necessary for survival anywhere, and the trial city is no exception. If a civilization fails to advance, the cardholder can never return to their home planet and is forced to become a permanent resident of the trial city. This is why even a few dozen black iron coins are so precious. Su Feng was secretly glad he didn't rashly offer 100 black iron coins, which would have been too conspicuous. Putting aside his distracting thoughts, Su Feng climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. The space opened up before him, a vast area with shelves filled with a dazzling array of goods. Just as he was pondering where to start, a stunning girl in uniform suddenly appeared nearby. With a smile on her face, she walked toward him gracefully. Standing before Su Feng, she spoke in a clear and pleasant voice. "Hello, I'm a guide here in the mall, and I'm delighted to assist you. Our mall's left side is dedicated to technology, while the right side focuses on cultivation. If you have specific needs, feel free to tell me, and I can take you directly to the relevant section." "I'd like to take a look at the trial wristbands," Su Feng said. The young salesgirl smiled slightly, her gaze briefly sweeping over Su Feng's wrist. She said sweetly, "Are you new here? Let me show you the 1st-generation trial wristbands, which are perfect for beginners like you." Su Feng feigned surprise. "Oh, there are different levels of trial wristbands?" "Of course," the girl patiently explained. "The 1st generation has basic functions such as cultivation monitoring, danger alerts, and real-time recording. As you move up in levels, the features become more powerful, and the price increases." She led Su Feng to a counter in the tech section, displaying wristbands in 5 different colors. "These are the 1st generation, priced at 8,888 black iron coins." Su Feng inquired, "What about the 2nd and 3rd generations?" The girl seemed slightly surprised but continued to explain. "The 2nd generation includes communication capabilities and costs 50,000 black iron coins. The 3rd generation offers 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, is upgradable, and costs 660,000 black iron coins." "I'll take the 3rd generation in black," Su Feng decided without hesitation. The girl was surprised but pleased. "All right, it's added to your cart. Do you need anything else?" "Show me the alchemy furnaces," Su Feng stated, his intention clear. In the cultivation section, the girl asked about Su Feng's experience with alchemy. Su Feng pretended to be a novice, so she recommended the apprentice-level Qingyang cauldron for 300 black iron coins. "I'll take one," Su Feng said. "Are there more advanced options?" The girl introduced the 1st-grade Qingyang cauldron for 5,000 black iron coins, and the 2nd-grade Dan furnace for 80,000 black iron coins. Su Feng decided to buy them all at once. The girl hesitated but ultimately chose to respect the customer's decision. Su Feng then asked about books related to alchemy. The girl presented a hefty book titled Alchemist's Manual, explaining it was an exclusive textbook of the Qingyang civilization, priced at 100,000 black iron coins, with a strict non-disclosure policy. "Non-disclosure? So I can't even teach it to people from my civilization?" Su Feng asked, feigning confusion. The guest civilization naturally allows it. The prohibition on spreading it outside means it can't be shared with other cardholders. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive, the young salesgirl explained. Su Feng suddenly understood and nodded. I see. Although it's a bit pricey, it's worth it. I'll take it. This thing will definitely be a great investment in the future. The salesgirl smiled and brought out a complete set of 8 volumes of floating books, introducing. This is the comprehensive guide to elixirs, covering from non-grade to grade 7, with over 1,000,000 types of elixirs listed. It includes only names, illustrations, and effects, without any formulas, priced at 300,000 black iron coins. Su Feng felt a pang of anxiety and thought, damn, I don't have enough money. Luckily, I have some insight and brought some small peaches and golden thread snake fruits. I wonder how much they're worth. He tentatively asked, what about the comprehensive guide to spiritual herbs and spiritual minerals? The salesgirl quoted exorbitant prices. The comprehensive guide to spiritual herbs is 15 million, and the comprehensive guide to spiritual minerals is 12 million black iron coins. Su Feng took a sharp breath and awkwardly asked, can you sell them by volume? The salesgirl paused for a moment, then understandingly said, we can, but it's not cost-effective. The total price will be higher if sold separately. Su Feng had to settle for less. Then I'll just take the first and second volumes. The salesgirl quoted, the first 2 volumes of the comprehensive guide to elixirs are 6,000. The first 2 volumes of the comprehensive guide to spiritual herbs are 300,000. And the first 2 volumes of the comprehensive guide to spiritual minerals are 240,000 black iron coins. Su Feng sensed trouble and could only hope the spiritual fruits would help. Do you accept spiritual fruits? We do, but only select or rare ones, the salesgirl said as she took the small peaches and golden thread snake fruits Su Feng handed over, scanned them with a mirror, and quoted, small peaches are 4,500 each, and golden thread snake fruits are 1,100 black iron coins each. Su Feng's eyes lit up. What if I have them in large quantities? The price remains the same, regardless of quantity, the salesgirl confidently replied. Su Feng immediately took out all his spiritual fruits. I have 100 small peaches and 100 golden thread snake fruits. I'll sell them all to you. After completing the transaction, Su Feng paid for the items he needed. Leaving the trial hall, he went to the first district to buy alchemical materials. In the end, he had only 38,900 black iron coins left, feeling quite satisfied as he prepared to return. Back at the trial square, Su Feng saw the chubby guy again, still trying to attract customers. Not wanting to disturb him, Su Feng silently thought the word exit. In the next second, he returned to Blue Star, inside the Taishan Phoenix Cave, exactly where he had left. This visit to the trial city, though costly, was very rewarding. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Su Feng's lips. Delete all related videos and destroy this tablet. Su Feng had a secret meeting with me earlier, the chief advisor said with a grave tone, his eyes scanning the room with intensity. He slowly revealed a shocking secret. Su Feng's real purpose for going to Mount Tai was to secure a spot in the City of Trials. This wasn't just about Su Feng. It was crucial for the rise of Huaxia. The chief advisor explained that the secrecy was to prevent others from coveting this opportunity. Looking approvingly at his subordinate, he continued, since you're aware, I won't hide it from you. Su Feng has witnessed Huaxia's downfall. He understands the importance of this chance more than anyone. The chief advisor's tone conveyed his trust in Su Feng. He is a steadfast patriot and knows the City of Trials better than anyone. I trust only him. As he finished speaking, a slight smile appeared on his face as if a thought crossed his mind. If Su Feng were here, he would certainly be very moved. However, Su Feng had his own plans. He knew the secret of the City of Trials would eventually come out, and he would need the country's full support when that happened. To avoid jeopardizing his invitation and standing at home, he chose to confide only in the chief advisor, revealing only the possibility of securing a spot without disclosing the exact method. After pondering for a moment, the chief advisor gave a solemn instruction. From now on, allocate some of your efforts to assist Su Feng in managing the aftermath, delaying the revelation of this secret as long as possible. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed, the subordinate replied firmly. Go ahead, the chief advisor said with a wave of his hand. The scene shifted to Red Phoenix Cave. Come on in, Su Feng called out loudly. Wang Hao and the others filed in, only to find that the items on the ground were gone. Without explanation, Su Feng began assigning tasks. Wang Hao, cut some wood. Feng Jiang, fetch the dragon-subduing wood. Zhang Fengkue, bring the heart blood of the golden tiger beast. Zhang Kai, handle the remaining dragon meat. Though puzzled, everyone quickly set to work. Soon, everything Su Feng requested was delivered. Wang Hao was surprised to see a pill furnace, and Su Feng explained he was going to refine pills, piquing everyone's curiosity to stay and watch. Feng Jiang, light the fire, Su Feng instructed, and the wood beneath the furnace was ignited. Wang Hao asked with doubt, is the wood's temperature sufficient? Su Feng explained, These woods have been nourished by imperial nectar, bringing them close to the standard of spiritual wood, which is enough to refine first-grade pills. As the wood burned, the alchemy furnace gradually heated up. When the red gem-like indicator at the front of the furnace lit up, Feng knew it had reached the right temperature. With focused eyes and practiced hands, he began adding the ingredients for the Longhu pill in sequence. When the second red gem illuminated, Feng promptly placed the sliced jiaolong wood inside. As the aroma intensified, he precisely poured in the blood from the heart of a golden tiger beast. Fangjiang, add 3 more logs, Feng instructed in a steady voice. Got it. Fangjiang responded, moving swiftly. The fire intensified, and the third gem lit up. Feng spoke again. Remove 2 logs. The flames subsided, and the instant the final gem lit up, Feng decisively commanded, extinguish. He pressed the switch, extinguishing the flames as the insulation system kicked in. A peculiar medicinal fragrance filled the air, and Feng allowed himself a small smile. It's done. Wang Hao eagerly asked, Feng, is the pill complete? Feng explained, almost. We're in the final shaping stage now. He was inwardly pleased, acknowledging that the Qingyang cauldron lived up to its reputation, significantly boosting the success rate of pill refining. I wonder how many pills we'll get this time, Feng thought to himself. The maximum output for a batch of these pills can theoretically reach 9, but that's just a theoretical limit. In reality, no one has ever achieved it, possibly because in his previous life, he was too low in rank to encounter those master alchemists. Feng opened the pill furnace, revealing 6 smooth pills the size of dragon eyes. He nodded slightly, considering this a normal outcome. With a 2-finger gesture, he used the pill drawing technique to guide the pills into a glass bottle in his left hand. The pills were blood red with 3 rings of golden silk pill patterns, categorized as high-grade dragon tiger pills. Wang Hao watched in amazement as 6 dragon tiger pills, capable of increasing the chance of breaking through to the next level, were successfully refined. Feng explained, high-grade dragon tiger pills offer a 50% chance of breaking through for those at the peak of the body refining stage, but only a 30% chance for those at the limit breaking stage. He generously promised that when any of the 4 reached the peak of the body refining stage, they could each claim 1 pill. Feng then began crafting dragonwood incense, a complex but not overly difficult process. 3 hours later, 11 pieces of incense were freshly made, which could increase the breakthrough probability by 15%. Feng calculated that with the dragon tiger pills and incense, the success rate of breaking through was already at 70 to 80%, making it worth a try. The next day, the group gathered at the summit of Mount Tai to witness the completion of the world's first and only amethyst-level blessed land. The vast area of 10 square kilometers was awe-inspiring. Excitedly, they rushed to the top, feeling the rich spiritual energy, dense enough to almost become mist. Wang Hao exclaimed, the concentration of spiritual energy here is incredibly high, much stronger than in Fenghuang Cave. Feng explained that the spiritual energy index here was at 100 and would continue to rise. He also reminded them that while this was a sacred place for cultivation, it would also attract fierce beasts, requiring strict vigilance. Wang Hao suggested relocating the Hunters Guild headquarters to this location. Feng gave him an approving look and smiled. I've thought about it too, but we're still missing one thing. The others looked at Feng with curiosity, wondering what he meant by missing one thing. Feng nodded slightly, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. As one of the 18 auxiliary pavilions and the national president of the Hunting Guild, lingering too long at Mount Tai could indeed raise suspicions. After pondering for a moment, he slowly proposed a solution. If there were a teleportation array, the distance between the capital and Mount Tai would be negligible. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. A teleportation array? Could such a miraculous device truly exist? Ignoring the astonished looks from the crowd, Feng walked towards a massive spirit tree, contemplating that the solution was nothing more than trial coins, which could be used to purchase a finished product from the City of Trials. However, the cost was prohibitive, and he couldn't afford it at the moment. Zhang Kai curiously asked, President, what kind of spirit tree is this? How did it grow so tall? Dragon blood tree, Feng replied, in a good mood, and began to explain in detail. It's a first-grade spiritual plant, and the dragon blood fruits it bears are the truly valuable items. Although it's a first-grade spirit fruit, its value rivals that of ordinary third-grade spirit fruits. He went on to explain that dragon blood fruits can significantly increase the breakthrough probability for body refinement practitioners, enhance and refine the physical body, improve aptitude, and even imbue the practitioner with a trace of dragon aura. As one's cultivation level increases, this dragon aura can suppress fierce beasts. Feng was visibly excited as he spoke. For him, the dragon blood fruit could increase his breakthrough probability by about 50%. Coupled with 2 other treasures, a breakthrough was practically guaranteed. Everyone listened in awe. Even the usually composed Feng Jiang couldn't help but ask, Isn't the dragon blood fruit missing from the spiritual fruit compendium? Su Feng explained that the compendium only included the most common spirit fruits, leaving out rare ones like the little peach, golden thread snake fruit, and stonefire. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was meticulously counting the fruits on the tree. Su Feng patted his shoulder and asked, "What are you counting?" "Counting how many there are. Need to keep track, they're all money," Wang Hao replied with a greedy expression. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Although being greedy is not good, keeping a record is necessary. Be meticulous. Then, Su Feng began assigning tasks. He instructed Zhang Fengkue to lead the laser fighter squadron to stay in Mount Tai City and continue attacking fierce beasts. Fang Jiang was to lead the Qitian Corps to protect the Cave Paradise and Peach Garden. Zhang Kai and Wang Hao were to accompany him back to the capital. Once everyone dispersed, Wang Hao approached Su Feng earnestly and said, "Su Feng, let me stay here. There are so many treasures. I need to help you guard them." Su Feng considered for a moment and agreed to Wang Hao's request, leaving behind 30 guards to assist. "All right, help me guard while I make a breakthrough here," Su Feng said with a serious expression. On a large protruding rock, Su Feng sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his energy and breathing. 2 hours later, Su Feng's internal energy was steady, and he was at his peak condition. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the trial bracelet on his wrist, saying, "Xiaoba, show my current status and assess if I can break through." The intelligent assistant, Xiaoba, immediately responded, "Master, you are currently at the body refinement limit breaking stage, with a strength of 8,000 kilograms and a health index of 96. External injuries have not healed, but internal organ shock is negligible. Your energy flow is smooth, and you are in excellent condition to attempt a breakthrough. Activate monitoring mode and alert me if there are any anomalies," Su Feng instructed. Real-time monitoring activated, Xiaoba confirmed. Su Feng lit a piece of dragonwood incense and then swallowed 3 freshly picked dragon blood fruits. A surge of heat spread from his stomach throughout his body, his skin quickly turning red and hot, veins bulging, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Master, your strength is rapidly increasing, and your body is experiencing tearing and burning sensations, but there is a force repairing it. You can continue to break through," Xiaoba advised. Su Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. Understanding this was the critical moment when the dragon blood fruit was transforming his body and enhancing his potential. As time passed, the pain gradually subsided, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. Body transformation complete. Strength has reached 9,999 kilograms. Heart load is increasing, and blood is beginning to boil, signaling the onset of metamorphosis, Xiaoba alerted. "Fortunately, I was well prepared, but I overestimated my talent and underestimated the difficulty of breaking through the limit level." Su Feng took a deep breath and unhesitatingly swallowed a high-grade dragon and tiger pill. The medicinal power surged through his body instantly, and he felt a wave of heat coursing through him. Moments later, the voice of Xiaoba echoed in his mind, "Master, your strength has reached 10,000 kilograms. Your heart rate has sharply declined, yet your blood circulation has improved. The first true strand of qi and blood power has been born. Congratulations on officially breaking through to the second major realm of cultivation, the qi and blood realm." Su Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Achieving the qi and blood realm on the second day of the cataclysm was 8 years earlier than in his previous life, a staggering difference. Just as he was immersed in joy, Xiaoba reminded him, "Master, having just broken through, it's important not to let your emotions fluctuate too much. You should continue to cultivate to stabilize your realm." Su Feng immediately calmed his mind and began practicing his technique to adjust his inner breath. The first strand of qi and blood power, born from his heart, flowed with his blood, strengthening the toughness of his blood vessels and partially enhancing his physical body. Although this strand of qi and blood power was quickly exhausted, his heart continued to generate new qi and blood power, albeit weak, but extending further with ongoing cultivation. Su Feng understood clearly that the qi and blood realm is divided into 3 stages: the blood generation phase, the meridian connecting phase, and the qi phase, each with 3 levels, totaling 9 levels. He was currently in the blood generation phase, also known as the metamorphosis phase. To achieve the first level's perfection, he needed to circulate the nascent qi and blood power throughout his body, nourishing it completely. At that point, his physical body and qi and blood power would undergo a transformation, allowing him to enter the second level. Time flew by, and as darkness fell, stars began to twinkle overhead. Suddenly, Su Feng's eyes snapped open, a flash of purple light flickering within them. He took a deep breath, finished his cultivation, and stood up, sensing the familiar aura on his body akin to the dragon might of the Amethyst Dragon King. Meanwhile, in the wilderness near Taishan City, 5 young individuals armed with weapons were hiding in a dirt pit, nervously observing a beast's lair several hundred meters away. "I might know something about this." Zhang Kai's words drew everyone's attention, including Su Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Kai quickly explained, previously, the president's battle with the Amethyst Dragon King caused a small-scale beast tide to attack Mount Tai, resulting in significant beast casualties. After discussions, the defense generals of Mount Tai City and surrounding cities decided to abandon city defense and take the offensive. They swept through the surrounding beasts and stationed troops around the lairs of beasts above the first-tier Black Iron 3-star level, attacking any that appeared. Su Feng frowned slightly, signaling for him to continue. Zhang Kai took a deep breath and continued. This one-time solution directly prevented the surrounding beasts from becoming a threat. Low-level lairs were also cleared out. After deliberation, the leaders of several cities decided to let the militia form their own teams to fight outside the city, enhancing the combat skills of the populace and increasing each city's gains. Su Feng was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. This is a good approach and worth promoting. There should be more joint actions between nearby cities. In this way, except for coastal and border areas, inland beasts will struggle to become a threat. These lairs are like gold mines. A gleam flashed in his eyes. It seems our hunting guild can open to the public ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly, "Great! We'll have something to do sooner." Su Feng turned to the group and asked, "What do you think of this squad's performance?" Zhang Fengkue analyzed, "Their tactics are good, but their coordination needs work. Two giant frogs got dangerously close. If there were more, they might have to engage in close combat, which could lead to casualties." Zhang Kai interjected, "Perhaps they've assessed that they can handle this number. If there were more, their tactics might change." Fang Jiang added, "They're smart, knowing that the lair will soon produce more beasts, so they didn't clean up the battlefield and stayed hidden." Su Feng nodded in agreement. This is a clever squad. Though inexperienced, given time, they might make a name for themselves. Meanwhile, in the five-man team, Delu suddenly felt uneasy. "Do you guys feel like there are a lot of eyes watching us?" The captain interrupted. "Stop overthinking. Time's almost up. Take out the next 10 giant frogs, then we head back. These 50 giant frogs should fetch a good price." Someone suggested each taking one home to make spicy frog stew. Delu reminded, "The legs are edible, but the body requires special handling, or you might end up paralyzing yourself." The captain decided, "All right, one each and we'll sell the rest," splitting the proceeds as agreed. Back in Mount Tai City, after a brief discussion with the leadership, Su Feng headed straight to the airport. He boarded a passenger jet with Zhang Kai and 70 guards, returning to the capital under the escort of 9 fifth-generation fighter jets. Close combat laser fighters would be more effective against these beasts, but unfortunately, their flight range is too short, Su Feng lamented. To ensure maximum efficiency, flexibility, and mobility, the laser fighter jets have been stripped of many non-essential components. However, this comes at a cost. Their maximum range is only about 350 kilometers, which is insufficient to reach the capital without stopping for refueling along the way. Zhang Kai sat beside Su Feng, looking slightly tense. "President, this flight will take nearly 2 hours. We need to avoid some dangerous areas." Su Feng nodded slightly. "Safety first." Outside the window, the land was scarred and desolate. Cracks ran through the earth, skyscrapers lay in ruins, and rampant vegetation created an apocalyptic scene. Yet, the scattered cities still stood resilient, symbols of human hope. Su Feng gazed into the distance, determination shining in his eyes. In the 9th Bureau of the capital, an alarm suddenly blared. A communications officer rushed to Guo. "Director, we have a problem. The Nandu 3 satellite has detected that Su Fuji's plane is about to encounter a large swarm of flying beasts." Guo Shentong's face changed abruptly. Wasn't this route already surveyed? How could this happen? "Director, the beasts came from another area, and there are hundreds of them. We didn't anticipate this," the communications officer explained, his voice tinged with urgency. Guo Shentong made a swift decision. "Contact the capital's defense forces immediately and dispatch laser fighter jets for support." Meanwhile, in the escort squadron, 23-year-old ace pilot Wang Hui was piloting Fighter 063 beneath the passenger plane. 9 jets formed a 3-dimensional defensive formation, fully protecting the passenger plane at the center. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. Wang Hui's pupils contracted as he saw the radar screen fill with a dense swarm of red dots. "Trouble's brewing. There's a swarm of flying beasts heading our way." Wang Hui's expression turned serious as he swiftly relayed the alert to his comrades. The 3 jets in front maintained their escort position, while the remaining aircraft lowered their altitude, preparing for battle. The captain issued orders decisively, a determined gleam in his eyes. "Captain, things are looking grim," one pilot said gravely. "There are at least several hundred beasts, and our ammunition won't last. Let us stay and fight." The captain replied sternly, "I understand we can't wipe them all out, but our mission is to protect Su Fugue. Anyone can be sacrificed, except him. Follow the orders." "Yes, sir." The crew responded in unison, their voices filled with resolve. Inside the passenger plane, Su Feng opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why is there an alarm?" Zhang Kai briefly explained the situation. At that moment, a communication came through. "President, a message from Director Gua," Zhang Kai said with a serious tone. "Hundreds of flying beasts are closing in, and reinforcements will take 15 to 20 minutes to arrive." Su Feng furrowed his brow, quickly analyzing the situation. Suddenly, he realized a crucial problem. Something's very wrong. How did so many flying beasts gather so suddenly? "Show me a clear image of the beasts." The images came through, and Su Feng immediately spotted the golden-winged rock king. "It's it, the beast king of the golden rock. No wonder so many beasts are gathered." Su Feng made a quick decision. "Contact Onein and have them dispatch laser fighters to assist. We're diverting to Onein and preparing for an emergency landing." He then instructed Captain Zhang, "Use missiles to delay the beasts, but don't risk everything. If possible, prioritize taking down that beast king. The others might scatter." The 9 fighter jets quickly adjusted their formation, creating a protective net. Captain Zhang ordered them to lock onto the golden-winged rock king. A missile roared towards its target, but the rock king commanded another beast to intercept it. The explosion's shockwave injured the surrounding beasts. Seeing this, Captain Zhang immediately changed tactics, spread out and attacked from multiple angles. "I don't believe it can control so many beasts at once." Dozens of missiles fired, lighting up the sky with brilliant explosions. Many beasts were killed or severely injured, but the golden-winged rock king remained unscathed. "Captain, this target is too cunning and its defense is incredible." "I have an idea," Wang Hui suggested. "I charged directly into the pack of ferocious beasts, getting close to it, and used the machine gun and missiles to eliminate it." "Captain, please help clear the obstacles along the way so I can approach it smoothly," Wang Hui said with determination and a resolute tone. Captain Zhang frowned deeply and flatly refused. "No, it's too dangerous. At such close range, getting close to the beast is a dead end." Wang Hui urgently countered, "Captain, there's no time. They're getting closer to the passenger plane and will catch up in no more than 3 minutes. You said anyone can be sacrificed, but Su Fugu cannot be harmed." With that, he decisively broke formation and charged into the beasts. "Wang Hui!" Captain Zhang roared angrily, gritting his teeth as he ordered, "Everyone, clear the path for Wang Hui." "Yes," the team responded in unison. Captain Zhang murmured under his breath, "Wang Hui, you better make it back alive." On the passenger plane, Zhang Kai reported, "President, 063 has entered the beast pack, attempting to take down the target at close range." Su Feng frowned. "Didn't I instruct them to retreat after the attack? Get 063 back immediately. Even getting close might not kill the golden-winged rock king." "It's too late, President," Zhang Kai said helplessly. Su Feng took a deep breath and spoke as calmly as he could. "Tell 063 that the golden-winged rock king's feathers can attack from a distance, with speeds nearing the speed of sound and a range of over 3 kilometers. Once it curls up, even machine guns can't penetrate its defense. Tell him to be careful." "Understood." "How high are we from the ground?" Su Feng asked the crew. "About 8,500 feet. Descend as quickly as possible, ensuring safety," Su Feng ordered. Someone asked, "President, why not just parachute?" Su Feng explained, "Absolutely not. In the air, we're sitting ducks. Those golden rock beasts could catch up in no time. They're very smart, especially the golden-winged rock king. They've been conserving their strength." Meanwhile, all of the capital and surrounding areas were mobilized, with top officials focusing all their attention on this battle. Under the cover of other jets, 063 broke through numerous obstacles and finally approached the golden-winged rock king. 31 first-tier, 10-star golden rock beasts surrounded 063 from all directions. Wang Hui fired without hesitation, the machine gun continuously strafing. Although it couldn't pierce the golden-winged rock king's defense, it caused significant damage to the other golden rock beasts. "Captain, we're out of missiles," someone reported. "Use the machine gun. Intercept any beasts approaching the passenger plane." Captain Zhang ordered. Wang Hui was now within 5 kilometers of the golden-winged rock king, with only this final target in sight. He allowed himself a small victorious smile and resolutely launched the last missile. However, the golden-winged rock king suddenly flapped its wings, creating a golden storm that detonated the missile prematurely. It quickly retreated to a safe distance. Wang Hui clenched his fists, resolved, and pushed the jet to its limits. "Wang Hui, fall back. Have you lost your mind?" Captain Zhang shouted over the comms. 063 can't return. "Captain, you must protect Su Fugu. Long live China," Wang Hui said calmly, seemingly accepting his impending fate. A flicker of fear appeared in the golden-winged rock king's eyes as it sensed death approaching. Boom! The jet crashed heavily into the golden-winged rock king's head, exploding into a massive firework. As the smoke cleared, The golden-winged Rock King was decapitated, its enormous body plummeting rapidly. On the passenger plane, Su Feng clenched his fists, his jaw tight, with tears glistening in his eyes. He turned away slightly, unwilling to show his vulnerability. After regaining his composure, he spoke with firm resolve. Wang Hui, a true hero. 4 minutes later, 100 laser fighter jets joined the escort team after rendezvousing with Su Feng. After flying for nearly half an hour, the plane safely landed in the capital. Throughout the entire process, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. As soon as the plane landed, Long Zhanshan, Guo Shintong, and the senior members of the hunting guild were already waiting. As Su Feng stepped off the gangway, he saw a group of people approaching. Guo Shintong was the first to advance, giving him a big hug and whispering in his ear, Su Feng, Wang Hui was a hero, a true son of China. For soldiers, dying in battle is our fate and a special honor. You shouldn't blame yourself too much. Su Feng nodded slightly, his emotions a mix of gratitude and sorrow. Although he had witnessed many brave souls sacrifice themselves in his past life, experiencing a comrade's sacrifice firsthand in this life left him feeling downcast. Long Zhanshan also embraced Su Feng, patting his shoulder in comfort. Ouyang Shui and others came forward to greet him. Su Feng mustered his strength to respond. Don't worry, I'm fine. He turned to Guo Shintong and asked, Director Guo, will Wang Hui and Li Tao be posthumously recognized as martyrs? Of course, Guo Shintong affirmed. Su Feng then instructed Ouyang Shui, please send 2 tokens of condolence to the families of our heroes. After making the arrangements, Su Feng addressed the group, everyone, head back first. I'm going to the central office. Director Guo, Commander Long, let's not keep the Prime Minister waiting. The 3 of them got into a car and headed towards the central office. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz with activity. I live near the Air Force base in the capital, and it seems like a lot of fighter jets were deployed today. What happened? A local netizen asked. Someone quickly replied, I'm from Wanan County. There was a huge battle in the southwest today, with hundreds of flying beasts appearing. It scared me half to death. Amid the discussion, someone pointed out the key detail. From the blurred video, it looks like those fighter jets were protecting a passenger plane. Was there someone important on board? A user claiming to be from Taishan City explained. The passenger plane was carrying Su Shan. He was returning to the capital from Taishan City today. That fighter jet that charged in was our hero and shouldn't be disrespected. In the central meeting room, the senior officials were all present. The Prime Minister began. Su Feng, you mentioned wanting to brief everyone on the Trial City matter in advance. Please go ahead. Under the curious gazes of the attendees, Su Feng stood up and, with a wave of his hand, revealed 7 hefty volumes of books and maps in the center of the conference table. What's this? A universe in a sleeve? Or some kind of spatial equipment? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Even the chief minister couldn't help but glance at Su Feng with curiosity. Su Feng smiled slightly, raising his wrist to show the device. This is a 3rd-generation trial bracelet purchased in the City of Trials, which has storage capabilities. However, it's still quite expensive for us, so we can't yet afford one for everyone. His words hinted at a promising future, suggesting that the upper echelons might soon be equipped with such gear. He then gestured to the towering piles of books on the table and introduced, these are valuable materials I've brought back from the City of Trials. They include textbooks on how to become a true alchemist, along with diagrams of elixirs, spiritual herbs, and mineral resources. They're far more comprehensive than what I had gathered before. You should all understand the impact this knowledge will have on us. Upon hearing the unfamiliar term, City of Trials, everyone exchanged puzzled looks before turning their gazes to Long Zhanshan. Sensing their anticipation, Long Zhanshan cleared his throat and asked on behalf of the group, Su Advisor, what exactly is this City of Trials? Su Feng gave a mysterious smile, knowing it was time to unveil the secret. He began. It's a magical place that gathers representatives from countless civilizations. Each civilization can have only one representative, and I am the representative of the Blue Star civilization. He paused and then continued, to be honest, I earned this position in a purple crystal level beast lair atop Mount Tai. There are only 2 such lairs globally, but only 1 spot available. Whoever succeeds first gets it. And I succeeded. Su Feng's words omitted many details, but they were enough to give the audience a basic understanding of the City of Trials. They realized that this seemingly ordinary young man was already standing at a height they could hardly imagine. Representatives from countless civilizations have gathered, and naturally, it's not just for tea and conversation. The main focus is trade. The items I obtained through these exchanges were acquired by trading fierce beast pearls, blood crystal stones, small flat peaches, and golden thread snake fruits. As Su Feng finished speaking, the meeting room erupted into a buzz. Ministers whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with surprise and excitement. One of the deputy ministers, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, stood up, his voice trembling slightly. I feel as if I am witnessing Huaxia on the verge of becoming not just a greater nation, but a mighty civilization. Qian Lao, also known as Qin Sanyi, the deputy minister in charge of technology, spoke with eyes gleaming. Our foundational science on Blue Star has been stagnant for decades. If we could acquire some technological knowledge from the City of Trials, it could lead to a breakthrough, ushering in a new era of technological explosion. The left assistant minister, thoughtful, turned to Su Feng and asked, "No wonder you mentioned earlier, Su deputy minister, that in your past life, it was in the 9th year that you obtained various treasures and learned that this calamity was merely a civilization selection. You must have learned this from the City of Trials, correct?" Su Feng nodded slightly and responded succinctly, "Yes, in the previous life. I only got the opportunity in the 9th year. This time, with memories from the past, I went to the summit of Mount Tai at the first opportunity." Everyone suddenly understood, and previous speculations were put to rest. The chief minister pondered for a moment and then addressed Su Feng. "Su Feng, what are your thoughts on the future of Huaxia? Please share them with us." Su Feng looked around at everyone and began to speak slowly. "In the City of Trials, besides representatives from countless civilizations, there is also an official organization. I don't know if it's a single entity, a force, or an alliance of multiple forces, but I know it is powerful and mysterious." He paused and continued. "There is a universal currency within the City of Trials, called trial coins. Whether we wish to purchase from the officials or other civilizations, we need to use them. And there are only 2 ways to obtain trial coins. First, directly exchange fierce beast pearls and blood crystal stones. Second, open a shop in the City of Trials to sell products from Huaxia or even Blue Star." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately realized the importance of trial coins. Su Feng continued, "We can collect fierce beast pearls and blood crystal stones from the populace through banks. As for opening a shop in the City of Trials, there's no rush. As we acquire more blessed lands and rare treasures, we will certainly find some items that are scarce and highly sought after in the City of Trials." Su Feng then detailed the various resources obtainable from the City of Trials, including technology, food, spirit rice, seeds, spirit fruits, spirit medicines, elixirs, divine weapons, cultivation methods, and combat techniques. He emphasized that these could enhance Huaxia's foundation and strength, but would require a substantial amount of trial coins. Finally, Su Feng mentioned the simplest method to acquire trial coins: hunting fierce beasts to obtain beast pearls. He stated that he had devised a better plan to deal with the beasts and intended to open the hunting guild ahead of schedule. "Su Feng, before you came, you mentioned having a better plan for dealing with fierce beasts and that you intend to open the hunting guild early. What are your thoughts on this? Please share them with us." The chief advisor spoke up, directly highlighting the most crucial topic of the conference. Everyone's expressions turned serious as their eyes collectively focused on the chief advisor. The groundwork laid earlier had already given them an understanding of the City of Trials and the general direction for the future. Now, the key was how to implement it specifically. Su Feng spoke in a deep voice. "Previously, our plan was to safeguard Huaxia, conduct a selection through civilization, and support regional hegemons externally to control the global situation." Those present nodded in agreement. They were familiar with and supported this plan. Su Feng continued, "I initially prepared 2 strategies, the Thousand City Defense Plan and an offensive strategy where everyone becomes a soldier. Once the people's abilities improve, they can venture out to eliminate the beasts. We also plan to establish a hunting guild to open up once military control is lifted." Long Zhanshan showed a hint of interest in his eyes. "Are you suggesting you have a new idea?" Su Feng smiled confidently. "Exactly. After returning from Taishan City, I realized my thinking was too conservative." His gaze swept over the crowd. "The great catastrophe has just begun, and the beasts are far from reaching their future strength. We can afford to be more aggressive, turning our focus globally to maximize Huaxia's potential." The reactions among the crowd varied, with some surprised, some expectant, and most curious. Su Feng took a deep breath and began to elaborate on his new plan in detail. He then proceeded to introduce his new plan to everyone. "I have developed a new strategy that consists of 5 plans: the farm plan, the sweep plan, the hunting guild plan, the expedition plan, and the global trade plan." As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Everyone's attention was fixed on him, waiting for further explanation. Su Feng took a deep breath and began to elaborate on the farm plan. "First, we need to deploy all satellites to search nationwide for height-ear beast nests, particularly those that can produce flying beasts. Then, we'll concentrate our laser fighter forces to eliminate these nests one by one." Su Feng's eyes shone with determination. "This will fundamentally cut off the source of height-ear beasts." He went on to explain that black iron-level beasts no longer pose a significant threat to the people of Huaxia and can be temporarily set aside. The focus is on eliminating the threat of height-ear flying beasts to clear the way for future development. Once the height-ear flying beasts are dealt with, we can concentrate our efforts on the remaining gold-level beast nests," Su Feng said with a hint of excitement in his voice. We can deploy laser fighters in nearby cities and eliminate the beasts as soon as they emerge. In this way, these nests become our ATM machines. Hearing this, Long Zhantian couldn't help but exclaim, "Brilliant. This is practically a profit without cost." Su Feng nodded slightly and continued, "Exactly. Not only can we obtain a steady supply of height-ear beast pearls, but we can also acquire a large amount of high-quality beast meat. The cost is merely the energy consumption." Zhuozi Fu frowned and said, "The plan is great, but we currently have only 1,500 laser fighters available, which might not be enough." Su Feng immediately inquired about the cost and production capacity of the laser fighters. Upon learning that the current monthly production capacity is 350 units, a thoughtful look crossed his face. "Can we increase production? Can we produce the materials ourselves?" Su Feng asked urgently. Zhuozi Fu shook his head and replied, "We can increase production, but some raw materials need to be imported from abroad. Under the current circumstances, this is very difficult." Zhuozi Fu sighed helplessly. "Not difficult?" Su Feng replied with a slight smile, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. "Don't forget, we still have the trial city." Zhuozi Fu's eyes lit up as he slapped the table and stood up. "That's right. How could I forget that?" he said excitedly. "I'll issue orders immediately to ramp up production. We can increase it to 400 units within a month, or even more." "Thank you, Zhuozi Fu." Su Feng nodded. "The more laser fighter jets we have, the better. Remember, there's a vast land abroad where our jets can prove their worth." Zhuozi Fu laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. No problem." Su Feng paused for a moment before adding, "Even with 4,500 jets, it might not be enough to cover all the gold-level beast nests nationwide." He pointed to the satellite images on the table. "Look, the void rifts within Huaxia are densely packed, with each rift corresponding to at least one beast nest. Even if the gold-level ones aren't the majority, the total number is certainly not small." Zhuozi Fu nodded thoughtfully. Su Feng continued, "However, we can be flexible. Arrange based on the combat radius of the jets and extend the range with refueling aircraft. A squadron might be able to tackle multiple gold-level nests simultaneously. After all, it takes 8 hours for a beast to emerge, and our combat time, including travel, is at most half an hour. Won't the beasts escape?" Zhuozi Fu asked, frowning. Su Feng explained, "They might, but not many. Beasts have an instinct to protect their nests, and only beast kings with human-like intelligence will flee. However, we can deploy drones near the nests to track those that leave and deal with them later when we have the capacity." Zhuozi Fu's eyes brightened. "Great idea. This will temporarily alleviate the shortage of jets. Once we have more, we can resolve this issue completely." "Exactly," Su Feng agreed. "This way, the most troublesome gold-level beast nests will no longer pose a threat to us." Zhuozi Fu laughed, "Ha ha ha, that's fantastic. Tell me about your sweeping plan. I'm even more eager to hear it now." Su Feng nodded and proceeded to introduce the next plan. The second plan is called the sweep plan. Once we have completed the first step, which involves eliminating the flying beasts and securing the gold-level beast nests, the War God Legion and the main field forces from various regions will launch an offensive. Their mission will be to sweep and clear high-level beasts surrounding the silver-level beast nests. Su Feng, with a piercing gaze, surveyed the senior officials present. He succinctly outlined the details of the sweep plan. Assault and garrison corps from each city will venture out to eliminate all beasts near the nests and those roaming in the wild. After the sweep, some War God Legion warriors will join the city assault corps to guard the silver-level beast nests, ready to eliminate any newly emerging high-level beasts. The remaining War God Legion and main field forces will be redeployed to coastal fortresses to bolster defenses. Su Feng added, "With just 1 or 2 War God Legion warriors at the 7th stage of body refinement and the modern firepower of the assault corps, we can suppress and eliminate beasts emerging from the silver-level nests in a short time." A flicker of confidence crossed his eyes. This way, the silver-level beast nests will become a source of sustenance, eliminating a significant threat. Guo Shenhong furrowed his brow, raising a critical question. "Assistant Su, I have a concern. While beasts are the greatest threat, satellite data shows that many native plants and animals have mutated, potentially posing a significant future threat. Our plan focuses solely on beasts. Are we ignoring these mutated creatures?" Su Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging Guo Shentong's point with approval. "Director Guo is right. This is indeed another major challenge we face." He paused before continuing. "The native mutated flora and fauna are termed demonic beasts. They may appear similar to the wild beasts, but are, in fact, quite different." Su Feng elaborated on the characteristics of demonic beasts. They gain intelligence at the 2nd stage, can speak at the 3rd stage, partially transform at the 4th stage, and reportedly fully transform at the 5th stage. He emphasized, "There are divisions among the demonic beasts. About 60% are hostile to humans, over 10% are friendly spirit beasts, and the rest remain neutral." Hearing about the power of demonic beasts, the audience couldn't help but gasp. Su Feng's words were impactful, making everyone realize the complexity of the situation. They understood that future battles would not only be against beasts, but also these potentially intelligent creatures. Su Feng shook his head, clarifying, not entirely accurate, because among the remaining 80% of demonic beasts, some are also neutral. The ones truly hostile to us, even to the point of fighting to the death, account for roughly 60%. However, they're currently scattered, frequent, and disorganized. It will take at least 3 to 4 years for them to form a scale that could threaten us. So, for now, our biggest threat remains the fierce beasts. Su Feng said seriously, regarding the demon beasts, we just need to monitor their movements for now without investing too much. Of course, if we discover demon beasts hostile to humans, we should eliminate them in advance. Long Zhanshan frowned and asked, Advisor Su, how do we cooperate with the spirit beasts? Is it through verbal agreements, or something like master-servant contracts seen in movies? Su Feng thought for a moment and replied, both methods are viable. I'll inform everyone about the recognition process later, and it can be taught on a limited scale. He paused, then reminded sternly, but remember, there's a limit to how many spirit beasts one person can bond with. Typically, 2 or 3 for most people, and up to 5 for those with strong mental strength. Do not force it, or it might lead to mental collapse. A council member suddenly suggested, if fierce beasts could be bonded with, especially the flying ones, despite their threat, wouldn't they be a great asset if they became allies? Su Feng shook his head. Fierce beasts cannot be bonded with. He shifted his tone, a glint in his eyes, however. If a fierce beast's lair doesn't transform into a blessed land within 6 months, it will turn into a high-level boss. Defeating it can yield a fierce beast egg that can be bonded as a battle pet with immense potential. He continued, the higher the lair's level, the stronger the boss, and the greater the potential of the battle pet egg. I recommend converting domestic lairs into blessed lands quickly to provide training environments and rare resources. As for those abroad, Su Feng gave a dangerous smile. They make excellent sources for battle pets. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and the meeting room was filled with laughter and cheerful discussions. Su Feng then proceeded to introduce the third plan. The third plan is the Hunting Guild plan. You're already familiar with this, but I'm planning to move it forward. Su Feng looked around at everyone and continued. Once the first 2 plans are complete, the Hunting Guild can officially open to the public. At that time, the military control nationwide can be lifted. He paused, because, across the country, only black iron-level beast nests will remain, significantly reducing threats to public safety. These black iron-level nests are precisely prepared for them. Su Feng didn't elaborate on this since everyone was well aware. He shifted to discussing the expedition plan. This will take some time. Once the internal threats on the continent are minimized and threats along the coast and borders are controlled, we can decide on the expedition plans against other countries based on our remaining military strength. The prerequisite for an expedition is absolute safety at home, Su Feng emphasized. A concerned advisor asked, wouldn't this be considered an invasion of other countries' territories? It might lead to significant diplomatic incidents. What are you afraid of? Su Feng scoffed. In this era, strength is everything. If we're strong enough, unifying the world isn't impossible. Some advisors were quite aggressive in their stance. Su Feng waved his hand. Actually, all international transportation, energy, and communication have been cut off. Even if we launch an expedition, they probably won't know about it. He said seriously, a great nation should have the demeanor of a great nation, without resorting to underhanded tactics. We should go openly and, ideally, be invited by them. Long Zhanshan pondered. Do you mean we should first reach out to foreign leaders and tell them we can help solve some of their beast problems? Su Feng smiled slightly. Commander Long, you've got it half right. By the time we've stabilized the domestic situation, which will take at least 2 to 3 months, foreign countries might already be in chaos. If we're willing to lend a helping hand, they have no reason to refuse. Of course, we're not helping for free. Besides taking our spoils, shouldn't they also pay us something? After all, we're helping them, and they can't expect us to cover the war expenses. Long Zhanshan took a deep breath. Wow, you're ruthless taking the benefits and then charging them on top of that. The key is they'll probably welcome you to do it. How can you call it charging? Su Feng chuckled. It's a win-win situation. Haha, Long Zhanshan laughed heartily. A win-win in your terms always means you win big, you win twice. But I like it, haha. Su Feng continued to outline the fifth plan, global trade. Although other countries aren't as strong as we are currently, some major nations are still formidable. They have accumulated many valuable items and countless beast pearls, which are potential trading targets. The advisor in charge of commerce asked, what do we have to offer in exchange? Su Feng, confident, replied, pills and weapons, which can enhance strength but are consumable goods. Also, communication base stations and the new smartphones that go with them, along with satellite phones using our South Dipper satellite communication. These are currently exclusive to us in Huaxia, and we control the pricing. They won't refuse to buy. He paused and added, even if the price is right, controlled nuclear fusion power plants can be discussed. After all, we'll soon acquire more advanced nuclear power plant technology, and it will be time to upgrade. The existing power plants will likely be phased out, so repurposing them is a win-win. An advisor raised a concern. With Sam's technological capability, launching communication satellites shouldn't take too long, right? Su Feng nodded slightly. Globally, besides us in Huaxia, in the next year, there will be at most 3 countries capable of manufacturing new satellites that adapt to current planetary parameters and launching them. Sam, the polar bear, and France. Even in extreme conditions, these 3 might fail. As for after a year, the planet will undergo another fission, and the situation will change again. Can they keep up with the pace of updates? That's questionable. The right-hand advisor asked, with transportation cut off now, how can trade be conducted? Air transport is certainly out of the question due to the dangerous flying beasts along the way. The outside world is not like home, and sea transport is even more impossible. That leaves only land transport, which is also risky. Su Feng pondered for a while and answered, for some smaller neighboring countries, opening a relatively safe passage isn't difficult. As for farther places, perhaps we need a big solution. What big solution? Everyone wondered. A floating island. Su Feng blurted out. A floating island? You mean a floating island transformed from a flying beast nest? Someone asked, puzzled. Yes, Su Feng confirmed with a nod. Guoshintong was puzzled. We destroyed a red copper-level flying beast nest recently and did acquire a floating island. But it seems to just hover in the air like a castle in the sky and doesn't move, right? Su Feng deliberately guided them to think. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't move. But what if we installed a high-power engine on it? Wouldn't it then be pushed to fly? Isn't that essentially a ready-made space carrier? Guoshintong expressed concern. That might work, but the power needed to move a floating island would be immense, and we could only try it with black iron-level beast nests. Although a floating island is safer than an airplane, long-distance travel might still be dangerous. Su Feng, full of confidence, said, Gua, have you forgotten about the trial city? There are ready-made high-power engines there specifically for floating islands. There are also various formations to protect the floating island. When combined, the floating island can become a super space carrier that floats in the sky, never landing. The left-hand advisor excitedly said, if that's the case, it would be fantastic. We wouldn't need many, just 7 or 8 floating islands like that, and we could project power globally, deterring other nations. After Su Feng finished speaking, he sat down. Prime advisor everyone, this is my new proposal. Do you think it can be implemented? What followed was a period of waiting. Long Zhanshan was the first to agree. I think it's perfect. I support it. Guoshintong also raised his hand in agreement. I support it too. I'm so fired up, there's no problem at all. Thus, all the leaders raised their hands in approval. The prime advisor smiled slightly and raised his hand last. Good, unanimously approved. Let's proceed as planned. Today's meeting is adjourned. Please return and, based on this proposal, create detailed execution plans in line with your respective departments to implement them as soon as possible. Yes, everyone responded. Su Feng, please stay. I have something to discuss with you. Okay, Su Feng nodded. Hold on a moment. Su Feng called out to the group that was about to leave. With a wave of his hand, 20 simply packaged bags appeared in the center of the conference table. Su Feng's voice made everyone pause and turn towards the table. With a flick of his wrist, a ripple seemed to form in the air, and 20 unadorned cloth bags materialized, neatly arranged on the tabletop. This is meat from the Amethyst Dragon King, containing the bloodline of a true dragon, Su Feng said with a hint of pride. Since the amethyst-level beast Lara Top Mount Tai has transformed, this is the only supply in the world. Each of you can take one to share with your families. A look of delight flashed in the eyes of the group. Someone couldn't help but ask, Assistant Su, such a precious item. Su Feng waved it off with a smile. Each bag is 5 kilograms, totaling 100 kilograms. I still have 200 kilograms left, and there are many others to distribute to, so I can't give more. Someone hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter. Assistant Su, you're too generous. In all my years, I've never tasted dragon meat. I'm lucky to benefit from your generosity. With someone leading the way, others stepped forward, smiling as they accepted the bags. We won't hold back either. After everyone had left, Su Feng and the chief assistant held a brief secret meeting. Without any records, only the two of them knew what was discussed in that confidential talk. The hunting guild initially planned to officially open to the public in April, May, or even after June. If we move the timeline forward, all preparations will need to be accelerated. Su Feng glanced around the room, finally resting his gaze on Su Jie. Minister Su, let's start with you. Su Jie nodded slightly, speaking with composure. Thanks to the foundation laid by the Special Affairs Bureau, recruitment in the Human Resources Department is going smoothly. Before the cataclysm, we had already selected the heads and key personnel for each city's branch. Over the past few days, they've completed the full recruitment and are currently in training. We've been monitoring progress via video, and we expect that within 2 weeks, each branch will be ready to open at any time. Feng nodded in approval and then turned to Huaxia. How about the audit department? Huaxia appeared serious as she replied. The basic framework for the auditing procedures, regulations, and standards is in place, but it will take another 20 to 23 days to refine. After a brief drill, we should be able to start official operations in about a month. Feng reminded. Some rules can be updated based on real-world operations. Huaxia smiled slightly. Understood. However, at most, we can only advance by a few days. It still requires nearly a month. A month is already quite fast. We don't expect to open to the public so soon, so there's time, Feng concluded, then turned his attention to Xinxia. Xinxia straightened up and reported, with authorization from higher-ups, we've made contact with the city defense generals and quartermasters. We can procure firearms and ammunition at a 5 markup over cost, and sell them to hunters at a 35 markup, allowing us to earn a margin. Feng frowned slightly. A margin of 30. He calculated in his mind, considering labor, transportation, and a 30 tax, leaving a final profit of about 15 to 17. When the nation prospers, the people are weak. When the people prosper, the nation is strong. Minister Shui, what about your resource management department? Feng turned to Shui Yong and asked. Shui Yong shook his head helplessly. We haven't started operations yet, so we don't have any resources at the moment. However, we've already selected storage warehouses in various cities. He then provided a detailed overview of the warehouse distribution, ranging from small town depots to large warehouses and underground vaults in the capital. Feng encouraged him. You've done a great job so far. He then turned to Tu Gang, Minister Tu. How about your department? Tu Gang reported on the progress of the transportation department, including 120 transport fleets and 12,000 trucks currently being modified. He mentioned issues with road conditions, noting the need to find suitable routes and repair the roads. Feng nodded in agreement and suggested forming an air transport team. He explained, once the farm plan and the Great Sweep plan are completed, there will be fewer powerful flying beasts. This will also benefit land transportation. Tu Gang responded that he would start making arrangements. Feng contemplated the future potential of spatial equipment and floating islands, but acknowledged that limited funds meant they had to proceed step by step. Next, Feng inquired about the situation in the exchange department. Chinamo provided a detailed report on 5 products and their stock levels, admitting that some products had low production due to a lack of raw materials. Feng praised the current achievements and instructed Chinamo to secure a bank loan to address funding and raw material issues. He emphasized that the hunting guild should gradually operate independently. When it was Ouyang Shui's turn to report on the operations department, she proposed the idea of promoting the new currency globally. Feng responded diplomatically and realized that the guild lacked an independent finance department. Ouyang Shui immediately offered to serve as the finance minister. Feng asked, if you become the finance minister, what will happen to the operations department? Qi Jiang is a suitable candidate, Ouyang Shui blurted out. Feng frowned slightly and turned to Ouyang Shui, asking, who is Qi Jiang? Ouyang Shui immediately explained, she is the deputy director of our operations department. In fact, she handles most of the department's work. She's more suited for this position. As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Feng nodded thoughtfully and then turned his gaze to Su Jia. Minister Su, what do you think of Qi Jiang? Su Jia responded without hesitation, Minister Ouyang is right. Qi Jiang is indeed very talented, especially in operations. After listening to their evaluations, Feng fell into deep thought. The conference room was silent, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. After a while, Feng looked up and announced, all right, since you both recommend her, let Qi Jiang act as the interim head of operations. If she performs well in the next 6 months, she will be confirmed in the position. He paused and added, Minister Ouyang, you will step down as head of operations and take over as head of finance, managing the union's financial affairs. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui was overjoyed and exclaimed, thank you, President. A sharp gleam flashed in her eyes as she thought to herself, finally, I'm back in my area of expertise. Just wait and see. I'll make everyone take notice of me again. Feng noticed the dangerous glint in Ouyang Shui's eyes and quickly changed the subject. Minister Ku, how is the security department doing? Ku Shan immediately reported, President, considering the future security needs of the Union in various aspects, we've divided the security department into 5 independent units. The personal guard, the protection team, the security section, the field operations section, and the mobile unit. The personal guard is specifically responsible for your safety, including travel and residential security. I've already spoken with Captain Wang Hao, and he's willing to lead the personal guard, Ku Shan added. Feng secretly thought, this Wang Hao, He sure knows how to keep a secret. Didn't let slip a word to me. He decided that the next time they met, he would have a word with Wang Hao. Achoo. Far away on the peak of Mount Tai, Wang Hao suddenly sneezed, muttering to himself, "Damn, what's going on? Did I catch a cold? Or is someone cursing me?" The security team is responsible for protecting the union's senior management during travel and guarding their residences. Keshin elaborated on his vision for the security department. The security team would handle the safety of senior members and guard residences. The security section would focus on defense, protecting the headquarters and branches. The field section would manage both defense and offense, safeguarding transportation and external missions. The mobile section would serve as a reserve force, with training grounds set up in the capital and various provincial capitals, comprising 10 mobile units ready to provide support at any time. After finishing, Keshin nervously looked at Su Feng, waiting for his reaction. Su Feng nodded in approval, saying, "This plan is excellent. Have you started recruiting?" Keshin, relieved, quickly explained that he was still waiting for Su Feng's approval. Su Feng further instructed, "Recruit personnel as soon as possible and get things organized. Additionally, you can implement a tiered system based on skill level and contributions, creating paths for promotion and offering benefits to motivate everyone." Keshin suddenly understood and praised Su Feng's wisdom. Su Feng then looked around at everyone, asking for suggestions on the union's development. Luo Jiutian raised the issue of an excess supply of beast meat, sparking a discussion. Su Feng assured them that he had a solution and there was no need to worry. Subsequently, Luo Jiutian proposed expanding abroad. Su Feng felt the timing wasn't right yet, but asked for it to be noted down for future consideration. Everyone contributed ideas and suggestions for the union's development. At the end of the meeting, Su Feng waved his hand and conjured 7 portions of purple crystal dragon king meat as gifts, each weighing 5 kilograms. The group was both surprised and delighted, with Keshin eager to taste the legendary dragon meat. Xin Xia watched Su Feng's actions in shock. "My bracelet merely has a storage function," Su Feng explained, making a gesture to silence the crowd as his gaze swept over them. He knew they had many questions, but some matters were better left unasked. As a senior member of the guild, he solemnly promised, "In the future, each of you will have one of these." Upon hearing this, everyone was thrilled and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Having been tempered by the Special Affairs Bureau, they understood the importance of confidentiality and refrained from prying further. Su Feng then took out 65 kilograms of purple crystal dragon king meat and handed it over to the company's head chef. He invited all the staff at headquarters to share in a dragon meat feast as a form of encouragement. The remaining 100 kilograms were quickly distributed among friends and family, depleting the stock in no time. Returning to Mingyue Manor, his private estate in the capital, Su Feng was filled with mixed emotions. This place embodied his memories of a past life and constantly reminded him to cherish the present. "Xiao Feng, you're back." A middle-aged woman, upon seeing Su Feng, immediately set aside her work and ran over to greet him. Su Feng felt a lump in his throat as he strode forward to embrace his mother. "Mom, it must have been tough this past year," Su Feng said, his voice choked with emotion. After his rebirth, he had worried about how to face his parents. But now, everything felt so natural. The deep familial bond instantly restored his sense of belonging. "Where's Xiao Feng?" A handsome middle-aged man emerged from a room. Su Feng quickly approached and gave his father a big hug. "Dad, my good son." His father beamed with pride. Although they hadn't seen each other for over a year, they were well aware of his achievements. Amidst their longing, they felt immense pride. "Xiao Feng, wait a moment. I'll go make you something delicious," his mother said, wiping her eyes before hurrying to the kitchen. "Okay." Su Feng's face was aglow with happiness. Reunited with his family, they enjoyed dinner together, sharing stories of the past year and discussing future plans. Of course, he kept confidential matters to himself. After savoring the long-lost warmth of family, Su Feng resumed his cultivation. Despite his busy schedule, he never neglected this fundamental pursuit. Having reached the early stage of the Qi and Blood realm, he knew that without resources, relying solely on self-cultivation would be inefficient. Therefore, he returned to the Trial City. Upon his return, he looked at the balance on his invitation card and sighed. "Ah, only 1,900 black iron coins left. I wonder how effective these blood vitality pills are." Su Feng murmured to himself as he examined the 4 pills in his hand, 1 superior grade and 3 top grade. The low-grade blood vitality pill is quite cheap, costing only 3,000 black iron coins. It's important to note that this is a genuine second-grade pill, yet its price is even lower than many first-grade pills. This is simply because it's of low quality. Su Feng scanned the blood vitality pills available in the marketplace, calculating in his mind. The medium-grade ones cost 4,500 black iron coins, high-grade 7,000, and the top-grade a steep 10,000. With limited funds, he could only afford to buy 3 top-grade pills and 1 high-grade pill. "Let's give it a try," Su Feng thought as he tossed the high-grade blood vitality pill into his mouth and began channeling his energy. A surge of warmth spread from his stomach, as deep red blood vitality energy originated from his heart and coursed through his body. The sudden intense pain made him wince, but it quickly subsided. So this is the pill toxin? Su Feng pondered. It's not much. I can metabolize it with some cultivation over time. After finishing his cultivation, Su Feng asked Xiao Ba about the pill's effectiveness. Learning that 68 minutes of refining equated to 18 hours of training, he nodded in satisfaction. Confirming that he could continue using it, Su Feng then consumed a top-grade blood vitality pill. This time, the cultivation was nearly painless, and the pill toxin barely increased. Su Feng was amazed at the vast difference in effect between the top-grade and high-grade pills, deciding to use only top-grade pills in the future. Xiao Ba reported that refining the top-grade blood vitality pill for 74 minutes was equivalent to 36 hours of training. Su Feng calculated that the effect was about 30 times more potent, and though expensive, it was worth the cost. He refined the remaining 2 top-grade pills, significantly advancing his cultivation, though he was still in the early stage of the first level of the blood vitality realm. 3 days later, Su Feng expelled the pill toxin from his body. On this day, he received a notification that the confidential meeting with the chief assistant was ready, and he set off once more. At the central command center, everyone greeted Su Feng, the newly appointed interim commander. Su Feng surveyed the room, requesting everyone to introduce themselves. Long Zhanshan, Qin Han, Wang Chaos Han, and others introduced their roles and responsibilities one by one. After listening, Su Feng made a few formal remarks and then got straight to the point, asking Qin Han about the number of available close combat laser fighters. About 1,700, Qin Han replied. Su Feng frowned. Is it possible to increase that number? Qin Han shook his head with difficulty. It's not feasible. The coastal areas, borders, and the capital all require defense. Gathering 1,700 fighters was already a stretch. We can't increase it further. When dealing with the fierce beasts at the border, we can appropriately deploy some laser fighters to provide short-range support, which could help accelerate our plans. Qin Han added, with a glint in his eye, this is the best solution we could come up with. He briefly analyzed the situation with the beasts in both coastal and border areas, pointing out that the pressure on the border is greater. Su Feng pondered for a moment and proposed using the Nandu satellite for reconnaissance of foreign situations. He suggested deploying more fighters in areas with dense, flying beast nests and even crossing borders to eliminate them if necessary to relieve pressure. In areas without flying beasts, deployment could be reduced accordingly. Qin Han's eyes lit up, and he agreed. This approach is very feasible. I'll adjust the deployment based on this idea. Su Feng also urged, push the production department to allocate more manpower and expedite production. He then turned to Zhang Kai, ordering him to prioritize supporting Qin Han in implementing this task. Zhang Kai confidently replied, give me half a day and it'll be done. Su Feng nodded slightly and then asked Wang Chaos Han how many fighters could be mobilized. Wang Chaos Han provided a detailed report on the numbers and availability of 3rd to 5th generation fighters. When Su Feng inquired about older fighters, Wang Chaos Han regretfully stated that they were nearly scrapped. Su Feng then gathered information from Lu Jin about the armed helicopters, drone combat units, and converted civilian to military fighters. After obtaining the general data, he led the team to the virtual combat table and had Zhang Kai present the collected information. Zhang Kai reported on the approximate number and distribution of gold-level beast nests worldwide. When he mentioned the existence of a suspected Beast King, Su Feng frowned and asked for its location. Upon learning that the Beast King was in the northwest state, Qin Han suggested that it should be eliminated first. Su Feng, after careful consideration, decided to proceed with the original plan but prioritized deploying fighters to the northwest state border to deal with the Beast King. He specifically cautioned against underestimating the task, emphasizing that if they engage, they must go all out. Finally, Su Feng instructed Zhang Kai to closely monitor the Beast King's movements and report any changes immediately. He understood that the most terrifying aspect of a Beast King is its ability to mobilize countless beasts to form a beast tide. Commander Qin was worried about the overwhelming number of golden beast nests, and I share his concern. Therefore, we need to increase the number of nests we destroy. Besides targeting the flying ones, we should also eliminate the poisonous, agile, and those with unusual abilities. Additionally, we must clear those that are remote and beyond the range of our laser fighter jets. This way, we can keep the number and distance of golden beast nests under control. Does anyone have any objections? Su Feng asked. Su Feng's gaze swept across everyone present, his tone firm yet open to discussion. He succinctly outlined the targets for elimination. First, the beast nests that pose a threat to our soldiers and equipment, and second, the uncontrollable nests outside our operational range. Qin Han was the first to express his support, saying, I absolutely agree. This decision would undoubtedly alleviate his stress. Others quickly voiced their agreement, leaving only one person silent. Ultimately, the majority ruled, and Su Feng's plan was approved. Nodding, Su Feng turned to Zhang Kai. How is the investigation of silver and bronze level beast nests progressing? Zhang Kai provided a detailed report. Domestically, there are approximately 83,000 silver level nests and 211,000 bronze level nests, with the count for flying nests still underway. He requested more time to complete an accurate tally. Su Feng smiled and reassured him, "You can proceed by operational phases, prioritize confirming the situation within the capital, then move on to the northeastern region. You'll have enough time." Relieved by the understanding, Zhang Kai relaxed. Standing up, Su Feng surveyed the group and began assigning the first phase of combat tasks. "Our target is the capital. Eliminate all beast threats within its borders." He gave specific orders to Qin Han, Commander Wang, and General Liu, involving coordinated operations with laser jets, conventional aircraft, attack helicopters, and drones. Lastly, Su Feng instructed Wang Xiao on the handling of spoils and the management of transformed sanctuaries. Ensure each city promptly transports the carcasses and destroys designated nests. Beast meat goes to the cities, while the pearls go to the bank. Record the unique resources of each nest and station troops to guard the transformed sanctuaries. He was determined not to let these hard-won sanctuaries fall into the hands of other beasts or demons, which would be a significant loss. Additionally, we need to deploy the Defense Legion to assist Commander Wang and General Liu in swiftly destroying the nests of silver and bronze-level flying beasts. It's also essential to collect the beast pearls and capture images of the unique local products on the crystal lamps, Su Feng added. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, Commander Long stood up straight, a hint of determination in his eyes. "Yes, Chief Commander. Please provide the specific tasks." Su Feng nodded slightly, his gaze intense. "You have two tasks. First, prioritize assisting General Liu in eliminating 1-star to 6-star flying beasts. Second, once completed, immediately lead your forces to clear out the beast groups gathered within the capital's borders to prevent a beast tide from forming." Commander Long nodded solemnly. "Understood. I will give it my all." Su Feng then turned to Zhang Kai. "You are responsible for real-time monitoring and promptly relaying information about areas with a strong tendency for beast gatherings to Commander Long." Zhang Kai responded quickly, "No problem. I will keep a close watch." Su Feng surveyed the group, his eyes resolute. "Good. Everyone to your positions and prepare for battle." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, the atmosphere becoming tense and serious. The scene shifted to the Central Command Center, where a large screen displayed real-time satellite images. Zhang Kai pointed at the screen and explained, "Chief Commander, this is the beast nest where the golden-winged Rock King was born. Currently, there are 96 1-star 10-level golden rock beasts guarding it, with 43 out hunting, all under surveillance. In the last air battle, 22 were eliminated, and 15 are still unaccounted for." Su Feng pondered for a moment. Based on the timeline, 177 1-star 10-level golden rock beasts and 1 golden-winged Rock King should have been born. A few escaping is not a problem. Without their nest, they're isolated, and we'll have plenty of opportunities to eliminate them in the future. He then asked, "Are the fighter jets in position?" "Ready to go at a moment's notice. We have mobilized an entire air division of 600 close combat laser fighter jets to ensure nothing is left to chance. This operation aims to eliminate this thorn in our side and avenge our heroic pilot, Wang Hui," Qin Han declared resolutely. As soon as Qin Han finished speaking, Su Feng gave the stern order, "Commence immediately." Qin Han quickly relayed the command through the control system. On the large screen, swarms of drones launched small missiles and smoke bombs around the Jinpeng Beast's lair. Amidst the thick smoke, the Jinpeng Beasts were thrown into disarray, colliding with each other, with only a few managing to take flight. However, awaiting them was a barrage of concentrated laser attacks. Under the flashing lights, the Jinpeng Beasts were either lightly or severely injured, with many falling dead on the spot. Learning from past experiences, the laser fighters employed a 3-phase attack strategy. Each round fired 200 lasers in rapid succession. Some Jinpeng Beasts managed to break through the haze and launched a frenzied counterattack, but their range was limited, leaving them to futilely ascend further. Qin Han calmly directed, "Disperse and fire. Surround and eliminate the returning Jinpeng Beasts." 13 returning Jinpeng Beasts were quickly ambushed. Qin Han then ordered, "Squadron J01314, stay behind to clear the remaining targets, and resupply at Wunan County after completing the mission." Su Feng turned to Wang Xiao, "General Wang, it's your team's turn now." Hundreds of Assault Corps soldiers swiftly arrived, and at the command of their leader, advanced with weapons drawn to finish off the remaining Jinpeng Beasts. Once all were confirmed dead, the leader quickly organized the squads to clean up the battlefield, collect bodies, and destroy the lair. The operation was executed with seamless coordination, wrapping up in under half an hour. Su Feng was very pleased with the victory that came with 0 casualties. "Well done. This is how it should be. With our firepower advantage, we must strive for 0 casualties." As time passed, reports of success flooded in. Zhang Kai summarized and reported, "Commander, All 17 gold-level flying beast lairs around the capital have been cleared. However, approximately 69 first-tier 10-star flying beasts are unaccounted for. Su Feng clenched his fist with excitement. Excellent. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was nearing 8 o'clock, and the battle had lasted nearly 2 hours. He then inquired, what is the status of clearing the silver-level flying beast lairs? Zhang Kai checked the battle reports and replied, we have cleared 53 silver-level flying beast lairs, with 85 remaining. Commander Qin, can your men keep fighting? Su Feng asked, looking at Qin Han. Su Feng's gaze was sharp as a knife. Meeting his eyes, Qin Han straightened his back and thumped his chest, declaring, of course, that was just a warm-up. Without hesitation, Su Feng commanded, good. Then join the battle and expedite the eradication of the silver-deer flying beasts' nests. Qin Han nodded in agreement, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. No problem, we're more efficient against these beasts. Indeed, against first-tier 7 to 9-star flying beasts, a laser strike could severely wound or even kill them. With 1,700 laser fighter jets joining the fray, the battle intensified, significantly speeding up the clearing process. Before long, Zhang Kai rushed over, excitedly reporting, Commander, good news. All 138 silver-deer flying beast nests within the capital have been cleared. Su Feng glanced at his wrist device. It was 1 minute to 9. He nodded slightly and inquired, great. How is the progress on the bronze-tier flying beast nests? Zhang Kai immediately replied, all 332 bronze-tier nests were cleared 10 minutes ago. The War God Legion is currently attacking 7 beast gathering points in the capital simultaneously, expected to finish within half an hour. Su Feng's lips curved into a victorious smile. Excellent. We've finally pulled out the first thorn. Next target, Northeast State. Zhang Kai added, Commander, there are 64 gold-tier flying beast nests in Northeast State, one of which is a 2-star gold tier that requires special attention. Su Feng turned to Qin Han, asking, Commander Qin, when can the planes reach the designated battlefield? Qin Han pondered for a moment and replied, the short-range laser fighters have limited range, and we lack enough refueling aircraft, so they'll need to refuel en route. They should all be in position in about 4 hours. Su Feng quickly calculated they'd arrive by 1 p.m., and 64 nests might not be cleared before nightfall. He immediately ordered, understood. The soldiers will be exhausted from continuous fighting. Have them wrap up by 7 p.m., regardless of whether all gold-tier nests are cleared. They should then eat, rest, and have the planes serviced overnight, ready to fight again tomorrow. Su Feng was thorough in his planning. 2 major battles a day would undoubtedly wear out the soldiers, and the fighter jets required maintenance. Night operations were riskier, and he aimed for minimal casualties, despite the high difficulty. Qin Han expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, Commander. Su Feng continued his deployment. Commander Wang, General Liu, your fighters have greater range and speed, so you should reach the Northeast State battlefields faster. However, you must wait until the first-tier 10-star flying beasts are eliminated before acting, as it's too dangerous otherwise. Have your soldiers rest in Northeast State. The battle likely won't start until tomorrow. Both responded in unison, understood. Suddenly, Su Feng asked, Commander Qin, there are 100 laser fighters in the capital. If I wish to deploy them, what needs to be done? Qin Han frowned slightly, gently reminding him, Commander, these are the air defense forces for the capital and shouldn't be moved. Su Feng added, what if they only operate within the capital? Qin Han paused, deep in thought, then looked up at Su Feng, seemingly realizing his intent. He nodded, that should be fine. Then he asked, with a knowing smile, Commander, are you planning to use the capital as a pilot to complete the first 3 plans ahead of schedule? Su Feng smiled and nodded. Exactly. The capital is smaller than the 9 states, and we have 100 idle laser fighters. The people are also restless. With the right timing and conditions, why not? It's a perfect opportunity to test the 3 major plans, identify any flaws, and address them in future operations. Qin Han chuckled. Wise decision, Commander. I fully support it. Wang Chaosheng added. The capital also has 80 various fighter jets that can join the battle. Others expressed their support as well. Su Feng gratefully acknowledged. Thank you all for your support. Su Feng then began issuing a series of orders, deploying fighter jets to eliminate beasts from various nests, and assigning the War God and Assault Legions to clear special beast nests. Everyone responded in unison. With Su Feng's commands, the capital, which had just settled, was once again engulfed in the flames of war. Outside Wunan City, hundreds of Assault Legion soldiers escorted dozens of modified heavy trucks, slowly approaching the city gates. Oh, really? I remember seeing online that this is a Tier 1 10-star Ferocious Beast, the Golden Rock. The young man furrowed his brows and whispered, since when did the Assault Corps of Wunan City have such power? How could they take down so many Tier 1 10-star Golden Rocks at once? It's unbelievable. His teammate excitedly took out his phone. I need to capture this and post it on my social media. Are you crazy? The young man quickly stopped his friend's hand. This might be classified information. You could get in trouble. His teammate shrugged it off. They brought it in so openly. How could it be a secret? The young man paused, realizing his friend might have a point. All right, go ahead and take the photo. Just make sure to send me a copy. That day, similar scenes played out across the cities of the entire Beijing region. The assault corps drove trucks out of the city and returned fully loaded. Some carried back the bodies of Tier 1 7-star to 9-star beasts, while others had 4-star to 6-star ones. The city gates were bustling with trucks coming and going. As the largest city in the country, Beijing opened all 4 gates, with thousands of trucks moving in and out, capturing the attention of everyone in the city. The next night, at the Central Command Center. It's been 2 days. How is the situation in Beijing? Feng asked, his tone tinged with concern. Zhang Kai immediately reported. The Beijing campaign has concluded successfully. He detailed the battle status. 178 gold-level beast nests have been mostly cleared, with only 412 Tier 1 10-star beasts still being tracked. 1583 silver-level and 4,185 bronze-level beast nests have also been largely cleared, with troops deployed around the area for defense. Maps for 8,572 iron-level beast nests have been completed and are ready to be distributed to hunters. This operation has resulted in the elimination of approximately 8.4 million beasts of various levels. Zhang Kai reported, unable to hide his excitement. Feng, however, was not swept up in the victory, instead asking, what are the casualties? Zhang Kai's smile faded as he hesitated before reporting, we've lost 8 aircraft of various types, 236 drones. In terms of personnel, 33 have died, 52 are severely injured or disabled, and 856 have sustained minor to serious injuries and are receiving treatment. Feng fell silent. Despite Beijing's overwhelming advantage, the casualties were still significant. The situation in the other regions might be even more dire. In addition to the standard compensation, provide the families of the fallen soldiers with an extra 200 kilograms of Tier 1 10-star beast meat, and 30 kilograms to the families of those severely injured, Feng stated expressionlessly. This wasn't a lack of empathy, but the necessary composure of a leader. In the past 2 days, besides the battlefield smoke, the internet has also been abuzz with discussions. I thought it was a big deal, but we have this happening around here too. Just today, I saw hundreds of them flying past the outskirts of our city. It is indeed a spectacular sight, and I heard they're on their way to attack some beast nests. On a forum, a user with the ID suburban resident posted a comment that sparked a heated discussion. Soon, other users began to reply. Capital City Tycoon responded, that's nothing. You should see our capital city. There were battles everywhere recently. You could hear the bombings from inside the city, and it didn't stop from dawn till dusk. Then every household received 20 kilograms of beast meat for free, including 1 kilogram of first-tier 7-star meat. Envying exclaimed, whoa, that's so extravagant. The capital city really lives up to its name. It's so lavish. We have no idea when we'll get beast meat here. I only got to taste it on a business trip out of town recently, and it was pretty good. Informed Insider chimed in. I heard there's a lot going on in the capital, like mobilizing hundreds of thousands of troops. Can anyone from the capital shed some light on the situation? At that moment, a user with the ID Strategic Mastermind posted a lengthy analysis. There's no need to worry, everyone. This is the nation's effort to eliminate the threat of flying beasts. The recent attack on Fugue made the authorities realize the severity of the issue. If left unchecked, the growing number of flying beasts could lead to a national disaster. So, they decided to destroy all nests of flying beasts above the black iron level to ensure the safety of the country and its people. The post by Strategic Mastermind immediately caused a sensation. Users were exclaiming legend, front row, respect. Some asked if he was recruited by the government, but Strategic Mastermind didn't directly respond and continued his analysis. The greatest threat currently is from the golden level flying beast nests. We've pinpointed their locations using the Nandu satellite, but they're all first-tier 10-star beasts, which would result in significant casualties for ground troops. Laser fighter jets can eliminate these beasts and destroy the nests with minimal cost. The discussion then shifted to whether people should venture outside the city to fight. Some were eager, while others were concerned about the dangers. Amid the debate, Strategic Mastermind spoke again, urging everyone to focus on improving their skills and trusting that the government would soon open the cities, providing a relatively safe environment. Meanwhile, at the Central Command Center, Feng was inquiring about the battle situation in the northeast state. Zhang Kai reported, the nests of golden, silver, and bronze-level flying beasts were cleared an hour ago. In the next 2 days, we'll clear nests that are toxic or unsuitable for cultivation, then move to the northern state. Just then, Qin Han approached with a serious expression. Commander, I have a situation to report. Seeing Qin Han's expression, Su Feng felt a sinking feeling, a sense of foreboding. Go ahead, Su Feng said, adjusting his mindset. As expected, the Beast King in the Northwest State had escaped, and the Nandu satellite had temporarily lost its trace. Qin Han said, and then added, however, we seriously injured it. Since the Southern Dipper satellite hasn't picked up any trace, it's likely still within the borders of the Northwest State. He frowned slightly, his tone heavy. Su Feng's eyes sharpened as he calmly analyzed. The Beast King can enhance its power and heal its wounds by devouring other fierce beasts. Given their vengeful nature, it probably won't be long before it gathers beasts for an attack. He turned to Wang Xiao and ordered in a firm voice, Director Wang, alert all cities in the Northwest State to be on high alert. Distribute the Beast King's photo, and report immediately if spotted. Wang Xiao nodded solemnly and left to carry out the orders. Su Feng then instructed Zheng Kai, keep a close watch on the movements of fierce beasts in the Northwest State. Inform me promptly if there's a large-scale gathering. With furrowed brows, he pondered for a moment and decided to adjust the battle plan. Commander Qin, Commander Wang, Commander Liu, order the Northeast State's fighter jets to depart for the Northern State tomorrow morning. First, target and eradicate nests of toxic fierce beasts unsuitable for breeding. Then focus on eliminating high-level flying beasts across the states. Su Feng elaborated further, there are the fewest nests of gold-level flying beasts, so laser fighter jets can operate independently without waiting for other troops. Once the gold-level flying beast nests across the 9 states are cleared, assist in eliminating silver-level and bronze-level nests. Hearing this, Qin Han couldn't help but express concern. Won't this affect the opening times of the hunting guilds in each state? Su Feng nodded and said, certainly, but a few days' delay won't hurt. The adjusted plan has 3 major benefits. First, we can quickly reach the northwestern state to eliminate the Beast King and nip the threat in the bud. Second, we can destroy all flying-class golden-level beast nests, stopping the flying Beast King before it rises. Third, it prevents a vicious cycle where the further we advance, the slower the pace, the longer the time, and the higher the potential casualties. Su Feng analyzed succinctly, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. After hearing him out, Long Zhanshan nodded in agreement. Makes sense. This optimizes the entire plan. I agree. Others also expressed their approval, and the plan was unanimously passed, enhancing Su Feng's authority in the command center. At that moment, an aide rushed in to report, Commander, the first phase of the Northeast State battle has concluded, and the report is in. He quickly read out the casualty figures and the spoils distribution plan. Su Feng nodded slightly, calculating the next steps in his mind. In the following days, Zheng Kai only reported on the laser fighter department's updates, as the other 2 were temporarily held up in the northern state. Commander, the northern state's Golden Front battle has ended, Zheng Kai reported once again. Meanwhile, outside Ishan City in the northwestern state, a strike unit was searching for the injured Beast King. Suddenly, a sharp screech shattered the silence. The squad leader immediately reacted, dispatching scouts to investigate. My matey led his team stealthily to the source of the sound and discovered a cat-head Eagle King feasting. Just as they were about to withdraw, they inadvertently alerted it, sparking an intense battle. Bullets rained down on the cat-head Eagle King but were largely ineffective. The squad leader decisively ordered the use of an RPG. With a thunderous explosion, the cat-head Eagle King was blasted to the ground. However, its tenacious vitality shocked everyone. As they prepared for a final strike, the cat-head Eagle King let out a wail summoning other beasts. Sensing the urgency, the squad leader ordered a swift retreat, using grenades to bomb the cat-head Eagle King and transmitting the location to the command system. They had to abandon the prize target and hastily withdraw from the scene. Central Command Intelligence Division in the capital. A crucial piece of intelligence was uploaded from Ishan City in the Northwest State. They have detected the presence of the Beast King, the cat-head Eagle King, and managed to injure it. However, due to the summoning of other fierce beasts by the enemy, they had to retreat. They are unsure if the Beast King has perished and have sent over its coordinates. Upon hearing the news, Zheng Kai immediately ordered the retrieval of satellite images. The staff quickly adjusted the satellite's angle, and soon the images of the Beast King's location were shared. On the screen, the cat-head Eagle King appeared severely wounded, devouring surrounding beasts to regain its strength. Zheng Kai frowned, feeling a tinge of pity. Chief, it's still alive. The nearest squadron of laser fighters is 100 kilometers away, the staff reported. Zheng Kai promptly headed to the operations room to brief Chief Commander Su Feng on the situation. Su Feng decisively ordered the elimination of the Beast King. 2 days later, a battle report from the Northwest State arrived. The battle at the Golden Front had concluded, with 3 aircraft downed and 1 pilot lost. The assault corps suffered 1,076 casualties. In the following days, reports from various states continued to pour in. The West and South states reported victories, but as the scale of the battles grew, so did the casualties. Ultimately, the report from the Central State was delivered. 27 aircraft downed, 7 pilots lost, and 4,281 casualties in the assault corps. With this, all the nests of the golden grade flying beasts had been eradicated. However, the other two groups of troops were still engaged in arduous combat. Su Feng, gazing at the battle reports, wore a solemn expression. He turned to Commander Qin Han and asked in a grave tone, "Can the soldiers keep fighting?" Qin Han replied with unwavering determination, "Yes, they can." Su Feng issued a firm order. "Let the warriors push through a bit longer. Start by clearing the silver and bronze level flying beasts' nests in Central State, then move to Eastern State. We'll regroup with Commander Wang and Commander Lu's forces in the opposite direction, ensuring a decisive victory in this crucial battle." Su Feng's voice was steady and powerful, his eyes shining with determination. The commanders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the directive. Despite the soldiers having been in continuous combat for several days, their spirits remained high, fueled by the mission to eliminate the threat completely. The squadron of laser fighter jets took to the skies once again, slicing through the air towards Central State. The jets split into several groups, methodically scouting suspicious locations. Upon locating a beast's nest, they quickly launched their assault. Although these lower-tier flying beasts were more numerous than the first-tier 10-star beasts, they posed significantly less challenge. Meanwhile, the ground forces advanced swiftly, tasked with eradicating the beasts hidden on land, providing crucial support to the air operations. The entire battlefield worked in harmony, with seamless coordination between air and ground units. As the battle progressed, reports of success poured in from various regions. One by one, the beast nests in central and eastern states were eradicated. Su Feng, with calm precision, continuously adjusted tactics. Eventually, their forces met up with those led by Commander Wang and Commander Lu at the predetermined location. The moment the two forces united, cheers erupted into the sky. Soldiers high-fived each other, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. Su Feng exchanged a knowing smile with Commanders Wang and Lu, fully aware that this arduous and extraordinary campaign had finally achieved a decisive triumph. Suddenly, many lit candles of prayer appeared below. "Has anyone noticed? I saw an island floating in the sky near our city. It's incredible, and I have no idea how it's possible," someone exclaimed. The city was immediately abuzz with chatter. A middle-aged man, who appeared to be a soldier, smiled slightly and explained, "This is the result of our army destroying a lair of a gold-level flying beast. There should be quite a few floating islands appearing across the country lately." The crowd suddenly understood, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Someone began to dream aloud. "Wouldn't it be great if every family could have a floating island? Living in the sky would be so secure." "Nice idea," the soldier said with a laugh and a shake of his head, "but unfortunately, there are only a limited number of flying beast lairs. However, a single floating island could accommodate a considerable population. If we built tall buildings, we might be able to house a significant portion of the people." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted abruptly to the central command center. "Commander, the details of this battle, including the preliminary reports, have already been broadcast to the public via Channel 1, reported Zheng Kai with a serious expression. "I'm just concerned it might cause public worry. After all, there are over 200,000 first-tier 10-star flying beasts alone, and with other beasts and monsters, the total could reach billions." Su Feng pondered for a moment before saying thoughtfully, "This might actually be an opportunity to root out some problems." Seeing Zheng Kai's puzzled look, Su Feng explained, "Before the catastrophe, we were too busy preparing to conduct internal audits. Now is a good chance to see who's deliberately spreading panic online and investigate these individuals." Just then, Guoshintong's voice came from behind. "Commander Su, you didn't call me here just for this, did you?" Su Feng turned with a smile and said, "Indeed, I did. We need a consensus to deal harshly with those so-called public intellectuals who intentionally distort facts and incite public sentiment." Guoshintong frowned. "Including the online trolls, there could be quite a few of them. The laws in the new era regarding this are not yet well established. How do you plan to handle it?" A sharp glint appeared in Su Feng's eyes. "In chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. I have an idea to form a suicide squad composed of criminals. This approach not only serves as a wake-up call for the public, but also maximizes human potential. These criminals, driven by the need to survive, will undoubtedly go all out to complete their tasks, which benefits both the nation and its people. It's also a path to redemption for them." After Su Feng finished speaking, a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes as he added, "Of course, this is just a preliminary idea. The specifics need to be refined by experts." He turned to Guo Shintong and asked, "Director Guo, what are your thoughts?" Guo Shintong pondered for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed. He spoke slowly, "The overall concept is good, but we need to consider humanitarian factors." He suggested, "I recommend incorporating a voluntary principle. Those unwilling can continue serving their sentences through regular labor rehabilitation." Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, As expected of Director Gua, your consideration is more thorough. He thoughtfully added, indeed, those with minor offenses or short sentences might be reluctant to take risks. Those truly willing are likely the ones with longer sentences who yearn for freedom. Changing the subject, Su Feng suddenly asked, by the way, Director Gua, have you noticed the latest data on fierce beasts? Gua Shentong's expression turned serious as he replied in a low voice, there are indeed some anomalies. Just the first tier, 10-star flying beasts number 250,000, and there are probably even more of other types. Su Feng nodded, a trace of concern in his eyes. According to my analysis, flying beasts account for no more than 10 of the total. Considering the military primarily targets flying beasts, the number of land beasts may have exceeded 3 million, possibly even 4 million. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. These numbers far exceeded their expectations. In the city of Huan in the southeastern province, an ordinary county-level city, fans and friends, have you noticed any issues in the data released by the state? Is there something unusual you've sensed? I certainly have. What kind of scale are we talking about here? It's been less than a month since the catastrophe, and this is just a top-tier beast at the first-order 10-star level. I wonder what the scale of those beasts below the first-order 10-star level is like? Feng Yizhou stared at the screen, his fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. He was crafting a lengthy piece filled with skepticism and dissatisfaction about the current situation. From the number of beasts to the price of foundation-building elixirs and regional differences, every topic was designed to provoke. This should catch the attention of quite a few fools, Feng Yizhou said with a confident smirk, a shrewd glint in his eyes. With foreign revenue streams cut off, he could only draw traffic and increase income from these fools. With income, he could buy more elixirs to enhance his cultivation, which was the ultimate goal. He clicked publish without hesitation and then opened a chat group. Guys, I've posted some information. Help me share it and steer the narrative. The more panic there is, the more these fools will believe us and follow us. Traffic means money, and I won't forget you guys when the time comes. The group immediately buzzed with activity, a mix of complaints and a desire for money. Feng Yizhou paid no mind. He knew this carefully assembled group of online influencers was the key to his sway over the internet. Soon, his piece began to spread like wildfire online. Some agreed, others questioned, and many ordinary users were left bewildered. Suddenly, the internet was ablaze with discussions, spreading far faster than Feng Yizhou had anticipated. Meanwhile, in the central command center, Su Feng was watching the chaotic flow of information on the screen, frowning slightly. Director Gua, how many people have surfaced? Gua Shentong replied meaningfully, quite a few, and there are some big fish among them. Some people see Feng Yizhou thriving and can't resist following suit. But what they don't know is that the net is ready for them. Su Feng turned to the head of the publicity department. Brother Zhao, are you ready on your end? Brother Zhao smiled confidently. Don't worry. Once Director Gua pulls the net, we'll take action. Su Feng nodded. All right then. In a residential area of Huan County, Southeast State. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door startled Feng Yizhou. He cautiously approached and peeked through the peephole, relieved to find it was only his lover. He quickly opened the door, a hopeful smile spreading across his face. But the smile vanished instantly when he saw several strangers in uniform standing outside. We're from the 9th Bureau. You're under suspicion of spreading rumors and threatening national security. Please come with us, the man in charge said coldly. Feng Yizhou's face turned pale as he stammered. In 9th Bureau? I don't know you. He attempted to shut the door. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open. The officers swiftly entered, restraining Feng Yizhou without hesitation. He struggled as they let him out, while neighbors peeked out, whispering among themselves. Simultaneously, a large-scale operation unfolded in multiple cities across the country. Police cars sped through the streets, armed officers on alert, executing targeted arrests. The once clamorous voices online suddenly grew quiet. What's going on? Why are those noisy people suddenly silent? A puzzled netizen posted. Probably got arrested. I heard 3 people were taken from our community. Apparently they were internet trolls, someone replied. Seriously? Trolls can get arrested? It's likely more complicated than just trolls. There are other issues at play. Everyone should be cautious. These are sensitive times, and we must speak responsibly. The internet isn't a lawless place. Later, a user calling themselves Shunji Strategist posted a lengthy message. Hello everyone, I'm Shunji Strategist. The Feng Yizhou incident has caused quite a stir recently, and I'd like to say that rumors are quelled by the wise. Those remarks clearly inciting public opinion. Think about them calmly. First, there are indeed many wild beasts. Numbering in the billions is no exaggeration. But have you seen any beasts harming you or invading cities? If so, please provide evidence. No, right? At least for now, I haven't heard of any city being breached. This means staying within the city remains safe. This safety isn't a gift from the skies. It's provided by our nation and secured by millions of soldiers bearing the burden for us. Therefore, we must continue to trust and love our country. Secondly, things need to be approached step by step. You can't become an expert overnight. Do you really expect the country to solve the catastrophe all at once? The strategist's words were powerful and well considered. He first pointed out that the country is methodically addressing the disaster. Millions of soldiers are tirelessly guarding the coastal borders against invading beasts, while domestically, threats are being systematically eliminated, starting with the first-tier 10-star flying beasts and gradually eradicating others. This gradual strategy minimizes casualties while accumulating resources to strengthen capabilities. He then sharply questioned the notion that life abroad is great, repeatedly asking, "Is it really?" with a tone full of irony. He further explained that the second-generation Foundation elixir, obtained through the sacrifices of warriors, is rightly prioritized for the front lines, and the portion sold to the public is actually not expensive. Finally, he reminded everyone that after killing beasts, each state distributed free beast meat, a fact not to be overlooked. The strategist's clear reasoning and well-supported arguments swiftly shifted public opinion. Netizens began to realize their mistakes, with some expressing regret. "I was so foolish to believe that nonsense for even a moment. I'm furious. I owe an apology to the country and those soldiers who sacrificed for us. I was wrong." Meanwhile, at the Central Command Center, Feng and Brother Zhao were discussing the results of this public opinion guidance. Brother Zhao analyzed that the recent online cleanup not only eliminated digital debris and deterred those who spread nonsense but, more importantly, fostered nationwide consensus through public discourse, strengthening national unity. Feng wholeheartedly agreed, smiling as he said, "When it comes to being bold and assertive, no one beats my Brother Zhao." He then asked with a meaningful look, "Brother Zhao, the strategist was just the appetizer. Isn't it time for you to take action?" Brother Zhao confidently replied, "Of course, please follow me, Advisor Su." Feng smiled slightly, "I'd be delighted." In the town of Julong, Dongzhou, a typical county-level city. For most ordinary people, it's indeed quite difficult to achieve at the moment. A middle-aged man sat with a gloomy expression, his brows furrowed in frustration. He had initially intended to allocate 2 sets of cultivation resources, one set for his wife and one for their son. However, his wife's tone suggested she wanted to give all 4 sets to their son. This drove him to the brink, and his voice involuntarily rose. "What's more important, money or our son's strength? We won't starve with ration tickets, and we can hold off on buying other things for now. We have to ensure our son has enough resources for his cultivation." Just as his wife was about to argue back, their son burst out of his room, switched on the TV, and exclaimed excitedly, "Mom, Dad, stop fighting. Look at the news. The government has finally made a statement about Feng." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he temporarily set aside the argument. "I heard about it at work too. It's causing quite a stir." Old Li was saying these so-called experts just know how to fool people. The family of 3 turned their attention to the television. At the same time, people all over the country were tuning in, with viewership ratings soaring to levels far beyond those before the Great Catastrophe. After all, entertainment options were now much more limited. On the screen, the host, Cici, began with a smile. "Hello, viewers. Welcome to Channel 1. Today, we have invited Feng, one of the 18 cabinet ministers and the whistleblower of the beast calamity, to join us in the studio. Minister Su, could you please say hello to everyone?" Facing the camera with calm composure, Feng greeted, "Hello, everyone. I am Feng." Cici got straight to the point. "Minister Su, what are your thoughts on the Feng incident that has been causing such a stir online recently?" This was exactly what countless viewers had been eagerly waiting for. Cici never ceases to amaze me as my wife. She knows exactly what I want to know, and gets straight to the point with her questions. Feng gave a slight smile, his gaze gentle as he looked at Cici. Despite not being in the public eye as frequently as before, his reassuring presence remained undiminished. Cici, noticing the smile in Feng's eyes, immediately adjusted her tone. "You're quite the jokester, Fu. Feng nodded slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "I wasn't entirely joking. It's true that I'm smiling as I watch." Leaning forward slightly, his voice became deep and magnetic. "After several rounds of discussions among the top officials, we've decided to form a suicide squad from some of the major offenders to undertake high-risk tasks. Since these people have willingly walked into the trap, how can I not smile as I watch?" Cici's eyes lit up, quickly catching on to the crux of the matter. "What are your thoughts on what Feng said? It's caused quite a bit of confusion among the public." Feng's expression turned serious, his gaze profound. "First, I want to thank Feng and those stirring up trouble online." Seeing Cici's puzzled look, he explained, "After the cataclysm, people's lives and environments have changed drastically. Many feel uneasy and worried about the future. People like Feng have sparked this unease, but it's given us a chance to rebuild consensus." His voice grew firm and resolute. I hope everyone can trust the country and believe in themselves. With a weapon in hand, a clear path ahead, passion in your heart, and the nation at your back, our future will indeed be bright. Cece felt a surge of excitement but maintained her professionalism as she asked, Su Fugu, can you share some information about the outside world with the public? Su Feng nodded, of course, that's one of the main reasons I'm here. He began to detail the situation of the void rifts around the world and the 36 Nando satellites launched by China. These heavy satellites are equipped with fuel, enabling them to elevate their orbits even in the event of another planetary split, lasting for 3 to 5 years. Su Feng added, currently, we are the only ones with satellites in space. No other country has any, and it's unlikely they will in the coming months. With a hint of pride in his eyes, Su Feng continued, let me show you some images taken by the Nandu satellite. After seeing them, you'll realize how ridiculous the claims of people like Feng Ezhou are. He clicked the remote, and the TV screen split in half. One side showed a close-up of Su Feng, while the other displayed clear satellite images. The audience was captivated, witnessing the planet's changes in such a direct way for the first time. Su Feng explained, we didn't intentionally close our borders. It was the planetary fissure that caused the global network outage. The reason we can still communicate is because of the pre-deployment of 7th-generation communication technology. The towering base station towers in every city are proof of that. As the satellite images continued to change, the audience began to understand. Comments flooded in. Oh my, it's more terrifying than the apocalypse. Is that Sam's country? It's practically in ruins. Are there beast hordes abroad already? Look at those massive beasts, are they sea creatures? Only our Huaxia region still has large areas of light. Su Feng paused, allowing the audience to process the shocking information. He smiled slightly and continued, I suppose no one believes the nonsense from those so-called public intellectuals now, right? Let's move on. Next, I want to introduce the nationwide military operation, Su Feng said seriously. Since Huaxia is now disconnected from the rest of the world, there's no risk of leaks. On the contrary, informing the public can help reassure everyone. He detailed the 3-phase operation, eliminating high-level flying beasts, clearing distant dangerous beasts, and sweeping and controlling beast nests. Su Feng explained, the aim is to create a safer environment domestically, giving you the chance to venture out of the city to fight and gain valuable experience. Su Feng was, in a way, reiterating his first 3 plans to countless viewers, albeit in a different manner. We are currently in the first phase of our operation. Our soldiers have successfully eliminated the majority of the Tier 1, 10-star flying beasts and destroyed their nests. They are now actively working to eradicate Tier 1, 4-star to 9-star flying beasts. It is estimated that the first phase will be completed in about 2 weeks. Su Feng stood resolutely in front of the large screen in the command center, his eyes scanning the battle maps with determination. He turned to face the camera, providing a concise update on the operation's progress to the nation. The screen was dotted with flashing red points, indicating the ongoing elimination of the beasts and highlighting the intensity of the conflict. With a clear timeline and objectives, everyone can avoid unnecessary anxiety, Su Feng stated firmly. Our leadership has a comprehensive plan and strategy, so please remain confident. His words quickly sparked a heated discussion online. One person excitedly typed, this is truly a grand strategy befitting a great nation, with foresight and vision. We had underestimated it before. Another expressed their fervor, saying, I wish I could be on the front lines myself. The discussion soon shifted to future prospects. One netizen analyzed, based on the current pace, the first phase might take about a month. The second phase involves more beasts and could take 2 months. The third phase would likely require at least 4 months. Another netizen had a different perspective. Actually, the first phase is the hardest because it relies solely on advanced fighter jets. Later, we can deploy rocket forces, missiles, and other weapons, which will speed things up. I estimate that all 3 phases together could be completed in 3 months. Despite the various speculations, everyone understood that the actual duration would depend on the real-time battle situation. At this moment, a flame of hope was ignited in everyone's hearts, as they anticipated the nation's triumph over this beastly calamity. However, these are just the speculations of netizens. The actual time required will only be revealed with time. Su Feng couldn't see the comments online, but his expression was unusually solemn as he said, for our peace, many warriors have left us forever. They are the heroes of China and will live on in our hearts. His words were heavy and resolute, causing the audience in front of their televisions to fall silent. Their hearts weighted with sorrow. Someone online posted, we can watch TV in peace because some are bearing the burden for us. Those who slander the heroes are truly despicable. Immediately, netizens began to mourn and pray for the heroes. Su Feng continued, sacrifice is inevitable in war. We will carry their legacy forward. As the great catastrophe approaches, we will all become warriors, forging an indomitable edge with the blood of fierce beasts and our will. He then announced the plan for distributing the meat of the beasts defeated in 3 stages of battle, 50% to the military and 50% sold at low prices on the market. It's not entirely free because China needs warriors, not coddled individuals, Feng explained. Suddenly, he shifted his tone. Has anyone already received free beast meat? That was the benefit of the first stage, and the last batch to be given freely. Let everyone know that these beasts will ultimately become our food. Comments flooded in, with some saying they would grill more beast meat, while others discussed how to make it more delicious. The atmosphere changed dramatically, and people's fear of the beasts seemed to vanish. Feng then announced the formation of a hunting guild, sparking great interest among the audience. He added that the guild would open nationwide after 3 combat missions were completed, with a pilot in the capital starting on February 1st. This news thrilled the people in the capital, while those in other regions were filled with envy. Online, discussions about forming teams and training quickly emerged. Cece noticed the barrage of comments and asked, "The public seems very eager for the hunting guild. Do you hope it opens nationwide soon?" Feng smiled slightly and replied, "That's fantastic. It shows that our people have a burning passion. They say the Russians are a warrior nation, but if you look at history, the true warrior nation is us, the Chinese. In recent years, we have simply restrained our edge. Now, as our weapons are drawn, the world will change. Regarding the public's desire for an earlier reopening, we will conduct a thorough evaluation and also listen to the voices of the people. Rest assured, we will reopen at the most appropriate time." Feng's words were calm but carried a hint of officialdom, a skill honed over years in a high position. He continued, "As for the proposal to offer the second-generation Foundation establishment elixir for free, I must frankly point out that this is an irresponsible idea." Feng furrowed his brow, his tone becoming serious. "Firstly, while the primary ingredient, the blood of fierce beasts, is abundant, the cultivation of spiritual herbs requires time and their yield is limited. If distributed for free, waste could ensue. Secondly, we will prioritize supplying the frontline troops and border guards, with the remaining portion being sold in limited quantities at near-cost prices in the market." He paused, adding, "Currently, there are various ways to enhance one's cultivation. Beast meat, spiritual fruits, and blessed lands are all good options. We will open the blessed lands once the external circumstances improve, so please be patient." Shifting his focus, Feng continued, "Lastly, considering the economic pressure on the populace, banks have launched the cultivation loan service. Citizens aged 16 and above can apply, with the amount linked to their cultivation level and a monthly interest rate of 0.5. This money can be quickly repaid if used for adventures outside the city. However, remember, this is to encourage self-reliance, not to foster dependency." He briefly outlined the loan amounts for different cultivation levels and mentioned that detailed information could be obtained from local banks. Afterward, Feng left the live broadcast, but the audience remained stirred, engaging in heated discussions online. The overall online atmosphere became more rational than usual, with fewer extreme comments and more reasoned debates. Central Command Center. Zhang Kai handed a report to Feng. "Commander, the satellite monitoring reports from all continents indicate that the situation is not optimistic. The Yellow Palace of Sam Nation." The leader slammed the table in anger, sending splinters flying. "What do you mean? Hasn't Huaxia been taken yet?" Although Huaxia has a military force of over 700,000, with temporary recruits bringing the total to more than 3 million, there is a significant shortage of weapons, especially ammunition. This is largely because Huaxia, previously the capital, lacks military factories and has limited industrial capacity, leading to major logistical challenges. James hesitated for a moment, but then reported the situation truthfully. The leader furrowed his brows and asked sternly, "Didn't we order more ammunition to be transferred here? How could we run out so quickly? We are the great Sam Nation. How can we be short on ammunition?" James explained helplessly, "While we did arrange for more supplies, various states have withheld some for their own reasons. More importantly, these interdimensional creatures have extremely strong defenses and are very fast, especially the flying ones, which are particularly difficult to handle. The main issue is their sheer numbers, which have depleted our ammunition reserves significantly." The atmosphere in the office became tense. The leader was silent for a moment before asking, "What strategies do you have?" A general suggested, "Perhaps it's time to leave Huaxia and move to Texas. There, military industries are concentrated, and heavy industry is advanced, so we won't lack ammunition." However, the deputy leader opposed this for political reasons, saying, "I'm afraid that's not feasible. Texas is the territory of the Elephant Party, and the former leader was already gathering support there before the interdimensional invasion. If we go there now, it would be akin to admitting defeat and becoming dependent on them." The leader decisively rejected the idea, saying, "Texas is not an option." A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, clearly harboring long-standing resentment towards that golden-haired figure. He promptly ordered, dispatch multiple Air Force units to our states for support, and have them bring their troops, population, and weaponry here. We must transform Huaxia into the largest stronghold of the Sam nation, a beacon for our nation, ensuring that our legitimate position is beyond dispute. This move would not only deplete other states' resources, preventing them from seceding, but also test their loyalty. The leader's strategic acumen was evident. Just then, someone burst through the door with urgent news. Leader, bad news. A massive horde of interdimensional creatures has appeared in the west, at least hundreds of thousands, densely packed. One of them seems highly intelligent and is commanding the others. The leader immediately ordered, capture the leader first. Spare no effort to eliminate that high-intelligence creature. Meanwhile, organize our forces to repel their attack. Kawashima Kuma kneeled in the courtyard, beseeching Amaterasu for salvation. His men urgently reminded him, General, we must evacuate now. The plane is ready, and if we don't leave immediately, we won't be able to. Although a significant amount of ammunition has been moved from here in the last month, this location still holds 40 of the nation's ammunition reserves. Losing Beihai Island would be a severe blow to us, Fusang, mumbled Kawashima Kamaji to himself. Standing by the window of the command room with furrowed brows, Kawashima Kamaji's eyes swept over the densely packed defensive structures on the island, filled with anxiety. When will the support from Tokyo arrive? He asked, turning around with a tone of impatience. The adjutant, head bowed, replied gravely, Sir, the fighter jet sent to Tokyo for help hasn't returned yet. Kawashima Kamaji clenched his fists, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. He realized that either Tokyo was unwilling to provide support or the pilot had perished en route. As time passed, some countries had adapted. With satellites down and communications disrupted, they devised using fighter jets to relay messages. Especially fourth-generation and above fighters, fast enough to evade airborne beasts. How many planes can we prepare? How many people can we evacuate? Kawashima Kamaji asked urgently. The adjutant glanced through his report. We can evacuate about 80,000 people. However, some conglomerates have already taken off with their planes. Those bastards! Kawashima Kamaji gritted his teeth. He paused, then his eyes suddenly lit up. If we can't hold it, we won't let those sea beasts have it easy. Gather the suicide squad immediately. I want the entire island's arsenal destroyed. The adjutant looked at his superior in shock, but respectfully bowed. Yes, sir. Half a day later, hundreds of aircraft took off from Beihai Island, heading toward Tokyo. Behind them, the entire island was engulfed in a hellish inferno. Countless sea beasts perished in the blaze, with the smell of roasting flesh wafting far away. The remaining tens of thousands on the island were almost entirely wiped out. Kawashima Kamaji sat by the plane window, watching the flames below, gritting his teeth. I will return. In the Fusang Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Watanabe looked horrified. What did you say? Beihai Island has fallen? Ono reported in a low voice. Yes, Kawashima Kamaji evacuated with fewer than 80,000 people and has arrived at the capital. Watanabe anxiously asked, what about the arsenal? Our ammunition reserves? Kawashima Kamaji is right outside. Would you like to see him? Ono asked cautiously. Get him in here. Watanabe shouted angrily. As Kawashima Kamaji entered, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The sea beasts were too many, endless. I did my best. Watanabe's eyes flickered, avoiding eye contact. He was calculating how to handle the pilots who delivered the messages to avoid tarnishing his political image. What about the ammunition? Watanabe finally asked the most pressing question. Kawashima Kamaji, thinking himself clever, replied, for the safety of Honshu and the capital, I detonated them all before leaving. This should weaken the sea beasts' attack on Honshu. Idiot. That was 40 of the national arsenal. Watanabe was furious, kicking Kawashima Kamaji in the shoulder. You useless fool. Damn it. In the Central Command Center, Fusang detonated the arsenal on Beihai Island upon realizing it couldn't be defended, causing a massive chain explosion that killed 2/3 of the oceanic beasts on the spot, said Genkai. In the previous era, in the 10th month of the first year, Huaxia successfully launched a satellite. At that time, Fusang was still resisting. However, because it was uncertain if the planet would experience another rupture the following year, the satellite fell again in the second year. The scientists of Huaxia, faced with this sudden setback, did not lose heart. They worked tirelessly day and night, and finally succeeded in launching a satellite with sufficient fuel in December of the second year. This time, the satellite was designed with greater precision to handle the challenges posed by the planet's ruptures. It lasted in space for a full 3 years until it ran out of fuel and had to fall. Meanwhile, Fusang had descended into chaos. Su Feng recalled that period with a slight frown. He remembered that the surface of Fusang was devoid of human presence, overrun instead by hordes of fierce beasts. Perhaps some survivors were eking out an existence underground, but the surface was entirely dominated by these alien creatures. After careful deliberation, the leaders of Huaxia concluded that Fusang had fallen by the second year. Yet, the exact timing and process of its downfall remained a mystery. What kind of terrifying sea beast onslaught did they face? How were they utterly destroyed in such a short time? These questions still lack clear answers. Su Feng nodded slightly, lost in thought. Fusang, as a military powerhouse with a rich heritage, especially after the fall of Beihai Island, would have undoubtedly fortified Jiuzhou Island and Sigua Island. Logically, it shouldn't have fallen so quickly. But reality is often harsher than imagination. The scene shifts to the Kremlin, where the emperor angrily slammed the table. Why is it all bad news? Isn't there a single piece of good news to ease my mind? The intelligence officer stood by with a peculiar expression and said, Emperor, there is indeed a piece of news that might not be entirely bad. The emperor's interest was piqued, and he gestured for him to continue. Taking a deep breath, the intelligence officer said, We received a message from Siberia at great risk. Those fierce beasts, although they are interdimensional beings, are not united. Without humans, they would turn on each other, fighting and devouring one another. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in the emperor's eyes. This was indeed good news. The sheer number of fierce beasts would be overwhelming if they attacked together. However, if they were to engage in internal conflicts, it would undoubtedly relieve some of the pressure on humanity. After a brief silence, the emperor asked, By the way, what's the situation in Huaxia? There are quite a few troops stationed along their border, and our fighter jets are immediately alerted when they approach, so we're unclear about their situation. The intelligence officer shook his head helplessly, his brow furrowed. The emperor pondered for a moment, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. China prepared over a year in advance, and they understand this disaster better. If I had set aside my pride to ask them back then, maybe we could have gotten some answers. Even just following in their footsteps would have prevented us from being so passive. It's a pity. The intelligence officer quickly reassured him, Your Majesty, you've done well. Besides, even if you had asked them, they wouldn't have told us. Such a big secret, once leaked, would spread worldwide. They wouldn't be that foolish. The emperor sighed softly, letting go of the matter. He then asked, What's the situation in Europe? The intelligence officer frowned slightly. It's not going well there either. However, some small inland countries have had unexpected success. The beasts within their borders don't seem very powerful, and they've managed to control some of the situation. A hint of confusion flashed in the emperor's eyes. What does that mean? Could it be that the weaker the nation, or the smaller the territory, the less impact they face from this? The intelligence officer cautiously replied, Based on the data we have, it seems possible. But we need further verification. The scene shifts to the Central Command Center. Zhang Kai reported with a serious expression. A massive beast battle erupted on the Siberian plains. Two forces, totaling over 5 million beasts, clashed fiercely, and fewer than 300,000 survived. However, we noticed something unusual. Su Feng showed interest. What was unusual? Zhang Kai handed the control panel to Su Feng. Sir, take a look at this video. The footage showed a bizarre-looking beast continuously devouring the hearts and beast cores of the fallen beasts. Although Su Feng had never seen this beast, from its gaze and behavior, he could tell it was definitely of a beast king level. All of them are tier 1, 10-star beast cores, Su Feng observed keenly. Zhang Kai nodded. Yes, and there's more. Keep watching. As time went on, the beast king devoured a large number of beast cores and hearts, and its body began to shrink. The entire process lasted over an hour, and eventually, its size reduced to about a quarter of its original size, or even smaller. Zhang Kai asked, puzzled, Sir, what's happening? I've seen creatures grow larger, but shrinking. Su Feng replied thoughtfully, Concentration is the essence. Zhang Kai suddenly understood. You mean it evolved? Su Feng took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Yes, it has become a tier 2, 1-star beast. These beasts are evolving faster than I anticipated, especially in vast, sparsely populated areas like Siberia, which are perfect breeding grounds for them. He felt a sudden urgency. It seems we need to accelerate our pace. Have the beast cores from all regions been transported to the capital? Zhang Kai quickly responded. The beast cores from the capital, Northeast Province, Northern Province, Northwest Province, Western Province, and Eastern Province have all been delivered. The rest are on their way. A day later, Su Feng arrived at the main underground vault of the central bank in the capital. The bank manager handed Su Feng a catalog list. Assistant Su, the first batch of beast cores from the 9 provinces is here. Here's the list for you to review. Su Feng quickly scanned the list. 19 Beast King level cores, with 2 belonging to Flying Beast Kings and the remaining 17 to Land Beast Kings. There were 288,966 Tier 1, 10-star Beast cores, of which 258,654 were Flying type, and the rest were Land type. There were over 48 million Tier 1, 1-star to 9-star Beast cores. Though Su Feng was inwardly excited, he maintained a calm exterior. He instructed, "Everyone, please leave first. No one is to enter without my call, and remember to close the door." Once everyone had left, Su Feng waved his hand, collecting all the beast cores into an invitation card. He quickly entered the trial square and approached the crystal exchange counter in the trial hall. 3 lists appeared before him. The first list showed that the Beast King cores could be exchanged for 125,924 black iron coins. The second list indicated that Tier 1, 10-star Beast cores could be exchanged for 197,220,000 black iron coins. The third list showed that Tier 1, 1-star to 9-star Beast cores could be exchanged for 3,161,400,000 black iron coins. After seeing the exchange rates, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp. It was an overwhelming amount. Last time I came here, I was a millionaire. But this time, I've jumped to the billionaire status. With this wealth, I can now access the second tier of the trial city. Su Feng stood at the entrance of the trial city, quietly assessing his situation. Although his wealth had skyrocketed, he was still considered poor on the second level. Staying on the first level was more sensible for now, as it was sufficient to meet the current needs of Huaxia. The system prompt flashed again. Cancel? Exchange? Su Feng snapped back to reality and chose to exchange without hesitation. In an instant, the numbers on the invitation card soared, finally stopping at 3,359,247,824 black iron coins. With funds in hand, it was time for a major acquisition. Su Feng knew that enhancing Huaxia's foundation and accelerating its development was the right path. He decisively stepped onto the staircase leading to the second level, silently thinking, "Trial Mall, here I come again." A familiar, stunning young salesgirl greeted him. "Welcome back, sir." Su Feng smiled. "It's you, what a coincidence." "Yes, it is. What would you like to purchase this time?" she asked enthusiastically. Su Feng handed over the list given to him by Qian Sanyi. "Can you help me check if all the technological data on this list is available?" After carefully reviewing the list, she replied, "The first-generation close combat laser fighter technology from the Caesar civilization, comprising 117 technical branches, can meet your needs. It costs 760,000 black iron coins." Su Feng felt a surge of joy. This was exactly the technological upgrade Huaxia needed. He nodded without hesitation. "I'll take it." The salesgirl proceeded to list various advanced technologies, including supercomputing from the Tianhe civilization and chip technology from the Luoshui civilization, adding them to his cart one by one. Su Feng was familiar with each item. These were the key technologies he and Qian Sanyi had painstakingly identified. The salesgirl remarked in surprise, "You've become quite knowledgeable about the trial city in such a short time. You must have done your homework." Su Feng explained briefly, "I bought a copy of Essential Technologies for New Civilizations and compared it with our civilization's tech. This trip is to fill the gaps." The salesgirl nodded in understanding and then quoted the total price. "These technologies will cost 1,846,500,000 black iron coins in total." "All right, I'll take them all," Su Feng replied decisively. The salesgirl's eyes lit up, clearly impressed by the young man's financial power and foresight. She continued to ask, "Is there anything else you need? How much for a planetary life detector?" Su Feng inquired. The salesgirl provided a detailed breakdown of the prices and capabilities of the detectors from level 1 to 3. After listening, Su Feng made up his mind. He knew the importance of this item. In his previous life, it was crucial in confirming that he was the sole survivor on Blue Star. The planetary life detector is quite mysterious, seemingly working by receiving stable dark matter that passes through humans and planets, analyzing the subtle changes to yield highly accurate results, down to a single individual. As for the related technology, Su Feng did not purchase it, primarily because the price was exorbitantly high and the technology level was too advanced. Given Blue Star's current level of scientific development, comprehending such technology would be challenging, and buying it would be a waste. After a brief consideration, Su Feng decided to directly purchase the Level 3 planetary expansion device. He calculated that this would be a one-time solution, avoiding the need for midterm replacements, and would be sufficient until the end of the civilization selection process. In 10 years, Blue Star's area would reach 10 billion square kilometers, and one device would meet the demand. The price is 1 billion iron coins. "Confirm purchase?" the salesgirl inquired. Su Feng nodded. "I'll take one." He recalled his experiences in the previous life, realizing it was through this device that he learned he had become the sole survivor on Blue Star. Su Feng couldn't help but feel amazed. As the planet expanded, the entire solar system would undergo incredible changes, as if an invisible hand was orchestrating everything to keep the stellar system functioning properly. Added to cart, the salesgirl confirmed. "Anything else you need?" Su Feng's eyes lit up. "Can I directly purchase the floating island engines and defense arrays?" "You can, but there are restrictions," the salesgirl explained. "If you develop and produce them yourself, you can add weapons. Directly purchased ones can only be used for transportation, or you'll be penalized for violations affecting your assessment score. Su Feng nodded thoughtfully and inquired about the prices of floating islands at various levels. After some consideration, he placed an order for 1 set of gold level, 9 sets of silver level, 30 sets of bronze level, and 1,000 sets of iron level. Total price is 12 billion iron coins. Confirm adding to cart? The salesgirl asked again. Su Feng responded without hesitation, I'll take them. He already had a detailed plan in mind. The gold level for the capital, silver level for the 9 provinces, bronze level for coastal and border areas, and iron level with 300 sets for the state and 700 sets for the hunting guild. This would greatly enhance the national logistics and transportation capacity. All right, add it to cart, the salesgirl confirmed. Su Feng then took out a list. Please add all these materials to the cart as well. The list included materials needed for the 2nd and 3rd generation foundation building, elixir, and other medicinal ingredients. The total value of these materials is 1.66 billion black iron coins. Would you like to add them to your shopping cart? The young saleswoman noticed Su Feng nodded without hesitation, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She realized that this customer was indeed quite wealthy, so she refrained from further reminders. How much is the total? Su Feng asked with concern, worried about exceeding his budget. After a quick calculation, the saleswoman replied, the total is 3.0451 billion black iron coins. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief, as it was close to his expectations. There's still money left, so let's continue, he said, beginning a large-scale purchase of cultivation materials. He ordered textbooks for beginners to grade 1 artifact refiners and formation masters, various military formation materials like the 3 talents formation, 500 elemental affinity detectors, mental strength detectors, and cultivation level detectors, as well as 100,000 apprentice-level Qingyang cauldrons. How much do these add up to? Su Feng inquired. 1.32 billion black iron coins, the saleswoman quickly responded. Su Feng then asked about the prices of superior body tempering pills and supreme dragon tiger pills. The saleswoman explained the uses and price differences of the 2 types of pills in detail. Considering the current situation, Su Feng decided to purchase 50,000 superior body tempering pills and 5,000 supreme dragon tiger pills. Add 3,183 supreme blood building pills as well. That's it. Let's settle the bill, Su Feng stated, intending to use up all his funds. The saleswoman did a final calculation. The total comes to 3.3592 billion black iron coins. Su Feng swiped his invitation card, completing the transfer. The card had only 7,824 black iron coins remaining as a balance. Ah, I just had a taste of what it's like to be a billionaire, and now I'm back to being broke. This place is a real money pit. No amount of money seems enough to fill it. Su Feng looked at the empty trial mall and couldn't help but sigh. The young saleswoman smiled as she handed him a box that shimmered with a strange light. Sir, your purchase is packed in this disposable dimensional space. Just find an open area to open it. Thank you, Su Feng said, taking the box and turning to leave. An hour later, Su Feng appeared again in front of the underground vault. He picked up the phone and briefly said, open the door, and the heavy vault door slowly swung open. Manager Li hurried to greet him. Deputy Su, is everything settled? Su Feng nodded. Yes, it's done. The vault is empty now. You handle the rest and keep it quiet. As one of the few who knew the details, Manager Li understood perfectly and agreed. Leaving the vault, Su Feng instructed Jin Kai, inform Old Qian, Commander Feng, Commander Long, and Minister Luo that we're heading to the War God Corps base. Zhang Kai, the newly appointed confidential secretary, immediately set about contacting them. In the southeast corner of the capital, at the War God Corps base, the training ground had been cleared and security was tight, with drones circling above. The moment Qian Sanyi saw Su Feng, he eagerly asked, did you get everything? Su Feng smiled and nodded. Everything you requested is here. He placed the dimensional space box in the center of the training ground and softly said, open. In an instant, countless treasures flowed out of the space, neatly arranged on the field. Su Feng invited everyone to inspect them and pointed to a pile of documents, saying to Qian Sanyi, Old Qian, these are the tech documents you requested. You can arrange for them to be moved. Qian Sanyi was overjoyed and personally joined the moving team. Long Zhantian laughed. It's been a while since Old Qian was this happy. Long Zhanshan mused, I understand calling me here to protect the items, but bringing Feng Chongqing along must mean there's more to it, right? After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Chongqing, Su Feng turned to them and said, of course, there's something good for you both. First, let's talk about the cultivation status of your respective corps. Feng Chongqing reported, the Imperial Guard Corps has expanded to 3,700 members. Among the Corps 729 have broken through to the 10th level of the body refining realm, with the highest reaching the late stage. The remaining 671 are at the 9th level. The additional 3,000 recruits are all mid-8th level and above. Long Zhanshan followed up, The War God Corps has 7 members at the 10th level of the body refining realm, and I've reached the great perfection. We have over 400 at the 9th level, nearly 20,000 at the 8th level, and the rest are above the 7th level. Su Feng nodded approvingly and then pointed to 2 wooden boxes. Here are 50,000 high-grade body refining pills to help break through the 9th level, and 5,000 top-grade dragon and tiger pills to increase the chance of breaking through to the Qi and blood realm. Feng Changqing was thrilled, and Su Feng further suggested, Commander Feng, I advise that your 700 core members hold off on breaking through for now and attempt to break their limits. With their talent, at least half should succeed. Feng Changqing nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll do that. Commander Long, your elite War God Legion, the top 2 to 300 members, could give it a try as well, Su Feng suggested. Long Zhanshan nodded in agreement, and Su Feng refrained from saying more. He turned to Feng Changqing and Long Zhanshan. Everything is here. You can discuss how to distribute it among yourselves. With that, he stepped aside, a slight smile playing on his lips. Long Zhanshan looked at Feng Changqing, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Changqing, remember, I am your former commander, and we have the numbers. You get what I mean, right? Feng Changqing replied calmly, Commander, I am now in charge of guarding the central hub. The higher the skill level of the guards, the safer the hub is. We have fewer people, so perhaps we should use the resources first, and whatever is left can go to you. How does that sound? Long Zhanshan flared up. What do you mean? The War God Legion only gets the leftovers? As the two continued to argue, Su Feng shook his head and turned to Luo Jiutian. Luo Jiutian's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he asked, President, are the remaining resources for our guild? Su Feng explained, not entirely. Some of it is materials for producing fighter jets, which don't belong to us. But most of it is indeed ours. The material requests submitted by various departments are all here. Take this back to the transportation and exchange departments. Here's the inventory list and instruction videos. Luo Jiutian, excited, said, all right, I'll arrange for someone to transport them immediately. Seeing that Long Zhanshan and Feng Changqing had finally stopped arguing, Su Feng approached them. Have you two sorted out the distribution? Feng Changqing, feeling a bit wronged, said, Su Feng, you've turned wicked. The three of them suddenly burst into laughter in unison. Long Zhanshan's eyes sparkled with hope. Honestly, once these resources are fully utilized, I can't even imagine the heights China will reach. Su Feng didn't feign humility. This is just the beginning. There's much more to come. Su Feng's gaze swept over the group with determination as he spoke with a firm voice. Tomorrow is the pilot test in the capital, and I need everyone to give it their all. This isn't just about your individual performance. It's the debut of the hunting guild. He paused briefly before continuing. The real challenge will be the nationwide implementation, which will be the ultimate test for our nascent organization. I believe that as long as we work together, we can carve out a new path. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Satisfied, Su Feng nodded and signaled the end of the meeting. The group dispersed, each person focusing on their final preparations for the upcoming assessment. On the morning of February 1, 2025, Zhuke Street was bustling with people. A striking five-story building, covering nearly 3,000 square meters, stood out with the red characters, Hunting Guild, shining brightly on its walls. Outside, a line of people stretched for hundreds of meters, with a conservative estimate of over 1,000 individuals waiting. Security personnel moved through the crowd, maintaining order. Nearby, journalists set up their equipment, and social media influencers were live-streaming the event, creating a lively atmosphere. Are these people crazy? They've been lining up since last night, exclaimed a young man who had just arrived. You're actually late. I heard the ones at the front started lining up at noon yesterday, someone nearby explained. The young man gasped. They're pushing themselves so hard. Aren't they afraid of collapsing? You don't get it. This is the Hunting Guild. Once you register successfully, you can leave the city, another person said excitedly. It's dangerous outside the city. The first group to go out might not make it back, someone cautioned. That's why you need to form a team. Going solo is a death wish, another chimed in. The crowd continued to discuss the situation, filled with both anticipation and anxiety. At that moment, the doors of the building slowly opened. A group of 1 man and 5 women walked out quickly, led by Zhang Daoquan, the president of the Hunting Guild's capital branch. With a smile, he announced loudly, Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Daoquan. I am pleased to announce that the Hunting Guild's capital branch is officially open. Applause erupted like the sound of a new era's trumpet. Zhang Daoquan briefly explained the registration process and introduced the staff before inviting the first 50 people to enter the lobby. 18-year-old Feng Xiaobing's heart was pounding with excitement. He had been in line since noon the previous day, eager to be the first to register. Hearing the guide's voice, he immediately perked up, and the fatigue from nearly a day's wait vanished. As he looked at the familiar registration machine, reminiscent of those before the cataclysm, he took a deep breath and reached out with a trembling hand. Soon, 50 people were led into the main hall by 5 guides. Meanwhile, security personnel quickly set up a red line at the entrance and placed a sign asking for orderly queuing. The hall was spacious, with nearly 3,000 square meters, making it feel particularly vast. The 5 guides directed everyone to 5 registration windows, warmly explaining, "Please queue up at these 5 windows to register." Someone pointed to the distance with confusion. "Aren't there many more windows over there? Why are only 5 open?" The guide patiently replied, "Sir, this is because the special testing equipment is limited. Additionally, the other windows are for supplies and exchanges. You can see the display boards above." Following the guide's direction, everyone noticed the arrangement. There were 30 supply windows and 10 exchange windows, in stark contrast to the mere 5 registration windows. This piqued everyone's curiosity about the special equipment. The guide raised their voice slightly. "Please take out your 3rd-generation ID cards and begin queuing." Following the instructions, everyone quickly formed long lines at the 5 windows. When it was Feng Xiaobing's turn, the registrar directed, "Please place your ID card in the scanning area and look into the camera." Feng Xiaobing complied, feeling a bit self-conscious. The registrar continued, "Please place your left hand on this multicolored crystal ball." "What is this thing?" Feng Xiaobing couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. "This is the element affinity detector, which can assess your elemental affinity," the registrar patiently explained. Upon hearing this, the guides immediately broke into smiles and began explaining to the crowd in line. They pointed to 3 exquisite crystal balls, introducing their functions. The one on the far left, vibrant and colorful, is the element affinity detector. The light blue one in the middle is the mental strength detector, and the colorless one on the right is the cultivation level detector. The crowd instantly became excited, craning their necks to get a better view. Some curiously asked about the meaning of the 5 elements affinity, sparking a lively discussion. Some believed it was similar to the spiritual roots in novels, while others questioned this, noting that everyone around seemed capable of cultivation. Seeing the situation, the guides promptly explained, "This is closely related to your future side professions. For instance, a high affinity with fire and wood elements is suited for alchemy, while a high affinity with fire and metal elements is suited for crafting." You can scan the QR code on the wall to download the Hunter Guild app for more detailed information. Hearing this, everyone quickly turned their attention to the QR code on the wall. Meanwhile, the first batch of registrants had completed their paperwork. Among them was Feng Xiaobing, who, somewhat bewildered, listened to the registrar's explanation before being guided to the supply window. At the supply window, Feng Xiaobing completed identity verification through the app and reviewed the available supplies. He opted for 300 universal bullets, 5 grenades, a set of armor, and a medical kit, totaling 460 Huayuan. After payment, he received a receipt to collect the supplies at the Resource Management Department by the city gate. Finally, Feng Xiaobing approached the exchange window to inquire about exchange procedures. The exchange officer explained that exchanges required hunter points, not new currency. Points could be earned by completing daily and temporary tasks listed on the app, with task completion needing verification at the Resource Management Department by the city gate. Task module? Feng Xiaobing pondered. Yes, our task module is divided into daily tasks, temporary tasks, and special tasks. The exchange officer patiently explained. Daily tasks can be claimed directly on the app. Temporary tasks will be pushed to you via pop-ups, and you can choose whether to accept them or not. Special tasks can only be picked up at the task hall on the 2nd floor and have requirements regarding the hunter's level and cultivation, but the rewards are also more substantial. Feng Xiaobing nodded in understanding and curiously asked, "I see this building has 5 floors. What are the upper 3 floors used for?" The exchange officer smiled and politely replied, "Currently, we only have the 1st and 2nd floors open to the public. The upper floors are not available yet." "All right, thank you," Feng Xiaobing acknowledged, deciding not to probe further. As he walked out the door, countless flashlights started going off in his face. A reporter stepped forward and asked, "Sir, as the first person in the capital to complete the registration, how do you feel right now?" Feng Xiaobing's mind was still buzzing, and he blurted out, "I just want to go home and sleep." The scene fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Someone joked, "Wanting to go home and sleep? That's a funny young man. Can't blame him. He started queuing since noon yesterday. He must be exhausted." Another chimed in, "True, I've been in line for so long. I want to sleep too." Someone empathized, "Planning to rest up and leave the city tomorrow for safety?" "Sir, could you tell us your name?" A reporter continued to press. "My name is Feng Xiaobing. Mr. Feng, could you share with us what's inside?" Feng Xiaobing hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He was led aside for an interview. Inside the hunting hall, Zhang Daoquan observed everything and, with a slight frown, instructed his assistant, Xiao Lu, print more app QR codes and place them along the line. Add a display at the entrance to show a registration process video. Increase the seating inside the hall to make waiting more comfortable. "Yes, I'll get on it right away," Xiao Lu thought to himself. As expected of the branch president, coming up with 3 optimization ideas in such a short time. Truly, practice makes perfect. Outside the hunting hall, Feng Xiaobing was in the middle of an interview. The reporter asked, Mr. Feng, could you share your elemental affinity and mental strength with us? Of course, this is your private information, and you can choose whether to answer. The reporter temporarily turned off the camera and whispered, if you're willing, we can offer you a 3,000 Huayuan payment. Feng Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback, but then agreed. He opened the app to check his data and responded, my affinities for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements are 22, 65, 36, 68, and 44, respectively. My mental strength is 63. The app suggests I pursue a path as an alchemist or formation master. The reporter proceeded to ask about his hunter level and points acquisition. Through their exchange, the reporter gathered enough material and then faithfully paid Feng Xiaobing 3,000 Huayuan before departing. Check out my hunter's license, isn't it cool? Haha. People from outside the capital were seeing the hunter's license for the first time and were full of envy. Although the key information was blurred out, the words apprentice hunter were clearly visible. Someone explained, there are 7 major levels for hunters, and this is the most basic one. I want one too. Just fly to the capital and you'll get it, someone joked. Netizens from the northeastern state remained calm. We should be opening up soon too, looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the outskirts of the capital were bustling. Zhang Weiguo, 94, and Li Jianjun, 93, both veterans of the Korean War, are now first-level cultivators. They insisted on accompanying Zhang Sun, their 19-year-old great-grandson, on a hunting trip outside the city. Zhang Sun reluctantly agreed, but secretly vowed to protect the 2 elders. Li Jianjun noticed his concern and gave him a knowing look. Zhang Sun understood and nodded gratefully. 5 modified vehicles carried the group out through the east gate. 2 kilometers out, Zhang Sun pulled out a map. Our mission is to clear the East 0106 first-level Black Iron Beast nest. Some were worried about the difficulty of the task, but Zhang Sun smiled and explained, we've prepared thoroughly. Biaozi, you explain. Biaozi detailed the drone reconnaissance results, leaving everyone impressed with Zhang Sun's meticulous planning. The 2 elders exchanged a satisfied glance. Zhang Sun briefly outlined the tactics. Lure the enemy in and launch an ambush. The group then proceeded according to plan, and over an hour later, they were ready. Biaozi, is there any problem with the modified drone? Zhang Sun asked while hiding in the trench. They lacked the authority to purchase military drones, let alone missiles, so they had to settle for modifying civilian drones for military use. Zhang Sun and his team held their breath, watching the modified civilian drone take off and head straight for the beast's lair. As the tension of waiting mounted, everyone began to chat idly in an attempt to ease their nerves. Someone pulled out their phone and examined the target of their mission closely. Captain Zhang, is this the Bloodfang beast? Zhang Sun nodded, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. That's right, I specifically chose it. The Bloodfang beast has rich, delicious meat, especially the Bloodfang tenderloin. It's in high demand, with market prices about 20 higher than other beasts of the same level. The lair is less than 5 kilometers from the east gate, maximizing our profit. If I hadn't acted quickly, this mission wouldn't have been ours. Everyone praised Zhang Sun's foresight. Someone curiously asked, Captain Zhang, are we going to form a hunting corps in the future? Zhang Sun's eyes gleamed. Not just that. We plan to establish a company, grow it big and strong. He briefly analyzed the current situation and pointed out 4 potential sources of startup capital. I chose the 4th path, hunting, to accumulate our first pot of gold. As they dreamed of the future, a buzzing sound came from the direction of the Bloodfang beast's lair. The drone hovered above and dropped a bomb. With a loud explosion, 3 Bloodfang beasts were killed on the spot. In an instant, more than 50 furious Bloodfang beasts charged out of the lair, chasing the drone. Zhang Sun immediately ordered, prepare for battle. However, faced with the oncoming horde of Bloodfang beasts, many young members were too terrified to fire, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhang Weiguo decisively took over command. What are you standing there for? They're within range, fire. He and Li Jianjun started shooting first, snapping the others out of their stupor. Sweat beaded on Zhang Sun's forehead as he realized he had overestimated the team's psychological resilience. He shouted fire, which finally brought everyone back to their senses. Under Zhang Weiguo's command, the battle unfolded in an orderly manner. Grenades exploded in succession, and bullets rained down. The Bloodfang beasts suffered heavy losses at the barbed wire, significantly slowing their advance. Rat-a-tat, the first squad changed magazines. Of the 50-plus Bloodfang beasts, only 7 or 8 managed to get within 80 meters of the trenches. No need to worry, none of them got within 50 meters before being taken down. Gunfire echoed continuously, and the Bloodfang beasts lay dead all over the field. Zhang Sun's eyes were sharp, commanding with precision. Suddenly, the ground trembled as more Bloodfang beasts were drawn by the explosions. Keep firing. Zhang Sun ordered sternly, and everyone remained tense and alert. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 Bloodfang beasts appeared on the horizon. The soldiers gasped, but none backed down. Gunfire erupted again, bullets raining down like a storm. The Bloodfang beasts grew wiser, starting to disperse as they charged. Zhang Sun frowned and quickly adjusted the tactics. Third squad, retreat to the second trench. First squad, throw grenades. Li Jianjun led the third squad in a swift retreat while maintaining their fire. Grenades exploded, sending flesh and debris flying. The Bloodfang beasts reached 40 meters, but triggered the buried landmines. In the midst of explosions, the beasts hesitated. Second squad, fall back. First squad, keep throwing grenades. Zhang Sun ordered decisively. Zhang Weiguo glanced at his great-grandson and led his team to the rear trench. The Bloodfang beasts charged desperately, only to fall into a camouflaged pit at 20 meters. The survivors detoured to continue their assault, but their speed had significantly decreased. Finally, after struggling past the minefield, fewer than 40 Bloodfang beasts remained, but they still couldn't reach the first trench. At about 20 meters from the first trench lay another massive pit, cleverly disguised as a trap. Due to their high speed, the Bloodfang beasts couldn't stop in time and fell in, while the remaining ones circled around, continuing their assault, albeit much slower than before. Retreat. Zhang Sun led the first squad in the final withdrawal, while the second and third squads hurled grenades to halt the Bloodfang beasts crossing the traps. The night sky was illuminated by the explosions of the grenades, accompanied by the roars and thuds of the falling Bloodfang beasts. When the last beast collapsed 30 meters away, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Thank goodness for the second line of trenches, someone remarked with relief. Zhang Weiguo frowned. It's not time to relax yet. There are still nearly 200 beasts left at the Bloodfang beast nest. Zhang Sun turned to Biaozi. What's the situation with those Bloodfang beasts? They seem agitated but haven't moved. It looks like they're guarding the nest, Biaozi replied. That's good. Zhang Sun nodded. Biaozi, keep an eye on the Bloodfang beasts' movements. Everyone else, stay alert. The commotion here, and the strong scent of blood, might attract other beasts to ambush us. Quickly clean up the battlefield. The fight isn't over yet. The team swiftly got to work, dragging the dead beasts aside and finishing off any that were still alive. The beasts trapped were also dealt with and removed. 5 beasts approaching from the west, 2 from the south. Biaozi suddenly alerted. Zhang Sun immediately commanded, second squad, handle the 5 from the west. Third squad, take care of the 2 from the south. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleared. Zhang Sun ordered once more, continue to draw the Bloodfang beasts out. Biaozi equipped the drone with explosives again. As the drone hovered over the Bloodfang beast nest, it caused a stir. The explosion took out 2 Bloodfang beasts, but this time they didn't pursue. Zhang Sun frowned deeply. Someone suggested using drones to kill the beasts, but Biaozi quickly dismissed the idea. We don't have enough drones or explosives, and a black iron level nest spawns 10 beasts every hour. If we drag this out until night, we'll have to retreat, and by tomorrow, there'll be even more beasts. We won't complete the mission. So what do we do? Everyone exchanged worried glances. Zhang Sun spoke firmly. Since the drones won't work, I'll draw the Bloodfang beasts out. You all prepare for battle. Despite the team's objections, Zhang Sun insisted, I'm the strongest and fastest, which makes it safest for me. I'm the captain. Follow my orders and execute. Zhang Weiguo supported him. He's the captain. He should lead by example. Prepare for battle. Zhang Sun commanded, sprinting towards the Bloodfang beast nest. He fired at them from 300 meters away, causing a frenzy. After a few beasts fell, nearly the entire nest poured out. The ground shook as Zhang Sun swallowed hard and turned to run. As the Bloodfang beasts came within range, Zhang Weiguo ordered, fire. Zhang Sun slipped through the barbed wire on the side. Under Zhang Weiguo's adept command, grenades and gunfire created a seamless assault. By the time Zhang Sun returned to the first trench, fewer than 50 Bloodfang beasts remained charging. The last beast fell into a trap 20 meters away. Someone remarked on the beast's stupidity, to which Li Jianjun astutely responded, if all the beasts worldwide were smart, we'd be done for. It's the beast kings that are the real threat. An army of beasts under their command is terrifying. Zhang Sun ordered again, Biaozi, stay on watch. Second and third squads, clear the battlefield. First squad, follow me to finish the final fight. Only 30 Bloodfang beasts remained in the nest and were quickly dispatched, but 10 new ones emerged. Kill. Zhang Sun was tempted to engage in close combat with them, but as the captain, he knew now wasn't the time. The commotion here was too loud, and the scent of blood too strong. They couldn't stay long, and the many spoils needed collecting, so a quick resolution was necessary. Biaozi, take a photo of the crystal chandelier and upload it, Zhang Sun instructed. Biaozi nodded in response, raised his camera, and carefully framed the chandelier. After a few clicks, he quickly reviewed the photos for quality and then skillfully uploaded them using his phone. I heard that if you smash this statue, the beast's lair will transform into a paradise. Is that true? Someone curiously asked while craning their neck to look at the statue on the lotus pedestal in the center. Zhang Sun smiled and explained, yes, it's true. There have been reports on television. However, for now, we're collecting more beast meat and giving everyone practical combat training. So these lairs are temporarily not to be destroyed. What about later? I guess once most people's strength reaches the 4th level of body refining, the value of the black iron layers will greatly diminish, and maybe at that time, they'll consider transforming them, Zhang Sun speculated. If Su Feng were present, he would definitely commend Zhang Sun's insight. Although he didn't mention everything, he touched upon 2 key points. Su Feng has 3 reasons for preserving the black iron layers: beast meat, public combat training, and beast pearls. But before July, Su Feng is determined to destroy all the beast layers nationwide, or else they will evolve into high-level bosses. China doesn't need high-level bosses. There are plenty abroad. Captain Zhang, the photos have been uploaded. Now we just need to deliver these Bloodfang beasts to the East City Review Department for them to verify the completion of the task, Biaozi reported. But with over 400 Bloodfang beasts and only 2 heavy trucks, I'm afraid we can't transport them all back. Zhang Sun pondered for a moment. First, extract the beast pearls and collect the beast blood, as these are the most valuable. Then transport the Bloodfang beasts to a location 2 kilometers outside East City, where it's relatively safe with no beasts around. The road isn't great, but it's only 3 kilometers, so if we hurry, it should be fine. So, Biaozi operated the drone to observe the surroundings, while the others began loading the Bloodfang beasts and the slain beasts onto the heavy trucks. If it weren't for their enhanced skills, they wouldn't have been able to move them. Fortunately, it was manageable with 2 or 3 people lifting each one. Damn, this is exhausting. If only we had storage equipment, it would be so much easier, someone complained. How could that even exist? With beasts appearing, who knows what else might happen? Haven't you noticed there's a profession for artifact forging now? The future is unpredictable. True. After several hours of hard work, the group finally delivered all the Bloodfang beasts to the East City Resource Management Department's warehouse. Inspector Wong, everything looks good, right? Zhang Sun asked cheerfully. No issues, congratulations. I've approved it for you, and you can claim the reward directly through the app. For the remaining matters, you can discuss them with Mr. Liu from the Resource Management Department's recovery section. I'll be off to review other tasks, the inspector said before leaving. Mr. Liu, would you like a cigarette? Zhang Sun offered politely. No need, let's get started. Mr. Liu politely declined. Beast blood can be exchanged for points, while beast meat can only be traded for new currency. You're aware of this, right? Yes, I'm aware. We've already checked your batch of beast blood, and it's valued at 67.4 points. Is that acceptable to you? No problem, Zhang Sun replied, knowing he had no choice. The beast blood is only useful to the guild for crafting foundation-building elixirs, as no one else has the formula. It would be a waste to discard it. Additionally, for the beast meat sold as a whole, we need to process it, so the price will be relatively lower. You should have been informed about this beforehand, right? I understand, but these are Bloodfang beasts, so the price should be higher, right? Zhang Sun inquired. Mr. Liu explained the relationship between the beast level and the recovery price in detail. During their conversation, an employee handed over a document and reported, the total value, after premium adjustment, for this batch of beasts is 35,684.4 Huayuan. Mr. Zhang, please review it. If everything is in order, we'll proceed with the transfer, Mr. Liu said, handing the document to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun carefully checked it and nodded. No problem, go ahead. Lastly, regarding the herbs, the ones you collected this time are all common herbs, with a total value of 632.6 Huayuan. Is there any issue with that? No issues, Zhang Sun replied, as these were casually gathered along the way and required little effort. That evening, at Zhang Sun's home, brothers, today was a battle well fought. We faced various challenges, but it was our first battle. With this experience, I'm confident we can achieve even greater success in the future. Cheers. Zhang Sun raised his glass. Cheers, everyone echoed. Now it's time to split the earnings. Zhang Sun's words instantly sparked excitement among the group. Captain Zhang, how much did we earn this time? Everyone eagerly asked. Zhang Sun broke down the income from 5 sources: guild task rewards, beast pearl exchange, beast blood for points, beast meat recovery, and herb recovery. In total, we earned 217.4 points and 59,391.4 Huayuan. Zhang Sun summarized excitedly. Wow, that's a lot. The group was astonished. With all our gear and the fuel costs, we only spent 9,460 Huayuan. That means we made nearly 50,000 Huayuan in just one day. Biaozi exclaimed excitedly. Everyone's realizing how easy it is to make money? Huh? We used to make less than 1,000 a month, and now in one day, we've surpassed several months' worth of income. He counted on his fingers. Plus, we haven't even used up the fuel in the car. We've got plenty of bullets left, and we haven't touched the armor and medical kits. The next trip out of the city will save us quite a bit. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Sun smiled and said, "Indeed, the real wealth lies beyond the city walls, though it is a bit more dangerous. There are no free lunches," old Zhang said slowly. "With danger comes opportunity. Rewards and risks always balance each other out." Zhang Sun clapped his hands and announced, "All right, let's begin distributing the money and points." At this, even the two elders in their 90s broke into smiles. With money and points, they could acquire more cultivation resources, with hopes of regaining youth and strength. The distribution plan had been prearranged, so it was executed swiftly. After the money was divided, Zhang Weiguo stood up and said, "I have something to say." "Great-grandfather, what would you like to say?" Zhang Sun asked curiously. Zhang Weiguo's expression was serious. "Victory is indeed gratifying, but we must develop the habit of debriefing after every battle. Let's discuss what we did well today and should continue, and what we didn't do well and how to improve. Only by doing this can we grow stronger and take the team further." Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Sun promptly said, "Great-grandfather is right. Let's start the debriefing meeting now." In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and the headquarters of the hunting guild was brightly lit. Feng inquired with concern about the reserves of the Foundation elixir. Chinamo reported, "We have nearly 30 billion portions, but 20 billion have already been taken by the military. The last batch of materials is almost depleted. We need more herbs to continue production." Feng nodded, knowing the military pays for them at an internal price of 90 Huayuan per portion. "How long can the remaining materials last?" Feng pressed. "At most, a day and a half," Chinamo replied honestly. Feng contemplated for a moment and decided, "I will provide another batch of materials tomorrow." He knew he needed to head back to the City of Trials to make another purchase. The meeting continued, and most questions and suggestions were addressed. Afterward, Feng went to the trial square, visiting for the third time in this life. Suddenly, a familiar chubby guy stopped him, greeting with a cheerful smile. "Hey, it's you, brother. What a coincidence, seeing you again." Feng responded with a smile. The chubby guy noticed the third-generation trial bracelet on Feng's wrist, surprised yet understanding, and suggested they exchange contact information. Feng agreed, thinking this acquaintance might come in handy later. The chubby guy introduced himself as Xinyuan Panshan, a name grander than his appearance. He complained about the scarcity of newcomers and their reluctance to spend money on guides, half-jokingly asking if Feng would consider his services. Feng responded warmly, "Sure, no need for discounts. It's fate that we meet. You're the first person I've met here. Let's be friends." This left Xinyuan Panshan momentarily stunned. Feng suggested they visit the exchange hall first, then have Xinyuan show him around. After exchanging over 2.8 billion black iron coins, Feng offered to treat Xinyuan to a meal. During their chat, Feng deliberately asked if Xinyuan was a native resident of the City of Trials. This question brought a moment of silence from Xinyuan, obviously touching on a sensitive topic. Feng feigned surprise, while Xinyuan candidly accepted it and began to share his story. Xinyuan explained that he was once a lucky individual from a civilization, invited to this place. Initially unaware of the civilization selection process, he indulged in enjoyment. By the time he realized, it was too late to change the doomed fate of his civilization. Afraid to die, he didn't dare to fight, and could only linger here. He earnestly advised Feng to take the civilization selection process seriously to avoid repeating his mistakes. Feng pretended to be unaware and asked for more details about the civilization selection. Xinyuan explained it as a survival of the fittest among countless civilizations in the universe, lasting 10 years. Seizing the opportunity could lead to a civilization's great leap forward, while failure would mean decline. Feng, shocked, asked for more details, but Xinyuan said he was just a failure and didn't know higher-level information. Feng sincerely thanked Xinyuan for sharing, expressing that it was crucial for him and his civilization. Xinyuan smiled in response, feeling relieved inside. He was betting on Feng's integrity. As someone with no home to return to, he relied on people like Feng to survive longer. Feng held Xuanyuan's arm, suggesting they continue their conversation as they walked. After walking a long distance and discussing numerous topics, Feng felt he had gained a lot, as he learned information he was previously unaware of. Feng and Xinyuan Panshan arrived at Immortal's Abode, a renowned restaurant in the First District. It was rumored to be backed by a powerful figure of immortal status, but what Feng was more interested in was the food, which was said to aid cultivation, though the prices were exorbitant. Fortunately, he had recently exchanged for a batch of fierce beast pearls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. After a few rounds of drinks, Feng suddenly set his glass down, his expression serious as he asked, Are the 5 grains pills and 5 beast pills really that miraculous? And are there actually machines available for sale that can produce them? Xian Yuan Pan Shan downed his drink and replied earnestly, why would I deceive you about such things? The City of Trials doesn't allow the sale of counterfeit goods, so the items are definitely genuine. As for the price, he shrugged. I'm not sure about their costs either. Su Feng was taken aback. In his previous life, he had never heard of such things. It seemed that the City of Trials truly had an endless array of rare treasures. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. Brother Xian Yuan, I want to open a store in the City of Trials, specializing in the unique products of our civilization. I sincerely invite you to be the store manager. I can offer you 1/10th of the store's revenue as compensation, with the same percentage as commission for any special items you procure. Xian Yuan Pan Shan visibly flinched, though he quickly masked it, but Su Feng noticed. He asked seriously, may I ask about your status within your civilization? I have the authority to mobilize the entire civilization's resources, Su Feng replied concisely and confidently. Xian Yuan Pan Shan's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Since Brother Su values me, I'll gladly work for you and your civilization. Consider me at your service, boss. They exchanged smiles, both understanding that this was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Su Feng continued, now, there are 2 tasks for you, Brother Xian Yuan. First, I need machines capable of producing the 5 grains pills and 5 beast pills. The more, the better, as long as the price is right. If we can acquire a production line, or even the related technology, that would be ideal. Most importantly, find out if there are any hidden drawbacks we are unaware of. Xian Yuan Pan Shan responded enthusiastically, no problem. To avoid any delays, I'll get on it right away. Second, find a suitable shop to rent. Since we're opening a store, having a location is essential. The monthly rent should be kept under 30 million black iron coins. Su Feng didn't specify any particular requirements for the shop's location, which served as a test for Xian Yuan Pan Shan. Xian Yuan Pan Shan confidently replied, a budget of 30 million is quite generous. It's enough to secure a shop with a decent location and size in the most bustling first district. Su Feng nodded slightly and raised his glass. That's good to hear. Thank you, Brother Xian Yuan. This drink is for you. Xian Yuan Pan Shan, evidently prepared and well-informed, clinked glasses with Su Feng, and they both drank heartily. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Xian Yuan Pan Shan took his leave to start working on the tasks Su Feng had assigned. Su Feng then returned to the trial hall and headed up to the second floor's trial mall. A stunning salesgirl immediately approached him. Welcome back, sir. It's good to see you again. After 2 transactions, they had become somewhat familiar with each other. Su Feng ventured. This is our 3rd meeting. It seems like fate. May I ask your name? The girl politely declined. I'm salesgirl number 8. The mall's policy doesn't allow us to share our names with customers. Number 8? What a coincidence. My lucky number is 8. Su Feng remarked in surprise. Seeing the girl's slight frown, he quickly raised his wrist and called out, Xiao Ba. At your service, master, responded his smart wristband. Su Feng chuckled wryly. See? The beautiful salesgirl smiled, realizing she had misunderstood him. It's funny how things in life can be so coincidental. What does the customer need to buy this time? The young salesgirl at counter number 8 quickly regained her professional smile. Su Feng glanced at the shelf and replied indifferently, element affinity detectors, mental strength detectors, and cultivation level detectors, 3,500 each. Also, prepare the materials listed here according to the proportions. He handed a piece of paper to the salesgirl. The girl took the list and quickly calculated. Each type of detector costs 20,000 black iron coins, totaling 2.1 billion. The materials are 12.3 billion, bringing the total to 14.4 billion black iron coins. Su Feng nodded. Add 200,000 premium body refinement pills and 10,000 top-grade Dragon Tiger pills. The pills come to 5 billion, making the grand total 19.4 billion black iron coins. The salesgirl announced the final amount. All right, let's settle the bill. Su Feng agreed and swiftly completed the payment. Just after exiting the trial hall, Xian Yuan Pan Shan urgently contacted him through the trial wristband. Su Feng frowned. What's so urgent? Boss, I managed to get in touch with the cardholder who owns the machines for producing Wugu pills and Wusho pills. However, she figured out that I'm not the decision maker and wants to speak with you directly. Su Feng pondered for a moment. Tell her to wait for me and send the address. Soon, Su Feng arrived at a private room on the 3rd floor of a modest tea house in the 9th district. Xian Yuan Pan Shan introduced him. Boss, this is Miss Gu Xinyue, the owner of the Wugu and Wusho pill production machines. Su Feng scrutinized the stunning woman across from him, thinking to himself, a real charmer. He smiled and asked, Miss Gu, Xinyue Tea House? Gu Xinyue stood up and gave a charming smile. Yes, this humble establishment is mine. Su Feng maintained his composure. I wonder what Miss Gu wishes to discuss with me. Gu Xinyue countered. I heard you're interested in purchasing my machines? Su Feng responded with a question. Are these pills really that miraculous? Any side effects? I've never heard of them before. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Xinyue's eyes, but she quickly replied, if there are side effects, there are only two. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh? First, the extraction requires a massive amount of energy, suitable only for civilizations with nuclear fusion technology. Seeing Su Feng remain unfazed, Gu Xinyue felt a bit disappointed, guessing that his civilization might have already mastered nuclear fusion. Xinyuan Panshan pressed on. Miss Gu, what is the second side effect? Gu Xinyue glanced at Su Feng, who remained expressionless, and continued speaking. As for the second side effect, it can only be taken once every 6 hours, with a maximum of 4 times a day. Is that really a side effect? In a way, yes. But for Su Feng and Huaxia, it's not a big deal at all. Even without these limitations, Huaxia couldn't produce them indefinitely due to a lack of materials. A glint of interest flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he probed further. Do you have a sample? I'd like to test it myself. With a generous gesture, Gu Xinyue revealed 2 pills in her palm, one jade green, the other blood red. She detailed the effects of the Wugu pill and the Wushou pill, hoping to strengthen her negotiating position. Su Feng merely nodded slightly. This aligned with what Xinyuan Panshan had described, which was also why he was eager for such a machine. The abundance of fierce beasts in Huaxia meant that not all their meat could be consumed, leading to significant waste. A single Wushou pill equated to 1,000 kilograms of beast meat, promising to greatly reduce training time. I've heard all this before, Su Feng said, cutting to the chase. I have one more question. Is your machine limited to first-grade spiritual plants and first-tier beasts, or can it handle higher-tier beasts? Gu Xinyue replied. At least second and third-tier beast meat can successfully be extracted into Wushou pills. I'm not sure about higher levels, as I've only managed to acquire 1,000 kilograms of second and third-tier beast meat for testing. A hint of regret crossed her face as she spoke. Su Feng was internally astonished. This exceeded his expectations. He got straight to the point. Miss Gu, let's not beat around the bush. You invited me here, clearly intending to sell. My presence shows my interest. Name your price. I'm not selling. Gu Xinyue's words came as a shock, leaving Su Feng visibly taken aback. Gu Xinyue could no longer conceal her ambition. It seems I was right. Su Feng showed no sign of remorse. Instead, a victorious smile appeared on his face. Gu Xinyue noticed this and frowned. Her tone icy. Mr. Su, since you're so skilled at reading minds, perhaps it's best if you leave. There's no need for us to continue this partnership. Su Feng remained unfazed, a gleam in his eyes as he continued. The Wugu pills and the 5 beast pills are indeed valuable, but for most cardholders, they're not essential. This is the city of trials, where all kinds of cultivation resources are plentiful. Only a certain type of person would truly desire these items. What kind of person? Gu Xinyue couldn't help but be drawn in and asked. Su Feng's lips curled slightly, secretly pleased. The fish had taken the bait. He explained slowly, someone who meets 3 conditions. First, they can mobilize the resources of an entire civilization, making them 1 in 10,000 on the first level of the City of Trials. Second, they hold a selfless, altruistic vision and are willing to put it into action. Only with widespread cultivation would there be a need for large quantities of Wugu pills and 5 beast pills, and only with scale can costs be reduced. Third, the civilization itself must be strong enough to obtain a substantial amount of beast meat. Su Feng's words pierced Gu Xinyue's heart like a sharp sword. She had to admit, he spoke the truth. 30% for me, 70 for you, no less, Gu Xinyue conceded, her tone carrying a hint of compromise. Su Feng's gaze was sharp, unyielding. I want the machines, even the production line. Gu Xinyue flatly refused. Absolutely not. Even if it takes 10 years to find a partner, I won't sell to you. It makes no substantial difference to me. After a back-and-forth exchange, they finally agreed on an 80-20 split. Su Feng cheerfully added, however, you can only partner with me. Gu Xinyue hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Pleasure doing business. Subsequently, they quickly signed a collaboration contract under the witness of the City of Trials. Once the contract was signed, Gu Xinyue relaxed and half-jokingly asked, why did you suddenly agree? If you pushed for a 90-10 split, I might have agreed. Su Feng teased, I told you, you'll soon see I'm actually an angel. I can't stand seeing girls upset, especially pretty ones like you. Gu Xinyue rolled her eyes, clearly not buying his nonsense. Su Feng dropped the playful tone and asked seriously, back to business. How much beast meat can you consume at once right now? Gu Xinyue truly couldn't adapt to Su Feng's pace at all. Frowning in thought, Gu Xinyue realized that this man, whom she had only met once, had already left a significant impression on her. Perhaps it was because she had shown her most vulnerable side in front of him. Su Feng seemed to read her mind and kindly warned, don't get curious about a man. It might be the beginning of falling for him. Gu Xinyue immediately shot back. A scary guy like you? No girl would like you, so don't worry. Su Feng was unfazed and instead inquired about her production capacity. Gu Xinyue replied that she could process 3 million kilograms of beast meat or spirit rice daily. Su Feng frowned slightly. That's too little. Nowhere near enough. Before Gu Xinyue could explain, he proactively offered support with 500 million black iron coins. Gu Xinyue was stunned by this enormous sum, but Su Feng emphasized it was to boost production capacity. After a moment of consideration, she agreed and promised to repay the debt. As their conversation concluded, Su Feng suggested they exchange contact information. Before parting, he earnestly reminded Gu Xinyue, remember, you are a card holder, and you should carry yourself as such. You are the most noble existence of your civilization, and everyone else should bow at your feet. Let go of some of your worries, and many of your problems might resolve themselves. Gu Xinyue paused, her expression shifting as if she were contemplating something. After a while, she seemed to reach a resolution, her demeanor relaxing, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Her gaze followed Su Feng's departing figure from the tea house, and a mix of emotions surged in her heart. Thank you, she murmured softly. Just as the words left her lips, Su Feng suddenly turned around, his eyes locking onto the window above. Startled, Gu Xinyue stepped back like a frightened rabbit, avoiding his gaze. Su Feng's lips curved into a slight smile as he muttered to himself, I wonder if I can cultivate a female emperor. What did you say, boss? Xian Yuan Panshan asked curiously. Nothing, let's go, Su Feng replied nonchalantly. Xian Yuan Panshan gave a thumbs up in admiration, saying, Boss, your strategy was truly impressive. Meanwhile, he silently reminded himself to be cautious, realizing that this young boss might have already seen through all his actions. Perhaps his proud plans merely coincided with the boss's needs. Inside the largest warehouse of the Hunters Guild in the capital, Su Feng waved his hand, and countless resources were neatly arranged. He pointed to 3 large boxes and instructed Jiang. Each of these contains 3,500 crystal balls for 3 types of detectors. For safety, contact 2 gang to use the floating island mothership to transport them to each city. Jiang expressed his gratitude with excitement. That's great. Thank you, President. With these detectors, the registration efficiency at the major hunting halls would greatly improve. Su Feng then directed Mo. The pile on the left is the 2nd generation Foundation Establishment elixir materials, and the right is the 3rd generation. Complete the cold extraction of the 2nd generation as soon as possible, primarily for the military and the guild. The 3rd generation follows the previous plan, allocated to the Security Department elites, the Imperial Guard, and the War God Corps. Mo breathed a sigh of relief and promised to complete the task promptly. At the temporary command center, Su Feng inquired about the first phase of the battle. Zhang Kai reported, the laser fighter squad has completed the extermination of flying beasts in the central and eastern states and is moving to the southeastern state. The fighter and drone squads are still in the southwestern state. We expect to complete the first phase in 3 to 4 days. Qin Han suggested starting the second phase in the southern state, but Su Feng decided to begin in the northeastern state. He explained, the floating island mothership can solve the timing issue. In 3 days, it will descend in the southern state to transport the laser fighter squad to the northeastern state, ensuring no delay for the next day's battle. Finally, Su Feng asked Dragon Corps Commander about the War God Corps' enhanced capabilities. I've acquired another batch of body tempering pills and Dragon Tiger pills, along with the 2nd and 3rd generation Foundation Establishment elixirs prepared for you. The War God Corps should have seen a significant power boost, right? General, thanks to the body refining pills you've provided, our legion now boasts over 6,000 warriors at the 10th level of the body refining stage, more than 80,000 at the 9th level, and the rest have all reached the 8th level. Long Zhanshan's face beamed with pride, his tone filled with confidence. Su Feng nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. He then asked, has anyone broken through the limit? His voice was filled with concern. Long Zhanshan's lips curled into a smile. Yes, counting myself, 3 of us have successfully broken through. Su Feng's eyes lit up, even more excited than Long Zhanshan. Great. Our Huaxia will soon have 3 more true war gods. He was well aware of the difficulty and significance of breaking through the limit. Su Feng immediately announced, from now on, all warriors who reach the breakthrough level can receive a supreme grade Dragon Tiger pill, a piece of dragon subduing incense, and a dragon blood fruit for free. He had always been generous with his people, especially these talents. Long Zhanshan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, General. Su Feng's tone shifted as he reminded. Although you've done well, you must continue to strive. In 4 or 5 days, you'll be deployed to the northeast state, and I hope you can advance further and return safely. Then, Su Feng turned to Zhang Kai. How are the international situations these days? Zhang Kai quickly reported 3 major updates. 1 island nation has perished globally, 7 island nations are on the brink of destruction, internal power struggle in Sam's country, and a suspected warrior above the 9th level of the body refining stage has emerged in Sam's country. Upon hearing the third update, Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Do we have any information on this person? Zhang Kai pulled up a photo, and Su Feng instantly recognized him. It's him, Fronte? Su Feng briefly explained Fronte's background and requested to watch his battle video. After watching, Su Feng commented, his cultivation is at the early to mid-9th level of the body refining stage, but his combat ability may not match even one of our ordinary warriors. Curious, the others inquired about the top 10 war gods of the previous era. Su Feng smiled slightly. The last era was the last era. While these individuals might rise again in this era, they can't compare with us here in Huaxia. The so-called top 10 war gods of the world list was compiled in the 6th year after the cataclysm. At that time, Su Feng had not yet received an invitation card to the trial city, and the list was primarily curated by the Western Alliance, with a hint of bias against China. Su Feng frowned slightly, recalling those events. At the time, at least 3 individuals from China had the prowess to make the list, but they were deliberately overlooked by the Western Alliance. It wasn't until he received the invitation to Trial City that China decisively withdrew from this superficial ranking. 2 words, not interested. Long Zhanshan snorted with a hint of pride in his voice. Qin Han shook his head and said, Commander Long, don't say that. Even now, your strength is second only to the chief commander. If there were another ranking of the top 10 war gods, you'd still be at the forefront. Su Feng smiled faintly and added, the Tyrant War God Front and the Shield War God James from Sam's country, and the Extreme Cold War God Latvisky from the Northern Bear, are the only ones worth mentioning. As for the other 6, they're just making up the numbers. Zhang Kai suggested enthusiastically, Chief Commander, should we create our own list of the top 10 war gods? Our planetary life detector is much more accurate than theirs. Su Feng paused briefly, then shook his head. A list of the top 10 war gods of China might be worth considering. He asked rhetorically, aren't the real top 10 war gods all in China? The group was momentarily stunned, then erupted into proud laughter. The notion that China's top 10 war gods were actually the world's top 10 war gods was a resounding slap in the face to the rest of the world. Su Feng then turned to inquire about the production capacity and development progress of the laser fighter jets from Qin Han. Qin Han provided a detailed update on the current status, and Su Feng instructed him to accelerate production as the future demand for laser fighter jets would be significant. Just as Su Feng was about to adjourn the meeting, the door to the command center was suddenly pushed open. A soldier hurried in with a grave expression and reported, Chief Commander, we have received urgent military intelligence from the Western State. A suspected purple gold beast king is gathering a large number of fierce beasts at the border, launching a beast tide, and under the guidance of the ASEAN military, part of the beast army is heading towards our military fortress. Su Feng's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately ordered the satellite images of the Western State to be displayed. The images showed that nearly 6 million fierce beasts were indeed amassed at the border with the ASEAN country, aggressively attacking ASEAN's military fortress. Su Feng fired off a series of questions. How many troops does ASEAN have deployed there? How long can they hold out? How were the beasts attracted? What methods is ASEAN using to guide the beasts to invade us? Soon, detailed intelligence came from the Western State. ASEAN had deployed 300,000 troops at the border, but they were estimated to hold out for no more than 3 days. More shockingly, a drone had captured an image of a heaven-reaching fruit tree. Su Feng's eyes narrowed. A heaven-reaching fruit tree? It shouldn't appear at this time. He immediately explained, this is a second-grade spiritual tree, and the heaven-reaching fruit is extremely beneficial during the second stage of the Qi and Blood realm, the meridian opening phase. It was supposed to appear next year. Its early emergence suggests a greater secret. The group finally understood why such a large number of fierce beasts and beast kings were attracted. After a moment of contemplation, Su Feng decisively announced, no, I must personally go to the Western State. Just as everyone was about to dissuade him, considering that Su Feng was the chief commander, and it was unwise for someone of his stature to venture into such a dangerous place, Su Feng had already made up his mind. He interrupted their attempts to persuade him and said with an unwavering tone, I've decided. Su Feng's eyes were filled with determination as he scanned the room, noticing the concern on everyone's faces. He added, don't worry. I've reached the midstage of Qi and Blood Realm's second level. There isn't a beast on Blue Star that can harm me. Despite his confident tone, Su Feng was well aware that the deep sea might already harbor second-tier, 4-star, or even higher-level beasts. It was like a hell mode down there. Fortunately, these deep-sea beasts wouldn't appear on land anytime soon. Turning to Commander Qin, Su Feng inquired, how many new laser fighters have been rolled out? We've just produced 150, and they were about to be sent to Nanzhou, Qin Han replied. No need to send them there, bring them directly to Shizhou with me. Also, transfer 850 more from Nanzhou, Su Feng ordered decisively. Yes, sir. Qin Han responded, a smile spreading across his face. Su Feng then addressed Regiment Leader Long, saying, "Temporarily allocate 10 battalions to accompany me." "Yes, sir." Regiment Leader Long saluted. "Prepare immediately, we're leaving right away," Su Feng urged impatiently, worried about missing something if they were delayed. He then instructed Jing Kai, "Contact the Shizhou Border Defense Forces immediately. Have them eliminate the ASEAN troops that have entered our territory and ensure we secure the Tongtian fruit. We can't let them ruin such a valuable resource." "I'll contact them right away," Zheng Kai acknowledged and left to carry out the orders. 2 hours later, 6 newly modified Silver-class floating island motherships, carrying 150 laser fighters and 100,000 War God troops, took off from the capital and headed straight for Shizhou. At Shizhou's Kunlun Fortress No. 1, a military stronghold near the ASEAN nation's border, covering nearly 6 square kilometers and housing 600,000 troops, it stood alongside Kunlun Fortresses No. 2 and 3 to guard the border against enemy forces and beasts. "General, we've detected 6 massive objects on the radar," reported the communication officer urgently. "They resemble floating island nests transformed from beast lairs, but they're airborne and rapidly approaching us. Should we engage?" General Yu Hai was momentarily taken aback. "They've arrived? I didn't expect the floating island motherships to travel so swiftly, crossing more than half of China from the capital in just over 6 hours. He quickly regained his composure and instructed, "Inform everyone not to engage. They're reinforcements sent by the capital, our own forces. Also, spread the word to prevent panic." As the 6 enormous floating islands approached the fortress, the soldiers inside were struck by the overwhelming visual and psychological impact. "So, this is a floating island mothership? It's incredible," one soldier marveled. "It's like a mobile military fortress. With these, we could go anywhere in the world," another soldier remarked, looking further ahead. At the command center of the fortress, Yu Hai warmly welcomed them. "Welcome, Chief Commander Su, to the front line. General Yu, you're a senior. No need for formalities with me. I still have much to learn from you," Su Feng responded modestly. After the pleasantries, Su Feng got straight to the point. "General Yu, I received news on the way here. Has the ASEAN unit that crossed the border been eliminated?" "Yes, it was just a 1,000-strong unit, and they've been completely wiped out," Yu Hai replied with a hint of satisfaction. "Were you able to seize the Tongtian fruit?" Su Feng inquired further. Yu Hai gestured, and someone presented a tray holding a vibrant green fruit with red veins, which Su Feng immediately recognized as the Tongtian fruit. "Please, Chief Commander, take it. It doesn't serve us any purpose," Yu Hai stated frankly. Su Feng pondered for a moment and then nodded. "I'll take the Tongtian fruit. This should enhance your fortress's capabilities," he said, offering 100,000 portions of third-generation foundation building elixir. "Thank you, Chief Commander." Yu Hai's eyes lit up, clearly recognizing the value of the elixir. "Now, tell me about the situation on the ASEAN side." Su Feng transitioned to the main topic. "Chief, it turns out the military competence of the ASEAN nation is even worse than we anticipated. Based on our latest reconnaissance, in about half a day, without further support, their 300,000 strong army will be finished." Yu Hai reported while analyzing. "Clearly, given the current situation, it's impossible for them to send reinforcements. We suspect that this border army of the ASEAN will attempt to break out soon." Su Feng frowned as he looked at the map and asked, "Break out? Where could they possibly break out to?" "I believe they'll try to break through into our territory," Yu Hai explained, pointing at the map. "The ASEAN army is surrounded by fierce beasts on all sides, especially towards their own country where the beasts are densest. The fewest beasts are on our side because we regularly clear them out. The pressure is also significant on the other 2 sides. Unless they can destroy the golden tier beast nests on those sides, crossing the rift is impossible. So breaking through towards us is their best option. It could divert the danger to us and allow them to escape the beasts and return home via another route." Zhang Kai interjected. "Aren't they afraid we'll wipe them out? They'd be caught between us and the beasts then." Yu Hai sneered. "They are afraid. But they have no other choice. They can only gamble that we won't attack them." Su Feng asked with concern, "Can our Kunlun fortress hold them off?" "We can," Yu Hai confidently replied. "Our ammunition reserves and advanced laser cannons are sufficient to handle the threat, though there will be significant casualties. But with the reinforcements brought by the chief, we fear neither these beasts nor the defeated ASEAN." At this moment, a soldier rushed in with a report. "The ASEAN border troops are breaking through in our direction." Su Feng nodded approvingly at Yu Hai. "General Yu, you're impressive. They indeed want to divert the danger as you predicted. If you were to command this battle, how would you handle it?" A cold glint flashed in Yu Hai's eyes. "Since they're invading, we have no reason to let them in. If they dare cross into our territory, we'll launch a saturation attack to force them back to fight the beasts. Although they're no match for the beasts, they can still unleash significant power when facing death, which will alleviate much of the pressure from the beasts for us. Once their battle is over, we can reap the benefits." Zhang Kai pressed. What if they insist on entering our territory? Then we'll annihilate them all, Yu Hai said with a murderous tone, causing Zhang Kai to involuntarily take a deep breath. Su Feng decisively ordered, "Let's do it." Yu Hai responded enthusiastically, "Yes, sir." With Su Feng's orders, he could finally unleash his full potential. On the border between China and ASEAN, General Single was in discussion with his staff. "We're approaching Chinese territory, and our relationship with them is delicate." The unit that lured the beasts earlier reported they are facing attacks from Chinese troops, indicating China is serious, the staff officer reminded. Single asked, "How far are the beasts behind us? How many men do we have left?" 3 kilometers. About 180,000 remain. How long can the rearguard hold them off? We've left 20,000 to intercept them, which should delay them for 2 to 3 hours, enough for us to cover some distance. Single made a swift decision. Send a fighter jet to the Chinese border city with a note stating we're merely passing through and mean no harm. Is that really feasible? The staff officer asked worriedly. We have no choice but to make it feasible, Single replied firmly. Inside Kunlun Fortress No. 1, the latest frontline updates arrived. General, ASEAN has dispatched a helicopter toward us, and their entire army has crossed the border, moving rapidly northwest. Yu Hai immediately ordered, "Shoot down that helicopter. If they dare cross the border, they should be prepared for an attack. Also, launch rockets to drive away the ASEAN vanguard." "Yes, sir." Zhang Kai was puzzled and asked, "Chief, why did General Yu order the helicopter to be shot down?" "It was clearly coming to negotiate or talk," Su Feng explained. "Precisely because we know they're coming to negotiate, we can't let them land safely. They are invaders now, and by shooting them down, even if the world returns to normal, they'll have no grounds to complain." Zhang Kai suddenly understood. "I see. General Yu is indeed cunning." Su Feng advised earnestly, "You're incredibly strong in the tech field, unmatched by most in China, but in politics and military matters, you're still a novice. Keep observing, listening, and learning." "Yes," Zhang Kai replied humbly. On the border, within Chinese territory, whoosh instantly, countless fiery streaks descended from the sky, catching the attention of the entire ASEAN border army. "Enemy attack. Intercept immediately." Single ordered at once. Boom! Despite their powerful anti-air defenses, they intercepted less than a tenth of the incoming projectiles. The rest fell amidst the ASEAN forces, creating massive explosions, thunderous booms, and shaking that could be heard clearly from Kunlun Fortress No. 1, kilometers away. Screams echoed everywhere. After the explosions, several drones appeared in front of the army, broadcasting a loud warning. "You have entered Chinese territory. The first strike is a warning. If you do not retreat beyond the border within 10 minutes, we will commence a second saturation attack." Damn it, they actually dared to attack us. Are they really willing to risk the relationship between our two countries and go to war? Single exclaimed in anger. Single clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. A nearby advisor hesitated, wanting to remind the general that times have changed and China is no longer afraid of them. However, he dared not voice this thought, fearing Single might shoot him on the spot. The advisor cautiously suggested, "General, the situation is dire. We should retreat. China's stance is firm. They will not allow us to cross their borders. If the roles were reversed, we wouldn't agree to them crossing into our territory either." Single gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Kunlun fortress. "Retreat to the west. Attack the Bafong," he ordered sternly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Just wait. I'll come back and won't spare you." With that, he decisively ordered the retreat. 10 minutes was hardly enough for a full retreat. Although the ASEAN army was withdrawing, China's second wave of attacks arrived as expected, prompting a sudden increase in the retreat's pace. On the ASEAN side of the border, the rearguard general looked bewildered. "General, why are you back again?" They had fought fiercely here, with their numbers dwindling from 20,000 to less than 5,000, preparing to retreat, only for Single to return with a large force, rendering their previous efforts meaningless. The advisor explained, "General Nero, the Chinese border forces have expelled us. Our plan to break through into China failed, so we must now break through towards Bafong." Nero looked at Single, clearly implying, "Now that we've done our part, shouldn't we retreat with the main forces?" However, it was evident that those left to cover the retreat were not Single's loyalists. Single coldly commanded, "General Nero, endure a bit longer. I'll give you another 20,000 men. Hold the line for 3 hours and then you can retreat." Nero jumped up in protest, "General, but holding back the beast army for 3 hours with 25,000 men? That's impossible." Previously, they had managed only an hour before losing 70% of their forces. Now, with the beast's numbers tripled, lasting even an hour seemed unlikely, practically a death sentence. Single fixed Nero with a threatening gaze. "No buts, I believe you can do it. After all, you are one of ASEAN's bravest warriors, aren't you?" Nero hesitated, then reluctantly agreed. Yes, but I hope the general leaves us plenty of ammunition. Single flashed a false smile. Very well, after 3 hours, you can retreat and join us. I'll leave you with enough ammunition for 40,000 men. Nero cursed inwardly. 3 hours to regroup? Only ghosts might manage that. At least Single wasn't entirely heartless, leaving extra ammunition since he did need Nero to hold the line a bit longer. Single continued his orders. Roy, take 30,000 men and lead the charge. Destroy all the beast nests along the way to clear a path for our forces. Yes, sir. At this moment, the advisor suddenly suggested, General, how about we get rid of that tree? From previous experiments, it seems the beasts are after it. Losing the entire army over a tree isn't worth it. Single snapped, don't mention that again. I know the beasts are after the tree, which means it must be extremely important, crucial to Asen's future. The advisor tried once more, but that's a matter for the future. We still don't understand what the tree really is. The fruit we tested only slightly boosts strength, and the effect is limited. Single cut him off coldly. Enough? Say one more word, and you'll stay behind to assist General Nero. The advisor immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. Single was also puzzled. If the beasts were so desperate for the tree, why were its effects so minimal? Report. The Asen army has breached the first rift's passage and destroyed a bronze-level beast fortress. They are about to attack the second rift's gold-level beast nest, a flying type. Once breached, only the third rift remains before they can enter Bafang territory, where a relatively safe area allows them to return to Asen through an alternate route. After the communications officer finished his report, he handed the complete intelligence to Yu Hai. Upon reading it, Yu Hai chuckled, displaying a look of mischievous amusement. Scanning the report, Yu Hai's lips curled into a playful smile. It took them nearly an hour to take down a land-based bronze-level beast nest, losing over 10,000 men in the process. Now, with a gold-level flying beast nest, this should be interesting. Su Feng's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement as he gestured. Bring out the food and drinks. Let's enjoy the show while we eat. Yu Hai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught on. Are these dishes made from Beast King's meat? Su Feng smiled invitingly. A rare delicacy. General Yu, please have a taste. Yu Hai's eyes lit up with delight, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. Then I humbly accept your offer. Inside the command center, an unusual scene unfolded. The high-ranking officials savored exquisite food and wine while watching the brutal battle of the A3 border army against the beast nest on the display screens, occasionally making comments. The atmosphere was strangely harmonious yet eerie. Meanwhile, at the second rift within A3's territory, the frontline troops suffered a devastating blow. This isn't good. They're all high-level flying beasts. General Luo E of the frontline was filled with terror. Call for fighter jet support. In the rear trenches, Nero received the report, his expression darkening. We can't continue. If we do, we'll face total annihilation. Contact the Central Army immediately for either retreat or reinforcements. Central Army Commander Single received simultaneous requests for help from both sides. Cursing them as useless, he forced himself to remain calm. He quickly redeployed forces, ordered fighter jets to support the front line, and commanded the main army to advance more rapidly. Inside the number 1 Kunlun fortress, Yu Hai observed Single's maneuvers and analyzed. This old guy hasn't lost his touch, but breaking through successfully won't be easy. Su Feng stood up and approached the virtual map, his gaze serious. There isn't just one gold-level flying beast nest here. There are others nearby. If the battle escalates, the pressure will increase. Coupled with ammunition shortages and poor road conditions, breaking through will be tough. Yu Hai nodded in agreement. Unless the beasts suddenly retreat, breaking through will be extremely difficult for them. At the second rift, the battle grew increasingly fierce. Fighter jets roared as they launched missiles, and ground forces gave their all in the attack. However, apart from the fighter jet strikes, other attacks were largely ineffective. Worse still, the commotion attracted even more beasts. Desertions began to occur within the army, and morale wavered. When Single learned of this, he was furious. These cowards, don't they realize that staying with the main force is their safest bet right now? With a prompt from his advisor, Single made a decisive call. Increase the intensity of our attacks to draw all the surrounding beasts here. We'll break through from another route. The advisor breathed a sigh of relief and praised. Brilliant decision, General. Though this decision might lead to more casualties, it could allow the main force to pass through. At this moment, everyone harbored only one thought: survival. Inside the number 1 Kunlun fortress, Yu Hai looked surprised. Huh? What are they planning to do? Why are they suddenly deploying such a strong firepower? Su Feng had a knowing look in his eyes. This Single is indeed quite capable. He's realized the threat posed by the snow sculpture beasts and is aware of other fierce beast nests nearby. So he's planning to draw them in with firepower, allowing them to pass through another route. Yu Hai asked, Commander, should we stop them? Su Feng replied thoughtfully, no rush. The beasts are not so easily shaken off, especially the Beast King, which hasn't even made a move yet. So the attention of the group returned to the screen. At the second fissure, the intense firepower from Aesen's forces inflicted heavy casualties on the snow sculpture beasts, but the beast nest had amassed a large number of them, causing significant losses to Aesen's army as well. At the first fissure defense point, Nero looked terrified. We can't hold on, call for air support, there are too many flying beasts. At this rate, we'll be wiped out in half an hour. The Central Command staff reported, General Nero has requested support, asking for air support. Otherwise they might not last half an hour. Single asked, how many troops do we have in the Central Command? Upon learning there were still 90,000, he ordered, send another 10,000 over. The remaining 80,000 will follow me to break through in the direction of Point 3, forcing the backup passage. As the army shifted, nearly 50,000 troops in total stayed behind to hold the line, with all air forces remaining as well. Single led the remaining 80,000 troops toward the nearest bronze-level beast nest. Soon, they destroyed the nest, cleared a second passage, and swiftly advanced toward the third void fissure. Inside the number 1 Kunlun military fortress, the communications officer reported, General, Aesen's army has passed through the third fissure and is heading rapidly towards the border of Ba. Su Feng instructed, Zheng Kai, check how many of them are left. Upon learning that 65,000 remained, Su Feng analyzed, not bad, better than expected. However, after so many high-intensity battles, their ammunition must be running low. How much longer can they hold out? Yu Hai asked, Commander, what's our next step? Su Feng replied, contact Ba, discuss with them, and if needed, we can offer assistance. Yu Hai smiled confidently, I think they will be very willing. The capital of our ironclad ally. Mr. President, we've received a communique from Huaxia, along with a video and some intelligence. Additionally, they have submitted a request. Here are the details of all the information. A trusted general quickly walked into President Han's office, clutching a document tightly. President Han looked up, frowning slightly, signaling for the report. Huaxia has sent us crucial intelligence, the trusted general said gravely. A force of 300,000 troops from Aesen near the Kunlun region has been surrounded by a massive beast army. They've broken through and entered our territory, but only 75,000 remain, with another 30,000 resisting in the rear. Their situation is dire. President Han's brow furrowed as he asked, what about Huaxia's request? They are asking for permission to bring troops into our territory to eliminate these remaining forces, the trusted general added. The president fell into deep thought. Huaxia had always been a reliable ally, especially valuable after the Great Catastrophe. Yet their eagerness was somewhat suspicious. Why are Aesen's forces being pursued by these beasts? Did Huaxia provide an explanation? President Han inquired. The trusted general shook his head. They didn't mention anything about that. There's always something unusual behind such events, President Han murmured. Then he decisively said, approve their request. Seeing the general's puzzled expression, the president explained, our military capabilities are limited. We can hardly control our borders. Refusing would only offend Huaxia, which is not worth the risk for an unknown concern. The general suddenly understood. Brilliant decision, Mr. President. This truly is our only option. Huaxia's request shows they've given us enough respect. Inform Huaxia that we agree, President Han said with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Let's hope they can deal with Aesen's remaining 70,000 troops effectively. Meanwhile, in the number 1 Kunlun military fortress, the Pakistani side has agreed to our request, the communications officer reported to Su Feng. Yu Hai immediately asked, General, should we proceed and take our troops into their territory? Su Feng responded with a question. What is the obstacle preventing millions of beasts from advancing? Yu Hai's eyes lit up. The 30,000 troops holding the line. He then expressed concern. But won't leading the beasts into Pakistan cause misunderstandings? Su Feng smirked. If the rear guard fails, what choice does Single have? He can either abandon the tree and flee or move quickly with it, Yu Hai analyzed. Given Single's nature, he'd likely choose the latter. Having paid such a price, he won't give up easily. Su Feng nodded. In that case, what is there to fear? As long as the tree isn't abandoned, the beasts will relentlessly pursue and eventually return to Aesen's territory. Yu Hai then asked, what if Single chooses the former? Then he's a wise man, Su Feng replied calmly. His troops survive, we get the tree, and we clear the beasts. It's simple. What if he destroys the tree? Yu Hai pressed. Su Feng chuckled. He wouldn't be that foolish. Destroying the tree means losing both it and the chance to escape the beasts. Only a fool would do that. Yu Hai realized the strategy and then asked, wait, General, should we proceed with taking our troops across the border? Su Feng confidently stated, yes, but I only need to bring the War God Legion. Yu Hai suggested, then let's provide long-range fire support, Su Feng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within Pakistani territory, Asen's forces had just passed through the Third Rift Passage. General, the beast attacks are intensifying. Nero's 30,000 troops might not hold for an hour, the adjutant said anxiously. We recommend abandoning that tree. Single asked in a deep voice. How far are we from our border? Approximately 6 kilometers at the closest point. Deploy aircraft to scout the route back to our country, Single ordered. Soon, the aircraft returned with grim news. General, there are rifts there as well with numerous beasts. It may be difficult to return, the adjutant reported. After a moment of contemplation, Single made a bold decision. Scout the situation within Pakistani territory. We will advance deeper into Pakistan. The adjutant was shocked. General, that's extremely dangerous. We're going deep into enemy territory. Single retorted. Do we have any other options? As the saying goes, desperate situations breed desperate measures. Furthermore, do not mention abandoning the sacred tree again. We've made great sacrifices for it. Back at the #1 Kunlun fortress, Huaxia was stunned. Interesting, they're not retreating to their country but advancing into the heart of Pakistan. They're trying to lead the beast army there. Su Feng frowned slightly. Indeed, it's a gambler's reckless move, beyond my expectations. Huaxia urgently asked, General, what should we do? Su Feng replied firmly, Pakistan is our friend. We must help them in times of trouble. Since they've taken such a bold step, we can't just stand by. Pakistan has agreed to let us pass through. So we'll move to decisively defeat these remaining forces. Outside Fortress #1 at Kunlun, 6 Silver-class floating island motherships paused briefly before advancing once more with their troops. The floating islands slowly ascended, casting massive shadows on the ground. General Zinjal stood on the command vehicle, frowning. Nero's side can't hold any longer. They're retreating here with over 4,000 men, the aide reported. Have them follow behind us, Zinjal ordered gravely. We'll keep moving forward. We're almost at the nearest city in Bafang. He silently prayed that the city of Bafang could hold off the beasts for a moment, but then realized a terrifying fact: the Beast King could rally more beasts to join. General, look up! A soldier suddenly shouted. Zinjal looked up to see several enormous figures hovering in the air. Destroy them, he ordered sharply. We only have 2 reconnaissance planes left, and few anti-air weapons, the aide said helplessly. Fire everything we've got, Zinjal roared. Before he finished speaking, hundreds of flames streaked across the sky, precisely striking the anti-air positions. Amidst the explosions, countless soldiers were swept away by the shockwave. Huaxia's firepower, the aide exclaimed. And to strike so precisely after the satellites were destroyed, that means... Zinjal gasped, realizing the situation was worse than he had imagined. Those enormous figures, they look like beast lairs, a bodyguard suddenly remarked. Zinjal suddenly understood. Huaxia has figured out how to maneuver floating islands. As he spoke, countless figures leapt down from the floating islands, landing lightly on the ground. Huaxia's elite forces. Zinjal gritted his teeth. Order Nero to lure the beasts here. I want this entire army wiped out. However, another volley of rockets whistled in. Morale collapsed, and large numbers of soldiers began to flee. Charge! Su Feng commanded, leading the War God Legion at the forefront. He then quietly infiltrated the enemy's central command. Trying to escape? Su Feng sneered as he appeared in the command post. With a sweep of his spear, Zinjal and his men were instantly killed. After capturing the Tongtian fruit tree, Su Feng quickly withdrew, ordering the complete annihilation of the remaining enemy forces. The battle ended within minutes. Commander, according to the planetary life detector, the scale of this beast army is still nearly 3 million. Initially, there were nearly 300,000, but now there are about 140,000 left. The rest have been eliminated by the Air Force, air defense units, and city defense troops of the Asen. Zhang Kai responded. Su Feng frowned slightly, noting the significant losses. He asked seriously, what price did the Asen pay? At least nearly 100,000 casualties, and the ammunition consumption is beyond measure, Zhang Kai added. Moreover, among the flying beasts, there is a particularly powerful Beast King. Su Feng's eyes sharpened, knowing the presence of the Beast King could change the course of the battle. He decisively commanded, relay orders to the Kunlun fortress. Have all laser fighters take off to engage, and other aircraft should join as well. Focus on that Beast King and attempt a decapitation strike if possible. Understood. In less than 20 minutes, the squadron reached the battlefield. The deputy commander observed for a moment and remarked, puzzled, Commander, these beasts don't seem to want to fight us. The commander sneered. Whether they want to or not, they have no choice. Use the onion peeling tactic, starting from the outer edges, and see how long they can hold out. Under the commander's direction, the fighter formation began striking the periphery of the beast army. Missiles roared, and lasers rained down. causing nearly 30,000 beasts to fall in no time. The Amethyst Elephant King bellowed, realizing the enemy's strength. It ordered the beasts to disperse and engage the enemy. Seeing this, the commander quickly adjusted the strategy. All units, ascend to maintain a superior distance for long-range attacks. The Kunlun Guard squad should focus on the Beast King, while other units fulfill their roles. As the air battle raged, Su Feng was not idle. He asked Zheng Kai, "How many flying beasts are still around the Amethyst Elephant King?" "About 5,000. "Good. Bring down all the anti-aircraft weapons and shoot those beasts down for me," Su Feng ordered. The drone swarm was the first to engage, drawing the Amethyst Elephant King's attention. Once the flying beasts were within range, laser cannons and anti-aircraft guns launched a saturation attack. By the time the Amethyst Elephant King realized what was happening, less than 100 beasts had managed to escape, leaving their air combat capabilities nearly wiped out. The Amethyst Elephant King let out a furious roar in the direction of Su Feng's forces. "Commander, it seems like the Amethyst Elephant King has spotted our position and is likely preparing to launch an attack on us." Zheng Kai frowned, expressing concern. "How's the Air Force battle going? When can we eliminate all the flying beasts?" Su Feng asked in a serious tone. Commander Tian quickly responded, "We've taken down over 70,000, with about 60,000 left. It'll take at least 2 more hours to completely clear them out." Zheng Kai added, "The efficiency of our hunt has indeed decreased. That Beast King is unusually cunning, and we haven't found an opportunity to take it down yet." Su Feng furrowed his brows and continued to ask, "How far are the flying beasts from here? If we need to provide support, how long would it take?" "The nearest ones are about 4 kilometers away, and it'll take a minute at the fastest," Zheng Kai replied swiftly. Su Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. "That's enough time." He decisively ordered, "Relay to Yuhai to carry out continuous saturation attacks on the beast army." Su Feng calculated in his mind. Flying beasts are the nemesis of missiles. Though they can be taken down, unknown consumption is not cost-effective. His plan was to first eliminate or distract the flying beasts, then use the rocket launcher's advantage in numbers to cover the ground beast army with firepower. Soon, countless rockets streaked through the sky, trailing flames. The Amethyst Elephant King, seeing this, immediately directed the remaining flying beasts to intercept and summon more to return for defense. Clearly, it understood the terrifying power of such firepower. Boom! Explosions like fireworks cleared the sky of flying beasts above the Amethyst Elephant King in an instant. The remaining rockets rained down on the ground beast horde, creating a scene of chaos and bloodshed. Despite having experienced bombardment before, the Amethyst Elephant King, now facing the might of Huaxia's firepower, showed a trace of human-like fear on its face. After 5 rounds of saturation attacks, Zheng Kai reported, "Commander, according to the detectors, there are fewer than 2 million beasts left. They've gotten smarter and started to disperse. Additionally, nearly 10,000 flying beasts have returned to defend. Continuing long-range attacks might not be worthwhile." Su Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. "The timing is perfect. Soldiers, follow me into battle." He led the charge against the beasts. The War God Legion, morale high, surged towards the enemy lines like a tidal wave. Machine guns and artillery roared constantly, delivering a blanket of firepower on the beast army. While ordinary rifles were only effective against low-level beasts, these were the most numerous. Combined with the War God Legion's extraordinary physical prowess, their use of these weapons was far more efficient than ordinary soldiers. Suddenly, Zheng Kai spoke with urgency. "Commander, the Amethyst Elephant King seems to be rallying more beasts. If we delay, we might get surrounded." Hearing this, Su Feng immediately halted, scanned his surroundings, and decisively changed tactics. "Zheng Kai, where's the Amethyst Elephant King located?" "At 2 o'clock, 18.2 kilometers away. Order the entire army to advance in that direction. Have Commander Tian send the Air Force back for support. If the flying beasts dare to gather, eliminate them mercilessly," Su Feng quickly commanded. "Also, stay in touch with Yuhai. Once the flying beasts are cleared, if any ground beasts gather, initiate saturation attacks immediately." "Yes, sir." Su Feng personally led the charge, and the War God Legion tore through the enemy ranks like tigers among sheep. On the ground, they slaughtered the beasts mercilessly, while in the sky, the Air Force swiftly crushed the returning flying beasts. Soon after, Zheng Kai brought good news. "Commander, the Kunlun Guardian Squad has eliminated the Flying Beast King. Commander Tian reports that the remaining flying beasts will be dealt with in a quarter of an hour." A victorious smile spread across Su Feng's face. "That's excellent. Without the flying beasts, the remaining ones were as good as defenseless." At that moment, Shuehui reported, "Commander, the soldiers are running low on ammunition." Su Feng nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Zheng Kai. "How far are we from the Amethyst Elephant King?" 7.3 kilometers. "It's retreating. Also, General Yu is about to conduct a saturation strike on its position. Given our abilities, I recommend staying at least 5 kilometers away. Su Feng made a quick decision. Advance 2 more kilometers, then hold. After the saturation strike, we'll go for the Amethyst Elephant King's head. As he finished speaking, countless rockets were already whistling through the distance. Get down. Boom. Fireworks burst like a chain of explosions across the land, sending waves of blood skyward amidst the ceaseless cries of agony. At Su Feng's command, the War God Legion surged forward like a tidal wave. Amidst the gunfire, the bodies of fierce beasts littered the ground. When ammunition ran out, the soldiers drew their tang swords and engaged in close combat with the beasts. Zhang Kai urgently reported the Beast King's approach. With a gaze as sharp as lightning, Su Feng spotted a 3-headed serpent king charging toward them. Without hesitation, he raised his spear to meet it. The coiled dragon's spear struck like lightning, slicing the serpent king in two. With a swift return strike, the 3 heads were skewered like candied fruit on a stick. With 2 swift moves, the Beast King was slain, boosting the army's morale. The soldiers shouted triumphantly, "Victory!" while chaos erupted in the ranks of the beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Su Feng led his troops straight into the enemy formation. Soon, they reached the Amethyst Elephant King's position. After Zhang Kai briefed him on the situation, Su Feng showed no fear and ordered the Air Force to keep watch while he led the charge himself. Unexpectedly, the Amethyst Elephant King turned and fled. Infuriated, Su Feng cursed its lack of honor. He quickly passed command to Huaxia and pursued the Elephant King with his spear in hand. After a 5-kilometer chase, Su Feng finally caught up with the Amethyst Elephant King at a beast lair. Fighter jets roared in, clearing the area of obstacles. Seeing the situation, the Amethyst Elephant King surprisingly pleaded for mercy. Su Feng sneered, stating that beasts and humans were destined to be adversaries. Despite the Elephant King's repeated assurances of no retaliation, Su Feng remained unmoved. In the end, the Amethyst Elephant King sighed, saying, "You've already conquered another amethyst-level beast lair, making you the luckiest being in this civilization. Falling to you is no disgrace. So, what do you want to know?" The Amethyst Elephant King suddenly inquired. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "I'm here to kill you," Su Feng said with a slight smile. The Amethyst Elephant King squinted its eyes and replied in a deep voice, "Heh, kill me? You wouldn't bother with so much chatter, nor would you reveal secrets about the trial city unless you have another motive." A hint of admiration flashed in Su Feng's eyes. "As expected of an amethyst-level beast king, you're smart. I enjoy dealing with intelligent beings, or rather, intelligent beasts." The Amethyst Elephant King felt a pang of anxiety but maintained a calm facade. "Thank you for the compliment. As long as I can keep my life, I'll tell you anything you want to know." "Anything?" Su Feng's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his eyes glinting with cunning. The Amethyst Elephant King tensed, sensing trouble. But with no turning back, it nodded with forced composure. "Anything." Su Feng went straight to the point. "All right, then tell me, where do you beasts come from? And how did you learn about the existence of the trial city?" The Amethyst Elephant King fell silent, unable to answer. After a long pause, it chuckled wryly. "All right, I admit I was boasting. I can't answer those questions. The rules forbid it. If I speak, I'll die instantly, and you won't hear a thing." Unperturbed, Su Feng pulled out a golden piece of paper. "In that case, let's discuss something else. This is a soul contract." The Amethyst Elephant King bristled instantly. "Don't even think about it. Our Amethyst Elephant King clan has its pride. I'd rather die than be enslaved. Besides, the civilization selection rules don't allow you to directly tame us as battle pets. Are you challenging the rules?" Faced with the threat, Su Feng merely chuckled. "Relax, it's just a cooperation contract, not a slavery one. And it's only for a short term of 2 years. Do you think I can buy a slavery contract in the trial city right now?" The Amethyst Elephant King was taken aback, inwardly cursing its own foolishness. It remained silent for a while, its gaze shifting between Su Feng and the fighter jets circling above, eventually deciding to compromise. "What kind of cooperation are you proposing?" Su Feng couldn't help but smile at the creature's reluctant expression. "Don't look so wronged, like I've done something terrible to you. As you said, you're not targeting us specifically, and we're not targeting you. We don't hold a significant grudge since the beasts we've killed aren't from your clan. You wouldn't mourn their deaths, would you?" The Amethyst Elephant King's emotions were mixed. It did harbor resentment towards the humans, but mostly for pride's sake, not for the fallen lesser beasts. Su Feng continued, "Rest assured, in a cooperation, you won't suffer losses. You'll gain 3 benefits." "What 3? The Amethyst Elephant King couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. "First, naturally, I won't kill you. That's a significant favor, isn't it?" Su Feng chuckled. The Amethyst Elephant King nodded, though its expression showed skepticism. "Second, I can't provide you with advanced resources ahead of time, making you the strongest beast king on this planet. This offer made the Amethyst Elephant King's eyes light up with delight. And the third? It asked eagerly. Su Feng confidently stated, third, I can give you a dragon blood fruit. You know I have it, and I'm the only one who can offer it to you. Hissed, the Amethyst Elephant King gasped, causing the surrounding trees to shake violently. The dragon blood fruit was a sacred item to the Amethyst Dragon King clan, capable of refining bloodlines and enhancing talents, invaluable to them. Swayed by the offer, the Amethyst Elephant King finally let down its guard. What do you want me to do? After all, this human seemed to understand it too well, and was offering far too much for it to refuse. Su Feng's gaze was sharp as he stared directly into the flickering eyes of the Amethyst Elephant King and said, first, I need a divine elephant Bodhi. The Amethyst Elephant King's ears twitched slightly, clearly not expecting Su Feng to make such a demand. The divine elephant Bodhi, like the dragon blood fruit, was a sacred item. It could not only enhance the bloodline of the Amethyst Dragon clan, but also grant Su Feng the power of the divine elephant. Su Feng thought to himself that he had already consumed the dragon blood fruit, and acquiring the divine elephant Bodhi would allow him to combine the might of the dragon and the elephant. This would perfectly complement his cultivation of the dragon elephant heaven-suppressing art. Although its current utility was unknown, he had a premonition that it would lay an unparalleled foundation for the future. Typically, there are only two ways to obtain a divine elephant Bodhi. One is to destroy an Amethyst-level beast lair within the borders of Asen, which only offers a certain probability and would result in the loss of future opportunities to acquire Amethyst-level battle pet eggs. The other is to purchase it in the City of Trials, but such rare items are extremely difficult to find on the first level unless encountered at an auction. At this moment, Su Feng had a third unconventional approach, persuading the Amethyst Elephant King to embezzle it. The Amethyst Elephant King shook his head repeatedly, its large ears flapping against its cheeks as it exclaimed, impossible, that's a sacred relic of my clan. Su Feng's expression darkened, his tone indifferent. Then forget it, I'll just kill you. The Amethyst Elephant King was taken aback, not expecting this human to play by such unorthodox rules. It hesitated for a moment, muttering under its breath, it's not impossible. A gleam flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he pressed, so it is possible? The Amethyst Elephant King remained silent, and this tacit agreement spoke louder than words. Secondly, I need the beast orbs and blood crystal stones. You can exchange resources with me for these items. Su Feng laid out several conditions. Although the Amethyst Elephant King was reluctant, it had no choice but to agree. It consented to exchange beast orbs and blood crystal stones with Su Feng for resources and promised to forbid its subordinate beasts from entering the Huaxia territory for a year. Su Feng also requested information about the special products within its territory. When signing the contract, Su Feng pricked his finger to drop blood onto the contract, and the Amethyst Elephant King reluctantly did the same. A flash of golden light from the contract entered their foreheads. This contract not only allowed them to communicate over long distances, but also restricted the Amethyst Elephant King from betraying Su Feng. Before leaving, Su Feng inquired about the Tongtian fruit tree. Though the Amethyst Elephant King was unwilling to divulge much, it was compelled by the contract to reveal that a medium-grade blood crystal stone vein had been discovered there. Su Feng was taken aback, as this was an immensely valuable resource. To learn the exact location, Su Feng promised to give a dragon blood fruit as a reward. The Amethyst Elephant King, though feeling it was a stingy offer, had no choice but to accept. Eventually, it instructed Su Feng's aircraft to follow it to the location of the vein. Upon Su Feng's return, Zhang Kai asked with concern about the situation. Su Feng didn't elaborate much, only inquiring about the battle's progress. Commander Huaxia is leading our troops against the fierce beast army, with the Air Force assisting from above. Our battle is going smoothly. However, it seems the fierce beasts have scattered, likely because the Amethyst Elephant King has relinquished control over them, Zhang Kai responded. Su Feng nodded slightly, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. After pondering briefly, he decisively ordered, relay to Huaxia to immediately clean up the battlefield and transport the spoils to the floating island. We will return to Kunlun Fortress No. 1 immediately. He paused and added, also, inform Commander Tian and General Yu to have the supporting laser fighter jet units return to Nanzhou as soon as possible to complete their previous assignments. Understood, Zhang Kai replied and quickly arranged to send out the orders. Shortly after, the floating island mothership descended 26.3 kilometers southwest of Kunlun Fortress No. 1. Su Feng surveyed the terrain below and decisively commanded, lower the altitude and assist with transporting excavation machinery to the ground using transport aircraft. Zhang Kai asked curiously, Commander, why are we here? Shouldn't we clear out the beasts on the ground first? Su Feng smiled slightly, use the planetary life detector. Are there any beasts down there? Zhang Kai was taken aback, then checked the control screen. He was surprised, huh? Strange, there are cracks and beast nests here, but no beasts. They've naturally been called away by the Amethyst Elephant King, Su Feng said calmly, though there was a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. Zhang Kai looked at him with admiration. Commander, you're impressive, being able to command the Amethyst Elephant King. Su Feng snorted. Enough flattery, get to work. He surveyed the surroundings and said sternly, everyone, start digging. There's a large amount of blood crystal stone below. Dig it all out. Blood crystal stone? Zhang Kai was shocked into silence. He finally understood why Su Feng had left the capital to personally oversee operations here. There was a blood crystal stone vein. Zhang Kai asked cautiously, Commander, is this one much larger than the one at Red Phoenix Cave? Su Feng gave him an inscrutable look and said, larger than you can imagine. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Feng focused on 3 things. First, cultivation. He used the top-grade blood-nourishing pill to advance his cultivation to the early stage of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. He could advance further, but he needed time to clear the pill toxins within him to avoid compromising his future potential. Second, practicing the first move of the Galaxy Spear technique, 10,000 pounds. He specifically challenged golden-level beast nests, gaining insight through life-and-death experiences, ultimately simplifying the 27 moves to 25, enhancing its power. Third, receiving reports from Zheng Kai, including the excavation progress of the blood crystal stone vein, the development of the hunting guild, and the status of the Nanzhou battles. That evening, Su Feng was listening to Zheng Kai's report. Commander, the first phase of the battle in Nanzhou has concluded, Zheng Kai said gravely. Nationwide, nests of flying beasts of bronze, silver, and gold levels, as well as toxic and other hard-to-handle beasts, have all been destroyed. The number of destroyed nests in each category is about 22 to 24 of their total. He paused and continued, additionally, there are still rogue beasts nationwide. Over 2,000 of first-tier 10-star related categories, approximately 15,000 of first-tier 7 to 9 stars, and about 70,000 of first-tier 4 to 6 stars. All beast kings have been eliminated. We've deployed 7 Southern Dipper satellites to search for these beasts nationwide, and we believe these wild threats will soon be eradicated. Su Feng nodded slightly, satisfied with the progress. It seems the first phase of the battle is essentially over. Without beast nests, these creatures will eventually perish, posing no significant threat to China. Yes, Zhang Kai confirmed. Su Feng decisively ordered, instruct the Nanzhou Air Force to board the floating island mothership overnight and head to the northeast state. Pilots can rest on the island and commence the second phase of operations upon arrival tomorrow. Understood. Zhang Kai was about to report on the guild situation when Su Feng raised a hand to interrupt him. We'll discuss that later. You may leave now. Though puzzled, Zhang Kai did not dare to defy and respectfully withdrew. Su Feng frowned slightly and spoke. Share your location with me now. It turned out the Amethyst Elephant King had just contacted him through their contract, bringing both good and bad news. The good news was that it had managed to steal a sacred elephant bodhi. The bad news was that it had been discovered by its kin and was now being pursued. Su Feng had been waiting for this opportunity, and now he had to act immediately to rescue this ally who had betrayed its clan. In the territory of India, over the Ganges River, the passage of the amethyst-grade beast nest connected the banks. As is known, the upstream of the Ganges is the Yarlung Tsangpo River within China's borders. At this moment, the Amethyst Elephant King was moving upstream along the river, while Su Feng piloted the floating island mothership to intercept it. Along a stretch of the Ganges, the Amethyst Elephant King shouted as it fled, "We're all kin. Why push me to the brink? It's just one sacred elephant bodhi. I promised to return it with a dragon blood fruit. Can't you listen?" The pursuers yelled back angrily. "Lies. Dragon blood fruits are rare. You clearly conspired with the Amethyst Dragon King clan. I always knew you were a traitor, and you've proven me right." The Amethyst Elephant King cursed inwardly. Damn it. At that moment, Su Feng suddenly appeared, teasing, "Hey, little elephant, we meet again. Why is it that every time you're running for your life?" Little elephant? The Amethyst Elephant King was furious. "You're the little elephant. Your whole family is little elephants." It was a king, a beast king, and an amethyst-grade king of kings. Ignoring its complaints, it quickly hid behind Su Feng. "No time for jokes, save me. One more moment and I'm done for." The scene was quite comical. A nearly 10-meter-tall beast hiding behind a human barely over a meter tall, looking utterly terrified. Su Feng looked at his ally, speechlessly. "You're an amethyst-grade beast king. Aren't you being a bit cowardly?" But recalling its past behavior, he found it understandable. Leading a massive army in pursuit of Asen's remnants, chasing them so far was mainly because they were always hiding at the back, heavily guarded by high-level fierce beasts. Otherwise, Asen's army probably wouldn't have even reached the borders of China and would have been completely annihilated. Upon hearing this, The Amethyst Elephant King was displeased, a flicker of anger crossing its eyes. It retorted in a deep voice, "They are my kin. I simply don't want to fight among ourselves." However, it's secretly calculated. Onion might be manageable, but with 5 against 1, only a fool would fight. At that moment, 5 Amethyst Elephant Kings suddenly appeared, surrounding Su Feng and his companions. The leading Amethyst Elephant King, with eyes like daggers, pointed directly at Xiang Wuxin. "Xiang Wuxin, you have indeed betrayed the Amethyst Elephant King clan. I thought you were colluding with the Amethyst Dragon King clan, but I didn't expect it was just with these lowly humans. You've brought shame upon our clan." Su Feng raised an eyebrow, half jokingly, half surprised. "So your name is Xiang Wuxin? I didn't know fierce beasts had names." He pondered this revelation, realizing he hadn't heard of such things in his past life. Moreover, the phrase, "humans of a lower civilization," carried significant implications. Ignoring Su Feng, Xiang Wuxin turned to the 5 Amethyst Elephant Kings, his voice trembling slightly. "Don't push me too far." The leading Amethyst Elephant King snorted disdainfully. "I always thought you were just cowardly, but I didn't expect you to be so degraded. Today, I'll rid our clan of this disgrace." These words stung Xiang Wuxin's pride, prompting him to defend himself urgently. "Who says I've fallen? Don't underestimate me. Let me tell you, this human holds a card from the City of Trials. Do you know what that means? So, collaborating with him is nothing to be ashamed of." As soon as he said this, he regretted it. What? He's a card holder? The 5 Amethyst Elephant Kings became tense upon hearing this. Su Feng frowned, punching Xiang Wuxin away with a cold voice. "I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. I don't like being used. This is the first and last time. Next time, I'll kill you without hesitation." Xiang Wuxin shivered in response, ununderstood. Su Feng's sudden coldness terrified him. It was a side no one had ever seen. Seeing this, the leading Amethyst Elephant King immediately shouted, "Kill him together, or he'll become a threat to our clan." Attack! The 5 Amethyst Elephant Kings launched an assault on Su Feng simultaneously. Su Feng showed no fear, instead revealing a cold smile. Perfect timing. With those words, a coiling dragon spear appeared in his hand. 10,000 pounds, he shouted, unleashing a powerful strike that blew up a third of one Amethyst Elephant King's body. Seeing things going badly, the remaining 4 Amethyst Elephant Kings scattered to flee. Su Feng sneered. "Trying to escape? Dream on. Die." He quickly contacted Zhang Kai to mobilize the Southern Dipper satellite to pursue the remaining Amethyst Elephant Kings. Within 10 seconds, Su Feng had killed 3. The last Amethyst Elephant King, seeing no hope of escape, pleaded, "Human, becoming a cardholder of the City of Trials in such a short time means your potential is limitless. If you spare me, I can cooperate with you. My status in the clan surpasses that coward Xiang Wuxin's, which would be beneficial for both of us." Hearing this, Xiang Wuxin became anxious. "Su Feng, don't listen to him. He's very cunning." Unmoved, Su Feng retorted, "Are you afraid of death too?" The Amethyst Elephant King replied proudly, "Of course not. Our clan has its pride." Su Feng pointed at Xiang Wuxin. "What about him? He's an exception, a disgrace to our clan." The Amethyst Elephant King said openly, showing disdain for Xiang Wuxin. Furious, Xiang Wuxin's eyes flashed with madness. Suddenly, Su Feng spoke, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Fight it out. The survivor gets to cooperate with me." This suggestion sent chills down both Amethyst Elephant King's spines. "Su Feng," Xiang Wuxin exclaimed. Unfazed, Su Feng replied, "If you want to live, kill him." The 2 Amethyst Elephant Kings immediately began to battle, fighting for over 10 minutes. Just as Xiang Wuxin was about to be defeated, Su Feng intervened, punching the other Amethyst Elephant King away. Why the Amethyst Elephant King didn't finish its sentence before dying. Xiang Wuxin was stunned. "Why?" Su Feng coldly explained. "First, you're already my collaborator, so naturally, I won't watch you get killed. Second, this is a lesson for you. I don't want more people or beasts knowing about my cardholder status in the City of Trials. Don't play games with me. I think you'll find you're no match for me." Xiang Wuxin was speechless, both fearing and appreciating Su Feng's tactics. It realized it could no longer return to its clan. Su Feng was its only support now. Su Feng continued, "You can owe me for the Beast King orbs from these 5 Amethyst Elephant Kings. You'll need to pay it back with 10 million fierce beast orbs later, agreed?" Knowing it was at a disadvantage, Xiang Wuxin still agreed. "You're making a huge profit, but thank you. The reason is simple. With these 5 Amethyst Beast King pearls, it can break through to the second tier. Even if it had 10 million ordinary beast pearls, they would be of limited use to it." Su Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. He knew he had found Xiang Wuxin's weak spot, and it was time to dangle a bigger bait. "Little Wuxin, I've got a surefire deal for you. Want in?" Su Feng's tone was casual, as if discussing something trivial. Hearing this, Xiang Wuxin bristled. It raised its head sharply, a flash of anger in its eyes. My name is Xiang Wuxin, not Little Wuxin. And who's small? I'm much bigger than you. Despite the bravado, Xiang Wuxin instinctively took a half-step back, clearly wary of Su Feng. Su Feng remained unfazed and pressed on. So, do you want in on this deal? Xiang Wuxin hesitated for a moment, curiosity eventually overcoming caution. Tell me more. A cunning gleam flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he slowly revealed his plan. At the rate of one amethyst beast king emerging every 3 days from the lair, I've already taken down 5. Including you, that's only 6. There should be a few more left in your lair, right? How about luring them out, and I'll help you deal with them. That way, you'll be the top beast in that lair. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wuxin gasped, a hint of fear in its eyes. This human, don't push it. Those are my kin. Su Feng shrugged it off and pointed at the nearby corpse of the amethyst elephant king. Wasn't that one of your kin too? Xiang Wuxin rolled its eyes. You were the one who killed it. Seeing Xiang Wuxin's firm stance, Su Feng didn't press the matter. He spoke with a calm tone. If you're not interested, that's fine. The offer stands indefinitely. If you ever change your mind, you can reach out to me. With that, Su Feng changed the subject. By the way, hand over the divine elephant Bodhi. Reluctantly, Xiang Wuxin snorted and tossed the fist-sized divine elephant Bodhi to Su Feng. Su Feng caught the divine elephant Bodhi and turned aboard the floating island mothership. Before leaving, he looked back at Xiang Wuxin and said, Take care, work hard, and you can become the most powerful beast king on Blue Star. Watching Su Feng's departing figure, Xiang Wuxin let out a long breath and excitedly roared, Finally, that damn human is gone. This place is now my territory. Su Feng boarded the floating island mothership and left. Of course, we need to provide some resources to the Amethyst Elephant King as part of the deal. Su Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his confidence in doing business with the Beast King was evident. He briefly instructed Luo Jiotian to assign people for the handover, inventory, and transportation of goods, emphasizing that the price could be negotiated directly with Xiang Wuxin through the cooperation contract. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiotian couldn't help but take a deep breath. His eyes sparkled with admiration, and he couldn't resist praising, President, you're truly amazing. You can actually do business with the Beast King? Su Feng smiled faintly and reminded, Enough flattery. Get this arranged as soon as possible. I'll arrange it right away, Luo Jiotian replied seriously, immediately regaining his composure. He was always diligent and responsible in his work. The scene shifted to Mingyue Villa, where Su Feng had returned. Wang Hao greeted Su Feng as soon as he arrived. Su Feng, you're back. Why did your trip to the Western State take so many days? Su Feng smiled slightly. It's a long story. I'll invite you for a drink in a couple of days and tell you all about it. He then inquired, How's the formation of the personal guard going? Dragon John didn't give you a hard time, did he? Wang Hao's expression brightened as he reported, Commander Long was very supportive and even recommended some talents. The personal guard has been formed, totaling 200 people. They all have high potential, with cultivation levels in the late stage of the 10th layer of body refining, and 7 have successfully broken through the limit. Su Feng nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. I'll remember this favor. Su Feng reminded, these elite guards are exceptionally talented. They should not rush to break through their levels. Instead, they should suppress their cultivation as much as possible and strive to surpass their limits. I will ensure they have all the resources they need for their training. Wang Hao nodded in agreement, fully aware of the potential these guards held. Su Feng then produced 400 kilograms of purple crystal elephant king meat, a rare delicacy on Blue Star. Let everyone have a taste. It's not often one can enjoy both dragon meat and purple crystal elephant king meat, Su Feng generously remarked. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, but he couldn't help but show a hint of greed. Isn't 400 kilograms a bit too little? Su Feng shot him a glance. Don't get any ideas? This is for the warriors. You can take 50 kilograms home for yourself later. Wang Hao chuckled, satisfied with the arrangement. Following that, Su Feng brought out 1,000 portions of specially made 3rd generation 3A-grade foundation building elixir. He thoroughly explained the elixir's production process and benefits, mentioning that he still had 5,000 portions left. Wang Hao was thrilled but then considered his own cultivation level and couldn't help asking, Is there any chance for me to surpass my limits? Su Feng shook his head with a sigh. It's nearly impossible unless you face life-and-death situations like the Arctic War God. Wang Hao paused for a moment before smiling and abandoning the idea. In that case, I'd rather spend more time with you. Su Feng playfully punched him, laughing. Enough with the sentimentality. I'm already at the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm and about to enter seclusion. You better keep up. Afterward, Su Feng retreated to his training chamber and consumed the divine elephant Bodhi. He felt the changes in his Qi and Blood, with a dragon and an elephant resonating within him. However, just as he was basking in the joy, he suddenly realized his cultivation level was regressing. Boom! The power of his chi and blood shimmered with a faint golden hue, and his cultivation regressed to the peak of the first level of the chi and blood realm. Even so, it seemed like it wasn't stopping there. At the peak of the first level of the chi and blood realm, in the early stage of the first level of the chi and blood realm, Su Feng was utterly bewildered, realizing he couldn't control the regression of his cultivation level. Just as he worried about falling back to the body-tempering realm, a violent tremor suddenly surged from deep within his soul, spreading throughout his body. It felt as if an invisible force was purging impurities and unlocking some kind of restriction. This sensation was indescribable, something that could only be intuitively understood. When the regression finally stopped, Su Feng was astonished to find he had indeed fallen back to the body-tempering realm. His body was devoid of any chi and blood power. He was about to curse aloud when he noticed something unusual. His strength seemed to have increased. Clenching his fist, Su Feng felt as if a raging beast was hidden within him. He immediately asked Xiaoba about his physical condition. Xiaoba responded, "Master's body is very healthy and, by a stroke of luck, has surpassed its limits, greatly enhancing its potential." Surpassed its limits? Su Feng was confused, having never heard of such a thing in his past life or this one. Upon further questioning, Xiaoba explained that the limit for the body-tempering realm was 9,999 kilograms, and surpassing this limit was akin to reaching a level that only 1 in a billion could achieve. Filled with a mix of surprise and joy, Su Feng quickly inquired about his current strength. Upon hearing the number 50,000 kilograms, he couldn't help but gasp. This far exceeded the 40,000 kilograms of the third level of the Qi and Blood realm at its peak. Concerned that breaking through the Qi and Blood realm again might become more difficult, Su Feng sought Xiaoba's advice once more. Unexpectedly, Xiaoba suggested he immediately try circulating his energy. As soon as he did, Su Feng felt a sense of clarity. The lost Qi and blood power instantly regenerated, changing from colorless to a pale purple, with a noticeable increase in quality. He was shocked to realize not only had he become stronger, but his cultivation speed and talent had also significantly improved. Reflecting deeply, Su Feng attributed all these changes to the perfect combination of the dragon blood fruit, divine elephant Bodhi, and dragon elephant suppressing heaven technique. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate, even jokingly wondering if he had become fate's chosen one. After calming down, Su Feng decided to continue experimenting with the blood-generating pill. Under Xiaoba's supervision, he began consuming the top-grade blood-generating pills. As the pills dissolved in his stomach, their potent effects quickly spread, and the qi and blood power provided by his heart became even more abundant. After consuming 17 pills consecutively, Su Feng found not only had his talent increased, but his blood vessels and meridians had also expanded, requiring more pills to break through. He wasn't worried. Instead, he believed this would deepen his foundation and enhance his future potential. Thus, Su Feng plunged into intense cultivation, rapidly restoring his cultivation level. Soon, he progressed from the mid to late stages of the first level of the Qi and Blood realm, all the way back to its peak. Master, while your physical attributes have transformed, allowing you to withstand more pill toxins, you are nearing the first critical point. It's advised that you pause your cultivation, expel the toxins, and then resume training. The first critical point won't cause any harm to the body, nor will it affect one's potential or foundation. It only takes 2 to 3 days to expel the toxins completely, making it the mildest. Su Feng listened intently as Xiaoba explained the 5 critical points of the pill poison. Each point represents a different level of risk, ranging from mild to fatal. He furrowed his brow, carefully considering every detail. Breaking through the first critical point will cause slight discomfort, requiring about 10 days to detoxify. The second critical point results in extreme weakness, necessitating rare elixirs for recovery, which could take up to a year. Su Feng felt relieved that he stopped in time. The third critical point is crucial, as it can cause irreversible damage to one's foundation, delaying the golden period of cultivation. The fourth is even more terrifying, rendering a person a miserable cripple. As for the fifth critical point, it is inevitably fatal. After hearing the explanation, Su Feng slowly concluded his practice and stopped cultivating. He felt the surging energy and blood within him, knowing he had returned to the peak of the first stage of the Qi and Blood realm, with strength far surpassing his previous level. Let's give it a try. Practice makes perfect, Su Feng whispered to himself as he stepped into the courtyard. He summoned the coiling dragon spear with a flip of his hand and began practicing the first move of the galaxy spear technique, 10,000 pounds. As the spear shadows danced, Su Feng's understanding seemed to open new doors. Move 25, move 24, move 18. The spear techniques became increasingly simplified and refined, finally settling at 9 moves, achieving mastery. Standing with his spear, Su Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. At that moment, Wang Hao's concerned voice came from outside the courtyard. Su Feng responded with a smile. It's all right. My comprehension has indeed improved. The first move has been mastered, but reaching perfection is still a long journey. He shook the coiling dragon spear in his hand, frowning slightly. It's a fine spear, but it's no longer suitable for me. The coiling dragon spear is too light. The scene shifted to the temporary command center in the capital. Long Zhanshan, seeing Su Feng looking rosy, couldn't help but praise. Commander, you seem to be in a good mood. I assume your retreat was quite fruitful. Su Feng nodded in agreement and then got straight to the point. I'm here today for two matters. To understand the situation in the Northeast state and to discuss whether to aid North Korea. Qin Han and Long Zhanshan reported on the situation in the Northeast state. After listening, Su Feng turned to Zheng Kai to inquire about the handling of the beast meat. Learning that there was still a large quantity of beast meat to be processed, Su Feng immediately ordered it all to be transported back to the capital. Then, Su Feng introduced the second topic. Regarding North Korea's request for assistance, what do you think? Should we help them or not? Lu Jin was the first to express his opinion, suggesting that the domestic situation should be stabilized first. Wang Xiao, on the other hand, held the opposite view, ready to present 4 reasons. Su Feng did not express an opinion, as he roughly understood Lu Jin's perspective. It wasn't necessarily right or wrong. It was a matter of stance. Considering it from China's standpoint, this was understandable. First, North Korea is our neighbor, and we, the Chinese, have always been friendly and neighborly. Helping a neighbor when we have the ability to do so is perfectly acceptable. Wang Xiao spoke confidently, clearly outlining his viewpoint. Secondly, our troops are stationed in the northeast, allowing us to quickly reach North Korea. The area is not large, so we can resolve issues swiftly. Furthermore, North Korea has a sparse population, with the most formidable threat being a Tier 1, 6-star beast. Their greatest pressure comes from coastal areas, where some powerful sea creatures might appear, but they are no match for our laser fighters. Lastly, assisting North Korea, and even strengthening them can help us fend off some of the beasts coming from the sea in Siberia. With a firm tone, Wang Xiao stated, from both a moral and strategic perspective, helping North Korea is beneficial with no drawbacks, except for possibly delaying our progress by a day or two. Long Zhanshan nodded in agreement. I support General Wang's view. Additionally, aiding North Korea brings economic benefits. We can charge military fees, gain spoils of war, and expand trade. This is also a part of our global trade plan. Wang Chaoshan raised his hand. I agree. Lu Jin pondered for a moment before admitting, I was thinking too narrowly. After hearing your analysis, it does make sense to assist. Su Feng made the decision. Since everyone is in agreement, let's proceed with the rescue. However, we should send envoys to negotiate military fees first. We only want beast pearls, spiritual herbs, and similar resources. He paused and added, by the way, we should promote our new currency, the Hua Yuan there. Tell them they can trade with us using Hua Yuan to purchase resources like foundation building elixirs. Of course, the prices won't be the same as domestically. It's a win-win solution. After speaking, Su Feng gave a mysterious smile. Let me introduce a financial expert who will be in charge of the new currency promotion plan. North Korea will be the first pilot country for our currency globalization. Come in. The door opened, and a strikingly elegant woman walked in confidently, approaching Su Feng. President. Su Feng introduced her. This is Ouyang Shui, the head of the finance department of the Hunting Guild. Please get acquainted. The goddess of wealth. Qin Han blurted out. Su Feng looked puzzled. Commander Qin, you know her? Qin Han explained. I've never met her, but the goddess of wealth's reputation precedes her. The financial blitz before the great catastrophe was executed brilliantly, leaving a lasting impression. Wang Chaoshan agreed. Indeed, we've heard of it as well. Su Feng turned to Ouyang Shui jokingly. Did you hear that, goddess of wealth? Ouyang Shui gave a playful wink, then turned serious, addressing everyone. You flatter me. Soon, the floating island mothership landed in the capital of North Korea, drawing the keen attention of all the military and civilians. The leadership of North Korea was shocked as they gazed at the massive island slowly moving across the sky. The sheer size and the blue flames jetting from below were awe-inspiring. Someone couldn't help but comment, how much power does that require? With the current thrust of our engines, it's simply impossible. Look underneath, there are indeed engines, but it must be entirely new technology, another analyzed. If only we could have such sky carriers, we could reach anywhere in the world. Dream on. Such advanced technology, there's no way China would sell it, someone scoffed. Why don't we just seize it? A greedy voice suggested. There probably isn't much military power on board, given our strength. Don't be foolish, someone immediately interrupted. If they have one, they surely have more. This is clearly meant to be a show of force. If we act recklessly, we could be destroyed by tomorrow. Despite their shock and desire, the North Korean leadership was soberly aware of their own limitations. They understood this was beyond their reach. Besides, without China's support, the beasts outside their cities could easily bring about their downfall. Welcome, Chinese envoy. The North Korean leader personally led the high-ranking officials to greet Ouyang Shui, offering the highest level of hospitality. Greetings, leader. Ouyang Shui responded politely. The situation is urgent, and if our hospitality is lacking, we ask for your understanding, the leader said courteously. We saw the situation outside the city on our way here. Why don't we get started right away to help your country resolve the crisis? Ouyang Shui suggested directly. Of course, the leader nodded repeatedly, knowing that the longer they delayed, the worse it would be for them. In North Korea's most luxurious meeting room, representatives from both sides sat across from each other, the table adorned with local specialties from the beasts' nests. When can China send troops for assistance? The leader asked straightforwardly. We can do so once our talks are concluded, Ouyang Shui implied clearly. The leader understood immediately. What are your country's conditions? As long as we can meet them, we will certainly agree. Ouyang Shui began to outline the terms. North Korea would cover military expenses, the spoils of war would belong to China, and the border would be open to mutual trade. The leader hesitated briefly, but eventually agreed to all the terms. He tentatively asked, after opening trade, could we purchase your country's sky carriers? That's something we can discuss later, Ouyang Shui replied ambiguously, leaving a glimmer of hope. She added, once open, you can acquire more weapons and ammunition, as well as the second-generation Foundation elixir. I'm sure your intelligence department has heard of it. The medicinal bath? The leader asked excitedly. Yes, this is the second generation, with even stronger effects, Ouyang Shui emphasized. The leader readily agreed to the third condition. The final point was to adopt a new currency system, the Huayuan. Ouyang Shui explained in detail the relationship between Huayuan and the beast pearls. The leader had his doubts but, given the circumstances, could only agree. The two sides quickly signed the agreement. Ouyang Shui immediately arranged for the Air Force to deploy. Curious, the leader inquired about satellite phones, and Ouyang Shui candidly revealed that China had restored full network coverage. The North Korean leadership was astounded by China's efficiency. The leader probed once more, could your country assist us in launching a communication satellite? Communication is crucial, especially after a cataclysm. Satellite communication has become the top choice. Previously, they resorted to using fighter jets to deliver orders across the country, which was highly inefficient and costly. A glint appeared in Ouyang Shui's eyes as she slowly spoke. Leader, I can convey your intentions to Huaxia. While success isn't guaranteed, if your primary concern is communication, our satellite phones can fully meet your country's needs. They are reasonably priced and much cheaper than launching a satellite. The leader furrowed his brow and inquired, how much does one satellite phone cost? He knew well that while having their own communication satellite was desirable, it was extremely challenging. As for whether Huaxia might eavesdrop, even if they helped launch a satellite, what difference would it make? The control was never in North Korea's hands. After a brief pause, Ouyang Shui quoted a price significantly above cost, 280,000 Hua Yuan per unit, with a call rate of 3 Hua Yuan per minute. The actual cost of a satellite phone was less than 400 Hua Yuan. The leader was somewhat skeptical. What is the purchasing power of your country's Hua Yuan? 1 liang of fierce beast pearls can be exchanged for 100 Hua Yuan, meaning you would need 2,800 liang of fierce beast pearls, Ouyang Shui explained. Products could be marked up, but the currency exchange rate had to be globally consistent, as it affected the international standing of the Hua Yuan. The leader frowned deeply, knowing the price was indeed high, but compared to the cost and inefficiency of using fighter jets for communication, it was still a good deal. We'll order 100 units to start. Ouyang Shui nodded in agreement. No problem. Meanwhile, the military operations in northeast Huaxia could no longer be concealed. Photos of fighter jets gathering at the border were circulating, and even the news of dispatching troops to support North Korea had surfaced online. The internet was abuzz with discussions. I heard the battle in northeast has concluded. Yeah, but I saw videos showing a large gathering of jets at the border. Is something happening in North Korea? Latest news, our jets have already flown to North Korea. Wow, this is big news. Why are they going there? Is something major happening? Rumor has it that North Korea asked for our help, so we're sending troops to support them. Some question this move. I don't understand what the higher-ups are thinking. We still have so many fierce beasts at home. Why get involved in North Korea's affairs? Isn't this a waste of taxpayers' ammunition? Others offered a more rational analysis, though most were from other regions. People in Northeast were more concerned about the hunting guild. Now that the battle in Northeast is over, does this mean the hunting guild will open soon? Honestly, I'm quite looking forward to it. What level is everyone at now? It's not safe outside the city. I've heard about several total wipeouts in the capital area. There's definitely risk in going out, but the rewards are greater. I've heard that the earliest hunters to venture out of the capital have already advanced to the 7th level of the body refining stage. Meanwhile, many of us haven't even reached the 4th level yet. That's the gap. Exactly. The resources outside are abundant. Only by venturing out can we seize opportunities. Who wants to team up with me? As long as you're above the 4th level of the body refining stage, let's make a big haul. At the 9th Bureau in the capital, Director Gua, why did you call me over? Su Feng asked curiously. Gua Shintong handed a tablet to Su Feng without a word. Take a look at these comments. Su Feng quickly scanned through them, frowning. It's normal for people near the northeast border to see the jets gathering and even deploying to North Korea. But them knowing we're going there to aid is problematic. This is classified military information that we haven't released yet. Gua Shintong nodded solemnly. Exactly. There are only two possibilities. Either someone internally is leaking information, or someone is deliberately spreading these details. Do you think it's the former? Su Feng queried. Yes, the likelihood is high. These comments clearly have the influence of paid commenters, and it's too coincidental, indicating a planned operation, Gua Shintong analyzed. Some people have already been brainwashed, their resolve weakened. What's your plan? Su Feng asked. We'll identify and clean up the culprits regularly. It's the only way to prevent such incidents, Gua Shintong stated. Do you need my assistance? Su Feng understood the implication. Indeed. No problem. It's my responsibility. I'll conduct an internal investigation to narrow down the suspects, and then hand it over to you, Su Feng promised. Great. At the headquarters of the capital's hunting guild, with the battle in Northeast over, is the preparation for the hunting guild branches complete? When can we open to the public? Su Feng inquired with concern. Luo Jiutian replied, President, staff training is complete. Locations for guild offices in each city are selected and renovated, and supplies are stocked in city warehouses. Almost all preparations are done, and we're ready to open anytime. Almost. Su Feng pressed for clarity. Only the numbers of the 3 types of detection devices are insufficient, Luo Jiutian admitted helplessly. Su Feng asked again. What's the registration progress in the capital? How many have successfully registered, and how many are expected to register? Luo Jiutian reported in detail. Around 28 million people in the capital region have registered as hunters. Among the remaining population, an estimated 3 to 4 million are willing to register. Others prefer not to take risks and continue working within the city for stability. Because of this, we've relocated most of the capital's detection devices to the northeast. These 3 devices are primarily needed for registration. After screening the entire population, only newborns will require them. So Su Feng hadn't planned to purchase too many, as that would be a waste of money. These devices are not cheap. Su Feng suddenly realized his oversight and mentally slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on efficiency that he mostly purchased supplies from the trial store, neglecting the potential of the second-hand market. Now that he had employed Xinyuan Panshan, he could send him to find more cost-effective second-hand goods. With a newfound enthusiasm, Su Feng instructed, quickly take stock of what we still need and give me a detailed list. Yes, President, Luo Jiutian responded, then cautiously asked, when will we open the hunting guild? Su Feng replied without hesitation, let's start warming up tonight on Channel 1, and open to the entire Northeast state tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. He calculated that opening a day earlier would mean an additional day of revenue. Understood. Luo Jiutian nodded in agreement. Su Feng went to the exchange counter on the first floor of the trial city and placed his hand on the exchange crystal platform. 4 categories appeared: Beast King Orbs, Tier 1 10-star Beast Orbs, Beasts below 10 stars, and Blood Crystal Stones extracted from Asen's mine. He exchanged each item without hesitation, clicking Exchange each time. As the last batch of Blood Crystal Stones was exchanged, his invitation card balance skyrocketed to 446.5 billion, 492.3 million, 741.2 black iron coins. Su Feng was thrilled. This immense fortune would allow him to live a prosperous life on the second floor of Trial City. He decided to first upgrade his trial wristband to level 10, and then purchase some advanced spatial equipment. With guidance from Guide Number 8, Su Feng gained a basic understanding of various spatial equipment. He decided on a storage bracelet, which was both convenient to carry and had ample capacity, perfectly suiting his current needs. Su Feng reflected that this wealth represented the interests of all of China, and he needed to use it wisely. Future plans for the Hunting Guild's development included establishing a warehouse system and enhancing equipment configurations. However, for now, it was crucial to spend money wisely and prepare for the upcoming challenges. He was ecstatic about the fortune, realizing it was only about a fifth of the mine's reserves. Su Feng's excitement was beyond measure. Dimensional marks are the most expensive, costing 500 million black iron coins for 1,000 cubic meters, with a minimum purchase of 1 billion cubic meters at a starting price of 50 billion. The advantage is that they can be engraved within the body, becoming a part of you, and are impossible to lose. After hearing the introduction from number 8, Su Feng frowned slightly. Although he had the means to purchase the highest grade dimensional mark, he decided not to at the moment. The cost effectiveness was too low and did not meet his current needs. I'll take a storage ring with a capacity of 1 million cubic meters, Su Feng decided decisively. The stunning guide, number 8, looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. You're impressive, acquiring such wealth in such a short time. Your future is limitless. Thank you, Su Feng replied with a calm smile. 25 billion black iron coins, right? Let's proceed with the payment. With the transaction complete, Su Feng left the trial hall and headed straight to the temporary base, XINUT house. You're here? Gu Xinyue's eyes lit up, a smile spreading across her face. Su Feng smiled slightly. It seems your troubles have been resolved? Not completely, Gu Xinyue replied confidently, but thanks to your advice, I now have a voice within the family. I believe I'll soon become the actual leader. Su Feng could see a queen in the making and sincerely said, Congratulations then. Thank you. Please have some tea. Gu Xinyue offered him a cup of blood moon tea. No rush on the tea, Su Feng said seriously. I have brought another batch of beast meat. Have you finished preparing the 5 beast pills? Gu Xinyue gave him a playful glance. You're still so oblivious to the mood. With a wave of her hand, a pile of boxes appeared out of thin air. This is the first batch of 5 beast pills. I've kept my 20, and these are your 80, Gu Xinyue explained, pointing to the boxes. The pale red boxes contain low-grade pills, 1.5 billion units. The bright red ones are mid-grade, 55 million units. The dark red ones are high-grade, 16 million units. And the white boxes are top-grade, 1.8 million units. You're doing well, but you need to further increase your production capacity. I've brought you more beast meat this time, so take out your invitation card. Su Feng waved his wrist slightly, storing the box in his storage space, and then took out his invitation card. Gu Xinyue followed suit, taking out her card, and they placed their cards together. With a light touch from Su Feng's fingertip, a massive amount of beast meat was transferred to Gu Xinyue's invitation card in an instant. So much. Gu Xinyue's eyes widened in shock. Su Feng smiled slightly. There's more to come, which is why I want you to increase your production. Gu Xinyue was about to speak when she noticed the balance change. Huh? Did you transfer 5 billion black iron coins to me? She looked up at Su Feng, filled with disbelief. After all, Su Feng's civilization had just started the beast calamity, and accumulating such wealth in a short time was astonishing. It's not for you. It's for expanding production, Su Feng reminded her with a hint of teasing in his voice. Gu Xinyue straightened her expression. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Leaving Xinyue Tea House, Su Feng headed straight to a shop on the edge of the 1st District Huaxia General Store. He initially wanted to name it Huaxia Supermarket or Mall, but due to the limited variety and quantity of goods available, he had to start small and plan for expansion once he had a solid foundation. Boss, you're here. Xian Yuan Panshan, who was directing others in setting up the store, immediately approached with a smile upon seeing Su Feng. How's the renovation going? When can we officially open? Su Feng asked with concern. It's almost done, just a couple more days. As for opening, we still need you to confirm which products to sell, Xian Yuan Panshan replied honestly. What do you suggest? Su Feng questioned, testing him. After a brief moment of thought, Xian Yuan Panshan answered clearly, your civilization has just entered the selection process, and the beast calamity has just begun. Given your status, beast meat won't be scarce for you. However, in the trial city, beast meat is not lacking. But every civilization has some unique beasts. So, the first product could be rare beast meat that other civilizations don't have, which would be appealing to gourmet enthusiasts. Secondly, the 5 beast pills and 5 grain pills from your collaboration with Misku are likely to be popular and can be the second and third products. Moreover, since you mentioned being a technological civilization, some unique and mass-producible tech products could be considered for sale. Su Feng nodded slightly. I can't say for sure yet. I'll have someone compile a tech list when I get back. You can see if anything suits and add it to the shelves. Any other suggestions? Xian Yuan Panshan continued. When you return, you could also have someone compile lists of beast specialties and spiritual herbs for bulk trading, especially those not found in other civilizations. No problem, Su Feng agreed, suddenly thinking of something. By the way, is there a market for entertainment products? Xian Yuan Panshan considered briefly. It's worth considering. Entertainment products might not attract cardholders who have just undergone the beast calamity, but they would appeal to those from stabilized civilizations. The key is that these products can be infinitely replicated at nearly zero cost. When people's survival is at stake, entertainment is not a priority, but once safety and basic needs are secured, their thoughts turn to leisure. Look at the development of Blue Star over the past few decades. This principle holds true everywhere. That settles the product matter. I have 2 more tasks for you, Su Feng said, getting to the main point. Please instruct me, boss. Xian Yuan Panshan responded respectfully. First, help me acquire a batch of testing instruments. Specifically, 4 elemental affinity, mental strength, and cultivation level, with 30,000 sets of each, Su Feng instructed. These 30,000 sets, along with the 4,000 sets on hand, would be sufficient for use across Huaxia's 9 provinces. Once used, each province only needs to retain a few, with most being sold back at the general store, which is the most cost-effective method. That's not difficult. There are many second-hand and third-hand testing instruments on the market, some priced at less than half the original cost, Xian Yuan Panshan assured confidently. Good, that puts my mind at ease. Su Feng nodded, then handed a list to Xian Yuan Panshan. Second, I need a large quantity of materials. This is the list. Please help me acquire them at low prices as well. Xian Yuan Panshan picked it up, looked up and said, these are some of the raw materials for the 2nd generation and 3rd generation Foundation establishment elixirs. Su Feng nodded approvingly. Good eye, that's exactly what they are. Xian Yuan Panshan examined the quantity of the materials closely, quickly estimating the cost in his mind. Considering Su Feng's wealth, he couldn't help but frown and kindly reminded, isn't this a bit too much? Su Feng smiled calmly, not at all. Our civilization has a very large population. If it weren't for the blood crystal stone picked up from the Asen country, he wouldn't have been able to come up with such a large sum. The population of Blue Star indeed stands out among the candidate civilizations, with nearly 10 billion people placing it firmly in the top 2, which is a significant advantage. Xian Yuan Panshan's eyes lit up, filled with confidence. As long as the boss thinks it's fine, it's easy on my end. Even if the quantity is increased tenfold, I can easily procure it in the trial city. Take out your invitation card, Su Feng said in a serious tone. Xian Yuan Panshan understood immediately and took out his card. As the 2 cards touched, 60 billion black iron coins were instantly transferred. Despite being prepared, Xian Yuan Panshan couldn't help but gasp when he saw the balance, his eyes full of awe and excitement. This boss has limitless potential, and following him is definitely the right choice. Not to mention a 1 in 10,000 commission 6 million black iron coins. It would take a decade as a plaza guide to earn that much, and this is just the beginning. Hurry up, I urgently need these items, Su Feng reminded. Su Feng's gaze was sharp, and his tone was urgent. Xian Yuan Panshan quickly nodded in agreement, sincerity written all over his face. Rest assured, boss, I promise to complete all the purchases within 2 days at most. Su Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, showing no worry about embezzlement, thanks to the employment contract with Trial City. He urged, quicker, aim for a day and a half, or even just 1 day if possible. All right, I'll leave this to you, Su Feng said, turning away from the general store, his steps brisk. He headed straight to the trial mall, spending 50 billion black iron coins to procure a massive amount of elixirs, 10 million high-grade body refining pills, and 3 million supreme dragon tiger pills. This batch, along with the materials acquired by Xian Yuan Panshan, would allow the people of Huaxia to rapidly advance their cultivation. Su Feng left Trial City satisfied, with a notable difference this time his card still held 329,465,374,012 black iron coins. 9 kilometers outside the capital, an intense battle had just concluded. Zhang Sun raised a hand to stop his teammates from killing the last celestial star beast, saying in a deep voice, there's only one left. It'll be over an hour before the beast nest spawns new ones. We have time. You guys go clean up the battlefield. Leave this one to me. Biaozi's eyes lit up, immediately understanding the leader's intention. Boss, you plan to spar with it alone again? Clearly, this wasn't Zhang Sun's first time doing so. Zhang Sun nodded, his expression serious. Yes, my cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level of the body refining realm. This celestial star beast is exactly at this level, and fighting it can help me break through to the 7th level. Since the hunting guild in the capital region opened nearly a month ago, the abundant resources have allowed many who were previously low in cultivation to advance quickly. Currently, the top hunters in the capital region have all broken through to the 7th level of the body refining realm, putting considerable pressure on Zhang Sun. The teammates tacitly left 2 people on guard while the others began cleaning up the battlefield. Zhang Sun put down his rifle, drew his tang sword, and with a few leaps, approached the celestial star beast. Roar, the beast roared, its forelimbs striking fiercely, deflecting Zhang Sun's sword, and its bloody maw lunged for his throat. Zhang Sun sidestepped the lethal attack and delivered a powerful kick, sending the beast flying. The beast quickly regained its footing, narrowly avoiding Zhang Sun's blade. The man and beast were locked in a stalemate, fiercely battling for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, Zhang Sun felt a roar within his body, recognizing he had reached the critical point. Break for me, he murmured, successfully breaking through to the early stage of the 7th level of the body refining realm. This was his 23rd life and death battle with a first-tier 6-star beast in the past 3 days, and his efforts finally paid off. Die! Zhang Sun no longer held back, slashing open the celestial star beast's throat. Blood gushed out, and 5 seconds later, the beast collapsed, lifeless. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, Captain. The team members put down their work and gathered to congratulate him. Biaozi said excitedly, Our captain is now at the 7th level of the body refining realm, officially among the top hunters in the capital region. Plus, with the hunting points from this haul, the captain's points should be enough to upgrade from a 7-star hunting apprentice to a 1-star hunter, right? That's fantastic. We've dreamed of forming an official hunting team, and now we can finally do it without being limited by the hunting rank, the teammate said, filled with excitement. Although they refer to themselves as hunting squads, these groups are not recognized by the hunting guild. They operate privately, without protection, and lack access to resources that are exclusively available to officially recognized hunting teams. Zhang Sun frowned in thought as he slowly explained the current situation of their hunting squad. To form an official team, the leader must be at least a 1-star hunter. While this was good news, Zhang Sun remained calm and composed, not allowing himself to become overconfident. Beside him, Zhang Weiguo nodded approvingly, witnessing his grandson's growth. Biaozi excitedly suggested they should immediately return to apply for the assessment, aiming to rank among the top 10 in the country. Zhang Sun didn't respond right away. Instead, he turned to Zhang Weiguo, habitually seeking his advice. The old man just smiled and shook his head, saying, "You're already a qualified leader. You should make your own decisions." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Sun's eyes were filled with determination. I agree with Biaozi's idea. Achieving a top 10 rank would not only secure a place in history, but also quickly boost the reputation of the fiery squad. With fame and strength, we can attract more skilled individuals, rapidly expand our team, and earn more resources. He looked around at the group, his voice steady and powerful. What do you all think? I agree with the captain's idea. Let's go back and prepare right away. At Zhang Sun's command, the team members nodded in agreement. Once back in the city, they quickly completed their mission report and converted their loot into funds and points. Biaozi suggested pooling their resources to buy supplies for the final push in the assessment. Zhang Sun readily agreed and led the team to the capital's hunting hall. At the supply window, Zhang Sun was surprised to discover that the 2nd-generation Foundation Establishment Elixir was now available for purchase with Huaxia. The supply officer explained that the raw material shortage had been resolved, reducing the price to 88 Huayuan. Zhang Sun immediately bought 400 units and replenished their ammunition. At the exchange counter, Zhang Sun inquired about the new 5 beast pills. The exchange officer detailed the properties of this miraculous compressed beast essence. After considering his options, Zhang Sun used 200 points to exchange for 2 portions of 3rd-generation Foundation Establishment Elixir, 1 high-grade 5 beast pill, and 70 medium-grade 5 beast pills. With resources in hand, Zhang Sun felt both pleased and pressured. He knew that to stay ahead in the competition, continuous effort was essential. Meanwhile, a regular meeting was taking place at the headquarters of the Capital Hunting Guild. Feng inquired about the development of the capital, and Luo Zhoutian proudly reported that after opening the bronze-level beast lairs, hunters' enthusiasm was at an all-time high, making the capital the safest area globally. He also outlined measures to tackle point fraud and lair monopolization. Feng acknowledged these efforts and looked forward to the promising prospects of nationwide expansion. Luo Zhoutian revealed that top hunters in the capital had reached the 7th level of the body-tempering realm, with a surge expected within a week. What is the current cultivation level of hunters in the capital region? Feng asked curiously. Currently, most of the hunters have advanced their cultivation to the 4th level of the body refining realm. There are only about 2 million people who are still below this level. Among these, some are limited by age, others have poor innate talent, and some are recent registrants. Luo Zhoutian reported the situation in a calm tone. Feng nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Good. Keep a close watch on the hunter's progress. Once the number of hunters who break through to the 7th level of the body refining realm exceeds 10,000, we can open half of the silverdeer beast nests. If it reaches 100,000, we can fully open the silverdeer beast nests." With a serious expression, Luo Zhoutian nodded and said, "Understood. I will monitor closely." Feng continued, "How many hunting teams have been formed so far?" "Only 2, the Hurricane team and the Greedy Wolf team," Luo Zhoutian quickly replied. Feng frowned slightly, evidently dissatisfied with the number. He briefly outlined the structure and benefits of the hunting teams, then asked, "What are the requirements for forming a hunting team?" Luo Zhoutian explained the assessment criteria in detail, including the specific requirements for both the written and physical tests. After listening, Feng nodded thoughtfully. Tu Gang tentatively suggested, "President, currently only 2 teams have been formed, scoring 81 and 84 points respectively. I think the difficulty of the assessment is quite high. Should we consider lowering the requirements?" Feng shook his head decisively, his tone firm. The requirements must not be lowered. The written test is manageable, and as for the physical test, once they improve their cultivation, passing the assessment will be easier. We are approaching a period of rapid growth, so there's no need to reduce the difficulty. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed outside the capital of North Korea. The Nandu satellite transmitted real-time information about the surrounding beasts back to the command center in the capital. Qin Han and Wang Chaos Han quickly allocated targets, and the Huaxia Expeditionary Force launched a saturation attack. However, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. A super beast, nearly 20 meters tall, emerged, prompting the beast horde to disperse and launch a deadly assault on the capital of North Korea. Zhang Kai immediately reported, "Commander, we have detected a suspected beast king outside the North Korean city." Su Feng frowned deeply. Suspected? He disliked ambiguous answers. Zhang Kai hurriedly explained, since the populations of North Korea and South Korea are both under 50 million, there shouldn't be any silver tier beast nests, let alone gold tier. So theoretically, a beast king shouldn't exist, but the behavior of this beast is highly anthropomorphic, which leads me to believe it might be a beast king. Su Feng took the control screen and examined the photos of the beast carefully. His gaze suddenly turned sharp. Sea Dragon Beast. Su Feng immediately recognized the fierce beast and, seeing the puzzled expressions around him, explained. This is a sea dragon beast, a special kind of oceanic creature. While it's not a beast king, it does have some leadership capabilities. Its intelligence falls short of humans, but it possesses high mental strength, allowing it to temporarily control other beasts. The recent beast tide in North Korea was likely triggered by it. With a piercing gaze, Su Feng scanned the expressions of those present. Qin Han frowned and asked, "Commander, you seem quite familiar with it?" Su Feng smiled calmly. Its lair is not far off our coast, posing a significant threat. However, he thought to himself, in the past life, this sea dragon beast caused great damage to Huaxia. Qin Han's expression turned serious. That's concerning. Even though their intelligence isn't on par with humans, they might be numerous. Su Feng nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the combat footage. I share that concern. This sea dragon beast has reached the second tier, and it will certainly become a major threat in the future. Long Zhanshan suggested, "Commander, it seems we need to strengthen our coastal military fortresses." Su Feng pondered for a moment. Strengthening is indeed necessary, but let's not disrupt our current plans. He turned to Qin Han. "Commander Qin, how is the production of the laser fighters?" As long as there are enough laser fighters, the current wave of beasts, regardless of their numbers, poses no threat to Huaxia. If it weren't for the previous lack of materials and time, they could have produced more. The production has already increased to 2,000 units per month, and this rate is still rapidly rising. By April, it should double to 4,000 units per month, Qin Han said with a hint of pride in his voice. Su Feng was taken aback, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. That many? Although he had provided ample raw materials, the speed of this production increase was truly astonishing. Noticing Su Feng's reaction, Qin Han calmly explained, "There are three main reasons for our ability to ramp up production so quickly." He raised one finger. "First, we've made breakthrough advancements in artificial intelligence. We are currently automating the laser fighter jet production line, which will instantly boost our capacity fivefold, or even more, once completed." Su Feng nodded in understanding. Artificial intelligence had been a hot field globally even before the beast cataclysm, and with the technological support from the Trial City, China has been investing heavily in research. Qin Han held up a second finger. "Secondly, we're converting some of the existing fighter jet production lines into laser fighter jet lines. After careful consideration, the leadership decided to maintain and increase production of the most advanced 5th-generation jets while continuing to develop 6th-generation jets. However, all production lines below the 5th generation will be converted to laser fighter jets." Lastly, he added, "Moreover, as time goes on, the number of skilled engineers is increasing and new production lines are being set up. Future output will continue to rise." After hearing this explanation, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Su Feng's face. The increase in the number of laser fighter jets not only bolsters defense against maritime threats, but also accelerates the clearing operations in other provinces. This is undoubtedly uplifting news. He cleared his throat, steering the conversation back to the main topic. "All right, let's discuss the battlefield in North Korea. What are your thoughts?" Qin Han promptly suggested, "Since the Sea Dragon Beast has abilities similar to a Beast King, we should focus our laser fighter jets on eliminating it first. Capture the leader, and the rest of the beasts will be easy to deal with, as they'll be scattered and disorganized." Su Feng withheld his opinion, turning his gaze to Long Zhanshan. "What about you? Any other ideas?" Long Zhanshan met Su Feng's eyes and was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to agree with Qin Han's suggestion, but Su Feng's look seemed to imply something deeper. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously proposed, "Perhaps we shouldn't kill the Sea Dragon Beast just yet. The beasts in North Korea are of a lower level and don't pose a significant threat to us. Why not use the Sea Dragon Beast's abilities to gather the beasts, then annihilate them all at once?" Wang Chaos Han immediately opposed. "Commander Long, wouldn't that be helping North Korea? If we help them clear out the beasts and they turn against us like ungrateful wolves, they could threaten our northeast province, Long Zhanshan glanced at Su Feng. Seeing no objection in his expression, he felt reassured and confidently argued, first of all, we charge military fees for our deployment. The more intense the battle, the more they have to pay us. Secondly, all spoils of war, including the beast corpses, belong to us. Using their funds to strengthen our resources, why not? Long Zhanshan countered. Furthermore, they want to reap the benefits without putting in the effort, but that's impossible. Their country is only so large, and after this disaster, their population has likely dropped below 15 million, perhaps even less. A sharp glint appeared in Long Zhanshan's eyes, and his voice held an undeniable confidence. Their ammunition supplies must be running low, and their factories have suffered devastating blows. How could North Korea, with significantly reduced wartime potential, pose a threat to us in Huaxia? He paused, his gaze intense as he looked at Wang Chaos Han. Besides, are we in Huaxia afraid of threats? Would they dare to threaten our northeast region? Wang Chaos Han was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the barrage of questions. Seeing this, Long Zhanshan continued to outline his plan. We only need to eliminate the beasts around their capital. They will have to clear out the rest themselves. Of course, if they want our help, there will be an additional charge. A slight smile played on his lips. North Korea has a considerable number of troops and can mobilize the entire population if necessary. Why not take advantage of such a useful ally? In the future, they'll all be using Huayuan and working for us. Wang Chaos Han thought to himself that this approach seemed somewhat unethical, reminiscent of Sam Nation's tactics. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he chose not to voice his concerns. After all, it was most beneficial for Huaxia, and North Korea would be able to save more of its people. It was an acceptable outcome for both sides, so what was there to argue about? At that moment, Su Feng suddenly turned to Zhang Kai and asked, "What's the current population of North Korea?" Zhang Kai quickly tapped a few keys on the control screen and reported, "A little over 14.8 million people remain." Su Feng nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. Their losses are indeed significant. Once the war is fully over and they regain control of their territory, their population might drop again, possibly below 10 million. He pondered for a moment, then made a decision. North Korea is our neighbor, and when our neighbors are in trouble, it's only natural for us to help. We'll proceed with Commander Long's plan, leaving the sea dragons untouched for now and focusing on eliminating as many beasts as possible. Su Feng concluded decisively. With the command center's orders, the battle on the North Korean front intensified. Amid the roar of the Chinese Air Force, countless beasts fell. North Korean soldiers fought bravely, staining the ground with their blood. In just 2 days, the crisis in the capital was averted, and the number of beasts was reduced to less than 100,000. With the sea dragon beast defeated, the threat to the capital from the beast tide was nearly eliminated. The Minister of State Affairs excitedly reported the good news, but the leader and the military ministers wore grave expressions. The finance minister looked particularly worried. China is too strong, the leader said in a deep voice, and the atmosphere became tense. The Minister of Defense broke the silence. Leader, China's strength is a blessing for us. He explained that compared to the United States, China is more friendly to its neighbors. He suggested taking the opportunity to purchase military equipment, swiftly eliminate the remaining beasts within the borders, and restore production. He even hinted that the chance to unify the peninsula might be at hand. The leader's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. However, when the Minister of State Affairs proposed seeking further aid from China, the finance minister immediately objected. He revealed an alarming military expenditure, 92.3 billion yuan, while North Korea could only afford 34.1 billion. How could it be so much? The defense minister exclaimed in shock. The finance minister explained helplessly that although China's firepower was indeed impressive, the ammunition consumption was enormous. Videos provided evidence, and the detailed lists were thorough. What are the interest rates at their bank? The leader inquired. An annual interest rate of 6.5. That high? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. I provided feedback, but the envoy from Huaxia said that the times have changed. In the past, earning money required methodical production, but now, with fierce beasts everywhere, wealth is abundant, and the way to acquire it has changed. The difficulty of making money is decreasing. The Minister of Finance frowned and said, "That's them. Their difficulty in making money is decreasing, but not ours." The leader silently agreed but maintained a composed expression and asked, "What are your thoughts?" The Minister of Defense stepped forward and said seriously, "Leader, I suggest we first allocate 23 billion Huayuan for military expenses, and then take out a loan for the remaining 900 billion. This way, we can keep some money on hand to purchase equipment and resources for cultivation from Huaxia." He paused and continued. Huaxia has a saying that the times have changed and wealth is everywhere, but you need strong capabilities to obtain it. We need this money to enhance our strength, at least to clear out the fierce beasts within our borders and reclaim our entire territory. The leader, upon hearing this, showed a glint of determination in his eyes and decisively said, "All right, let's do it." He turned to the Minister of Finance and instructed, "Contact the Huaxia envoy immediately. First, handle the loan matters. Second, pay part of the military expenses. And third, discuss procurement and trade affairs." The Minister of Finance respectfully replied, "Yes." The scene shifts to the temporary command center in the capital. "Commander, the conflict in North Korea has temporarily come to a halt," reported Zhang Kai, with a hint of relief in his voice. Su Feng, with his hands crossed on the table, inquired, "Have they acknowledged the military expenses?" Zhang Kai smirked slightly. "With our sincerity, they couldn't deny it." Su Feng nodded and asked, "Did they not invite us to continue the fight?" "They don't have enough funds to hire us," Zhang Kai explained. "But they do want to purchase a batch of second-generation Foundation establishment elixir from us, along with some equipment and ammunition." Su Feng pondered for a moment and decided, "All right, let Ouyang handle this. Inform her about it later." He intended to appoint Ouyang Shui as the full representative to deal with North Korea. Of course, it's only temporary. The main goal is for her to gain experience, as there will be many countries to deal with in the future. Zhang Kai, thoughtful, reminded, "Understood. But this will add a lot to Minister Ouyang's responsibilities." Su Feng chuckled. "Ha, her biggest fear is having nothing to do. Don't worry, she'll be thrilled." "You're wise, Commander," Zhang Kai said with a smile. Enough with the flattery. Su Feng waved dismissively, then turned serious. "By the way, issue orders immediately to deploy the Air Force from the Northeast State to the North State and complete the cleanup operations there as soon as possible. Also, ensure the newly produced laser fighters are delivered to the battlefield at once. I want the domestic combat missions wrapped up in the shortest time possible." "Understood." Outside the city of Shanghai in the capital region, the morning sun poured over the road outside the city as a young man, holding a selfie stick and accompanied by a robust large yellow dog, was live streaming. His name was Lu Xing, 20 years old, and before the Great Catastrophe, he was a pet streamer. "Good morning, everyone. I'm already outside the city. Look around, lots of teams are setting out. People really cherish this precious time now." Lu Xing spoke as he pointed the camera at his surroundings. Comments quickly scrolled by. "Streamer, aren't you overestimating yourself? Even with double the study time, you wouldn't get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Be careful, Tsinghua or Peking might sue you for slander." Another comment teased. Lu Xing laughed and replied, "Enough about me, today's star is Big Yellow. I've taken on a task to clear out a black iron 1-star beast lair. I'll show you all how Big Yellow takes down these beasts. Hurry up, if you don't start soon, the viewers will leave," someone urged. Without further ado, Lu Xing led Big Yellow to the target location. He hid in a pit 100 meters away and whispered, "This is a black iron-grade beast lair, 4 kilometers southeast of Shanghai City, with 84 beasts inside, mostly first-tier 1-star cannon fodder. Go, Big Yellow." Lu Xing patted the dog's backside. "Perform well, and I'll give you 10 beast beads." Big Yellow let out a howl and leapt from the pit, charging towards the beast lair. Its speed was astounding, and it was much larger than the average Chinese rural dog. "Wow, Big Yellow is amazing." The comments went wild. "It took down a red-eye beast with just one charge. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance. The red-eye beast is really dangerous," someone warned. "Why kill such cute creatures like bunnies?" "Well, the red-eye beast does resemble a rabbit, but it's larger, more robust, and carries a bit of violence. An ordinary person without training wouldn't be able to defeat a red-eye beast in hand-to-hand combat, even with 3 people. So don't be deceived by its cute exterior. It really is a man-eater. I've come up with 18 different ways to cook rabbits. Hey streamer, I'm from the capital city. Could you send me one of those red-eyed beasts? I really miss the spicy rabbit heads from Sichuan." The chat was buzzing as Lu Xing kept an eye on the live stream's interaction while staying alert to his surroundings. Suddenly, De Huang let out a low growl as 2 red-eyed beasts leapt out of the bushes, charging straight at them. Lu Xing quickly raised his gun and fired, but more red-eyed beasts swarmed in. "De Huang, watch out!" Lu Xing shouted, only to see De Huang knocked aside. He cursed under his breath, sprang to his feet, and rushed into the fray. He fired his gun, clearing the threats around De Huang, then drew his tang sword and swiftly finished off the remaining red-eyed beasts with De Huang's assistance. Once the battle ended, Lu Xing immediately checked De Huang for injuries, ignoring the audience for a moment. After confirming De Huang was unharmed, he picked up his phone again, smiling to reassure the viewers, "Don't worry, De Huang's fine. Now do you believe me? With the right training, they can all become valuable allies." The chat was filled with concern and curiosity. Lu Xing patiently explained, "De Huang has just reached Tier 1, Level 2, so he's still relatively weak. Training is simple. Just feed him beast pearls, or use elixirs if you have them. But it consumes more than humans, so prioritize strengthening yourself first." The audience expressed their thoughts, with some regretting selling their beast pearls and others weighing the pros and cons. Lu Xing smiled silently, focusing back on the hunt. At the headquarters of the capital city hunting guild, the monthly meeting was underway. Zhang Kai handed a tablet to Su Feng with a serious expression. President, please take a look at this video. Su Feng shook his head. We should stick to our original plan. In 6 months, we'll take down the super deer boss and obtain the fierce beast pet eggs. These eggs have qualities that far surpass 99 of the current pets, offering a much better value for investment. Su Feng said with determination, his brows furrowed. Using fierce beast beads to cultivate battle pets not only wastes resources but also poses significant risks. Some pets may bond with their owners, but there's a chance they could undergo a drastic change in temperament due to the fierce beast beads, possibly even turning against their owners. Pets that have been mistreated in the past are particularly likely to become uncontrollably aggressive under the influence of the beads. Luo Jiutian expressed concern. President, this is indeed a significant risk. There are many miners in the city who haven't started their training yet. We must prohibit this behavior. Su Feng shook his head slightly. Prohibition is not as effective as guidance. Simply banning it might lead to reckless actions and misunderstandings. It's better to be honest about the risks and let the public make informed decisions. Those who insist on cultivating battle pets must closely monitor their pets for any changes and remain vigilant against potential attacks. They should also register with the relevant authorities, take specialized courses, and pass assessments to become certified beast trainers. We need to enhance supervision to prevent any disturbances in the city. Beast trainers? Luo Jiutian's eyes lit up. Su Feng smiled. Yes, this could be a good option for those with less aptitude. I'll propose this matter to the cabinet, while you focus on guild affairs. He then turned to Ouyang Shui. Back to our earlier discussion. What projects has the guild invested in, and how are they performing? We have invested in a total of 12 meat processing plants specifically to handle the meat of fierce beasts acquired by the guild. Some of the fresh meat is directly supplied to the market, while another portion is processed into snacks and other products. The majority, however, is stored in cold storage facilities. After finishing her report, Ouyang Shui reminded Su Feng, President, the cold storage facilities in the capital are already 70 full. They can only hold out for another week at most. You need to find a way to move the stock quickly. Su Feng nodded slightly. I'll handle that after the meeting. Ouyang Shui continued, besides the meat processing plants, we've also invested in 86 private enterprises, spanning industries like supermarkets, restaurants, and logistics, with a total investment of 582 million Huayuan. These businesses are currently thriving, and I'm planning to make additional investments in some with potential to expand their production capacity. She paused briefly and added, Oh, and there's someone interested in establishing an arena in the capital and is looking for our investment. I'm not sure about this, so I need your guidance, President. Su Feng asked, What do you think? Ouyang Shui analyzed, I think it's feasible. An arena could provide entertainment for the public and give them a first-hand understanding of how fierce beasts attack, which could be beneficial in future encounters. Plus, it should be profitable. My only concern is that it might foster gambling activities. Su Feng looked around at the others. What are your thoughts on the arena? Luo Jiutian agreed. President, arenas are bound to appear sooner or later. Instead of having people secretly build underground arenas outside the city, we should do it openly. China Mo added, we can manage it like a lottery or issue fixed licenses, allowing only one per city and imposing high taxes. The revenue could help support those injured in battles, which aligns with our principle of taking from the people and using it for the people. After listening to everyone's opinions, Su Feng made a decision. All right, since there's consensus, I'll propose it to the cabinet. Once approved, we'll proceed. An arena can be built, but there must be only one per city with a national license. Underground arenas are strictly prohibited, and any masterminds behind them will face the death penalty. The scene shifts to the labor recruitment office in Tangshan County. The recruitment officer shouted, Tangshan Construction is hiring. Work 10 hours a day, leave the city at 6 a.m., 1-hour lunch break, return by 5 p.m. Meals and accommodation provided, daily pay of 120 Huayuan. A worker complained, only 120 a day? One in county pays 130, and we're in a county town. Yeah, it's time for a pay raise, others chimed in. The officer retorted, 2 months ago, you barely earned a bit over 1,000 a month. Now it's increased 3 to 4 times, and you still think it's not enough? If we raise it more, we won't have any profit. The workers insisted, we don't care. It can't be less than what the county pays, or we won't work. Exactly. There's a labor shortage now, so wages should go up. Otherwise, we won't work. The officer reluctantly said, All right, I'll go discuss it with the boss. He thought to himself, maybe I can get a raise too while I'm at it. At the cabinet meeting, Su Feng had just passed 2 proposals and was in a good mood. Qin Fugue spoke up, I have another topic to discuss. The capital region was opened first, and it has the most hunters, leading to a large accumulation of wealth among the people. A large influx of Huayuan has entered the market in a short time, and although we've controlled prices, there's still significant inflation. Someone asked, what's the situation in the other 9 provinces? Qin Fugue explained, in the northeastern province, Huayuan is starting to increase, but its impact is minimal. The other 8 provinces are mostly unaffected, and the Huayuan remains stable. Currently, only the capital region is experiencing significant inflation. The chief assistant concluded, this is due to poor circulation. The capital has seen a sudden influx of currency, but it's not circulating nationwide, and local resources are insufficient to absorb it, causing inflation. We're promoting the Huayuan to become an international currency, so we can't afford drastic fluctuations. Does anyone have suggestions? The suggestion was made to significantly develop the logistics industry by increasing the number of floating island motherships to transport resources from other regions to the capital. This would allow for a rapid recovery of currency from the populace, stabilize prices, and suppress inflation. Su Feng frowned slightly and shook his head gently. This is merely a short-term fix. Concentrating the nation's resources on the capital might address immediate needs, but once the cleanup across the 9 provinces is complete, we will face the same inflation issue. Where will we find resources then? But don't other regions still need time? Someone asked anxiously. We're restructuring industries, and soon more companies will emerge, producing more resources. We need to capitalize on this time gap. Everyone turned to Su Feng, their eyes filled with inquiry and anticipation. Su Feng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Both of you make valid points. With the rapid enhancement of our laser fighters and the War God Legion, the cleanup pace will accelerate. Although the time gap is short, it can indeed temporarily suppress inflation. However, we must devise a more sustainable solution within this brief period. The chief advisor furrowed his brow. This brief period might only last a month or 2, perhaps even less. How do you propose we solve the inflation issue in such a short time? It must not spread nationwide. Someone suggested raising the price of the second-generation Foundation elixir to reclaim some currency. Su Feng shook his head and proposed adding the third-generation Foundation elixir to the sales lineup. Rather than increasing the price of the second generation, let's introduce the third generation for sale. Previously, it was only available for exchange at the hunting guild. Now, we can price it in Huayuan at a premium. This cultivation resource will surely be in high demand, especially among hunters, allowing us to reclaim their funds effectively. The only concern is the production volume. Once again, all eyes turned to Su Feng. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded slightly. This is a good approach. We can also release resources like body tempering pills and dragon tiger pills to quickly absorb currency. However, I'm concerned this might lead to deflation. Qin Fugue reassured him. As long as we control the release volume, we can ensure healthy currency circulation. Once major reforms are complete, with increased development outside the city and global trade, we won't be short on resources. This is just a growing pain. These issues will stabilize over time. Su Feng nodded in agreement. I have no objections. I'll procure more materials from the trial city to ensure the supply of the third-generation Foundation elixir. Pausing, he added, in fact, the resources we lack can also be sourced from the trial city. We've recently acquired a blood crystal mine from Asen, and we still have a substantial amount of black iron coins. Qin Fugue's eyes lit up. That's excellent news. Su Feng suddenly became serious. Speaking of black iron coins, there's another matter I need to address. He looked around before expressing his concern. Although I'm the only one who can enter the trial city and can mobilize all resources for efficiency, as the nation stabilizes, shouldn't we separate the finances between my personal dealings, the guild, and the state? Otherwise, over time, there might be accusations of me monopolizing national resources. The lively atmosphere immediately quieted down. Everyone, being astute, quickly understood Su Feng's concern. After a long pause, it was the chief advisor who finally broke the silence. What thoughts do you have on this matter? Feel free to share. In the City of Trials, I recruited a store manager and opened a shop, which is about to start operating. He will receive 1/10th of the total trade revenue as a commission, as I mentioned before, Su Feng added. The meeting hall fell into silence. Everyone exchanged glances, reluctant to be the first to speak. It was a tricky situation. Too high a percentage would be unfair to the country, too low would offend Su Feng. Left Assistant Minister frowned slightly, breaking the stalemate. Su Feng, what do you think is appropriate? Su Feng glanced around the room, fully aware of their concerns. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. 1%. How does that sound to everyone? This percentage wasn't high, but given the large base, it was a considerable amount. Qin Sanyi frowned deeply, and others also showed disapproval. Their expectations were between 5 to 10, considering Su Feng's significant contribution. That's too little, someone couldn't help but say. Given Su Feng's contribution to Huaxia, this percentage is too low. Su Feng felt a warmth in his heart but still shook his head. It's not too low. If no one has objections, let's vote. Since Su Feng himself said so, others had no further argument. The proposal was unanimously approved, granting Su Feng one of the total trade revenue from the City of Trials. Then, Su Feng brought up the issue of the guild and national tax. Do you think a 30 tax rate is too high or too low? Having learned from the previous discussion, everyone understood Su Feng's intent. Someone analyzed, the hunting guild has a nationwide monopoly. The initial investment is vast, but the long-term gains are substantial. A 30 tax is low and doesn't align with the principle of common prosperity. Moreover, if the guild holds too much financial power, it could become a destabilizing factor. Should we invest in the hunting guild? Someone suggested. The chief assistant interrupted directly. Let's not bring that up. It has already been decided that Su Feng is in full charge. Turning to Su Feng, the chief assistant asked, what do you think is a suitable tax rate? Let's split it evenly, Su Feng replied without hesitation. The chief assistant nodded. Let's vote. Remember, this decision will not be adjusted in the future. With that, he raised his hand first. The resolution passed with a high majority. The hunting guild would retain 50 of its wealth for development and remit 50 to the state. Finally, Su Feng raised a personal question. How much dividend can I receive from the guild annually, and how should my salary be calculated? After discussion, it was determined that Su Feng would receive a 15 share of the guild's net profits with no fixed salary, and he could draw in advance on the year-end settlement. Alright, that concludes Su Feng's issues. His clear distinction between public and private interests is commendable, the chief assistant summarized. The meeting hall erupted in applause. The chief assistant then moved on to the next topic. We just discussed developing logistics, which is crucial. We need to quickly establish a new, efficient logistics system that suits current conditions, utilizing floating island motherships, airplanes, land, and water transport. Does anyone have ideas or suggestions? The room buzzed with lively discussion. Su Feng promised to provide more resources to accelerate the development of the floating island mothership engines. His determination left everyone in a white, was as if he expected the researchers to work tirelessly around the clock. Qian Sanyi glanced at Su Feng, his gaze unfocused. He thought to himself, this guy is ruthless. If working 996 was intense, this is just going straight to 007. Each month, they could take half a day off. Once the engine is developed, everyone would be given a longer vacation, along with a substantial bonus to reward their efforts. Su Feng sighed helplessly. The importance of the engine was undeniable, and achieving localized production was imperative. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, we can continue to enhance artificial intelligence, increase the computing power of quantum servers, and boost the level of automation. All of this should save us time, right? The chief minister nodded in agreement and turned to Qian Sanyi to inquire about the timeline. Qian Sanyi took a deep breath and said, 6 months at the latest. Understanding this was the limit, the chief minister asked no further questions. When the discussion turned to transportation, both land and air transport were already in progress. The chief minister inquired about water transport, to which Su Feng explained, the beasts in freshwater differ from sea beasts. They can't stay out of water for too long. Previously, we avoided rivers and lakes to ensure safety, so we prioritized them last. Someone suggested opening the nests of river and lake beasts to hunters. Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. That's a great idea. We can first send our elite forces to destroy the gold-level nests, and then open up all freshwater areas. In the capital region, there's only one gold-level nest, 3 silver-level ones, and the rest are lower-level, with minimal danger. After a discussion, everyone unanimously agreed on this proposal. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa in the capital. Zhang Sun introduced the place to his team, saying it would be the new base for the Blazing Fire Squad. The team was thrilled but quickly focused on Zhang Sun's serious tone. After passing the assessment, our squad received a new task module, Zhang Sun explained. Currently, there's only one Legion task, to destroy the beast nests in the freshwater areas. The squads that complete the task will earn the rights to operate fisheries and receive 50 of the profits. Biaozi immediately grasped the immense potential in this. Captain, that's like a gold mine. Zhang Sun nodded in agreement. Exactly. We must seize this opportunity to expand our advantage quickly. Captain, the freshwater areas were previously off-limits, and we're not familiar with them. Do you have any intelligence on the area? Biaozi asked. I have just received a map of the Ferocious Beast nests in the freshwater region. Currently, there are 3 silver-level nests within the capital's borders. Given our current strength, going there would be suicide, so we'll set those aside for now. There are also 13 bronze-level nests and 51 iron-level nests. Zhang Sun frowned, tracing his fingers across the map. After briefly explaining the situation, he said in a serious tone, we are still unfamiliar with the ferocious beasts in the freshwater region. To be safe, I suggest we start with an iron-level 3-star nest to test the waters. What do you all think? Biaozi's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Captain, is there a limit on the number of fish farms each team can manage? Zhang Sun was taken aback and, after checking the app, exclaimed in surprise, there is. Each team can manage up to 3 nests. He relaxed a bit and continued. It seems they're trying to prevent monopolies. This means we have to choose carefully. Biaozi nodded and analyzed. The level and location are crucial. Too far affects transportation. Too close increases the threat from sea beasts. If the level is too low, the unit price won't be high. You mean we should go straight for a bronze level nest? Zhang Sun asked. I suggest one bronze level and one iron level. If we get a chance later, we can aim for a silver level one, and if not, we can go for two bronze level ones, Biaozi proposed. Someone suggested recruiting more people. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Sun said, we can recruit, but it takes time to train new members. Let's secure an iron level fish farm first, then recruit. There are only 2 iron level 5-star nests, so we shouldn't miss out. Everyone nodded in agreement. Biaozi reminded Captain, quickly check if those 2 are still available. Zhang Sun hurriedly checked and found that 3 nests had already been claimed. He frowned slightly. Only 1 iron level 5-star nest is left, but it's a bit far. After weighing the options, Zhang Sun finally decided, considering transportation costs and safety, we'll go for the iron level 4-star nest that's 3.6 kilometers from the capital. Everyone responded in unison. All right. Feng was very dissatisfied with the slow progress. We must conclude the domestic conflict as quickly as possible. There are numerous opportunities awaiting us abroad, and a prolonged domestic engagement could impact our future plans. What factors are slowing our progress? Feng inquired. Zhang Kai frowned, contemplating for a moment before replying methodically. There are 3 main issues. Firstly, there's a shortage of laser fighter jets. Although production is rapid, deploying a large number of jets is required for each state we capture, and combined with combat losses, we're barely maintaining operational numbers. Meanwhile, the number of beasts in the next state is increasing, making the cleanup significantly more challenging. Secondly, the number of conventional fighter jets is decreasing. Many production lines have been converted to manufacture laser fighters, and with combat losses, their numbers are dwindling. Lastly, the War God Legion, despite its improved strength with nearly 300 members breaking through the Qi and Blood realm, still faces a significant limitation in numbers. After listening, Feng fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he spoke slowly. The first 2 issues are difficult to resolve in the short term. As for the War God Legion, with coastal and border defenses still needing attention, we can't increase their numbers for now. Zhang Kai nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Feng's eyes lit up. Right, didn't the Capital Hunting Guild report that even after all the Silverdeer beast nests were opened, the demand still wasn't met? Zhang Kai immediately grasped Feng's intention and said excitedly, are you suggesting deploying the capital's hunters to these 4 states? I think it's entirely feasible. Currently, among the registered hunters in the capital, 1.42 million have reached the 7th level of the body refining realm, with the highest even reaching the 9th. Given their recent combat experience, they are fully capable. Feng nodded slightly. Exactly. With these reinforcements, the pace of advancing through the remaining 4 states will undoubtedly increase significantly. Moreover, their presence in the capital is already affecting the speed of advancement. Moving a group out will not only invigorate the capital, allowing top talents to progress faster, but also address our manpower shortage, achieving multiple goals. Zhang Kai had a sudden inspiration. If the capital is feasible, could we also mobilize some hunters from the northeast state? Feng pondered. Hunters in the northeast state generally have lower cultivation levels, but those who have reached the 7th level of the body refining realm could be considered. Let's set the 7th level as the threshold. Only those above this level have the opportunity to be deployed to the other 4 states. At that moment, a series of phone notifications rang out in the suburbs of the capital. Curious hunters checked their phones, and a pop-up message appeared. Temporary mission. Deploy to the southern state to assist the Air Force and War God Legion in the cleanup plan. Reward. 300 hunting points. All proceeds from beast kills and spiritual herbs belong to the individual, with the guild buying back at market price. Requirement. Open to those at the 7th level of the body refining realm and above. Registration closes at midnight. Note. Gather at city airports by 1 a.m. Departure at 2 a.m. sharp. Biaozi recorded a video and submitted it for review, declaring, this fishery now belongs to our Fierce Fire Squad. Zhang Sun said happily. In about half an hour, Zhang Sun and the members of the Blazing Fire Squad had nearly finished organizing the spoils of their recent conquest when Biaozi came running over, beaming with excitement. Captain, the fishery approval has gone through, Biaozi exclaimed, waving the agreement in his hand. This silver-level fishery is officially ours now. A glint of joy flashed in Zhang Sun's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Great. Contact the engineering team immediately and get it operational as soon as possible, he ordered in a steady voice. Now, gather everyone. We're heading back to the city. Back at the Blazing Fire Squad's villa headquarters, Zhang Sun convened a meeting with the 18 core members. He got straight to the point. Regarding the temporary mission, you should all have received the notification. I've decided to take 400 people with me, while the rest will stay back in the capital. As the deputy captain, Biaozi immediately asked, Captain, what are the selection criteria? Zhang Sun explained, anyone at or above the 7th level of the body refinement realm can volunteer. If we have more than 400 volunteers, we'll select randomly. If not enough, we'll take everyone who volunteers. He paused briefly before continuing. There's another important matter. We need to resupply at the hunting hall. I plan to exchange for a batch of body tempering pills, and you'll need everyone to contribute their points. After a moment of consideration, everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhang Sun led the team to the hunting hall. Damn, so many people? Biaozi blurted out as he saw the long queue. Let's line up, Zhang Sun replied calmly. When it was their turn, Zhang Sun requested 400 high-grade body tempering pills and a batch of healing medicines, totaling 182,000 points. This was the entire point reserve of the Blazing Fire Squad. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz with discussions about the temporary mission. Why are the capital and northeast region allowed to go to the southern region? The northern region has strong fighters too. I heard the Blazing Fire Squad just bought 400 high-grade body tempering pills in one go. That's insane. Clearly, this temporary mission was not just a battle, but also an opportunity for a major reshuffle. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.